the entire class of 49 students crossed over to the world of gods and demons. They thought they were all of great stature, but unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at the demon gate, they were all taken away, and more than half died during transportation. Then they arrived at the demon sect, where the mediocre Song Yen was assigned to be the lowest level servant. At this time, Song Yen listened carefully to the names of the places announced by the black-armored fierce man: fat production room, corpse refining room, skin production room, laundry room, kitchen, Lin Ziyuan surname room, pharmacy. There were many types of servants, but for the newcomers, some of the rooms' names were even incomprehensible in terms of their functions. Ultimately, there were some who had heard of the notorious name of the puppet sect. Elder Ma was called out. You go report to the corpse refining room and assist the formal disciples. He was a middle-aged man who looked honest, but upon hearing this, he trembled in fear and suddenly knelt down with a thud, crying and pleading, "Sir, please help me change to another place. I am willing to work like a cow or a horse, as long as you don't let me go to the fat production room, corpse refining room, or skin production room. Sir, I beg you." The black-armored fierce man nodded and asked, "Have you thought it through?" The middle-aged man was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him in excitement. The black-armored fierce man waved his sleeve, and a white shadow quickly darted out, growing as it met the wind. It settled behind Elder Ma, revealing a beautiful scholar in flowing white robes. The beautiful woman in soft clothes placed it up and down on Ma Laozu's head, and with a snap, she turned her small hand, causing Ma Laozu's head to spin around, and with a thud, the corpse fell to the ground, instantly lifeless. The black-armored fierce man raised his hand, and the beautiful woman in white transformed into a paper figure and flew back into his sleeve. The fierce man clapped his hands, and soon an old servant came in from outside, skillfully carrying the corpse, not knowing where it was taken. Seeing the new servants in front of him staring blankly and showing fear, the black-armored fierce man said, "You all heard it. He said he wanted to be a cow or a horse, so killing one cow or horse isn't too much, right?" After casually saying this, the black-armored fierce man continued to call names, and everyone was trembling, no longer daring to say more. Those who were called out were so scared that their bodies trembled, wishing they could turn and run, but they didn't dare. The plain-looking boy Song Yen walked out. "You go to the leather-making room to assist the formal disciples." Song Yen was taken aback. He remembered what old ancestor Ma had said before, that as long as he wasn't sent to the fat rendering room, the corpse refining room, or the leather-making room, it would be fine. Clearly, the chores in those three rooms were extremely dangerous. But when the moment came, Song Yen had no other choice but to tremble and respond, "Yes." Soon, Song Yen was assigned a plaque, the body of which was black, and the front was inscribed with what seemed to be either blood or vermilion, stating Song Yen, miscellaneous roll leather shadow 527, where the former was his name and the latter was his number. An old miscellaneous worker led the way, taking him through the vast mountain of the puppet sect, and then stopped in front of a solitary cliff. Song Yen took a couple of steps forward and saw a row of stone chambers perched on the cliff, while beyond the cliff, clouds and mist swirled. Suddenly, Song Yan's pupils constricted because he saw transparent floating coffins, resembling teeth, growing on the sheer wall. Upon closer inspection, he found that there were beds, tables, and chairs inside the coffins, which were shaped like houses. The old miscellaneous worker, who had not spoken or responded along the way, simply pointed and then turned to leave, holding the token tightly. Song Yen steeled himself and moved forward. There were quite a few miscellaneous workers in the room, who immediately looked up. Seeing a man, many lowered their heads, but the female miscellaneous workers continued to gaze at him. However, upon seeing his plain and unremarkable appearance, a small portion of them also lowered their heads. A woman with big eyes walked up, showing her plaque, which displayed Wang Susu miscellaneous roll leather shadow 675. Song Yen looked at that number, feeling quite curious as to why his number was even higher than the miscellaneous worker in front of him. However, he also raised his plaque and called out, "Sister Wang." A woman named Wang Susu was wearing smooth white silk pants, exuding a certain charm. At this moment, she looked at the young boy and said, "Here, everyone is assigned to their own tasks. Whoever takes whoever is up to them. If you want, you can follow me." Song Yen had no choice but to nod and said, "Thank you, Sister Wang." Wang Susu seemed quite pleased with his politeness, so she led him while introducing, "The puppet sect has 5 peaks, Paperman Peak, Shadow Puppet Peak, Blood Corpse Peak, Mechanism Peak, and Strange Poison Peak. Each peak has many miscellaneous workers. Our leather-making workshop belongs to Shadow Puppet Peak, and we must do our best to meet the requirements set by the official disciples of Shadow Puppet Peak. In addition, every month there will be many task lists sent over. If the tasks are not completed, the person with the least leather production will be executed. As for leather making, it is divided into 8 processes. First, selecting the leather. Second, cleaning the leather. Third, sketching. Fourth, passing the sketch. Fifth, carving. 6th coloring, 7th drying, and 8th sewing and stitching. Can you draw? Before Song Yen could answer, Wang Susu said again, if you can't, then learn quickly, the tasks will come with the paintings. Most of the things you want Bao sends are livestock. Once you enter the room, you can watch me do it first. Song Yen thought for a moment and asked, Sister Wang, do we have a chance to become official disciples? Wang Susu smiled and said, there is a chance, but also no chance. Why do I say this? Most of us are people who were captured here, and those with good aptitude have already been selected. Those who come here generally do not have good aptitude, but the puppet sect also knows that sometimes the aptitude testing device may not be completely accurate. To prevent missing out on talent, they send a disciple every week to teach the introductory guiding method. If someone can meet their requirements within the specified time, they will be retested and then become an official disciple. Song Yen nodded and looked at those transparent houses on the cliff. This time, without waiting for him to ask, Wang Susu directly said, that is our housing. To live long here, one must remember one thing, you must enter the house before dark, and absolutely do not come out until dawn. On the solitary cliff, the thick fog seems never to dissipate. The food is layered, different from the pavilion during the recruitment before, perhaps to guard against the peaks, or perhaps because Song Yen has just arrived. Adhering to the principle of gathering more information, he looked at the big-eyed woman beside him and asked, Sister Wang, is there anything special about this food? Wang Susu leaned closely to his ear, and Song Yen was taken aback for a moment, then felt a breath of warm air by his ear, as her delicate voice softly said in a tone like coaxing a child to eat candy, I'll tell you tonight. Then she swayed her waist and walked ahead. Song Yen always felt that she was deliberately showing off her figure. Seeing that the young man did not follow, Wang Susu turned around and waved her hand. Song Yan's expression was slightly stagnant. Then he followed closely. He was a person who cherished life. Since he had traveled here, although he had fallen into the devil's sect, if he could live longer naturally he would want to live longer. He scrutinized what he saw. Once inside, the interior opens up. The stone houses look like a row from the outside, but when they were inside, they were found to be simply one long house in between. The width may be 3 or 4 feet, but the length is more than 10 times more. If you want to play a 100-meter sprint on this side, it is completely no problem. As for the number of people, but also a lot of people, a glance down, there are 700 or 800 people. These many people, mostly in groups of 2 or 2, were ambling about making leather. Of the 2 by 2, again, a man and a woman are predominant, while fewer men are male, or women are female, and even fewer fall alone. At that moment, there was another commotion from outside the house, and the crowd was in an uproar, as if yelling, there are a lot of newcomers today. Song Yen also turned to look. This time the one who came was a woman, quite a bit of beauty, at this time was looking around in fear, and at once 2 men in the leather room went out and asked the woman to choose one, and there was a faint sound of quarreling in the distance. Don't look, I'll teach you. Wang Suo's voice came from his ear. Song Yen nodded. Wang Susu pointed to a piece of skin and said, the step of selecting skins is not our responsibility, but is sent by the formal disciples. But most of these skins are donkey skins, pig skins, cow skins, but sometimes there are demonic beast skins as well. That kind of skin is as hard as rock. It is difficult to make. It is to cut off the hair. Residual fat on the top will take half a day's work. As for carving on the demonic beast skin, we are not that capable. This all needs to be specialized to do. As she spoke, she took out a half-finished skin, which had obviously been treated, and was now showing a few moments of transparency. I'll do it once and you'll see. Then try to follow me. Song Yen listened intently. If you want to survive, you have to deal with the immediate future. Soon, it was his turn. Song Yen took an irregularly shaped skin from the pile of skins, spread it out, and cut it with a scraper with unparalleled concentration. The thinner the skin, the slower he cut, for fear of breaking the skin, to be smooth and transparent, and blew a heavy breath to blow away the debris on it. After that, he hurriedly drew a drawing of a 2-headed wolf according to the sample drawing. When he finished the drawing, he showed it to Wang Susu, who shook her head, so he tried again, and on the 7th drawing, the latter finally nodded. So it was that Song Yen patted the drawing he had made under the transparent leather, took a small fine needle, and carefully and unerringly traced the drawing onto the leather. After that, the drawing was removed and the carving knife was used to continue carving up the traced pattern. Then, after that, it is colored, dried, and then embellished with needle and thread. A set of do down. Song Yen only feel quite tired, and then look up, but see the stone door outside the mountain. Color has been meditative. Twilight sunset across the hidden in the thick fog between the peaks. Exudes a dim red eerie light. Those weird lights were twisted and dense. Steeply, Song Yen rubbed his eyes, only to see a line of textual information floating in front of him. Name, Song Yen. Longevity, 16 of 56. Gift, fruit of the way of longevity, Realm, unimpressive. Xian roots, none, can be extrapolated for longevity. Technique, none, can be deduced from longevity. Spells, none, can be deduced from longevity. Note, remaining life, all things in heaven and earth have their own lifespan, and if they die a horrible death, their lifespan is not yet finished, but still exists in their body. Karma has its rewards. You help it to reshape itself with the carving knife, and it gives back to you with its remaining life, so that the two are clear. Immediately after that, another message popped up. You have drawn on a donkey's remaining lifespan, 10 years. Then, Song Yan felt a sense of relief, as if there was an additional leaping, relaxed vigor within his body. While the data in the longevity column changed to 1666, Song Yan froze. A donkey's skin helped him live 10 years longer? So if it's 10, wouldn't that be 100 years? What if it was a demonic beast again? Would there be more? Song Yan raised his eyes and looked at the piles of skins in this leather-making room, suddenly having a little bit of excitement. Just then, Wang Susu's voice came from the side. Pack up and hurry into your room. But there's no dinner yet. Eating? Did you take a black elixir when you came over? There is. Song Yan was a bit impressed. It was something he was forced to take after being waited on in the recruiting hall. That's the cereal-resistant Dan. 1 grain can withstand 3 days of hunger. Since there are no grains entering the body, there is no need to eat, drink or, only need to bathe. But today is too late. Seeing Song Yan still hesitating about something, Wang Susu urged, hurry up, now that it's autumn, it's getting dark. If it's dark without entering the room, any evil thing could happen, especially on a foggy day in the deep mountains. While the two of them were talking, a number of people had already moved throughout the leather room, and they quickly headed for the edge of the cliff. And then when they reached the hanging house that looked like a transparent coffin, they opened the door from above and drilled into it. And Song Yan noticed that there seemed to be an argument going on the other side. Although quite a few new handymen had come before, Song Yan hadn't paid attention to any of them because he was focused on making skins. But he recognized the object of this argument, the very woman who had arrived after him. The man she was partnered with at this point was about to pull the woman toward his house, but the woman wouldn't have it. The man cursed hatefully, then quickly sought out a man who was also down, and together they entered the hanging house. The woman, on the other hand, searched in bewilderment, and then picked an unlocked house and got in which, on the table, there were 2 keys, which indicated that by coming in, one could become the master of the house. Are you going to find a room by yourself too? Wang Susu's voice was a little cold. Song Yan shook his head. It was more important to live than the defense of men and women or whatever. He then followed Wang Susu into the house. Into the house. Song Yan legs or some cannot help shaking up. He looked down, only feel the sky 10,000 feet, but where the slightest accident, that is shattered, never to return. As soon as Wang Susu entered the house, she quickly tugged on the brown blanket to pull the block up everywhere, covering the transparency of the house, and then twisted her fat ass to Song Yan's side, softly saying, passing here, it's precarious, and no one knows when they'll die. Mundane things must pass away even if you can't forget them. Have fun when you can, and don't let the time you have to live go by. Song Yan asked. So, Wang Susu looked flirtatious and flirtatiously uttered, what is little Lang Jun waiting for? P.S. Still updating 2 chapters a day at 5 p.m. Chapter 3-3. The first night. Song Yan looked at the sultry wide-eyed woman in front of him. The woman's silk skirt half faded, half unraveled shirt, as if the juicy peach coat has been torn open slightly, revealing some little bloated but still white and greasy skin inside. By now the brown blanket had been pulled on, and the 24 stone hooks made it possible to obscure 6 sides of the tiny overhanging room. The only way to peer out was through the gaps in the blanket. With a 10,000-foot cliff below, and mysterious dangers and precariousness outside, there is no better pleasure at this time than to sink into the simplest desires of creatures. It's equally venting to make sure you don't go crazy. The question becomes one of choice, go for the heart, or go for the kidneys? Song Yan was a normal, healthy man, and in a different circumstance, he would have been happy to walk on his kidneys. But no. When he first arrived, everything was unfamiliar, and he knew very little information about this world or even the devil sect. Although the woman in front of him taught him some knowledge of skin making, but may not have no other ideas. More important point is, the devil door looks very chaotic. Again robbing disciples, again men and women mixing at the first sight, again killing people without blinking an eye, and again there is a taboo that the darkness of the day does not come out of the house. Under these circumstances, how could he be sure that the woman in front of him hadn't messed around before and that her body wasn't sick? Or, how can he be sure that the woman in front of him has no problems, compared to losing his brain, switching to lower body thinking, and handing everything over to trust without any foundation? Song Yan still felt it was better to maintain the necessary sanity and vigilance. Sister Wang, let's talk. Before you were robbed to come here, Junior Lang Jun, Come to my body, after we have had a good time, I will tell you everything. He. The woman's explicit words could make the young man who had not been in the clouds and rain blush, but she seemed to have long been indifferent, and even she quietly faded the silk skirt, revealing more meat, and then twisted her buttocks. Her back was erected toward Song Yen, and she ate and laughed. Or, little Lang Jun prefers horseback riding? Sister Wang, give me some more time, okay? Why? The woman's voice suddenly took on an angry tone, and she abruptly rolled upright, sat up straight, and then stared straight at Song Yen, her eyes reflecting the youthfulness and robustness of the young man in front of her, so she showed a bit of impatience. Song Yan's eyes swept quickly, suddenly settling on a small knife on the bedside table. It also settled for less than half a breath's worth of effort, and the woman's gaze followed. The atmosphere became a little dark and tight for a moment. Suddenly, both of them flew out at the same time. Wang Su was close to the bed and grabbed the knife. However, Song Yen came up right after him, his arm wrapped and rolled, pinning the woman's arm back, followed by pressing his elbow, taking it inside, burbling, and applying his strength to quickly snatch the knife out of his hand. This is to participate in military training. The instructor idly teach the small grappling hand. Song Yen as a child to read martial arts novels. Martial arts enthusiasts naturally followed to learn a couple of hands, but he never imagined that this life actually have the opportunity to really use. After grabbing the knife, Wang Su's body parted and smoothed her arm, followed by a backward slam. This collision was actually not a small force. Song Yen was directly knocked from the edge of the bed to the couch, tumbling twice. Wang Su quickly turned around, wanting to pounce again, but she saw that the teenager was already seated, holding a small knife in his hand and ghostly facing her. Sister Wang, say something, put the knife down and say it. Sun Yen gave a friendly smile, then lowered his blade and pushed it slightly into the distance. Wang Su breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. That's right, take the knife to do. Before the last few words could be uttered, she suddenly lunged out and flew in the direction of the knife, yet she pounced. Song Yen seemed to have been waiting for her to make this move, so almost as soon as she moved, her arm extended out quickly and regained a tight grip on the knife between her 5 fingers, never letting go again. The two slowly pulled apart again. Why? This time it was Song Yan's turn to ask, because just now Wang Su really no reason to come back to grab the knife. The two would have no hatred, just for a walk kidney. Why bother? However, the woman named Wang Su no longer answered. Time dry consumption of nearly an incense stick time. Wang Su suddenly looked through the gap outside the house, said, after the autumn, the fishy fog in the mountains began to become thicker. Once at night, you and I need to take turns on duty, with the body against the door, so as to avoid accidents. This is the reason why 2 people live in one house. If he lives alone, he can only pray for himself. Either the ghost didn't come knocking on his door, or it's that he can go all night without dozing off and slacking off. Sister Wang, what is the fishy fog? And what are ghosts? Why is the stone house in our leather-making room only built on 1 level? Song Yen asked a series of questions. Wang Su tied up her half-unraveled garment and pulled her silk skirt back on, and with a cold smile, said, why should I tell you? You keep watch for the first half of the night. Good. Then, Sister Wang, since the atmosphere is like this, you and I will stay away from each other during the vigil. Wang Su said quietly. Okay. Song Yan's expression stared. Instinctively he had a feeling that Wang Su was really trying to harm him, but fortunately she wasn't a good actress, or at least quickly revealed the abnormality. Afterward, nothing more happened in the house, and Wang Su picked up the stairs and sat down below the entrance to the hanging room. The house is entered from above, so under the door are 5 steps. To keep watch is to sit at the top of the ladder, slightly bowed, with your back against the door. Song Yen pulled away and sat in the corner to recuperate, but from time to time he carefully observed Wang Su's movements, posture, and details. The latter seemed to have sensed his thoughts and sneered. Nothing special, just hold it against the doorway when it shakes. I wouldn't dare to lie to you about this kind of thing. After all, if the door opens, you won't be the only one to die. So what did Sister Wan lie to me about? Poof, time passed and the night was long. However, the outside of the hanging room was not pitch black, but a strange red mist and moonlight kneaded and wrapped together, swirling slightly, a scene that made Song Yen think of a painting titled Starry Night before he crossed over. Above the cliffs, the wind was so strong that the mist was blown into swirls by the wind, thicker and thinner in bursts, occasionally revealing the trees at their feet that warred in the gale. Steeply, without any warning, Song Yen heard a knock on the door. Wang Su hurriedly transported her power against it, and that knocking on the door just rang twice and then subsided. What's out there? Song Yen asked. Wang Su still didn't answer, and after an unknown amount of time, during which time he experienced several more knocks on the door, with either light or heavy force, the lighter ones just having to be held back a little, the heavier ones needing to be dealt with at full force. Wang Su suddenly got up and said, It's your turn. The two rubbed shoulders carefully. Song Yan imitated Wang Susu's previous model and sat down. One night passed. The red mist dissipated. The moonlight closed in, and dawn came to the gray world. The door of one of the hanging rooms opened, and many handymen stepped out from it. Song Yan also came out quickly. Give me back my knife. Wang Susu shouted. This is what I exchanged with contribution points. If you want it, you can also exchange it when you do some time as a handyman. She approached again in order to reassure Song Yan, and coldly grunted. Cheap some news for you. And then counting those knowledge I taught you yesterday. It's also considered to make up for good karma, so that you don't have to hold a grudge against me. After saying that, she said softly, the mountains and forests are full of wrecks, and also full of remnants of souls, and the tired remnants of souls, pounding into a river, is the earth's fury? This earth fury, especially in the devil's sect area, is even more plentiful. Once in the fall and winter, there is a fog, and when the earth's fury enters the fog, it is a fishy fog, appearing red. These fogs are so pervasive that if they touch the wreckage, even a piece of skin or a bone, a ghost may form. Ghosts do not store intelligence, only instinct, and their instinct is to come alive, so they will desperately lean over to where there is life and do their knocking. If you knock it open, those ghosts will pounce on the person, and then the ghost bones will poke into the person's body, and the ghost skin will be wrapped around the person's skin, and the fury in it will be drilling into your body one after the other. Usually, of course, this doesn't work either. The attacked person goes insane, demented, and is no different than dead. As for why the stone house is one layer, that's because one layer is easier to seal up, lest the skin in the stone house come into contact with the fishy fog, which would be a big problem. By the way, if someone living in the same room wants to harm another person, they can actually quietly open the door and push that person out the door, or kill them in the house and dump their body at the bottom of the cliff. It's dark at night, homes are closed, no one will look or say much, just push it to the ghosts the next day. But no one will do such a thing at dawn. But if that happened, afterward that person would not have anyone else living in the same room with him. After all, no one is a fool. So, the killing and dumping of corpses is also very, very rare. So, Song Yan, you can give me back my knife now, and then tonight, you pick another place to sleep. You and I will be like passers-by in the future. Song Yan said thank you, and then asked, so what did Sister Wang want yesterday? Wang Suwa didn't answer again. Song Yan threw the knife back into the house and said, in the future, it will be like a passerby. Wang Suai nodded and didn't look at him again, but quickly entered the leather-making room, and right at this moment, Song Yan suddenly saw two black dots in the distance coming straight up from the cliff, and it was only when they got a little closer that they saw that they were two black-robed disciples, and what they were riding on their crotches was actually the strange leathery two-headed wolf. That two-headed wolf flew and ran and jumped with great speed, waiting to come to the top of the cliff. The two disciples also do not and the handyman more nagging, quickly check out the house. And then quickly carry out 7 has gone crazy handyman. Handyman male and female. And yesterday that did not follow the man into the house. Quite a few women newcomers. One of the two disciples fluttered his long sleeves and flicked his fingers, flinging out a shadowed cart, casually killing the 7 crazy handymen before loading it onto that cart and departing over the mountains again. Song Yan's heart was steeply creeped out. It had only been 2 days, and the number of people he'd seen die horizontally already far exceeded the number he'd seen before he crossed over. He turned hastily into the stone house, found an empty seat in the corner, sat down, and then began today's skin making. Chapter 4:4. 40 years of being entered and exited by ghosts. Song Yan was very serious about making skins. His expression was focused and meticulous, his movements were quick, and after getting the hang of it, it only took him 2 hours of work to finish making a skin. You have drawn on the remaining lifespan of a common bison, 15 years. When the bystanders rested down, he continued to take skins and make them. 2 hours later, you have drawn on the remaining lifespan of a common wolf, 8 years. For consecutive hours of labor caused Song Yan to feel a slight hint of fatigue as he rubbed his brow and scanned the longevity on the panel, 1689. After scanning the Xian roots, techniques, and spells, can be deduced by longevity. Song Yan rationalized the relationship between the three. The Xian root should be the initiation and the potential. Kung Fu is the way to harvest power. Spells, on the other hand, are ways to use power. In this dangerous demon sect, he desperately craved to become stronger. So he swept his gaze over the Xian root and bet his attention on it. Please choose to invest your lifespan. Sanan started the attempt. The upper limit figure of his lifespan also began to regress. You invested a year of life to participate in the Xian root. Xian root is innate. There is not. Want to cultivate, unless there is a great chance. Otherwise impossible. You don't believe in this evil and think hard about it. On the third day, you enter the hanging room. A late night negligence, making you by the ghosts knocked open the door. chaotic ghosts drilling into your body. You went crazy. After dawn, you climbed out of the hanging room in a daze, fell off the cliff and died, returned to the life expectancy of 362 days. Song Yen froze. What is this? However, upon further reflection and recollection, he suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the word's longevity deduction. This deduction depends on the environment. Which is the environment where he is now? He cannot leave the perimeter of the leather workshop, and is only affected by the geography and metaphysical chi factors. As for the Xian root innate, this kind of words make his heart incomparable apprehension, but he has no choice. If there is no Xian root, then all hope is gone, even if he has this panel, but also empty life. Even if there are formal disciples to teach the guidance method, he also do not want to stand out, thinking that he might not even be able to live for a month's time. It would be useless to have any more subsequent longevity. Song Yen nervously continued to invest his longevity, but if it was 5 or 6 days long, or 2 or 3 days short, he would surely be taken advantage of by the ghosts because of his negligence at night, and then die miserably. So much so, Song Yen pushed on for a long time and realized that he hadn't even managed to use up a year of his lifespan. Died too soon. Song Yen thought for a moment and decided to psychologize to try other possibilities. You invested 1 year of your life to understand the root of Xian Yuan. When it was dark, you did not enter the hanging room this time, but lay in the leather room. You were wrapped in fishy fog, a ghost from the outside. A piece of skin also transformed into a ghost. They are attached to you, chaotic ghosts to your body. You went crazy, crazy extraordinarily powerful. You lie quietly on the ground. You are crazy unimaginable. This time, the longevity was consumed for a full year. Song Yen was a bit confused, but he gritted his teeth and continued to commit. You devote 10 years of your life to envisioning the Xian roots, and you continue to lie around, being entered and exited by ghosts. You invested 10 years of your life to enroll in the Xian roots, and you are still lying there, being entered and exited by ghosts. You invested 10 years of your life to realize the Xian roots, and you are still lying down, being entered and exited by ghosts. Song Yen was a bit speechless. It was obvious that in the midst of the Senate deduction, it was impossible for him to be in a situation where he was starving to death. So even though he was mad, he was still lying on the ground. However, he wasn't confident anymore. He scanned the longevity on the panel, and that stat had changed to 1658. He continued to look at his hands and feel the condition of his body. His hands were not withered and wrinkled, and his body was not weak. It was clear that the decrease in longevity would not suddenly change his appearance or make him weak, only that an indefinable metaphysical sensation was hovering in his body, as if he had actually once been lying in a leather making room, visited by fishy fog every night, and entered and exited by uncountable ghosts, all of which led to the feeling that his body was gradually changing. There seems to be a change, so keep trying. You've invested 10 years of your life to realize your roots. The 8th year, you climbed up from the ground, Xian root although innate, but you were countless ghosts in and out of the body, over and over again. The body has been altered. If you think, this night, you are outside the house, the ghosts didn't attack you again. In your 9th year, you have realized the inferior ghost root. Note, inferior ghost Xian roots can be practiced from ghosts in terrain and sky environments formed due to ghosts, and the method of practicing requires a gong method. In the 10th year, you followed the same pattern, hoping to pass in and out of the ghost's body again, and to realize a stronger Xian root, but the ghost no longer cared for you, and you did not make any progress this year. Inferior ghostly Xian roots, even though the name sounded abnormal, Song Yen was overjoyed. This is from 0 to 1, and the way it was accomplished was worthy of the words great opportunity. May I ask what other mortal in the world can lie in a leather-making room for 40 years, be entered and exited by countless ghosts and monsters, and then not die or go mad? However, he did not starve to death by studying and deducing, so he went crazy and did not die, and when the projection is over, he returns to the normal world. So not only is he not dead, he's not even crazy. That's why he realized the inferior ghost Xian root. What's more, those who carry the ghost Xian root will no longer be in trouble even if they are in the middle of the fishy fog at night. Just then, a gentle and quiet female voice broke Song Yen's thoughts. Song Yen, hello. Song Yen raised his head and surveyed the woman in front of him. To be precise, this is not a woman, but a long-legged girl with a ponytail, with a pretty face and watery apricot-like eyes. This should be a tender young girl surrounded by a heroic righteousness, easily reminiscent of a fastidious Jianghu warrior or the like. Song Yen slightly remembered this woman. This is and his batch of newcomers, is yesterday are in that recruitment hall assigned. The woman lifted the sign, revealing, Chi Yao, handyman, leather shadow Tu Lu Wu. Song Yen lifted his eyes from the sign. Chi Yao looked at him fixedly and said seriously, you entered the house with that woman last night, but today you went your separate ways. Why? Song Yen said directly, because I didn't deign to lie in the same bed with her. Shi Yao was more direct. You don't like women? Song Yan said. I just don't want to be forced to do that kind of thing without knowing anything about it and with all the dangers around me. Shi Yao's expression slowed down a lot and said, it seems that you haven't lost your mind and given up on yourself. When she said that, she added softly, last night, I was living in the house alone, and I saw what happened this morning, so I know that whoever it is here that wants to live alone on their own is gambling with their life. I also saw the women who followed other men into the house, and I probably understood what was going on. I didn't want that, but I had to find someone to share the vigil with. I can't trust the old handyman here, and you, were taken from the same group as me. Song Yan, you need a roommate too, so, let's be together. Song Yan's eyes were slightly downcast. Granted, he's been able to be alone in a room by himself, even with the door open, looking at the stars in the middle of the night, but through the simulation in the Enlightenment, he has understood, anyone cannot have good luck every day, every night without napping, short of 2 or 3 days, long as only 5 or 6 days, something is bound to happen. If nothing happens, something is wrong. Without knowing what the ghost Xian root was, he would not act rashly. So, he nodded and flashed a smile. I was worried about what to do tonight. Shi Yao also breathed a sigh of relief and laughed chirpily. I'll come sit across from you, tonight, together. Chapter 5-5. We're all good people. In the leather-making room, Song Yan and Shi Yao sat quietly opposite each other as they each took a new animal skin and began purifying it. It will be dark today, but you can do some early preparation for tomorrow. Song Yan has been here for 2 days. In this environment, even if you only open your ears to listen to the conversations of the other servants, you can also know some basic information. The shadow peak of the requirements of each servant is daily production of an ordinary shadow. 30 ordinary shadow can harvest 1 point of contribution points, which is common throughout the puppet sect. Therefore, if you are fast enough, you can also go to take some other errands, more contact with the official disciples in the door, and get acquainted. In this way, if you have a bit more talent, or if there are any good things in the future, the chances of it falling on your head will also be a bit higher. However, according to his observation, the vast majority of the handymen here are really only able to produce 1 ordinary shadow per day. It's kind of weird because it's only his 2nd day here and he's made 2 skins. Why don't those skilled handymen work instead? Seeing Song Yan's quick movements, Shi Yao suddenly whispered, don't do it so fast, it'll hurt your hands. Song Yan paused. Shi Yao slowly and methodically scraped the remnants of hair on the skin in front of him while saying in a tone of knocking on the door of a family, yesterday, when I wasn't sitting with you in one place, something happened in the perimeter. There was a handyman whose arm was sore and painful, but he endured it bitterly. But when he was carving, he was ultimately careless and didn't grasp the handle of the knife, so that he let the carving knife cut his hand, and the wound bled profusely, and then he could no longer complete the work of the skin shadow. His whole being broke down. And then what? And then, I didn't see him today. Song Yan was silent, and after a little push, he knew that this should be an unspoken rule. If you labor here, you cannot be injured. And if you stop working because of an injury, then the demon sect will not wait for you to recover, but will simply dispose of you. So each of the old handymen made sure that their arms were as free of injury and wear and tear as possible before they went about their daily shadow work. Thinking of this, Song Yan put down the scraper and stretched his 5 fingers. Sure enough, there was a faint tingle of soreness at the tiger's mouth, and at the tendon sheath, even if it is ordinary animal skin, but also the texture is quite hard, very tough. Want to carve on it, even if it is just carving a lookout. It is also necessary to bite the cheeks, make the milk force to carve. It's unrealistic to think that your fingers won't hurt over a long period of time. Song Yan looked at the young girl across the room and smiled. Thanks a lot. While talking, a red light had already fallen to shine on the side of the 2 people. Song Yan looked up, but saw the setting sun hanging between the green mountains outside the window. It's almost dark. Aha! After a short conversation, Song Yan quickly got up and followed Shi Yao to one side of the hanging room, but halfway there, he saw Wang Susu followed by another teenager on his side, and the 2 of them met each other as if they were strangers, and they didn't even touch each other's eyes. This night, he and Shi Yao took turns to keep watch, but they were quite peaceful with each other. Unlike last night he was the one preventing Wang Susu from approaching, but tonight it was Shi Yao who was preventing him from approaching. This gallant girl even divided the boundaries on the bed, placing the bedding of the 2 on each side, so that the other could not cross the line, even during the vigil. In this way, 3 days passed in a flash. For 3 days, all was well. In order to prevent injuries to his palms, Song Yan put the rate of shadow making to 1 per day, 3 in 3 days, harvesting 31 years of longevity, and his total longevity went from 48 to 79 again. But strangely enough, Shi Yao was the one who gritted her teeth and made 5 leather shadows in 3 days. Curious, he asked why. Shi Yao only said, I want to collect 1 point of contribution early to exchange for something, and then stopped explaining. Between her and Song Yen, there seemed to be nothing more than a roommate and classmate relationship, even though they were alone, in the same room, spending time together. Even if they slept in the same bed, the two of them didn't rub out any sparks. But not surprisingly, Song Yen quickly figured out why. He was mediocre in appearance, and the other girl, though not a stunning beauty, was quite beautiful, and was with him not because she had a crush on him, but because she wanted to be safe, and because he still had his senses. That kind of love at first sight just couldn't happen to him. Therefore, he suddenly began to wonder again why that Wang Susu took the initiative on him like that. This night, after his shift, he sat on duty on the 5 steps of the staircase. The two brushed past each other without the same initial alarm. Apparently, these few days together had already given the two a base trust in each other, and they spoke slightly more casually. Song Yen shouted, "Chi Yao." Chi Yao was lying down in the futon, yawning, when she casually answered, "Aha." Song Yen searched and said, "That day, I stayed in the house with Wang Susu. Wang Susu almost pounced on me to force me to be righteous. After that, I was to grab a knife, which confronted each other into the daytime. Why, do you think, did she go to such lengths?" He hadn't wanted an answer. He just didn't understand it in his mind. So he spoke to this only person in the demon sect who could talk. Chi Yao was silent and suddenly said, "Do you know nothing about Xian root?" "That's for sure. I have heard a little bit about it, so I can tell you about it, and maybe you'll understand it when you hear it." Chi Yao hesitated slightly and opened her mouth to narrate. Xian root is the fundamental place where one comes into contact with Xian Qi. Without this, one can't think of practicing. However, there are 3, 6, 9 grades of Xian roots. The inferior ones were called human Xian roots, also known as miscellaneous Xian roots, and those with this Xian root mainly cultivated through dual cultivation, drawing on each other's yang yuan or yin yuan. They could also still take pills to cultivate, but pills were expensive and hard to come by, not as efficient and money-saving as dual cultivation. These people would keep a mate, feeding them with treasures of heaven and earth, so that their spirits would flourish and their yang yuan and yin yuan would be abundant. But even so, dual cultivation would have different results because of different gong methods. The method of dual cultivation of the righteous path is slow to progress, but when the cultivator draws on his partner's vital energy, he will also give back some of it, so that his partner will prolong his life and be free from all diseases. But the evil way method, but the progress is extremely fast, only because the cultivator will regard the partner as a drug, directly crazy inhalation, even if there are treasures into the complement. Its partner also cannot live for too long, often early death. If there is no complementary, then it will die even faster. After saying this, she paused and said, "Perhaps that Wang Susu is the miscellaneous Xian root, and she's cultivating with the dual cultivation method. If she can cultivate successfully, perhaps she can get rid of her status as a miscellaneous servant and instead become an official disciple of the puppet sect." Song Yen said, "Then I'll see how the teenager who entered the house with her is tomorrow." Chi Yao said, "There's no need to look. Why, I've looked at it for you. Mentally unstable, but obsessed with that Wang Susu. Apparently Wang Susu has traded a lot of things with contribution points. Perhaps among them are things such as obsession powder. Obsessed fan? Well, a kind of evil drug powder. Burn one's own hair into powder and mix it into the powder. Then let the target smell it, and the target will make love to the user's heart and want to do that kind of thing with her." Song Yen, there was a pang of fear in his heart, and he was now basically certain that this was probably what happened to Wang Susu. Fortunately that day he took the knife to take fast. If he slowed down for a little while and accidentally drew on that infatuation powder, now I'm afraid that he is not on the way to become the dregs of the medicine. These evil devils and foreigners, practicing nothing but mischief for the sake of the living, are truly vicious. Chi Yao clenched her fists, her complexion filled with hatred. Song Yen froze when he heard this. Chi Yao asked, "Don't you hate it?" Song Yen nodded repeatedly and said, "Hate." Chi Yao smiled brightly and said, "I knew you were a good person. You will definitely be able to understand me. Good night." "Hey, Sister Chi, you haven't mentioned the other Xian roots yet. Sleepy, tomorrow, and it's none of your business if it's Xian Jian or not. You're a captive handyman. Living well is the most important thing. Don't think about these things that have nothing to do with you. If one day you can leave the demon sect and return to the mortal world, then find a good wife to marry. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset, and live your life in peace." With that, Chi Yao rolled over and said no more. The night, deeper, but Song Yen wouldn't let her sleep. The woman in front of him obviously knew about Zhengan. This was a great opportunity for him to learn about the world. How could he miss it just because he wanted to be a decent person? If the other side doesn't want to talk, should we just let it go? So, he shouted, "Sister Chi, tell me, I want to listen. Sister Chi? Sister Chi, don't fall asleep." Chi Yao. Song Yen laughed. I know it, you're a good person too. We are, all of us, good people. Chapter 6-6. Practicing the first level of Xian. Xiao didn't expect this teenager to actually have a shrewish and rogue side. Saying that she was stalking her, she had no choice but to tell her about the Xian roots in order to sleep. After all, this information was just common sense to her. There were no secrets to speak of. Medium Xian root is called Earth Xian root, and those who possess this Xian root qualification can cultivate by drawing Xian Qi from Xian stones in addition to dual cultivation in pills. While pills are expensive, there are a lot of Xian stones, and there are also some cavernous blessed places that even have the existence of Xian veins. The so-called Xian veins are Xian stone mines hidden underground. So people with miscellaneous Xian roots can't draw Xian Qi from Xian stones? It can be, but it's extremely inefficient to draw on and purely wasteful. Above the medium is the superior. The superior Xian roots were named 5 elements Xian roots: gold, wood, water, fire and earth, 5 in total. This kind of Xian root cultivator, in addition to dual cultivation, pills, and Xian stones, can also draw on the 5 elements of Xian Qi in some special environments for cultivation, and they are better able to perform spells in their respective Xian root domains. Further up is the legendary Xian root. This Xian root is called Tian Xian root. This kind of Xian root person, no matter where they are, can draw spiritual Qi, even in the red dust and haunted city, is simply the demon of demons. The so-called heavenly Xian root is the place where all of heaven is cultivated. Song Yan listened for a while but didn't hear ghost Xian root, so he asked, "Is that all?" Aha! Xiao was already sleepy. Song Yan looked at the red mist beyond the gap and asked, "So, can those ghosts cultivate?" Xiao yawned and said, "Heaven, earth, man, 5 elements. These Xian roots are conventional and natural Xian roots, but there are also many special Xian roots in the world, and I happen to know a little bit about the one you are talking about. Ghosts, as long as the body of a dying or dead cultivator, it is possible to regain a new life, and then combined with the original body of the cultivator's Xian Gen, resulting in a special Xian Gen named Ghost Xian Gen. With this Xian Gen and then into the door of cultivation, it is a ghost cultivator. The status of the ghost Xian root is actually similar to that of the 5 elements Xian root, both of which are able to draw Xian Qi from one additional environment in addition to dual cultivation, pills, and Xian stones, the earth's demise. With that, she pointed to the distance and said, "Outside of us here is a fishy fog. Any living person there will be attacked by ghosts, but it's a good place for ghosts to practice." However, ghost cultivators were extremely rare, because both the righteous and the wicked would take care to clean up the battlefield and would not let the bodies of the cultivators fall in the wild. This is also mostly attributed to the awesomeness of the ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators and 5 elements Xian root cultivators were very different. While 5 elements Xian root cultivators are able to strengthen the spells of their corresponding regions, ghost cultivators will alienate those ordinary spells, causing those ordinary spells to slowly distort and mutate, thus favoring the more horrifying aspects of illusion and devouring. I didn't expect the Xiao Xian realm to be so terrifying. Well, all this is what I heard once upon a time, and I don't know if it's true or not, so stop bothering me. Xiao rolled up the quilt and slept. Song Xian stared at her for a while and also slightly closed his eyes. The next day, early in the morning, a Xian-robed disciple with a ferocious face appeared on the mountain. The back of that Xian robe was stitched and embroidered with a bizarre shadowed double-faced face of unknown significance, half smiling, half crying, with a feminine appearance, but unable to distinguish between a man and a woman. This is the uniform of the disciples of the Shadow Peak among the 5 peaks of the puppet sect. Disciples wear basilica robes and elders are white. This Xian-robed disciple didn't talk nonsense, and directly summoned the more than 100 newcomers who had been sent in the previous 2 days, and opened the door. "I'm the disciple who came to pass on the power, and in the previous test of the Xian root, there might have been a leakage, so I'm here to conduct a second test." After saying that, he pulled out a jade slip from his pocket and said, "This is the most basic Xian Qi guidance method. One by one, you guys come up here, touch this jade slip, and after you get the content, go and cultivate it. There is a lack of Xian Qi here, so you only need to channel even 1 strand of Xian Qi within a year, and you'll be considered to have passed, after which you'll have the opportunity to go to the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak. Above the main peak, there is abundant Xuanqi and no geomantic fishy mist, making it a safe place to cultivate. Without further ado, here, starting with you." That Xian-robed disciple raised his hand and casually pointed at the nearest handyman. That handyman went forward, hand holding the jade brief, closed his eyes sometime, but steeply body stiffened, opened his eyes show the color of stagnation, as if it was hit by the impact of the information and fell into a brief dizziness. The Xian-robed disciple didn't care if he finished drawing, he just indifferently drew his hand and said, "Next." The second handyman quickly stepped forward. On the other hand, the previous handyman took a long time to recover, and a slight look of frustration appeared in his eyes. Apparently, He didn't have the slightest Xian root, and his spiritual power wasn't strong. That's why he was thrown into confusion by the slightest impact. But the second handyman's performance made the handyman comfortable. That second handyman, too, fainted. Song Yan deliberately lined up backward, carefully observing the performance of the people in front of him. The vast majority of handymen faint, the difference being that some of them seem to remember something after fainting, while others only remembered bits and pieces of information. When it was Qi Yao's turn, Qi Yao held the jade slip and did not faint, but drew it in its entirety. Just then, a teenage handyman who coughed with his head down from time to time walked up, and Song Yan recognized this teenage handyman as the one who had entered the house with Wang Susu. This teenage handyman, such as other people general, will hold the hand on the jade brief, but also just 1 or 2 breaths of effort. His whole person, as if struck by lightning, directly let go of the hand kneeling on the ground, covering the mouth, desperately coughing. Palm heart is full of blood spots. The leather shadow peak Xian-robed disciple coldly looked down at this teenage handyman. He was fully aware of what was going on, so a touch of playfulness appeared in his eyes as he faintly said, "Next." People go one by one, with frustration and joy. It was soon Song Yan's turn. Song Yan raised his hand and grabbed that jade slip. It was cold in his hand, and in a split second, a bunch of information was suddenly born out of thin air in his mind, but they didn't cause any impact on him. However, after his observation, no one let go of their hands as soon as they gripped the Xian Qi guidance technique. The fastest ones took 5 or 6 breaths, while the slower ones took more than 10 breaths. So, he silently counted to 7 in his mind before letting go. The Xian-robed disciple continued. Next, Song Yan walked back into the crowd, but saw Qi Yao looking at him in surprise and said, "Didn't see it coming." Song Yan said, "Me too." Name, Song Yan. Longevity, 16 of 79. Gift, Fruit of the Way of Longevity. Realm, unimpressive. Genetic roots, inferior ghost genetic roots, can be extrapolated for longevity. Technique, Xian Qi guidance technique, reduced version, longevity can be deduced. Spells, none, can be deduced from longevity. Song Yan fixed his attention on the J feats. Please choose to invest your lifespan. Sanan started the attempt. The upper limit figure of his lifespan also began to regress rapidly. You have invested a year's time in comprehending the cut-down version of the Xian Qi guidance technique. A place where Xian Qi is scarce for others is a good place for you to cultivate, and you have made quite fast progress by cultivating in the fishy fog, but because your ghost Xian roots are of inferior quality, so, the speed is just SOSO. Half a year later, you finally felt a strand of demonic Xian in the fishy fog being extracted and entering your body. You continued to comprehend, and in the following half year, 2 more strands of fury Xian were extracted. Song Yan felt a sense of relief in his body, and the strength of his grip on the carving knife was a few points stronger, and although there were no muscle changes on the surface of his body, his physique was much better. Apparently, the Xian Qi guidance technique was a universal technique for drawing Xian Qi, and was considered an introduction to Xian cultivation. Inside the simple record of an extremely popular guidance method, and explains the object of this guidance method is located in several places: dual cultivation, pills, exotic flowers and herbs. Xian Shi. The way to do this is to recognize the target with Xuanqi, then perform this method and extract a trace of Xuanqi from the target without any distraction. 100 filaments for 1 strand. Song Yan tried to use this method to target the fishy fog, but was also successful. You have invested 20 years in understanding the cut version of the Xian Qi guidance technique and have gained 80 strands of Fury Xian. You invested 10 years in comprehending the cut-down version of the Xian Qi guidance technique, and in the 5th year, 100 strands became a stream, and this stream flowed through your body, warming your meridians, limbs, flesh and blood. You continued to cultivate, and in the 8th year, you sunk this stream into your dantian, and you stepped into the first level of the Xian Qi practicing realm. You continued to channel your Xian Qi, and in the 10th year, you improved your channeling technique, and you comprehended the complete version of the Xian Qi guidance technique. On the panel, Song Yan's realm also jumped, changing from not in the ranks to first level of the Xian practicing realm. Only his longevity falls back to 16/48. The teenager withdrew his gaze, grabbed the animal skin in front of him, and continued with the day's skin making. But, today is not the same as yesterday. Yesterday he would have sore fingers after running his knife through a shadow carving, but today he has solved that problem. Song Yan swept over these beast skins, and had a vague feeling in his heart. With these beast skins, he could carve as many as he wanted, and his arm would never be injured by it again. Chapter 7-7. Even the smallest qualifications lead to status enhancement. After comprehending the complete Xian Qi guidance technique, Song Yan spent another year of his life to try out the difference between the full version and the reduced version, and found that the amount of Xian Qi that could be drawn into his body each year had changed from 4 strands to 20 strands. It made him quite emotional. Just the difference in the gong method led to a full 5 times the efficiency gap. And this was only the most basic Xianqi guidance technique. If it was some other secret gong method, I don't know how much of a gap it would have to open. Even in the same environment, with the same Xian root qualification, different gong methods will make the cultivation produce a different result. In other words, with his inferior ghost Xian root, it had taken him 25 or 6 years to raise his realm to the first level of practicing Xian in this fishy foggy environment, but if he had used the full version of the Xianqi guidance technique right from the start, it would have taken him only 5 years to do so, and that's just the effects of the feats alone. Other impacts, variables, necessarily more. It's not unlikely that someone could match the 25 or 6 years he's consumed with just a year or even a few months of work. Song Yan became calm again after the brief surprise of the breakthrough, and after a brief analysis, he thought of the fact that handymen like Wang Susu had a deep city, and thought of those who had lost their lives for various reasons, and his heart became more and more cautious. In the demon sect, life is cheap. People are dying every day. If you're dead, you're dead. This place is full of crises and too many unknowns. If you want to survive, you need to know more about this environment. Let's wait to see clearly before we talk about what's behind us. Song Yan raised his eyes and swept across the room to Chi Yao, who had returned to her seat and started desperately making leather again, and picked up the carving knife as well. Today, he decided to carve 2 skins, one for tomorrow and 2 for the day after tomorrow, so as to mix it up and not be conspicuous. When he had collected 30 skins, he would have 1 contribution point, and when he used it, he would be able to get in touch with new environments and learn more information. Evening, there was no moonlight, and the mountains fell in autumn rain, which filled 1,000 ravines in an instant. In the hanging room, after the 6-sided blanket was pulled up, it was black and couldn't see a finger. Even though there were some lighting items in the magic sect, it wasn't something that a first-time handyman could have. During the vigil, Song Yan moved slightly and made a little noise, and Chi Yao's tense and alert voice immediately came from the bed. What are you doing? Itchy. Where does it itch? Legs. Leg where? Song Yan, let me tell you, you've read the Xianqi guidance technique, and I've read it too. What you know, I know too, so don't you dare try to draw on my yin yuan. Then you don't want to suck my yang yuan? Don't want to, Chi Yao replied decisively, then added, but I know that this is also your only chance. There were no Xian stones or pills on this lonely cliff, and the disciples who missed out were all bound to be just inferior Xian roots. In this case, if one wanted to cultivate a strand of Xianqi in a year, one could only rely on dual cultivation. One could only rely on drawing on yin and yang elements. The Devil's Gate is like that. However, I didn't think that you could actually succeed in drawing on the Xianqi guidance technique in the Jade Slip. After all, there aren't too many inferior Xian roots in the handyman. The young girl with the English posture sighed softly, then said, tomorrow, you move out, and find a woman without Xian root qualifications to be good with. Song Yan said, what about you? Chi Yao coldly said, I live alone. In the darkness, Song Yan narrowed his eyes and opened and closed his lips, as if he wanted to speak, but he swallowed his words back. Although he had lived with Chi Yao for a few days and got along harmoniously, how much did he know about Chi Yao? And Chi Yao's behavior clearly struck him as odd. No, not weird, but incongruous. Incongruous with handyman status. The servant did not even protect his own life, and would never think about the hatefulness of the demon sect, and it was unlikely that he would know that much about the Xian roots, especially the ghost Xian roots. It was even more unlikely that she would just be able to draw on the Xianqi guidance technique without any problems. Her calm demeanor was as if she knew she could succeed from the very beginning. Chi Yao has secrets. He has too. It is a great taboo to make friends with shallow people. There was no way he would commit such a big offense just because the other person was pretty. Then it's better to say goodbye to each other. So Song Yan warmly reminded, Sister Chi, you're a good person, but it's best if you don't live alone. So check again to see if there's anyone else. Chi Yao, however, did not say anything. The 2 men were silent all night, and at dawn on the 2nd day the rain stopped, and in a little while it was dawn. The 2 men, after walking out of the hanging room, were like passers-by, no longer looking at each other, and they did not sit in one place when they went to the leather-making room. Snip, snip, snip. Song Yan lowered his head and carefully scraped the animal skin on the stone platform. When the realm entered the first level of practicing Xianqi, the Xianqi that was like a small stream meandered through the body, warming the flesh and blood. He was much stronger than before, and when he carried the knife, there was no longer any pain in his wrists or fingers. However, he didn't show ease and swiftness, but rather the same as yesterday. After shaving for a while, he blew the remnants of the hairs on it, and was about to take the next step, when he saw a tall young girl coming quickly from a distance, and as she was walking, a man behind her, noticing it as an afterthought, got up quickly to catch up with her as well. The tall girl quickened her pace, the man in hot pursuit. The young girl ran, and the man froze and jerked up his speed as well. The young girl let out a cry of surprise and quickly ran to the opposite side of Song Yen with a kind of escape sprint, then sat down. The man froze and swept his eyes at Song Yen, but did not dare to approach. Young girl temperament is quite quiet. Have a few know how to look. Pretty face delicate. Hip quite fat. Does not seem to be the frost in the people running around. Want to be captured here before the family quite idle money. This young girl, Song Yen had a bit of an impression that she was a new handyman who came here with him in the same batch. At this moment, the young girl gasped and looked pitifully at Song Yen, nervously and expectantly saying, "Brother Song, are you alone now?" Song Yen said, "Yes." The young girl quickly picked up the handyman black wooden sign, hastily displayed, on which showed, Xiao Runyue, handyman, leather shadow Wu 17. "Brother Song, I want to be with you." The young girl named Xiao Ringyu said urgently, "I'm still a virgin. I didn't let another man touch me." Song Yen said, "Why are you looking for me?" Xiao Ringyu said, "Yesterday, there were more than 100 people. There were only 5 who were able to successfully draw on the techniques in that jade slip. You are one of them, Brother Song. You are likely to become an official disciple of Pai's Shadow Peak in the future. I don't have the qualifications, so I want to follow you." Her hands clenched and her petite body trembled a little. Song Yen nodded. He really needed a woman, or else he wouldn't be able to explain how he was able to successfully channel Xian Qi a year later. Yu completely relaxed, while the other man standing next to her stopped staring and hurried away. Having the qualifications to become a formal disciple, it was not something that could be compared to them, the handyman, and in terms of status, the former was already higher. Even if they committed a crime, the formal disciples wouldn't care who was right and who was wrong, and would directly favor those who had the potential to become qualified as formal disciples. Xiao Ringyu was supposed to be in the same house as him, but in the house, he tried to take the other party's body several times, but he didn't even manage to get close. The other party took the sharp stone taken from the cliff as a dagger, and pointed it at him in death, not letting him touch it in any way. Before, he thought that this woman might be more chaste, but now it seems, the woman who wouldn't let him touch her was taking the initiative to let other men do it. This woman just wanted to use her body for a support. When he was far away, the man cursed lowly, "Cousin." Song Yen naturally also already understood Xiao Ringyu's thoughts, and he also laughed in his heart. This is also the fact that he actually doesn't need to double cultivate. If it were anyone else, this young girl, isn't she just a fat goat who's asking for her own death? But was the young girl wrong? No, she has made the best choice in her eyes. It's just a lack of information. Song Yen secretly lamented in his heart. This young girl couldn't see the message and made a wrong judgment, so naturally he might do the same. See more, listen more, see more, hide your cards more, make fewer decisions. That's the key to living. Seeing that Xiao Ringyu was still in a state where her whole body was trembling and her emotions were fluctuating, Song Yen said, "Do it, don't pull down the progress of today's skinning." Xiao Ringyu smiled sweetly, then took a deep breath as if she had survived a robbery, took the animal skin and scraper, and sat opposite Song Yen, scraping one by one. Chapter 88. Foothills Marketplace. You've drawn on a gray donkey's remaining lifespan, 9 years. The message popped up once again after Song Yen finished the leather shadow, while his lifespan was once again boosted. Looking at the longevity gained so easily, feeling the power of the first level of practicing Xian in his body, and thinking of his ghost Xian root that didn't fear the fishy fog at this point in time, Song Yen had a feeling of wanting to live here until the end of time. But there was one problem that had to be solved, and that was hiding the scent. If a year later, during the test disciples or elders found out that the Xian Qi in his body was not a wisp but had already become a spring, what kind of consequences would there be? Shocked that he's a supreme genius and then scrambling to take him as a disciple? Song Yen secretly shook his head. First of all, he was assigned as a handyman just because his qualifications weren't good. Being able to cultivate Xian Qi, that was only because he possessed an inferior Xian root. And among the inferior Xian roots, the ghost Xian roots was already a superior Xian root of the same rank as the 5 elements Xian root. The only thing further up was the legendary heavenly Xian root. With his ghost Xian root, he had cultivated in the fishy mist for 25 or 6 years before raising a spring of Xian Qi. How much chance would one have to raise it in a year? He couldn't think of it, and no one else could just brainstorm it. Therefore, the biggest possibility is that he has been dissected, and the soul-searching method that he read in some novels before traveling has been used to find out the secrets. This is the Devil's Gate. However, Song Yen didn't feel that he would definitely be discovered. After all, testing a small thing like a handyman, 9 times out of 10, it wouldn't be that strict. Then his worries would be unnecessary. But he didn't dare to gamble on it, since it was a possibility. He had to find a way to solve it, and then overstep to the next level one steady step at a time. Spells to collect breath. He's in desperate need of that right now. Within a year's time, he'd have to find a way to get as much as possible. In the late afternoon, before the hour, there was some commotion outside the leather room. Song Yan looked sideways, but saw more than 10 new handymen being sent over. He withdrew his eyes. The turnover of handymen is pretty quick, and it's normal to replenish people. Some fear flashed in Xiao Renyu's eyes as she lowered her head and continued to make leather. Soon it was evening. In the twilight sunset, Song Yan only got up. Xiao Renyu hastily leaned over, such as grasping the straw like holding his arm. A group of children warm and soft with the pressure. Song Yan let her grab him and said, "Let's pick a new room." Aha! Xiao Renyu nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. The two men followed the crowd out of the tannery. As he walked, Song Yan's gaze suddenly glanced over, and he just happened to catch a glimpse of Chi Yao, who was talking to a man about something behind an old tree at the edge of a cliff with few people. Song Yan discerned that the man was none other than the new handyman who had been brought in today. He frowned slightly as a strange premonition grew in the back of his mind. Immediately after that, Chi Yao and the handyman walked together, heading towards the hanging room. Seemingly sensing someone watching, the new handyman jerked his head back, but his eyes swept over the group of handymen without finding the one spying on him. "What's wrong?" Chi Yao asked. "It's nothing, let's go inside first." The new handyman's eyes were wary and he pressed his voice. After a brief conversation, the two men hurried into the hanging room. Song Yan also entered the hanging room, and after hanging up the blanket, he made himself comfortable. In this dangerous world, he has put away all the relationship brains that may have existed before he crossed over. In a place like this, it's better to go for the kidneys. Xiao Renyu came closer, eyes gently turned elsewhere, shyly came behind Song Yan, for him to need its shoulders and arms to pinch. Pinch pinch, that catkin will be bowled up, groping down and down. A shout, 5 fingers to capture the dragon. After the indescribable, colorful affair, Song Yan went off to keep watch, and Xiao Renyu finally got a good night's sleep. When Song Yan adapted to the environment of the leather making room, the daily routine of leather making became boring and monotonous, and time became faster. In the blink of an eye, it was the passage of a month. In 1 month, he had harvested a full 452 years of lifespan, and his lifespan ceiling had reached 508. During this month, in order not to reveal himself, he would also occasionally and very carefully adopt the Xin Shi guidance technique to dual cultivate with Xiao Renyu once, to the extent that the latter's body showed a few moments of weakness. On the other hand, Wang Susu has been replaced by a man. Before the teenager is noiselessly disappeared, Wang Susu simply said, "Physical weakness is not suitable for the climate in the mountains. I'm afraid to accidentally hit the brake." AI. No one exposed her. Those who don't know naturally don't understand dual practice. If you know, you're all in on it, so you won't say anything. If they do, what can they do? The mountain is a lot of gas. Fishy fog is certainly only at night, but the daytime may also be dispersed in the air, so that some unlucky people hit. Not no handyman so dead. All the handymen have long been accustomed to it. On this day, a formal disciple of Leather's Shadow Peak arrived and counted the number of skins made by each person, then gave a small jade tablet to the disciple whose number of skins made had reached 30, and instructed, "There are contribution points recorded in the jade tablet, so you can view it in your hand. If you want to use the contribution points, go to the foot of the mountain here. There is a low-level small marketplace, where stalls will be set up in addition to the disciples of the door. There will also be mortals from the outside world, but there is no way for the mortals to take your contribution points, but they will ask you to use the contribution points to help them go buy something. Contribution points are precious out there. You can buy quite a few trinkets now, but remember, you guys, if you delay the task of making a shadow because you're heading to the mountainside, you won't get any good results." Song Yan grasped the jade token and probed. There were just 2 contribution points in his jade token, and the words of the disciple in front of him let him know where his leather making room was located. 9 times out of 10, it was on the outskirts of the Leather Shadow Peak, but he was a little curious. How can a place like the Devil's Sect still have mortals from the outside world come to do business? He was thinking about it when he felt his arm being bustled. Looking sideways, he saw Xiao Renyu staring at him with her beautiful eyes, and softly said, "Brother Song, I also have 1 contribution point in this jade tablet, so I'll give it to you." Song Yan took it. Renyu squeezed out a smile. Whether she could live or not nowadays actually depended entirely on the man in front of her. Song Yan, therefore showing curiosity, looked at the formal disciple and asked, "My lord, can I use other people's jade tags as well?" This disciple who came to give the jade token was the very same disciple who passed on the power that day. At this time, he looked at Song Yan, and then looked at the frail look of the young girl on his side. His heart was clear, knowing that this could be the future senior disciple. So he said, "Of course it can be used, and I didn't say that there was a name written down in this jade token." After saying that, he softly said, "But don't worry too much. During the daytime, the person who dares to commit murder in our Leather Shadow Peak hasn't been born yet. At night, you've all returned to the peak, naturally nothing will happen. Song Yan's expression moved slightly as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." Having gotten the contribution points, Song Yan didn't intend to go immediately. He wanted to look at the others first. The increase in longevity had allowed him to begin to possess a quality he hadn't had before, and that was patience. He had a lot of time on his hands, so he became very patient. If it only takes a day or two to learn more about a place he's about to visit, he won't hesitate to wait. However, this night, after returning to the hanging room to frolic with Xiao lay in his arms and softly said, "Big brother Song, before I was taken captive, I was actually a Chamber of Commerce's eldest young lady, so I have a little bit of knowledge about the marketplace that lord was talking about. Even the mortals there were all vicious bandits, and the goods they sold were looted from their homes. You must be careful when you go there." She looked at Song Yan nervously, afraid that something would happen to him. The reason why she gave her contribution points to Song Yan was also because she was afraid that she would die in the middle of the road. After all, as a businesswoman, she was too accustomed to such words as, "The one who dares to commit an act of murder in our leather shadow peak has not yet been born." Who doesn't brag when buying and selling goods? Not to mention the devious devil's sect. Song Yan looked at the girl in his arms, rubbed her hair, and said, "Got it." Then he added, "You're weak. I'll see if there's any tonic medicine, and if there is, I'll bring you some." Chapter 99. Where do you think this is? Early the next morning, Song Yan hurriedly finished today's portion of shadows, then went outside the leather-making house, stretched his arms, and yawned. The distant peaks, towering and dense in clusters, like half-falls from the blue sky. The mountain range towards the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak was clear, but on the other side there was a strange blood-colored blur, a fishy fog. This more than a month. Song Yan look at that fishy fog look for a long time, almost never see scattered, even though there are a few days of the night in the autumn rain, but a day look, but see the fog does not reduce but increase. The thick fishy fog quietly coiled and intertwined, like a red python twisting and turning, like a pool of Red Sea, and the fishy fog that he, the tannery, encountered at night was quite deadly to the handyman. But really, that might just be the shallow aftermath of that Red Sea lapping at high tide. I don't know what the center of that fishy fog looks like anymore. Song Yan's sight could only see outside, but just this scene was enough to creep him out. But immediately afterward, he thought that he seemed to be a ghost spirit root again. So, it's okay. It was not for nothing that a ghost spirit root had been raised by a mortal body being in and out of ghosts for 40 years without dying or going crazy. Just as he was looking away, a voice came from his side. "Brother Song." Song Yan turned his head sideways, but he saw a man and a woman standing at his side. The man was about 30, slightly chubby, and looked very friendly. The woman, on the other hand, was 25 or 26 years old and looked serious. These two, Song Yan know, is the same batch of new handyman with him, is also the Day Draw Shin Chi guidance art success of 2 of the 5 people. The man's name is Shandazhu and the woman's name is Wen Erniu. Song Yan returned the salute. Shandazhu smiled cordially. "Brother Song, we're in the same batch. Why don't we go to the foothills marketplace together? Or we can take care of each other." Wen Erniu's serious face unfolded, and she also sincerely said, "The situation under the mountain is unknown. We'd better join together. Brother Song, in the future, there will be a long time to come, and we may not be able to become true master brothers, so let's consider this time to be a good karma." The reasoning seems to be such that it makes sense either way. However, Song Yan shook his head and laughed. "I don't want to go yet today." Grand Pillar laughed. There's no rush. When Brother Song wants to go down the mountain one day, we'll go together." Song Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He clearly remembered that after nightfall, Grand Pillar and Wen Erniu were living in the same house, and that these two were not as nervous as an ordinary handyman when they first drew on the Shin Chi guidance technique. Besides, the two men talk and act very differently from their names. This means that the names Daju and Erniu are most likely fake names. While this side was talking, Wen Erniu didn't stop, greeting the leather making room, waving her hand with a smile and shouting, "There should be quite a lot of good stuff in the marketplace. Everyone who has gotten contribution points, either team up together." As soon as she spoke, a number of handymen ran out. Those servants originally wanted to get close to these future formal disciples. At this time, coupled with the dare not go down the mountain alone to go to the marketplace to buy things, so one by one they ran out. Open Mouth said, "We go down the mountain with Sister One." "We'll go down the mountain with Sister One. And there's also Brother Daju. We'll go together, so we can take care of each other." However, not all of the handymen came, and some others were not planning to form a group and were thinking of going down the mountain on their own. Grand Pillar was still smiling and looking at Song Yan, as if expecting him to say yes. However, Song Yan decisively refused and said, "I still have to make the skin," and walked away. Grand Pillar was still laughing, as if unimpressed, then turned to the new handyman and started chatting in a kanban-like style, following up with, Everyone grab yourselves and go get today's shadow done before you head down the mountain. And if anyone is too late, I'll give you a hand. At once, a handyman said. Where would I dare to trouble Brother Daju? Grand Pillar grinned. Can't talk about it, can't talk about it. We all came together to help each other. Ha! Song Yan sat back down. Xiaoran said nervously. Brother Song, aren't you going to go today? Song Yan shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the old handyman in the distance again. He realized that apart from the handymen who had been sent here in the last 2 months, those who were even older seemed to be indifferent to going down the mountain. And even though they had contribution points, they didn't want to leave here at all. He then swept over Chi Yao in the distance. Chi Yao was sitting opposite that new roommate from yesterday and was also indifferent. In this batch of handymen, there were only 5 people who had successfully drawn on the Xin Qi guidance technique: Song Yan, Chi Yao, Shang Deju, 1 Aaron Yo. There was also a tall and handsome servant named Su Changjun. This Su Changjun didn't move either. He looked away again. In the distance, Wang Susu was sitting between the old handymen. She was calmly and leisurely making leather, her large eyes blinking waterily, as if she was indifferent to the hustle and bustle outside. He then looked at those old handymen who had no desire to consume anything and suddenly thought for a moment. Over the course of the afternoon, Song Yan slowly and methodically made a second regular shadow. When it was done, evening had arrived. The fog seemed like a red devil crawling out of the abyss, climbing up the wall a little bit with its sharp claws. The handymen in the tannery swarmed out. Kurenyu took the arm of her own savior and headed for the house. Song Yan, however, frowned as he realized that the group of people who went down the mountain to the marketplace in the late afternoon today had not returned even now, including Grand Column, 1 Erniu. And just at this time, a silhouette hurriedly came from the crowd, quickly stepped to the side of Song Yan, before faintly said sentence, "Don't trust anyone. If you really want to go to the marketplace, then go early in the morning. The sooner the better. Go early and come back. Don't linger." Song Yan glanced sideways. It's Chi Yao. But Chi Yao just finished those words and flew away. So much for normalcy. However, Chi Yao fiercely felt her hand being grabbed. She was startled. Her willow eyebrows stood up. Her arm subconsciously twisted and trembled. Evidently the tactics of some practitioners in the mundane world. However, she failed to shake off the person who grabbed her arm. Chi Yao looked away angrily, only to see that the one grabbing her arm was none other than Song Yan. What for? Sister Chi, why don't we team up? Why are you so shameless? Chi Yao couldn't believe her ears. She came to remind her with good intentions, but as a result, this man actually pulled her hand to team up with him, simply stomping on his nose. Song Yan smiled and said, "Actually, I wanted to say, thanks." When he finished, he let go of his hand. Chi Yao froze, coldly grunted, and hurriedly ran away. At night, in an overhanging room, the man sat in the corner of the wall, looking at Chi Yao, who was keeping watch on the 5th floor steps, and said, "You shouldn't have gone," and reminded him that he's been a little devil cub for a long time now with his double cultivation in demonic spells. Chi Yao lowered her eyes and said softly, "He didn't want this either. He was very nice when he was with me. I don't want to see him somehow lose his life." The man said in a deep voice, "Eradicate the puppet palace and not so many people will lose their lives. Your task is to quietly penetrate into the puppet palace and provide intelligence for my sword sect, with the aim of finding the right time to destroy this puppet palace in one fell swoop." Chi Yao said, "I know that there are many senior brothers and sisters who are doing the same thing as me." The man added, "And my task is to deliver Xianshi to you and give you cover. I have a terminal illness. My lifespan is only 2 or 3 years, so if I die here, I will be considered to have died from your double cultivation, and it can be considered a cover for you to become a formal disciple of Leather's Shadow Peak without any problems. Senior, there's no need to be sad. An earth Shen root like yours should have been cultivated by your masters at the sword sect, yet you took the initiative to come here and take on the task of overthrowing the puppet palace. That's enough to be admired." The man sighed quietly and said no more, followed by another muffled grunt of pain from the darkness. The man's chest was drenched in blood, but a few strange stones fell out of it. It was as high and pure as jade and as cold as snow, emitting an ethereal and mysterious radiance. "This is arcane stone. Brother Daju, Sister Erniu, what do you mean? We can't go back to the mountain when it's dark, so we stayed temporarily at the foot of the mountain, and agreed to go up the mountain together as soon as it's light. What are you doing now? Stay back. How come?" A hidden tent at the foot of Leather Peak. More than 20 handymen were nervously looking at the perimeter, which was nothing but black and dense forest, and burly men holding torches. Those burly men were the ones who set up a stall in the marketplace to sell their goods in the daytime. But now, these burly men are clustering around the grand pillars. 1 Erniu. The two of them looked playful at this time, and were a different person from the daytime. Among the handymen, someone seemed to understand something and roared, "Grand Pillar, how dare you collude with bandits? Have you forgotten what the official disciples said? Grand Pillar smiled and said, "What words?" The man said, "You dare Pai Ying Peak to commit murder. Aren't you afraid of Pai Ying Peak's retaliation?" The atmosphere was quiet. Grand Pillar, when Erniu and the others became oddly pale, as if they had heard something laughable and incomparable, and then immediately afterward, they broke out into laughter, laughing so hard that tears were about to fall from their eyes. One of the burly big men said respectfully to Grand Pillar, "Boss, these are some stupid people." The words of the devil disciples actually believed them. They still thought that this was the land of the righteous. They really did not die unjustly at all. Grand Pillar said, "Hurry up and finish killing them, then give me all their contribution points. Laozi and your second sister have the talent to mix into the devil sect with great difficulty, and this future since they are going to be the official disciples of the devil sect." Another one of the burly men smiled fawningly and said, "Follow the boss in the future to eat and drink." Grand Pillar waved his hand. The big burly men with knives charged straight ahead. After a screaming and wailing, the sound died down. Chapter 10:10, Opening the Door to Kill. The next day, the Grand Column, when Erniu unkempt, disoriented ran back, came back to say the mountain road is long. Last night was too late to rush back to spend the night outside. The result was evil. To go to the brothers have disappeared. Only the two of them luckily escaped back. When the disciple who came to fetch the shadow knew about this, he just nodded lightly and stopped asking questions and caring more. When the remaining handymen saw this scene, they were suddenly all a little chilled. Once again, they realized the horrible truth that their lives are like a piece of grass, and this was the moment when the new handyman officially became the old handyman. After a few more days, when not many people come down the mountain, this is the old handyman in groups of 3 or 5. Early in the morning only out of the hanging room hurriedly ran down the mountain, and the men hurried back again in the late afternoon before the hour, with a sense of scrambling and long relief. With extra bulges around their waists or in their arms that appeared to be weapons. It was only then that Song Yen took advantage of the early morning of the day to quickly leave the hanging room and head for the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. The journey was a little long, but smooth. According to that disciple who transmitted the work, this marketplace is a low-level marketplace. However, despite the low level, it looks decent. Wooden stilts, carts and stalls make up a large market that looks like a corner of the town's downtown. There are a lot of people selling goods yelling, weapons, hidden weapons, poisons, Jianghu secret manuals are the most sold. Many of these sellers are shouting, "If you can't use Xiao Xian stuff, come here to exchange some good stuff. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." And there are still some selling goods people are hanging their heads in low eyebrows, sitting in the building, not yelling, not to mention words, only seems to be closed eyes dozing like, while the table in front of the table on the table placed a small jade plate, next to the vertical sign, which reads, "Take the jade plate brush." Song Yen went straight to the attic. And when he saw the vertical sign, he took out the jade card and swiped it. With this brush, something metaphysical happened. Lines and lines of information surfaced in his mind. Obviously, these non-verbal ones were none other than the official disciples of the devil sect, thinking that the goods were average, and that was why they came to this low-level marketplace to set up their stalls. However, for Song Yen, it was quite a bit of the novelty of Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Finished leather shadows, paper figures, poison charms, strange medicines, flying swords, and even spells are bought and sold. The shadows made in the leather workshop are only the first forms. These shapes were taken by the official disciples and still needed time to be refined into usable shadows. The destruction rate of this was high, even far exceeding that of talismans, which was why the demand for leather shadows was so great, and why the leather making room needed so many handyman disciples. And in the strange medicine, Song Yenjin saw that obsession powder that Qi Yao mentioned before. Obsession powder, burn hair or dander into powder. Mix it into the powder. Let the target smell it. It can make the other party fall in love. The weaker the target is, the less powder is needed. A bottle can be used up to 5 times. It has limited effect on Xianxian level cultivators. Selling price, 5 contribution points. As for spells, they are labeled thereafter. Some are 1 labeled. Some are 2. One of the articles reads, "This spell is not exclusive to the Puppet Palace, but is obtained from outside." The 2 articles have more comments such as already practiced, usable, have not practiced, cursory observation, should be usable, practicing the introduction, okay, I don't know whether it is practicable or not, and other comments. Song Yan's gaze swept quickly, probing through the spell series of items. He had to look for spells that hid his breath, or spells that attacked or something like that, or else this first level of his cultivation of Xian was an empty realm that could not be fully utilized. He searched from house to house and quickly fell in love with 2 spells. Qi Convergence Technique, practicing Xian spell, popular spell, uncultivated but definitely usable. Price, 49 contribution points. Qi Arrow Technique, practicing Xian spell, popular spell, uncultivated but definitely usable. Price, 39 contribution points. Obviously, these two spells were very ordinary spells, belonging to the category of spells that were not secret in the Xianxian realm, but cultivating spells also required time and energy, and not many cultivators would spend the time to cultivate these two. Former, you're in the door. It's too late to perform. What's the point of converging? It's not like there's any great cultivator, so what's the point of converging the gas? The latter. It was thought to be an extremely ordinary, extremely basic offensive spell. This can be figured out by imagination alone. Xuanqi is stored in the body, gathered together, and radiated out from the inside. Isn't this similar to the 6-chakra divine sword or something like that? However, the 6 veins divine sword is only a martial arts technique, and belongs to the lowest level of power in the Xianxian world. If you have another choice, who practices this? However, even though both of these spells were roadkill among roadkill, Song Yan couldn't afford them. This kind of spell was not something that could have been consumed by a handyman. Song Yan swept a sly glance at the two spells, then turned away and went to the mortal stall, spending 1 contribution point in exchange for some bandit trading contraptions, 3 bottles of solid ginseng pills to replenish vital energy, 1 bottle of top-grade ecstasy long sleeping breeze, and a dagger so sharp that it could be called a divine weapon in the eyes of ordinary people. All 3 of these things were obviously extraordinary in the Jianghu, but here they could be exchanged for only 1 contribution point. That day he hurried back up the hill in the late afternoon. However, he saw Shanta Zhu come smiling again and shouted with his palm, "What did Brother Song buy?" Song Yan shook the bottle in his hand and said, "Bought some solid ginseng Dan." When these words came out, the few qualified people in the handyman all froze. "We all rely on dual cultivation to practice Xian. How come you still maintain on it? Is it worth it?" Shanta Zhu swept his eyes at the bottle. Of course he recognized the solid ginseng pill, so he smiled and said, "Brother Song is really a good person." Song Yan said, "Yeah, sometimes I feel good about myself." Grand Pillar stopped paying attention to him. Turning around, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Originally, he wanted to eliminate this competitor. After all, the same qualified people in the same period. Who knows whether there will be subsequent competition? In case of accidents, it's good to shovel ahead. But now it seemed that this kind of person didn't seem to be worth his time at all. It's just a piece of. There were his minions at the bottom of the mountain, and there would be plenty of chances to get this opponent killed later. On the contrary, the other one named Qi Yao and Su Changjun didn't seem to be too easy to mess with. Grand Pillar frowned. A flash of hidden thought flashed in his eyes, but in an instant he became smiling again. Into the night, Qiu Rengyu, who had guarded the first half of the night, retired, and Song Yin fed her a solid ginseng dan. This jungle elixir is really useful for mortals. Miss Qiu felt warmth in her body. All her bones were comfortable. Sleepy, she was really a bit touched. After all, businessmen emphasize profit over parting. Who cares about any feelings? Therefore, even if Song Yan did not care about her at all, she would not feel strange. However, Song Yan actually did what he said and spent contribution points to buy her this. Brother Song, thank you. Miss Qiu pulled up the bedding and looked at the teenage boy through the twisted red glow thrown into the cracks, and for the first time, her heart relaxed. Sleep, Song Yendao. Miss Qiu nodded. After an incense stick of time, her breathing became even. Song Yan picked up the steps down, came to the bedside, took out from the pocket called Long Sleep Breeze Ecstasy, peeled off the plug. In front of the nose of Qiu Renyue a shake, the colorless and odorless gas escaped, as if it were a fresh breeze, and entered Qiu Rengyu's body as she breathed evenly. She, sleeping deeper. Immediately afterward, Song Yan took the dagger, stripped off the garment stained with his own scent, and placed it behind the doorway before opening the door violently and scurrying like a ghost into the treacherous red mist outside. There are countless ghostly creatures in the fishy mist, and when they see life, they pounce on it, trying to take it over. However, they didn't care about Song Yan in the slightest, simply because Song Yan was a ghost Xianroot. Song Yan swept the perimeter. The lonely cliff that was bustling with activity in the daytime was empty. He swept his gaze and landed on the hanging house of Grand Pillar and Wen Erniu in the distance. In a few days when the new handyman arrives, we'll make another move, and when we've saved up enough contribution points, we'll also be able to go to a better place when we become official disciples. What about Song Yin, Qi Yao, and Su Changjun? One day they'll go down the mountain. We'll tail them there and then have the brothers do it and just slaughter them. I've learned that tests are batch by batch, and the fewer competitors there are in the same batch, the more room we have to pick and choose afterward. Ha, it's also their bad luck to meet us. When Ernie smiled teasingly. Suddenly, she heard a violent and abrupt clunk from high above. She froze and subconsciously asked sharply, "What's wrong?" But all that answered her was a cry of pain. In the twisted red light, the Grand Pillar sitting high up seemed to have been slapped by something terrifying, and fell straight down in a dog-asterisk position. while the door was actually wide open. There was a clattering, creepy, strange sound coming from the fishy fog outside the door. Skins, bones, debris, ghostly creatures rushing in with a hideous greed, while a ghostly silhouette of a ghostly figure was standing quietly in front of the door. A stark contrast to the many ghostly creatures vying to be the first to come in. No. Chapter 11:11. Don't go deeper or. Song Yen simply pushed the door open as if he had cut a wound in a school of deep-sea sharks. The ghosts surged madly, resembling a pitch-black tide of fury rushing into the door, moving in and out of the bodies of Grand Pillar and Wan Erniu. The sky is covered with ghosts and shadows. The two bandit leaders, Shanda Zhu and Wan Erniu, were already completely unconscious, only their bodies were occupied by the fury chi, and they began to show some odd manifestations, such as sitting up, one eyeball gurgling counterclockwise, and the other clockwise. Song Yen didn't move the dagger, he only brought it as a precaution. At this time, he mixed in the crowded group of ghosts, quickly came to this hanging room, a little searching, in a drawer of the box found 2 pieces of jade, a little check, saw the inner contribution points. Nice guy. One jade tablet had 30 contribution points in it, and another had 40. This simply shocked Song Yen to the core. He even trembled a little with his hand holding the jade token because he couldn't figure out that these two could have 70 contribution points no matter how much he calculated. He singularly knew that these two in all probability were the ones who had pitted the 20 or so new handymen from before, and were now eyeing him as well. It was the combination of these two, along with the high price of marketplace spells that motivated his actions tonight. But even so, these two should have less than 30 contribution points in their jade tags at most. Where did they get 70? Song Yen naturally couldn't guess that these two bandit leaders still had receiving minions at the bottom of the mountain, and those minions had earned a lot of contribution points through trading, which was why they were able to have this many. Shocked, he had the feeling that he had gotten rich. He quickly pulled out his own jade tags, and took the 2 jade tags and clattered a few times on his side of the tags. Contribution points are transferable in this way. For the first jade token, he scratched 20 contribution points, while the second scratched 30 points. By leaving 10 points each and putting them back where they came from, the property is considered to be intact, which will also make the people who come to look at it tomorrow think that it was definitely just an accident. But after scratching, Song Yen turned to think again. This jade tablet is quite similar to the bank card before crossing over. So, is it possible for a formal disciple to possess the ability to view transfer records? The lack of information can bring diametrically opposed judgments. This is reflected in Xiao Ringyu. Miss Chiu thought it was a blessing to have a future formal disciple, but she didn't realize that it was actually putting herself into the tiger's mouth. And if it wasn't for Song Yen, she would have been squeezed into dregs of medicine long ago. Song Yen was silent for a moment, various thoughts passing through him like a rush of electricity. He had a decision to make. He simply slipped both of the jade medallions into his pocket, then lifted up the 2 bodies with odd postures that were being moved in and out of the room by ghostly creatures, and leapt to pick up the steps, placing both at the top of the overhanging room before departing at electric speed. After leaving, he hid behind a rock and quietly watched for a long time until he was sure that both of them had fallen off the cliff by themselves. Then he returned to his house. Because of his breath behind the door, those ghosts did not come to knock. Inside the house, Miss Chiu was also sleeping soundly after being hit by the Changshui Qingfeng. Song Yen then breathed a long sigh of relief and then began to nervously wait for the next day. The lives of the handyman proved to be grass indeed. Not only is it dead, alive too. Come to explore is still a Xian robe disciple. Only behind the back of the bizarre leather shadow double-faced face of the pattern is not Xian color, but red. If the Xian robe Xian 2 was a formal disciple and the white robe was an elder, then this Xian robe red 2 was an inner disciple. 2 people in one room. Especially 2 people who have a chance to become formal disciples in one room, but still disappeared. This is enough to make the Shadow Peak send someone to take a look. But that visitor didn't care about those 2 dead people. He was just a little curious about the process, so he didn't bother to ask, and directly grabbed Grand Pillar, the handyman next door to Wan Erniu, then closed his eyes, and pointed his finger at the heart of that handyman's brow. After a long time, he withdrew his finger, while the handyman whose brow he had nudged suddenly showed a demented look before he was quickly cleaned up and taken away again. How was it, senior? A formal disciple came forward to ask. The disciple of the Xian robe red figure recalled the information he had just searched for with his soul search. The sound of a ghostly creature crashing through the gate and the image of 2 figures climbing to the roof of the overhanging house, twisting and crawling on the roof, and then disappearing in a while appeared in his mind. So he replied, last night, the fishy fog was thick, and there was a powerful ghost hiding inside. The fog was so thick last night that it hid a powerful ghost inside, and that ghost crashed through the door, causing these 2 to be possessed and unconsciously climbed out of the house and then fell off the cliff. That formal disciple whispered, these 2 who died are not good people. They just lured a wave of fat sheep down the mountain to be slaughtered a few days ago. Could it be that someone coveted their contribution points and that's why they struck? Elder brother, I don't care about contribution points or anything. It's just that I'm quite curious if that's really the case. Then, how did the person who made the shot do it? The disciple with the mysterious robes and red figure looked at him with a smile on his face and said, "What? Do you still want to continue checking? Or, are you questioning the results of my investigation?" That formal disciple was stunned, and busily said that he didn't dare, knowing that you wouldn't dare. The Shen-robed red figure disciple patted his shoulder and lowered his voice. "As a reminder from your senior brother, in our puppet palace, there are too many secrets. When you're dead, never look deeper, otherwise, you too will soon become dead. If you can't understand this sentence, realize it more. Thank you, senior brother, thank you." That formal disciple wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saluted and watched that Shen-robed red figure disciple leave. Last night, Song Yan didn't panic. Today, he was calm when he saw that there were leather Shadow Peak disciples coming from outside the cliff. But when the day ended to rejoin the hanging room and the dust had settled, he recoiled with some hindsight and fear. He didn't even know how he dared to do it. However, recalling the appearance of the leather Shadow Peak disciple who seemed to have seen something when he pointed at the center of his eyebrows, he roughly understood, there must be soul-searching techniques in this world. If someone uses a soul search on him, it's all over. The pressure that had built up made him suddenly a bit annoyed, and it seemed like a fire had risen in his belly, as he wrapped his arms around Qiu Shangyangzi and crashed down on the collapse along with that plump and delicate body. Little Miss Qiu didn't know what was going on, but she was also reacting particularly fiercely today. Both finally calmed down after their furious outbursts. Qiu Shangyangzi lay as limp as rotten mud. Her wonderful eyes blinked and looked towards the red mist outside the gap. Her pupils that had withdrawn from lust were full of fear. She said in a trembling voice, "Brother Song, during the daytime today, many people were saying that the fishy mist had become thicker. The ghosts had become stronger. If one was not careful one could have the ghosts crash through the gate. That's how Grand Pillar and the others died. We're all just handymen. Leather Peak doesn't care about handymen, and when a handyman dies, they're dead too. But I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Woo-woo, the young lady of the mound broke down and cried. Song Yan froze. He realized then what a sense of oppression he had brought to all the handymen in this leather room last night with that one break in the door. And just as he was in this daze, little Miss Qiu pounced on him again and said in the most fearful and gentle voice, "Brother Song, I will serve you well. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll be obedient. Take me with you and don't abandon me. Okay? Okay?" Black messy hair, delicate but full of fear face, a look of giving up, to use the body to please in exchange for a chance to live. Song Yan held the little lady tightly into his arms, waiting for the trembling of her body to calm down a bit before he said, "Since you said it's fine to do whatever you want, I want you to do one thing now." "What is it?" The little lady of the mound was ready for anything. Song Yan said, "Eat a solid ginseng pill and go get a good night's sleep." The little lady of the mound. She dutifully took the Solidago ginseng pill and slowly fell into sleep. Song Yan sat on the 5 steps, and slowly entered a state of half asleep, half awake. He wasn't worried about ghosts breaking through the door. But how could he sleep peacefully in a place like this? Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Several batches of new handymen have been added in turnover. The new cycle of the tannery alone continues. In this kind of reincarnation, both Song Yan and Qiu Renyu had quickly turned into old handymen. They have understood the unspoken rules of the place and how they can survive here. For the vast majority of handymen, a day to live was a day to live. And as for hope, there is none. For Qiu Renyu, it was like expecting her husband to become a dragon, hoping that Song Yan would be able to pull her out of the fire pit after becoming an official disciple. After observing the many servants who followed qualified disciples, but suddenly became weak and disappeared, Qiu Renyu pondered, and then became even more attached to Song Yan. For Song Yan, a lot more had happened in half a year's time, and he could finally go and spend the batch of contribution points that he had snatched half a year ago. Chapter 12:12. Spell Mutation. Song Yan had 2 jade tags in his arms, one of his own with 83 points in it, and the other was Shanyang Qiu's with 7 points in it. In order to appear useful, little Miss Qiu had also worked her ass off to make skins, which allowed her to gather 7 contribution points in half a year, and then, all of them were given to Song Yan. The teenager traveled lightly toward the lower marketplace at the base of the mountain, halfway digging out a pack under a marked rock and replacing it with a low hooded cloak and human skin mask. These items were found during his visits to the marketplace in the past few months, and together with the 3 bottles of solid ginseng pills, they cost a total of 1 contribution point. The human skin mask was just a mask for Jianghu people. Shenshan practitioners could uncover it with just a little bit of perception. It wasn't of much use, so it was cheap, but it was of no small use to Song Yan. It would allow people to misjudge him as a bandit, or some evil Jianghu person, and in the past few months after getting the huge sum of money, he didn't behave abnormally. but went down the mountain normally. That's why he knew that the marketplace under the mountain would also be visited by the Jianghu people from outside. The puppet sect, apparently, was an emperor high up in the eyes of the evil martial artists of the Jianghu, which was far too useful than an earthly dynasty. In those people, as well as Qiu Renyue's conversation, Song Yan also knew that the world he had traveled through seemed to be very large, with many dynasties, and the puppet clan he was in was an evil cultivation force in the junction of three kingdoms. The three kingdoms, however, were the three kingdoms of mortals, and their names coincidentally happened to be called Wei Shu and Wu. But these three kingdoms obviously have nothing to do with the three kingdoms before Song Yan crossed over. Because of this, whenever the puppeteer sect wanted people, they would go to any country and loot them, and they always had an endless supply. As for controlling the dynasty, the puppeteer sect didn't seem to have much interest in it. For one thing, the mortal dynasty didn't have any Xian stone or Xian veins, so it was a waste of time and pointless. For another, they still needed the mortal dynasty to constantly provide resources like people. Song Yan came to the bottom of the mountain, pretending to stroll outside, but today he did not buy solid ginseng dan, and did not go to the usual stalls, but walked for a while and then entered the attic, skillfully took out the jade card in the goods vertical plate on the brush. A line of information about the goods instantly appeared in his mind. Song Yan quickly swiped the jade tags and spent 88 points, buying the convergence of Qi and Qi arrow techniques, then looked fondly at the new goods that had been added only last month. Soul searching technique, practice Xian spell, available, price, 199 contribution points. The more people fear something, the more they want it. Song Yan would love to buy this, but 199 contribution points is still too expensive for him. Song Yan swept away and quickly left. He was about to make a few detours and dispose of the human skin mask and cloak before returning to the cliff top when he suddenly heard movement coming from the entrance of the marketplace. It was cacophony, accompanied by some unintentional cackling. He paused in his steps and looked sideways at the mouth of the marketplace, but he saw that a prison wagon was coming from afar. But the men and women contained in the prison wagon were all extraordinary, despite their dusty and desperate appearance. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and all of them had a noble temperament around them, and were by no means ordinary people. Some of the jungle people next to him laughed recklessly. Way, this is to completely destroy the country. The royal family women and royal son were all captured too. That blood gun gang rebel to rebel, but also know how to do things. Know that all of these people are sent to the puppet palace. Filial piety immortal. Rumor has it that Wei's royal family has a strand of the bloodline of the Mountain and Sea Kingdom's multi-tailed fox clan, and although that bloodline is incredibly weak and not enough for them to cultivate, it can make them look extremely beautiful, both men and women. Now it seems that I'm afraid it's not a true rumor. Look, isn't the one at the head of the group the first princess of Wei, Chao Yanran? TSK, I've heard of her reputation in the Jianghu, the first beauty of Wei. But so what? She was sent to the puppet palace, and in the future, I'm afraid I can only be a lowly slave girl. Song Yan looked toward the front of the prison wagon. The woman in it was indeed beautiful, but it was impossible for any man to look at it and not be moved. Although Qiu Renyue also had a bit of beauty, but compared to her, it was far inferior. Then associating it with the words of those in the Jianghu, Song Yan sighed softly in his heart. It seemed that the world outside wasn't safe either. If this scene was just watching TV and a movie or something, he would feel sympathy in his heart, but in such a world, he felt that it was hard enough to manage himself and survive. With the way the world is, it's better for everyone to clean up after themselves. Still have to get stronger to do that. That night, Song Yan told little Miss Qiu about what he saw and heard in the marketplace today. He remembered that the little lady was also from Wei, and after hearing Song Yan's words, Qiu Renyu froze for a long time and said in a trembling voice, "The eldest princesses have all been captured?" Song Yan said, "I heard from those people in the Jianghu that her name is Chao Yanran." Qiu Renyu said, "The national color is overwhelming. Wei Palace Peony," she murmured, then let out a long sigh, followed by red eyes and teardrops brushing downward. Song Yan said, "You know her?" Qiu Renyu wailed, "My family's Chamber of Commerce's background in the Great Way is Elder Princess Yanran, and my father has brought me to meet her once. At that time I stood in front of her. I only felt that in front of me was a bright and dazzling light. I didn't even dare to raise my head, let alone dare to look at her half a glance. Big brother Song, you said that the Blood Gun Gang revolted, so I'm afraid that it's not just for the first half of this year. And since Elder Princess Yanran and quite a few of the royal family have been captured, I'm afraid that my family, the Chamber of Commerce, hasn't also suffered badly from a pool of fish. Originally, Qiu Renyu still had a faint wish of being able to return home, but now, this minuscule wish was being completely shattered. Her cheeks were pale and her eyes were hollow as she muttered, "The dynasties change, but it is these Xianxian sects that truly last." Suddenly, she looked agitated again, tightly grasping Song Yan's hand, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Song, You must succeed. In fact, I guessed it. I guessed that you need to take tonic from me in order to cultivate. You don't want to be gentle. You've already bought me a lot of medicine. You take more tonic. You mustn't fail. I don't want you to fail. You can't fail. Song Yan scratched his hair. In fact, it wasn't the failure that he was struggling with today, but the hiding. After Kiran Yu had finished her first half of the night's watch, he resumed his seat in front of the door to the hanging room, his expression shifting slightly as the panel tuned out. Name, Song Yan. Longevity, 17/3908. Talent, Eternal Longevity Taoist Fruit. Realm, First Level of Xian. Spiritual roots, inferior ghost Xian roots, can be extrapolated for longevity. Technique, Xian Qi guidance technique, practiced, can be extrapolated for longevity. Spells, can be extrapolated for longevity. Astringent techniques, uninitiated. Key archery, uninitiated. More than 7 months had allowed him to accumulate a large amount of longevity, and his understanding of the relationship between feats and spells had also deepened a little. A gong method is a strange cultivation method, a cultivation tool. It doesn't have any hierarchy. You use this method to draw Xian Qi. This is the meaning of gong fa. But this by no means means that the gong fa is very simple. On the contrary, it is quite complex. That is, the Xian Qi guidance technique has all sorts of needs, visualization, mental method and other details, and the true method of killing lies in the spells. The fight was not about feats of skill, but about spells as well. After purchasing the Qi Convergence Art and Qi Arrow Art, Song Yan also understood that there were levels of spells, which were introductory, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. At this moment, he focused his attention on the astringent Qi technique. Only when he was able to hide his aura and not be dismantled would he continue to choose to break through the realm. Please choose to invest your lifespan. Sun Yim started the attempt with familiarity. The longevity numbers began to change. You invested a year's time in comprehending the art of converging Qi, and after spending 3 months' work, you entered the door, and after another 3 months, you had already achieved a small degree of success, and at the end of the year, you had achieved a great degree of success. You realized that the so-called convergence of Qi is actually just gathering Qi and hiding it within the human body, like a labyrinth. Sinews, bones, skin and blood, organs and bowels, run du Qi Jing, can hide gas. Other people want to explore your realm, unless at a glance. The rest will need to try with the gas. After touching your gas, he can naturally know your realm, but if you hide in advance, so that he cannot find that gas, since it has been converged, 1 year and it's a great success? Song Yan was a little surprised. However, thinking that this is a roadside product, and then thinking that his enlightenment is to concentrate on cultivation without any distractions, he felt okay again. Seeing that he still has a lot of life left, he decided to do something big. After all, he still remembered that Qi Yao said that the terror of ghost cultivators lies in their ability to alienate ordinary spells, making those ordinary spells twist and mutate, transforming them into phantasmagoria and devouring. You have invested 10 years of your life in comprehending the art of Qi convergence, and 1 year later, you were completely satisfied that you were able to gather Xuanqi in your body and hide it anywhere in your body at will, occupying only one position. You were not satisfied and continued to try to gather Qi, but with little success. But in the repeated trials, you finally noticed a bit of abnormality. The Xuanqi in your body is not ordinary Xuanqi, but fake Xian. You began to think about how to utilize this special power. 5 years later, you comprehended the converging fury technique, and you were able to temporarily separate the fury Qi and the fury Xian in your body. And anyone who dared to enter your body with their Qi and search for information about your realm and information could be returned by you with their fury Qi. Still not satisfied, you continue to try. After another 4 years, you have found nothing. Song Yan scanned the panel. Spells, the art of converting fury, successful. Obviously, the variant spells he had comprehended did not require any more practice. There's still more longevity. It's more prudent to convert it into strength. Then, continue. Chapter 13:13. Second perfection. Condensing fury control Xian. You've invested 10 years of your life in comprehending the converging fury technique, but you've gained nothing. 10 years, shot down. Nothing? Song Yan slightly frowned, scanning the panel, longevity, 17/3885, slightly silent, but he did not have the slightest intention of stopping, and would not hastily come to the conclusion that since 10 years does not work, it seems that it is useless to spend even more time on enlightenment. He did not have the slightest intention to stop. He can wait for a astringent Qi art, endure half a year of time not to use a bit of life, but if it comes to the time of necessity, he will not have any hesitation for the pokies. Before he crossed over, he had read some stories in which there were always some villains or other characters who were dilly-dallying, who had the means to raise their strength but didn't do it properly, and even if they did, They didn't do it properly to the point where they could not be raised, and they just stopped halfway up somehow, and went out on a wave, and then they either died directly or escaped from death. He won't. Today, he must elevate as much as possible. The only thing that will give him peace of mind is when potential becomes strength. However, remembering the mental hint he had given when he had realized the inferior ghost Xian root earlier, Song Yan once again hinted to himself, I hope that the Qi convergence technique will develop in the direction of concealing my power. The mutation of the astringent Qi technique into the astringent Fury technique didn't really satisfy him too much. If it really came to the point of needing to fight back with a baneful aura, it would be a figure of speech. He needs to hide, to not be caught in an autopsy and not be forced to fight back on the operating table. You've invested 10 years of your life in comprehending the converging Fury technique, but you've gained nothing. You have invested 50 years of your life in comprehending the converging Fury technique, and with repeated attempts and endeavors, you begin to find new opportunities that you try to seize, but always in vain. You are not discouraged and continue to try day after day. In the 16th year, you suddenly realize what that opportunity is. The root of everything is still in the Fury Xian. In addition to its ferocious aggressiveness, the Fury Qi in the Fury Xian will also exhibit the characteristic of devouring when it gathers to a certain extent, which is also reflected in the instincts of ghosts and creatures to attack life. Up to this point, you have spent a full 40 years to realize this. You begin to try to coalesce and compress the Fury separated from the Fury Xian again. The process is complicated, but you don't stop there. At the 45th year, you realize that you have come to a fork in the road, and on one side, you are attacking by outwardly releasing your condensed baneful Qi, a spell that seems to be able to devour other people's Xuanqi, and is practically the Xian realm star-sucking technique. On the other hand, the other side was to further converge the coagulated Fury Qi in order to swallow all the Xian Qi in one's own body into one's stomach, and then instead of occupying a position, hide it in a corner of one's body, so that one could hide one's own aura more thoroughly and at the same time be able to make a ferocious counterattack on the intruding aura that was far superior to that of the convergence of Fury technique when necessary. You chose the latter. At the 55th year mark, you comprehended the condensed Fury hidden Xian technique. The spell is incapable of a third mutation. Returning the remaining 19 years, Song Yan scanned the panel. In the spells column, there was an additional consummation. Congealing Fury hidden Xian technique. Obviously, the ghost spirit root was worthy of being a special Xian root, and the reason why the first 10 years of enlightenment yielded nothing was because the second mutation of an ordinary spell was far more difficult than the first. However, the astringent Qi technique was ultimately just a roadkill spell, and its own potential was limited, and after 2 mutations, it had already reached the end of its deduction. Feeling the arcane new spell within his body, the congealed Fury hidden Xian technique, Song Yan made a slight attempt. Sure enough, he easily condensed his body's Fury Qi, and then swallowed all the Xian Qi with this Fury Qi, and then condensed it to a point, like a slag particle hidden in an extremely inconspicuous corner of his body. He controlled the Fury point to split a strand of Xian Qi, and then there was only one strand of Xian Qi flowing within him. If a formal disciple of Leather's Shadow Peak came to test the cultivation progress of the handyman, then he would only see the progress that Song Yan wanted him to see. The crisis of the test after the small half-year was lifted, and Song Yan breathed a sigh of relief. But he still a little regret, because in the enlightenment of the fork in the road, he chose to further convergence of the cohesion of the demonic aura rather than external attack. It's the kids that make the choices. He wants it all. What to do? He closed his eyes for a long moment of physical realization and realized that it didn't seem impossible. Having invested 50 years in once again comprehending the converging Fury technique, you came lightly to the previous fork in the road, and this time, you chose the first path. You try to attack by outwardly releasing the coalesced baneful aura, but you find that it is not easy, for you have become thoroughly accustomed to a different path in the construction of such spells, and now it is nothing less than a reversal of the habit and a fresh start. 50 years, if you've realized something, you haven't comprehended a new spell. You invested 50 years to continue to comprehend the converging Fury technique, and where there is sincerity, there is strength, and with sweat, hard work, and enlightenment, you spent 75 years and finally realized another variation of the converging Fury technique. You've enumerated the condensed Fury swallowing Xian technique. You spent another 10 years of effort to make the congealed Fury swallowing Xian technique and the congealed Fury hidden Xian technique fuse. You have comprehended the condensed Fury control Xian technique. The spell has mutated to perfection and no longer has any possibility of further mutation. 15 years of restitution of the remaining time. Song Yan opened his eyes and stretched out his palms flat. That stream of fury was divided and condensed in the center of the palm. If someone was across from him, they could see the heart of the teenager's palm turn black, as if it were a monster's maw. But if the maw were to break out of the body and fly out to devour people, it seemed that it would not work. Song Yen was already satisfied with the fact that the Qi convergence technique could turn into the congealing fury Xian control technique. He scanned the panel. Longevity, 17/3761. It's better to raise the Qi arrow technique first, then raise the realm. The congealed fury Xian control technique was an offensive and defensive technique that was wickedly weird and difficult to defend against, but it could not be externally released. But the Qi arrow technique was clearly a spell that utilized externally released Xian Qi to attack. This could make up for his shortcomings in fighting. At the same time, he also wanted to verify some of his understanding of the time for spell participation. You have invested 2 years of your life in comprehending the Qi arrow technique, and with 1 month short of 2 years, you have cultivated the spell to perfection. You began to realize that the so-called Qi arrow technique was nothing more than a simple cohesion and blocking technique. However, this kind of cohesion is far worse than your condensing fury Xian control technique, which merely requires you to transfer Xian Qi towards your fingertips and then forcefully block it. And then the moment you withdraw the blockage, the Xian Qi will jet out, which is exactly like a mortal's bending of the bow and arrow. No, this is like a mortal's archery, as it is really average to the extreme in terms of power, range, and accuracy, and is accompanied by a distinct sound similar to a bullet discharging when it is shot, as well as the consumption of Xian Qi is not small. Perhaps, the only thing it can be praised for is its concealment. Song Xian paused slightly. Sure enough, a big roadside spell at the practicing Xian level usually only takes 2 years to perfect and can be used in a year. And this Qi arrow technique, as the cheapest spell sold in the entire Earth level marketplace, is really worth every penny. If not for the lack of a more powerful spell, who would want to practice this? You invested 5 years continuing to comprehend the Qi arrow technique. In the course of your day-to-day study, you have realized the fury arrow technique. The principle is to separate a strand of fury Qi and mix it into the Qi arrow. In this way, when it touches the target, it can more easily tear through its Xian Qi defenses or cause greater damage. Sure enough, with my inferior roots and bones, it will take about 5 years for the first mutation of the big road practicing Xian spells. Go on, see if you can eliminate the motion, increase the range or something, eliminate the motion in the first place. You've invested 50 years of your life in comprehending the art of the furying arrow. In your 33rd year, you stand at the fork in the road. This time, there were 3 forks in the road. One is an improved range and improved accuracy. One is to improve movement and reduce consumption. One is to increase the power. You chose the second one. In the 48th year, you enlisted in the fatal needle technique. The principle of the spell is to use the fury to condense the Xian Qi into needles, reducing the amount and caliber of the shot, thus weakening the sound. And the overall power will not change because the point of force landing becomes smaller. The spell cannot be mutated for a third time, returning the remaining 2 years. Song Yen, he lifted his finger, sensing it slightly, and it was clear that even the smallest movement was still a movement, and noiselessness was impossible. He suddenly had an inexplicable feeling of cursing. This Qi arrow technique. It seems like a bucket that can't be helped up. Chapter 14:14. Time is up. You devote 100 years to continuing to enroll in the art of the furying arrow. This time, you aim for improved range, improved accuracy. In the 75th year, you have realized the art of the fury crossbow. The spell is incapable of a third mutation. Returning the remaining 25 years of time, you invest 200 years to continue to enroll in the art of the furying arrow. This time, you aim for increased power. In the 99th year, you have enlisted in the fury Sinjijin technique. You spent another 20 years of effort to make the breaking needle technique, breaking crossbow technique, and breaking singe technique fuse. You have enlisted in the Stormbringer. The mutation of the spell has been perfected and there is no longer any possibility of further mutation, and the remaining 81 years are returned. The spells were cultivated and no further improvement was possible. Song Yen continued to raise his realm. You have spent 100 years practicing the full version of the Xian Qi guidance technique. In the 45th year, you successfully cultivated 900 strands of Fury Xian, which converged into 9 springs, and 1 spring before that, flowing into each of the 10 veins in your body. The strength of your torso has increased once again, and your senses have improved to some degree. You stepped into the second level of practicing Xian, returning the remaining 55 years of life due to the lack of a follow-up technique. Song Yen tried for a moment to hide the 10 springs of Fury Xian with the congealed Fury Control Xian technique, and succeeded. He scanned the panel again. Longevity, 17/3469. Spells can no longer be pushed any further. Feats, spirit roots, they all seem to be okay. Try again. The teenager was full of patience. In a world as dangerous as this one, he was forever tireless in his efforts to improve his strength. You spent 100 years deducing and practicing the Xian Qi guidance technique. No matter how much you try, you always find that your body is full of breaking Xian. You have a vague feeling that you might need some kind of external medication to go with it. But there is no such drug. As for feats, The Xianqi guidance method seemed to have been the best feats for inferior Xian roots at the Xian practicing level. 100 years have gone by and you've got nothing. You spent 100 years deducing the inferior ghost Xian root. You're lying on a lonely cliff, but ghosts don't come in and out of your body anymore. You have a vague feeling that improving your Xian roots isn't easier than creating something out of nothing. And this time you don't have crooked luck. You need some kind of chance. 100 years have gone by and you've got nothing. Nothing? Surely it's not that easy. Song Yan secretly pondered in his mind. This is the first time he has fully utilized the panel. Soon, he summarized some rules, or experiences. First, his longevity deduction panel. It is impossible to create something out of nothing. It is impossible to change the drug when there is no drug, so it can be introduced. As long as he prepares the drug, it is likely that he can directly consume the drug cleanly way to cultivate. Similarly, he could also utilize the environment. Different environments were different for cultivation. His inferior ghost spirit root was created because of the fishy fog on the cliffs of the leather room. Second, the spells themselves have a potential ceiling, and cannot be mutated an infinite number of times, and the time it takes to mutate each time will go up dramatically, by what currently seems to be an extra half of the time it took to first realize it. If one wanted to achieve a perfect mutation, then one would need to complete all the mutations at the same level and fuse them, which would take far more time than cultivating the spell itself. In other words, being able to cultivate ready-made spells is far less troublesome than trying to comprehend them on your own. As for the 269 years of longevity left, Song Yan wasn't surprised. After all, the ones he cultivated were all low-level techniques, and spending a combined total of over 600 years was already very outrageous. Of course this included 200 years of useless work in between. After thoroughly completing the digestion of his power, Song Yan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He opened his eyes to see that the red mist outside the house, which had been hazy, became much clearer, and the distorted mist that had been pasted together became many more lines, as if a mentally abnormal painter was making messy sketches in blood on a black curtain. He listened to the side ear. Outside the house was almost isolated. Mute the movement once again into his ears. The wind, the forest at the bottom of the cliff, leaf wave sound, mid-air skin and bone ghosts clattering horror whistling sound, a small stone on the cliff and the drip crisp rolling sound, and even next door to the suspended room and the two men's light conversation sound. He actually have been able to hear. It could be said to be the sound of conversation, but in fact there was little conversation, just some unnameable grunting. This is the only time the handyman can escape. And after the humming, the female handyman in the next room was asking, "When are you going to do that thing you said you were going to do?" Immediately afterward, the male handyman said, "2 more days." The female handyman said, "I've saved 10 contribution points, and you have 10 points as well. So go ask that gong transmitting elder Zhang if he can let us leave if we give him all 20 points. If 20 points are not enough, we can still save, as long as we can be let go. Whatever is fine." The male handyman sighed, "I'm afraid not." The female handyman said, "This doesn't work, that doesn't work." "So what?" She then began to complain. "The voices are quiet, because this is supposed to be an unsolvable puzzle. Who among the handymen doesn't want to run? But how to run?" Song Yan looked in the direction of the bed. Xiao Shaonyang, who could only be seen as an outline, also appeared clearer due to his perception becoming stronger. At this time in late spring, that little lady only covered with a thin quilt. Chest swelling is not low, long legs only in the snow-white leg root exposed silk pocket red rope. Very hot, but her eyebrows are tightly wrinkled, as if in a nightmare. A day ago, Song Yan had been this terrified, but now, he suddenly realized that he was able to get a good night's sleep. For, even though he was in a dream, his perceptual alertness had surpassed that of a waking mortal. He yawned, leaned back slightly, and slept with his eyes closed. Time began to speed up once again, and the leather room turned into Song Yan's comfort zone. Another 2 months passed. The group of Wang Su was ushered into the test. The testing process is covert, but of the 6 people who went in, only 3 managed to pass, and Wang Susu was one of them. In this moment, the rather charming woman was as if she had gained a new life, and her whole body was glowing, as she left the leather-making room with her head held high. As for Song Yan, it was long forgotten by her. Nothing to love, nothing to hate, nothing to show off, just a passerby. Of course, if the women in Song Yan's house changed one after another, then Wang Susu might not be able to go up to say hello and say something like "Senior brother, I'm waiting for you at the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak" or something like that, in order to make goodwill. However, that little lady Chiu Rengyu had been alive and well since she entered Song Yan's house, and during that time, Song Yan had also wasted contribution points to buy quite a few solid ginseng pills for that little lady. Wang Susu only felt that this behavior was really ridiculous. When Song Yan was able to survive in her hands, she still thought that this teenager had some weight, so she offered the information in time to level the resentment. But now it seems, she overthought it. When someone goes, someone comes. Far more of those who went were dead than became full disciples. The newcomers who come in are once again playing the rounds. 2 months later, the man in Chiyao's house dies of weakness, and the woman in the house of another qualified person named Su Changjun also disappears. These two, who were both qualified, lived together. Into the night, Chiyao and Su Changjun did not roll onto the bed, but instead sat squarely facing each other. Chiyao sighed softly, her watery almond eyes glistening with tears as she said in a sad tone, "Elder brother is dead. He was trying to cover me. Died." Su Changjun said solemnly, "In order to overthrow this puppet palace, all sacrifices are worth it." Chiyao pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Su Changjun said, 1 month later, "Senior sister, you show your strength and go through the barrier." Chiyao froze and asked, "What about you, senior brother Su?" Su Changjun smiled faintly and said, "Someone needs to remain everywhere in order to check for news. I will just continue to stay behind, hide my strength, and hide in this leather-making room." Chiyao thought for a moment and said, "That's right, senior brother has long since broken through the first level of practicing Xian, and he is armed with the convergence of Qi technique, so he can hide himself." Su Changjun revealed a charming smile and shook his finger, saying, "No, senior sister, I have already reached the second level of practicing Xian. Good man, pick on me more. Good man, come on, please, that's it, like this." Seeing that there was still a month to go before the deadline, Xiao Renyu was incredibly nervous. She almost went crazy, especially when she sensed that she was actually healthy. She was healthy, which meant Song Yan was picking on her less picking, less likelihood of that passing the test. If Song Yan couldn't pass the test and become an official disciple, then she would never be able to make a name for herself. Song Yan was a good man, she knew that. Therefore, at this time, Xiao Xianyangzi is like a crazy female leopard in general, one after another to put forward to be taken excessive requirements. As time goes by, a month, again, passed. Time to test the results of the cultivation arrived. Chapter 15:15. One level, one life. Early that morning, Song Yan, Chi Yao, and Su Changjun were called to a mountainside at the entrance of the lonely cliff. Senior brother Zhang, who had met a few times back in the transmission and giving of the jade tags, was sitting in the stone pavilion with an old man and a woman. The old man's face is thin, his cheeks are old, the corners of his mouth and eyes are covered with bark-like messy wrinkles, looking not at all like a cultivator, but like an ordinary person. Except that the Shenxian realm cannot increase, the life expectancy of a lifetime cannot be broken, and trapped in this realm of old age and death of the cultivators are not a few. The woman is wearing a decent double-sided face Xian robe, eyebrows and eyes containing spring. Posture in quite a few points of the young woman is not full of charm. She may not be a very beautiful woman, but long by no means poor. Coupled with this body of seductive breath, the mortal world man, if you see, afraid of not 3 or 2 times, will be attracted to the heart of the apes. The woman looked at the distant visitor with a smile. She, none other than Wang Susu, and the old man is also quite familiar. Song Yan remembered that this is than Wang Susu earlier than a passed the test named Kong Difu Handyman. "I don't know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate that I was able to cultivate Xian in my old age. Come on, run your Xian Qi, if you get 1 strand, you can pass." Senior brother Zhang didn't talk nonsense. Who will go first? Although Chi Yao was a woman, she took the initiative to step forward and said, "I'll do it." When she finished, she held her hand out, as if taking a pulse. Senior brother Zhang pointed his 2 fingers at the back of her hand, closed his eyes slightly, opened them again before a few moments, nodded, and said in a friendly manner, "Senior sister Qi, go behind me." Wang Susu, Kong Difu also looked at Chi Yao with a smile and even congratulated her. Chi Yao swept a glance at Wang Susu's eyes. The eyes seemed to say what chaste chivalrous woman, but not relying on that yin and yang acacia method from the side of the man extracted Xuanqi. You extract Xuanqi when still chaste chivalrous woman. Chi Yao's pretty face floated with frost, icy cold. Wang Susu's eyes rolled, but she didn't think anything of it, and only wore a fox-like smile as she turned her gaze back to Song Yan, the second person to go forward for the test. "Senior brother Song, not bad. This strand of your Xian Qi is quite pure. This shows that your root bone may not be good, but your qualifications are absolutely fine." Senior brother Zhang rolled his eyes and finished measuring Song Yan's again. A few smiles appeared on his face, and after thinking about it, he asked curiously, "Could it be that the solid essence ginseng dan given to that furnace cauldron can still have this effect?" Song Yan said. Senior brother just couldn't bear to see that woman lose her life, so while collecting tonic, he also gave her tonic, but didn't think about that much. He was quite relieved to have passed the test. Only, the test was nowhere near as hard as he thought it would be. You only need to draw the Xian Qi in your body to your arm, and you can pass directly since then, without the need to hide so deep at all. Senior brother Zhang froze at his words. As a disciple of the devil's sect, he himself acted rather indifferently and ruthlessly, but those who were even more indifferent and ruthless always wished for the betterment of those around them. He nodded, his favorable opinion of Song Yen rising slightly. Wang Susu's eyes, which were originally smiling, gradually revealed an unbelievable color as she looked at Song Yen, who had passed the test, in dismay, and only felt that it was impossible, but eventually reacted quickly and laughed. I had thought that I had ended all grudges with senior brother Song, but I didn't think that there would be good karma again. She was reminding Song Yen that although the two had a grudge in the past, it was completely over that day. Song Yen nodded. He had practiced the second Shen layer. How could he count any more? Shi Yao, however, looked at him in actual shock and stammered out, You passed? I passed. Song Yen returned, then stood by the pillar on one side of the stone pavilion. Shi Yao looked around and suddenly bypassed Wang Susu and stood directly next to Song Yen again. She was more favorable to Song Yen than people like Wang Susu and Kong Defu who relied on the lifespans of others to succeed in their cultivation. And just then, senior brother Shang's words came, Su Changjun, go back, you have not cultivated enough. You should have no chance to cultivate the Xian Dao in this life. The handsome and tall man didn't take it personally, but only feigned a few gloomy feelings and made a bow. Thank you, Lord Zhang. I'll go back to continue making skins then. Senior Zhang, however, stopped paying attention to him. It's just a handyman. What else is there to reason about? Elder brother Zhang looked at Song Yen. Shi Yao said, now that I am short of people in the leather making room, since you guys were born as leather making room handymen, you should stay here and cultivate the resources of the cave that the formal disciples take. 1 point will not be less for you. Immediately afterward, he coldly said, don't say anything about going to the main peak or any other nonsense. This kind of good thing is not your turn yet. After sweeping a glance at the two men and realizing that neither of them had shown any dissatisfaction, senior brother Zhang smiled and said, let's go. I'll take you to the initiation, picking out a cave, and some benefits that only formal disciples can enjoy. After saying these words, a few strange colors appeared in his eyes, and he smiled playfully. You guys, this is a good choice of timing to get started. The benefits can be really good now. Come, take you guys to take a look. The peak where the leather making room is located is called Nanju Peak, a peak on the periphery of the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak. Senior brother Sang's name was Zhang Yin, and he was the second disciple of Southern Bamboo Peak master Cheng Danqing. This Cheng Danqing's identity in Leather Shadow Peak, on the other hand, was a housekeeper who wore a white robe, but had a double-faced face embroidered with arcane patterns on the back. In the Shadow Peaks, there are two types of clothes, basil and white. The Xian, an ordinary disciple, the white, a person of status. The double-sided face graphic on the back of the dress is also available in basalt and red. The Xian is the outer door, the red is the inner door. Cheng Danqing could wear a white robe, indicating that his status was quite high and he was in charge of a mountain, Xianlin. However, it also means that he is not an elder, nor is he in the inner sect, so he is also unable to access the puppet palace's more profound unique techniques and secret arts. From this, it is also perfectly clear that the status of the tannery is not high in the overall Shadow Peak. Song Yen, Shi Yao quickly worshipped Cheng Danqing and changed into the uniform of the Xian Ripple Xian robe, while replacing their identity tokens. The material of the token had also changed from the original black wood to a black jade material. Song Yen scanned the token. Song Yen, official disciple, Leather Shadow 334. Shi Yao is the Shadow Triple Triple. Zhang Yin continued to explain. The anonymous contribution point tags that are only for the handyman. In the future your identity token will also be your contribution point tags. Even if someone else picks it up, you can't use it, and if you die, the contribution points in the token will automatically be nullified. As for the disciples of Leather Shadow Peak, there are actually only about 600 in total, and if there is a fallen person, his or her token number will be left empty, and then the subsequent disciples will fill in order. The token that you two got is that of the disciple who fell a few days ago. Song Yen couldn't help but ask, Senior brother Zhang, I wonder how those two senior brothers fell. Zhang Ying deeply looked at him, solemnly said, I Puppet Palace is located in the middle of the three kingdoms of Wei, Shu and Wu. The southern Wu sword sect boasts of righteousness, often have the intention of overthrowing our door, which the disciples wandering around my clan, if they encountered, inevitably a fight. Yuan Chi sister of the two tokens is the fight battle death of the disciples. South Wu sword sect. Song Yen had vaguely heard of a little bit of it, and that was still what Qiu Ringyu had told him. But Qiu Ringyu, as the daughter of a mortal merchant, only knew a name. Shi Yao, on the other hand, was silent, but there were a few moments of secret pleasure in her heart, thinking, that is, it would be better to kill all of you evil devils and foreigners. The three of them walked in the mountains again for a while. Zhang Ying pointed not far away and said, you two cave is just ahead, today and rest well, until tomorrow to learn the gong method. to understand the affairs. As for the benefits that Senior said, I have come this far, but I will not hide them from you. Wei will die. The new ascendant is a gang in the mortal world called the Blood and Gun Gang. The Blood and Gun Gang, in order to please our clan, will be a number of royal bloodline people all sent to my clan, divided into several batches. That Wei's empress and imperial consort, princess and imperial son, and even the stream of the royal family's sons and daughters, have not been left behind. Wei royal bloodline in the body has extremely thin multi-tailed fox bloodline, so the man is handsome, the woman is charming. The two together not only enjoy, but also because of its bloodline and draw more schwanchi, really is a good stove tripod. And although you guys can cultivate, but the Xian root should only be inferior human Xian root. The cultivation method that you can rely on is nothing more than double cultivation. Pills. The furnace, therefore, is extremely important. Today, you are also lucky, each divided into a Wei royal bloodline. Into the house. Since the visible distinction, there's obsession powder on the stone table, which is considered a daily benefit for formal disciples. 1 bottle per month. Shi Yao sniffed, her cheeks slightly red, which hid both shame and anger, and in her heart, she said, devil sect, what a damn thing. Song Yan, however, took the opportunity to say, elder brother Zhang, speaking of stoves, my stove in the leather making room is also used while it lasts, plus I fed her quite a few solid ginseng pills, can I bring them along to the cave as well? Xiao Rinyu was counting on him to come and jump out of the fire pit, thus giving her body and contribution points, if he passed the test now but didn't fish the person out. Then Xiao Rinyu was afraid that she would be so desperate that she would go and kill herself right away. Zhang Yi nodded and said, since it's a stove, it's not against the rules, you'll just go and bring it in a little later. It's easy to change the identity of these handymen. Senior brother will help you register a sum of money. Just pretend that she's a member of your mansion. Song Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and had a feeling of finally living up to its promise. And the thought of not needing to sleep in that hanging room in the future gave him a small reprieve. The whole skin-making thing, prolonging life, he loved it, but the tannery, and its handyman status, was on thin ice, and he just didn't like it. Let's take a step forward and see what happens in the future. Chapter 1616. Wang Fei, multi-tailed dragon bow man-eating fox, requesting for monthly votes, requesting for catch-up reading. Xiao Rinyu waited from morning until late afternoon. During that time, she saw Su Changjun come back. Song Yan didn't come back, so she knew that Song Yan had passed the test. She began to wait excitedly, but with the passage of time, her heart is slowly cooling. A feeling of despair and fear slowly rise. She grasped the scraper with a trembling hand on the rough animal skin snorting scraping. The empty seat across the street let her have a sense of suffocation. She didn't want to think about the what-ifs. That's a lot of what-ifs. But halfway through the afternoon, she had even made one of the two-headed wolfskin shadows. She had looked out the door 156 times, almost every few minutes, but still hadn't waited for the figure. Already she felt the scoffing of the handymen around her. And in the distance the man who had once shared a room with her and wanted to possess her seemed to be getting up, grinning fiercely. The sunlight faded, and Xiao Rinyu's heart finally cooled down completely. She took a deep breath and put the leather down, her face pale. She could already hear the laughter and whispers of those around her. But in another moment, all those scoffs froze, only because a teenager outside the door shouted, Mercy Moon, let's go. She hurriedly looked up, only to see Song Yan standing in the light outside the door wearing a Xian robe. Her eyes reddened for an instant, and she rose hastily and answered, coming. When she stepped out again, the glances that shot her way were no longer mocking, but filled with jealousy. She cried, laughed, raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears, and hurried to meet them. Moving, there isn't much to move. It's just bringing solid ginseng pills, daggers, and the like. Then, Song Yan led Xiao Rinyu to change her identity again, but when asked at the time of the change, it was realized that it was only necessary to confiscate his status as a handyman, and that the outside world, consider him dead. Formal disciples' cauldrons, originally have no identity. All they need to do is to stay in the cave, or follow around the formal disciples. If they escape privately, they are people with no identity. Anyone can be chopped up or plundered away. It's not really much better than a handyman. However, Xiao Rinyu refused to work as a handyman any longer. A few moments later, Song Yan Cave. The door to the mechanism closed with a click, but there was still light inside the cave. The light came from the skylight, a natural hole equipped with light-transmitting crystals. The light of the setting sun was falling from above, illuminating an oval red halo. In the cave, there is no Song Yan before crossing the impression of the kind of dull, rotting tide flavor. On the contrary, there is a kind of extremely fresh breath, in which, can feel the obvious comfort and mood serenity. Zhang Yin had told him that the puppet palace had a strange double helix Xian vein, which was a large Xian vein formed by two Xian veins together, and above the center of one of the veins was the Paperman Peak. Therefore, Paperman Peak was also the first of the 5 peaks of the puppet. There is also a pulse center but not in the 5 peaks, but scattered in the deep mountain fury, that is, where the fishy fog rises, is really not suitable for people to cultivate, so no one takes care of it. As for Leather Shadow Peak, it was also on the main trunk of the Xian vein, which was considered good. South Bamboo Peak, although on the edge, is located in the place is also considered to be the remaining veins. The cave houses of the disciples here are all built in accordance with the remaining veins, totaling 62. Disciples who were promoted up from the miscellaneous service were cultivated here, and if they could break into the first level of practicing Xian, then they could be detached from Nanju Peak, and instead be conscripted into the deeper part of Paiyin Peak. That time, about 6 years. In other words, Song Yan's cave nowadays was most likely the cave that a certain disciple who had already broken through to the first level of practicing Xian had vacated after leaving. After all, according to Song Yan's observation this year, the number of people who were able to successfully cultivate from being an odd-job disciple and become a full-fledged disciple was only around 10 a year, 60 in 6 years. Those who have broken through the realm leave, and the vacant spots go to newcomers. But what if there's no breakthrough? Moreover, if they were to follow this pace, the total number of disciples in Leather Shadow Peak would actually never be more than 600. What that means is self-evident. The battle death rate of the Devil's Gate, too, was quite high, so that's why the number of people is maintained at a relatively stable value. A simple observation, a slightly deeper deduction, made Song Yan suddenly understand he only had 6 years. After 6 years, something was bound to change. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to break through. After all, he was already at the second level of practicing Xian now. He was worried about 6 years from now. What will happen? This worry did not dampen his mood today. After all, he was finally able to get a good, restful night's sleep today. But immediately after, he suddenly remembered Zhang Yin said that his cave was also assigned a woman with the Wei royal bloodline. So he searched a little. The cave, a 2-roomed one, had draperies in each room. He lifted one and it wasn't there. Lift another one. There. Inside, there was a delicate noblewoman, her hands and feet tied, curled up in the corner of a stone bed, corner wall embedded between a prisoner's stone pillar, human arm thickness, rope from the stone pillar around, so the noblewoman is not even an inch cannot move away. The light of the sky revealed her appearance. The delicacy of her pretty face was better than that of the Qionyangzi, and her eyebrows naturally carried a bit of the multi-tailed fox clan's charming aura deep in her bloodline. Its long legs were curled up, and its open flesh-colored silk robe was brought to droop down from the base of its legs, revealing its white skin. Sharp perception allowed Song Yan to smell a faint scent, and it was obvious. This noblewoman had bathed in advance before coming. The moment the noblewoman saw Song Yan, an incomparable look of hatred appeared in her eyes. If eyes could kill, this noblewoman would have killed Song Yan 100 times 1,000 times already. Not far away, on the table, there is a bottle of obsession powder. Both gazes landed on the demented powder at the same time. The noblewoman showed indifference. She already knew her fate. She closed her eyes and waited in disgust and loathing. Song Yan asked, "Who are you?" The noblewoman did not answer, knowing that her identity might only stimulate the desire of the evil thieves in front of her. So she said in an icy voice, "The king of Wei will not let you go. Today's debt will be paid in blood." Song Yan waved behind him. Xiao Renyu walked over. Song Yan asked, "Do you recognize it?" Xiao Renyu looked, but immediately afterward revealed an incredibly surprised look, then subconsciously said, "Wang Fei." Then she looked at Song Yan and said, "She is the Wei Jinnan king's crown princess, Chao Shuelua." She? Song Yan asked, "What about her?" Xiao Renyu said, She is the mother of the Jinnan king's son, and she is also the first lady in the Jinnan king's residence." She? Little Miss Qiu was already incoherent. Song Yan asked directly, "How old is she?" Shan Yang Qiu thought for a moment and said, "The Jinnan king's son, who is a valiant warrior, is already close to 30, and Chao Wangfei should be at least 50. The opposite noblewoman angrily said, "I'm not Chao Shuelua, you've mistaken me for someone else." Song Yan was somewhat speechless. He sorted it out. Sort of. Mountain and Sea Country's multi-tailed fox clan bloodline is indeed powerful. More than 50 women at a glance seems to be as good as 20, regardless of appearance or skin. But in fact, a closer look, but still can be found between the eyebrows and eyes of a few points of maturity of the old state. Therefore, the puppet palace to the following disciples divided stove tripod, not at all in accordance with the identity of the distribution, but the upper simply put the Wei royal bloodline in the young and beautiful to stay. As for these older point of the noblewoman is all distributed down to the ordinary disciples. After all, even though they were over 50 years old, they still outshone ordinary women by a lot. If little Miss Qiu didn't say anything, Song Yan wouldn't have been able to tell that she was a woman of about 50. "Your Highness." Song Yan rubbed his brow in some distress, but the latter didn't reply at all. instead staring straight at him with a gaze that was hateful to the extreme. Forget it. Song Yen sighed lightly, and then took the hair to the fire in the cave, folded and burned into ashes, and then mixed the powder of infatuation poured on the hand, and then came to the Shinnan Wang Wangfei in front. Chao Shuelua looked at him icily. Song Yen blew gently, blowing the obsession powder into his nose. About 1 incense stick of time, Chao Shuelua's complexion, which was still ice cold before, had begun to produce changes. She clearly remembered who she was, but she was unable to suppress her feelings for the young man in front of her. Her heart was filled with lust, yet she was also strongly conflicted. Song Yen observed for a while, seeing that she had been completely tamed. He untied her in 3 tries, then said, "Your Highness, in the future, you can stay in this house. I won't move you." Although he went for the kidneys, he still couldn't lay his hands on this kind of woman whose country was broken. The contradiction in Chao Shuelua's heart was immediately gone, and right after that, her good feelings towards the teenager in front of her swelled uncontrollably. She was a mortal and could not fight against this strange medicine mixed with the means of a cultivator. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and said, "You also don't need to call the princess, call me Shuero. It's also reasonable to the outside world." At this moment, she wanted to think about the Jinnan king, and the Shi again, but the power of the strange medicine was forcibly twisting her, making it difficult for her to restrain herself from only thinking about, and caring about, the young man in front of her. Song Yen thought for a moment and said, "You just said that the king of Wei won't let us go. What do you mean?" Chao Shuelua said, "I just vaguely know that my royal brother, also known as King Wei, still has a few more cutthroat connections with the mountain and sea kingdom." Song Yen said, "Even so, it's impossible for the mountain and sea kingdom to make a move for a mortal kingdom, right?" Chao Shuelua slowly shook her head. She was able to know this news also because of her lofty position. The rest, she did not know. Song Yen asked again, "What is the Shanhai kingdom?" Chao Shuelua said, "It is the terrifying ogre demon kingdom, in which there are dozens of clan affiliations, so it is also known as the 100 Demon Kingdom. The trace of bloodline hidden in our bodies is precisely that of the multi-tailed fox clan, and the many-tailed fox clan, also known as the many-tailed Lombard cannibal fox clan. Cannibalism means that they are extremely vicious and horrible. Lobotomy means that they are huge in size and strong in life. That's why we, the imperial family of Wei, are like young children even in our old age, looking eternal youth. P.S. It's the beginning of the month, and Peach Crisp is asking for a monthly pass. Thank you. Chapter 1717. Who lives and who dies may not. Depends on the strength. Cannibalism? Ryubo duo tail? These words, even just listen to hear, can feel a penetrating cold from the heel whoosh upward. Let a person like drowning, suffocating panic. Then how does the puppet sect compare to this mountain and sea ogre demon kingdom? Song Yen asked this question urgently. However, he was rewarded with nothing more than a bewildered shake of the head. How could a mortal know this? The air went quiet. Jinnan Wang Wangfei looked at the young Langjun in front of her, suddenly felt a little itchy in her heart, but she still had reason. So that strong sense of backbiting and shame surged up one by one, trying to extinguish this strange itchy feeling. She took a big breath, sniffing the mouth air, but smelled the scent of Song Yan's body, that scent with a strong aphrodisiac effect, making the back virtue. Shame not only failed to quench that itch, but on the contrary, it seemed to have become the oil thrown on the fire, and all of a sudden exploded. Her body tensed, her cheeks flushed pink, and she chimed out a long, "oh" sound. Song Yen froze, and immediately realized that this is the obsession powder played a role. He said, "Ran you sleep here with the princess, I'll sleep in the other room." After saying that, the teenager hurriedly lifted the curtain and went out. However, the question of which is stronger or weaker, the puppet sect or the mountain and sea cannibal demon kingdom, always lingered in his mind, like a ghost. But it didn't take long for the comfortable bed to rid him of all his worries. It was no longer the cramped and dangerous hanging room above the cliffs. He could finally get a really good night's sleep. "Don't you be afraid." Chi Yao looked at the beautiful man in the stone house. The man's long hair, look of panic, bare chest and reveal the smooth and robust skin. If Song Yin here, will certainly think that this man was born very much like some pre-crossover B-girl oriented game in The Beautiful Man. "I know that you're a member of the imperial family of the Great Wei, and I know that you were taken captive, but don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Chi Yao rubbed her reddened almond eyes. She felt that these people were just too miserable. The country is broken, and he himself has been captured as a furnace because of the hidden bloodline in his body. It's too bad. The beautiful man was obviously flabbergasted for a moment, then said, "Many thanks," and then added, "I am the king of Jinan of Wei. It's just a pity that I can't give Fairy any more heavy thanks." "It's nothing, and you rest in peace," Chi Yao said, grabbed the table obsessive powder ruthlessly slammed to the ground, and then said, "The king as if he has already used, or to hide people's ears." The Jinnan King's expression soothed a lot, and he said in a loud voice, "Many thanks to the fairy. I just don't know if the fairy, can you help me get out of my predicament?" I will certainly be grateful," Shi Yao said in a warm voice. "There is a chance. Your Highness only needs to know. Not only will your Highness be able to get out of the trap, many sufferers will be able to get out of the trap." She clenched her fists and said hatefully, "No good deed goes unpunished and no evil deed goes unpunished." The king of Jinnan smiled and nodded, saying, "Lone believes in you. Rest in peace, your Highness." Shi Yao turned around and went out the door to another stone cave. After she left, the curtain inside the Jinnan King is also a long sigh of relief. This is a panic in the eyes show a ray of joy, ghostly flicker, seems to be thinking about what? At this moment, southern Bamboo Peak, the very top of the 62 cave dwellings. Unlike what Song Yen had estimated, these 62 caves, at least half of them were empty, and the two figures were standing in front of a cliff, looking out over the thousands of miles of red mist churning in the moonlight, as well as the handyman's hanging house that was engulfed in the red mist. The white-robed middle-aged man with his hands in the air was none other than the South Bamboo Peak Master, Chang Danqing. Zhang Yin, Master, disciple is here. What is your command? Tomorrow, you will go to the leather-making room again and give those handymen who were once qualified to cultivate the Xian-Shi guidance technique during this year, but fell short, a new option. Just say, give them another chance, Chang Danqing said in a deep voice. Let's just say that Hulu Valley has recently had more dire wolves, and if they can carry a dire wolf's head back, then they can also become official disciples. Zhang Yin was stunned. Master, the fierce wolves do not travel alone. Those disciples who have not entered the country, but whoever goes there, will surely die. This, Chang Danqing coldly said. Recently, the Southern Wu Sword sect has become more and more active, and I'm worried that they're sending spies. A spy could hide his strength, but he couldn't hide the fact that he could draw on feats. When you were there that day, could someone pretend they couldn't when they could clearly draw? Zhang Yin shook his head. The inheritance of the Gongfu, I am perceptible on the side. Can is can, can't is can't. Chang Danqing said. That's good. Tomorrow morning, you let them go directly. Just in case someone escapes, Master will follow them over. And those two new disciples, you'll pass on the full version of the Xian-Shi guidance technique to them first on behalf of Master. Also, give them another assignment. Yes, Master. Next day, early, Song Yen walked through the mountains, stretching comfortably, and just then, the stone door on the opposite side slowly opened, and a ponytailed, basilisk-robed, valiant, long-legged girl walked out of it. Because they were contemporaries, even the caves were divided close together. Shi Yao glanced at Song Yen, a complicated look in her eyes, but she still approached and asked, "How was last night?" Song Yen praised, "Worthy of being a hearth with a multi-tailed Fox clan bloodline. Using it is just different from a mortal woman. Moist." Although Chi Yao had known the answer for a long time, she still felt nauseous when she heard this talk. She had watched Song Yen fall step by step, from a clean young man to the evil and dirty little devil. But even so she still had the idea that Song Yen was forced to do it. "What about you?" Song Yen asked again. Chi Yao casually said, "It's not bad." Then with a twinkle in her eye, she asked curiously, "What is the identity of the royal family on your side?" Song Yen said, "Princess Jinnan." Chi Yao, to think that the poor man in his own cave, whose maiden actually got that right across the street. Chi Yao suddenly huffed and quickened her pace, no longer walking in the same place as Song Yen. Song Yen was puzzled, but when he turned his head, he saw Wang Susu. Wang Susu quickly walked to his side and said in a thin voice, "Chi's sister's youthful ambition does not yet understand that both to the devil's sect can only follow the rules of the devil's sect to act, not to follow that will have to die. So, if you join the devil's sect, you are an evil demon, and with a life like this, who has a choice? But it's just all for the sake of living." She sighed softly and said, "Before I was captured here, I was also a virtuous wife of others and a good son, and I never thought that I would be like this in this life. But what's done is done. Think of it as living again. One must always look ahead and think of ways to live. But that's all." Wang Susu wanted to find an ally, picked, and realized that it was still this teenager who had confronted her in the beginning that was more reliable. So she wanted to take the initiative to come and strike up a conversation and show her goodwill. Before seeing Chi Yao on the side of the teenager, she followed from afar, and seeing Chi Yao huffing and puffing away, she took the opportunity to come over. The two did not have any major grudges, so Song Yen nodded and said, "Senior sister has a point." Wang Susu then smiled and stood at his side, and then began to take the initiative to show her goodwill, proactively entrusting out some of the information she had gathered that might be useful to Song Yen. "Formal disciples of South Bamboo Peak such as us, apart from cultivation, we are not completely off the grid, but we need to do some sect-assigned tasks. One is to make demonic beast skin shadows, and the other is to go out and pick up demonic beast skins. According to my observation, nearly half of the 62 cave dwellings in this South Bamboo Peak are empty, and I think they are all out of order. So, it's not safe to go out and buy demonic beast skins. If there is a selection, senior brother, be cautious. 62 caves, and one half is empty? Song Yen froze. This is really important information for him. If today to determine the mission, then he in the absence of this information on the premise of the likely to make the choice to go out to buy demonic beast skin, because, nowadays, he is also very eager to know the situation outside. Going out to buy as a formal disciple of Leather Shadow Peak is a good way to understand the situation outside. The lack of information can lead to very different judgments, and can drive a person who thinks they have made the best choice to their death. This is something that Song Yen has seen quite a bit of. Often, who lives and who dies may not depend on strength, but on choice. Thanks a lot. Senior brother is polite. Wang Susu smiled and waved, saying, in front is where the Peak Master transmits his power, so senior brother cheer up. She stopped like a fox and waved goodbye again to Song Yen, who had come all the way here. Chi Yao, on the other hand, felt that after she left, Song Yen had Wang Susu on his side, so she secretly snorted coldly, and then when she thought that Song Yen was going to use the Jinnan King's royal concubine as a cauldron to go cultivate again tonight, she became more and more annoyed, and just secretly said, when the sword sect captures the opportunity, we will definitely uproot this big tumor affecting the three kingdoms, so that it can no longer harm people. After thinking about it, she couldn't help but be a little worried about Su Changjun, but in the twinkling of an eye, she was relieved. Senior brother Su has already entered the second level of Xianxian cultivation, yet he's hiding in a low-profile manner in the leather-making room, which should be considered the safest place in the entire southern Bamboo Peak. In a matter of moments, Xiao and Song Yan entered the stone building at the very top of the southern Bamboo Peak one after the other, but it was Zhang Yin who received them in the stone building. Song Yan, she said, senior brother Zhang, is master, his old man, not here today? Zhang Yin laughed, master had some things to take care of, so I'll be the one to pass on the power on his behalf. Previously, the Xian Qi guidance method you learned was the cut-down version, and that efficiency was a full 5 or 6 times lower than the full version. Now, I will then pass on the full version to you. When you are a little more accomplished, you will be taught spells. By the way, aside from this Xian Qi guidance method, our formal disciples of South Bamboo Peak still have to perform some daily tasks as well. You guys pick one. Chapter 1818. Skin Masters are not under Rune Masters. Hulu Valley. A single baneful wolf whose sanity had been infested by the ghosts was red-eyed, frantically tearing at the fresh flesh and blood. You tore off a piece of thigh. I took a human head. Red blood splattered, stained no yellow soil. The nose, eyes and ears on the scalp of that head soon bloody, pitted, white bone exposed. Not really. See, these people, before yesterday or leather room qualified disciples, vaguely have a higher level of status, but just a test did not pass, will become the mouth of the wolf. Fury beasts are different from demonic beasts. Feral beasts are ordinary beasts infested with ghosts. Demonic beasts, however, are generally in the same realm as cultivators. This place seems to be quite close to the core of the earth's fury, so even though it is not yet night, the ground is floating with a faint reddish hue, and these are the reasons for the formation of the fury wolves. At this time, even though the other handyman has died a horrible death, Su Changjun is unharmed, although he has not been able to fly with the sword, but the 10 veins in his body have been filled with xuanqi. Running, even if it is the fury beasts cannot catch up, so he is not panicked. I didn't realize that I was forced to come on such a dangerous mission just to hide my strength. What bad luck. However, this mission is clearly asking me to die. It's just that the mission is considered a failure. So let's return to the sword sect first and report the situation here to the division. Su Changjun was bashful. He turned around, folded his path, and headed in the other direction. But before he could get very far, he felt the sky darken abruptly. Su Changjun hurriedly tilted his head, but he saw a leather shadow giant elephant rise at the sight of the wind, turning several feet, falling from the sky. The elephant hooves stepped, and ruthlessly impacted on him. Unimaginably exaggerated monstrous power came from the hooves of the shadowed giant elephant. What man? How can that be? Su Changjun's pupils flashed with fear. He only felt that the xuanqi around his body had been destroyed and shattered. His flesh and blood had also been torn apart, and in almost a split second's time, he lost his senses. Boo! The tattered flesh and blood crashed down into the yellow soil of the valley, shallowly missing the ground that had chafed open in the reddish halo. The white-robed middle-aged man fell from the air and landed on the side of the leather shadow giant elephant. This was none other than the South Bamboo Peak master, Chang Danqing. But at this time, Chang Danqing's expression was odd, far from the feeling of being a teacher of people at the mountain, but rather, it was filled with an unspeakable weirdness. Eerie. If Zhang Yin was here, then he would have realized that the master teacher at this time was so strange. Chang Danqing's mind moved, and the leather shadow giant elephant rolled up Su Changjuan's corpse and sent it towards the place where the fury was even thicker deep in the mouth of the gourd. The shadows along the way hid a lot of ghosts, too. However, none of those ghostly creatures attacked Chang Dancheng, senior sister Qi, senior brother Song. In short, there are just 2 missions for my southern bamboo peak today. One is to follow the arrangement of eldest senior brother and go to the Greenbrook Marketplace in the northwest of my puppet sect to pick up demonic beast skins. Qingxi Marketplace is not my puppet sect's territory, but a marketplace where scattered cultivators gather. Only a marketplace like that would be able to constantly supply a large amount of demonic beast skins. The other, stay with me at South Bamboo Peak and make leather shadows from demonic beast skins. This task is very boring, not much different from the previous handyman, not much worldly exposure, and even less exercise. Hey, but someone has to do all the work, right? How do you choose? After imparting the complete version of the Xian Qi guidance technique, Zhang Yin began to divide the tasks. Song Yan secretly speechless in his heart, only to feel that Zhang's senior brother is also too good at acting. Obviously a safe job must be hidden. Criticized nothing. He is afraid that if he did not hear the words of Wang Susu ahead of time, he really want to hesitate. He secretly swept a glance at Qi Yao at his side. Lady Qi's almond eyes were rounded, as if she was also pondering. Song Yan had actually realized that Qi Yao was abnormal. After all, who would know so much about cultivation? Which handyman would come together with his own stovepipe by using a code word connection? Which handyman would grieve for half a day in the leather room after the tragic death of his own stovepipe? Which devil disciple would be furious after hearing him say something like very moist? 9 times out of 10, Mistress Qi is a genuinely good person, and is probably the stupid little spite of the Southern Wusword sect. Song Yan was not averse to good people, so he opened his mouth to ask Brother Zhang a question such as, is there any danger in going to Qingxi Marketplace? So that Lady Qi would understand that your plan to infiltrate the marketplace has not yet been finalized. And if you go to that kind of meat grinder where it is difficult to distinguish between real and fake identities, will you be able to come back alive? Will you be able to come back alive? He opened his mouth, but not yet. Qi Yao had already said, Senior brother, I'm going to go to Qingxi Marketplace to pick up demonic beast skins. Yes, Zhang Yin praised, then looked at Song Yan and said, Senior brother is also going to Qingxi Marketplace, right? Song Yan waved his hand and said, No, 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 Senior brother, I plan to make demonic beast skin shadows. It's boring. Zhang Yin frowned. Song Yan said, even if it's boring, someone has to do it. You can't get exercise doing this kind of thing. Zhang Yin was bitter. Song Yan said, I won't hide it from Senior brother. Senior brother actually, from the bottom of my heart, I love doing this line of work, as the saying goes. After saying that, he added, by the way, Senior brother, Qingxi Marketplace. Zhang Yin grunted and interrupted, saying, that's all for today. You all cultivate and adapt individually, and you'll start your mission in 3 months. After saying that, he drifted away, and it was a nail in the coffin. In the stone building, only 2 people remained. Qi Yao turned around to leave as well. Song Yan said in silence, Miss Qi, Qingxi Marketplace, it's dangerous. Qi Yao looked at him sideways and asked, how did you know? Intuition, Song Yan said, and also walked outside, and when he reached the doorway, he added, it should not be too late to beg Senior brother Zhang. No need. Qi Yao returned. She was about to pass on information to the outside world. How could she miss such a good opportunity? The benefits of becoming an official disciple on South Bamboo Peak were not few. Fixed monthly contribution points, 10 points. Monthly fixed cultivation elixir, 1 small Shenling Dan. For each low-level demonic beast skin shadow successfully made, 10 points. A cave that enjoys the edge of the remaining veins of the Xian vein. They enjoy the benefits of the sect, such as being a furnace, and as the cultivation time becomes longer, it is also possible to choose spells to cultivate, which includes the Leather Shadow sect's unique basic secret art leather harnessing art. The formal disciple that Song Yan had previously seen in the skin-making room riding across the shadow double-headed wolf, going straight up and down the cliff face, and casually invoking the shadow to pull a cart to transport the corpse. That was the skin harnessing technique. He wasn't in a hurry because he knew he should have 6 more years. 3 months passed by, during which, in addition to cultivating under false pretenses, Song Yan also truly practiced the behavior of doing one line and loving one line, and went to the handyman room every day to fetch animal skins to make shadows. Zhang Yin originally thought that he was just talking, but after seeing Song Yan's performance of 3 months as 1 day, he was really shocked. He had never seen a formal disciple go to the servant's room during a rest period to do his old job again. After 3 months, Zhang Yin even patted Song Yan on the shoulder and asked, stunned and affectionately, you kid, are you really into leather making? Song Yan said, this will probably be my lifelong hobby. Zhang Yin tisk for half a day, and even said, rare. I've seen a lot of disciples who came out from the servant room, Those disciples want to vomit when they see the animal skin, but you're good. With that, he twisted his words and added, however, leather making is also more than just a hobby. It also depends on talent. You know those talismans, right? I'm telling you, real skin making is a much more advanced tool than drawing charms. The value of a leather master to the clan was much higher than that of a rune master. If you have not only a preference, but also a talent, then senior brother, I can recommend you to try it out. If it works, it will be a chance to go further. Song Yen said solemnly, then senior brother shall not make senior brother's beast skin as well on his behalf? Zhang Yin froze. Song Yen said softly, it should be senior brother's contribution points, or senior brother's. Oh, Zhang Yin suddenly realized. His eyes rounded as he looked at this extremely upwardly mobile senior brother, saying, hate to see each other. It's too late to see each other. Let's go. Senior brother. Let's not talk about anything else first. You go and make a demonic beast skin shadow first. Even though senior brother is only a skilled laborer, he should be able to teach you some. Song Yen nodded and followed Zhang Yin into a leather-making cave. Zhang Yin is in the front and he is in the back. Zhang Yin's words made him realize the existence of the skin master. Apparently, the skin masters would actually make shadows that could move, kill, and fight, in addition to simply making skins. It's skilled labor. Song Yen was a bit distracted. Chapter 1919. The beginning of everything. Sound of a crash. A strange animal skin was spread out in front of Song Yen. Here is dedicated to the South Bamboo Peak formal disciples of the skin production place. The environment compared to the miscellaneous service room do not know how many times better. In addition to situated in the Xian vein remnants of the veins above that pleasant atmosphere, there is also light. Ventilation are quite good. Transparent crystals were set on the irregular dome holes, and the golden heavenly light fell on the nearly transparent jade tables and tables. But these tables and tables were not the kind of long, dozens of people sitting at one table in the miscellaneous service room before, but delicate, small ones that could only be used for 2 or 3 people to sit on. This skin, it's demonic beast skin. However, it was different from the demonic beast skins that Song Yen had seen in the handyman's room. The ones in the handyman's room are all tattered and old demonic beast skins that belong to the handyman to do their work, but the ones we have here are undamaged, low-grade demonic beast skins. Zhang Yin smoothed out the beast skin and added, at least this piece of cut skin is not damaged. Therefore, we have to be extra careful when making it. If a shadow was successfully made, it would give 10 contribution points, but if it fails, you have to pay for it. 3 contribution points. Understood, senior brother Zhang. Song Yen nodded discreetly. Then, Zhang Yin began to teach the simple means of making demonic beast skins. The process is the same as for ordinary animal skins, but the requirements for manipulating the carving are much more delicate in order to avoid damage. Senior brother, watch this. These are the 4 basic carving techniques. Zhang Yin looked focused, his carving knife lightly scraped, and said, snowflake, change the scraping to the edge. The edge does not move. The finger force, spinning the skin against the edge. Lass, carving knife slightly raised, gently pointing down, and grabbed a side hammer. 2 tapped twice. Chiseling, the blade is slightly flat, angled against the skin, and pushed by hand force. Push the skin and walk the knife. Song Yen watched and learned earnestly. Then Zhang Yin took a tattered beast skin and let him try his hand, saying, senior brother will try it first, and then take the demon beast skin in a few days. Once upon a time, you could make 1 or 2 skins a day in that skin making room, but with this kind of demonic beast skin, it would be good if you could make 1 on 3 days. After saying that, Zhang Yin fetched another drawing over and said, this is the blood blade elk. You try this one first. Thank you, senior. Song Yen took the tattered animal skin and tried it out. This try, he instantly had a different experience from the one he had previously had in the tannery. The resistance on the demonic beast skin was great, and there was also an obvious tingling sensation when the palm of the hand was pressed down. And the harder it was pressed down, the stronger the tingling became. As if there were thousands of needles hidden in the skin of this already dead demonic beast. He recalled Zhang Yin's actions earlier. The palms of the hands were nearly suspended in the air, while the 5 fingers were extremely taut. You could say that it's total finger leather making. The strength and hard work required for this can be imagined. Song Yen asked, senior brother Zhang, what kind of demonic beast is this? Zhang Yin said, the most common low-grade demonic beast, the white thorn deer. It can be found everywhere in the outskirts of the area where the demonic beasts gather, but it's not something that ordinary disciples like you who haven't even practiced your spells can touch. Song Yen nodded and suddenly said, then what level of demonic beasts are the demons of the mountain and sea country considered? It was a natural question to ask. After asking, Song Yen even added a sentence in a kowtowing family tone. That stove tripod in the house told me, saying that what the multi-tailed fox clan is just a clan of the Shanghai country. But the air was steeply silent. Zhang Yin gave him a sideways glance and said cautiously, That's not a demonic beast, that's a demon. Demonic beasts were still beasts at the very least, but demons were already devils. Those were two different existences. The rest Mo asked, and ordinary disciples like me don't know. However, senior brother need not worry. The Great Way is not even a fart to the mountain and sea demon kingdom, and even the multi-tailed fox clan probably doesn't know that they have such a bloodline descendant, and won't come to commit any offense. Song Yan nodded and continued to focus as he began practicing his leather-making techniques. He was very obedient. Zhang Yin told him to take the tattered demonic beast skin to practice more, so he decided to practice for a few more days. When he had practiced until he was familiar with the technique and could not make any mistakes, he would then take the need to pay for damages demonic beast skin. 7 days later. You have drawn on the life expectancy of a whitethorn deer, 22 years. Song Yan looked at the finished blood-blade elk shadow, somewhat speechless. 7 days was enough time for him to draw 140 years of longevity if he was lucky. This, even if you took away the 4 days he had just started to adapt, that was still 3 days to draw on 22 years of longevity. However, the lifespan drawn was less, but 3 days could be exchanged for 10 contribution points, which was an unknown number of times more than before. There are sort of pros and cons. Song Yan was not discouraged. Everything was difficult at first, and it was his first time making demonic beast skins. This kind of production is obviously difficult, if practice makes perfect, and in the future can be more powerful demonic beast skin to make shadow, then it is longevity. Benefit 2 flowers. In addition, he is also quite interested in the skin master. In his view, in any world, the technician is safer than the warrior. A soldier goes to war, while a technician who develops and researches weapons stays in a research lab. Even if there is a big problem, the organization will take the technician and run away first if there is an enemy. It will also mobilize the warriors to protect the technician, and if the technician is accidentally trapped, it will send the warriors deep into the enemy camp to rescue them. Even if they can't be rescued, the technician won't be killed, but will be rescued by the enemy. If the technician is accidentally trapped, the warriors will be sent to rescue him. Even if he can't be rescued, the technician won't be killed, but will be recruited by the enemy, and even if he doesn't surrender, he will probably be rescued. Even if they can't be rescued, the technicians won't be killed, but will be recruited by the enemy, and even if they don't surrender, in all likelihood, they will be treated well by the enemy. How nice. He wanted to be the techie. As Song Yan's thoughts were drifting, Zhang Yin had already come to inspect the animal skins he had made. Senior Zhang pinched the animal skin shadow and checked it under the sunlight, sked and said, not bad, not bad. It's really talented to be able to make it like this for the first time. Song Yan smiled. He had practiced the second layer of Xian. Both perception and power can be controlled better. Naturally he can make the skin very well, but he still answered the voice of it is the senior brother who teaches well. Zhang Yin patted him on the shoulder and said, keep up the good work. If you really do a good job, senior brother will do what he says, and make it your recommendation. In the evening, Song Yan sat in the leather making room, concentrating on the next animal skin. A fragrant wind suddenly blew from afar. He doesn't look up either. Wang Susu sat down opposite him and smiled. Senior brother, tomorrow, can I sit here? She also doesn't show any semblance of flirtatious seduction, but with sincerity. Flirtatious seduction was her means of killing people and cheating the furnace before that, not for finding a partner or an ally. Song Yan said, yes. Wang Susu covered her lips and laughed. On the first day that senior brother came to South Bamboo Peak, he was sitting across from me. Today, sitting together again. It's kind of fate. This time, senior sister will definitely treat me with sincerity, and I also hope that senior brother will not fail me. Her voice got softer and softer. Song Yan nodded. Wang Susu is indeed very useful, and very smart. The whole body is full of hard eyes. This time even more 3 words to help him avoid a big pit. Certainly if not that reminder, he himself may not step into the pit, but ultimately it is good karma. Wang Susu smiled sweetly and carried her own animal skins and knives over, then sat down opposite Song Yan and ambled over to make skins. Not saying much more, in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Greenbrook Marketplace, the South Bamboo Peak squad, which had completed the animal skin picking, planned to rest and recuperate for the night in the tavern in the town by the marketplace, and then return when it was daybreak. In the dead of night, a delicate masked black shadow, however, quietly and gropingly left the restaurant and quickly went to another mansion. Knocking. Inside, in the mansion, a man wearing a silver-white sword robe opened the black-robed man in front of him in surprise, and said vigilantly, Your Excellency came late at night. I don't know what's the matter. The black shadow said, It's Sword Sect senior brother, isn't it? The man froze, then nodded. After all, the sword robe he was wearing was the disciples' uniform of the Southern Wu Sword Sect. Then queried, You are, which senior sister? The black shadow fished out a palm-sized map from his bosom and quickly shoved it into the man's hand, saying, "Senior brother, this is a topographical map of part of Leather Shadow Peak. There are many Fury Chi places in the peak, and both day and night are different. Hand it over to the division. And, senior brother Su Changjun is missing. He may have already sacrificed himself." The man spread it out and looked at it, nodded cautiously, and said, "Don't worry, I'll pass it on." The black shadow said, "I'll take my leave then." The man said, "Senior sister is in an enemy camp, so I hope you'll be careful." "Thank you, senior brother," the black shadow said and turned around, and behind her, that sword-robed man's complexion steeply became cold. Flexing his fingers, the flying sword had silently come out of its sheath, and then with that finger sword trick, shot out. Seeing that it was about to arrive behind the black shadow, the dark figure turned around as an afterthought, shock, confusion, and fear showing in her beautiful eyes, but she was too late to react, and just then, a man's figure swept down from a nearby wall, holding his sword behind her. Ding! The sword sounded brittle. Dang! A sword flew backwards. The flying figure had been nailed to the ground by the flying sword. Blood splattered and sprayed the man in black. "Come on, go!" The figure shouted in a trembling voice. "Quickly go! He's a spy of the devil sect." The sword-robed man smiled, stepped in, his fingers moved again, and between the pinching of the sword technique, the figure that spoke had already had its head cut off. Blood-stained flying sword, hanging in mid-air, and right at this moment, several more sword-robed figures flew not far away. The sword-robed man froze, and not caring about decapitating the man in black, he turned around and fled with his sword. The black-robed man stood in place like a fool, and the black cloth covering his face slipped off, revealing a delicate googly-eyed face. Only the yin chi on this googly-eyed face turned into an incomparably complex emotion. She touched the blood on her face, the blood on the floor, and froze. And just at this time, go after several sword-robed figure in a folded back, landed to look at the person in black. A little recognition, expression froze, then sighed softly. 7 miss. The details are not so good when the fight between good and evil is more fly and dog, rather than you want to fast and furious. Go home. Chi Yao's lips trembled as she looked at the blood in her palm. She looked at the disciple on the ground who had died for her and asked in a trembling voice, "Who is he? Is it important?" "It's important. He saved me. He saved me with his life. But many such disciples are dying." Chi Yao took a deep breath, wiped the blood off her face, turned around and flew away. She squeezed her eyes shut and fought back tears. The sword-robed figure in the distance sighed softly, but he shook his head and did not go after him. Chapter 2020. 5 elements entangling silk hands. Painted skin invoking soul technique. Song Yen concentrated immensely on making skins. The rest of the matter was beyond his reach right now. Under the joint support of this wholehearted devotion, as well as his own body foundation of practicing Xian second layer, his speed of skin making was getting faster and faster. In just 6 months of work, it went from making a shadow every 3 days to one every 2 days, and after another 6 months, it became one a day. Of course, it's still 2 days apiece on the bright side, because he'll do it for Zhang Yin instead. Zhang Yin is also happy to not work in contribution points to get. After enjoying this benefit for a full year, he finally didn't go back on his word and invited an inner disciple with a double flower face embroidered with red stripes on his back. "Senior brother, this senior brother of mine is truly gifted in the leather-making discipline. I understand that your leather master's means of initiation is only sold to disciples who have entered the realm and are gifted. Maybe we can't let this senior brother of mine practice first?" "Master Zhang, again, it's not for sale. I am only helping my master to select some talented people to pass on the means of initiation of my master's school, and if any of them can enter the door with this and show their talent, my master will seek him out, which is also cultivating talents for the door. As for the cost, it's just to make those disciples understand that this tactic of my division is not cheap. It took money for them to appreciate it. What elder brother said is so right, so reasonable. Be taught. It's just that, even though it's not yet entered, there's always something that can be practiced first. It's a way of helping the master expand his range of talents." "Right, you just said, he makes a skin in 2 days with a good shadow, so that would be 1 year, 12 months a year, 150 contribution points per month. Then, I'll sell this technique for 1,800 contribution points. Would it be a bit too expensive? After all, it's just for starters. Hey, isn't this just to make those disciples understand that my division's methods are not cheap? Do you think I'm really greedy for these 1,800 contribution points? If it weren't for the fact that I have some friendship with senior brother Zhang, I wouldn't have come here yet." Senior brother spoke bitterly. Zhang Yin looked at him. Elder brother said, "Why don't you wait until he enters the realm, then go buy it? By then, it'll still be the same price, and the seller will be me anyway." Zhang Yin, he sighed and said, "Senior brother, Let's talk about it after we meet senior brother Song. A few moments later, the inner disciple with the back embroidered red patterned double flower face looked at the teenager in front of him with satisfaction. This teenager is naive, and really spent 1800 contribution points to buy him this method. At this moment, he said, I am Zhaoijing under Shirshir's disciple, and the means that my lineage needs to learn are not simple. The 5 elements silk wrapping hands and the skin painting and soul recruitment technique. If you learn these 2 disciplines, you will be respected as a skin master wherever you go. However, what I'm teaching you here today is only an introduction to the little 5 elements hand from the little 5 elements tangled silk hand, and an introduction to the painted skin technique from the painted skin recruitment technique. Demon beast cortex is so dangerous. Hidden gold, wood, water, fire and earth, not to mention mortals, even Xian cultivators, touching it with their hands, they may suffer corrosion. At that time, not to mention being a leather master, even if you are making a few skins, you will be injured. If it's light, the palm will rot. If it's heavy, one life. Zhao Yijing rolled out a box and said, so, what you need is in there. You can practice it first, so you can be considered to be ahead of others. However, if you privately give this method to someone else again, it's fine if you don't get caught. If you get caught, poof, this inner disciple snorted coldly. It won't. Song Yen returned, then opened the box to take a look, only to see that there were 6 more compartments in it. One compartment held 2 brand new volumes of booklets, and 5 others held 10 odd walnuts, 2 by 2, 1 by 1, and each exuding a metaphysical aura he had never seen before. This stuff, too, is never available in the marketplace. Marketplace, to put it bluntly, is only a derivative of the large sex, an important place for casual cultivators to trade goods, but by no means omnipotent. Because the first thing that the big sex wanted to make sure was that the core techniques of their sex wouldn't be bought by other families. So how could they put such things up for sale in the past? Contribution points are nothing to the top echelon of a major sect. It's just a rule they made up. The rules, on the other hand, are for the sects, and it is impossible to reverse the priorities. Zhao Yijing added, Senior Brother Song, although the booklet is hand-copied, it can indeed be able to help you get started. If you can really enter the gate, you can find me at the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak, and I will take you to see Master Shur. By then you'll feel that the 1,800 contribution points were well spent. Well, that's all there is to say. Work on yourself. After saying that, the disciple didn't stay much longer and turned around to leave. He pawed at the identity nameplate and sensed the extra contribution points within, revealing a satisfied expression. As for getting started, that's not possible. It wasn't that he had given fake goods, but because so many disciples on the main peak, with the guidance of the famous master, should not be initiated or not. Leatherman, it's not that good. Kid, think of it as spending money to buy a lesson. Daydreaming isn't that good. Zhao Yijing hemmed and hawed, beckoned out the leather beast, straddled it, and broke into the air. In the light of day, Song Yen opened the booklets individually and studied them carefully. The small 5 elements hand is to practice the hands of the 5 elements do not invade, specifically to box the gift of 5 pairs of 5 elements walnut practice hands. Water is the softest, so start with water-based walnuts. Replace the wood row walnuts after 3 days because water begets wood. The wooden actions are followed by the fire, earth and gold actions respectively. Switch back to the water line after a little over half a month. Week after week, this is how you practice. During this time the order must not be wrong or you will be injured. The 5 elements walnut which contains 5 elements of xuanqi also need to be the same amount. It needs to be specially made by a master, and it's not that easy to buy. This also made Song Yen think of the cultivation method of practicing the 3rd level of Xianxian, and it was obvious. This level did require some sort of external object, even though he was afraid that he would be able to break the mirror in an extremely fast time once he obtained that foreign object. He could not do so without it. His panels don't create something out of nothing. They don't conjure up something that doesn't exist and then allow him to raise his realm. The art of painting, on the other hand, requires painting to the gods. The drawings that they, the disciples, were given were not the originals. Because of the printing and engraving, only one shadow can be made from each drawing. That is why the spirit of the drawing is very precious. Song Yen looked at it for a long time, but was dismayed to find that he did not have 2 more new spells on his panel. However, these 2 booklets don't look like fakes either, so he practiced as he was told first. The 5 elements of the walnut turn in the hand, the view of things to check the god hidden in the heart. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. This 5 elements walnut is also considered to have gone through a cycle in Song Yenba's palm. Song Yen also had a feeling of the panel is about to appear on the little 5 hands. Apparently, mass spells are the ones that can surface on the panel as soon as they're taken from the jewel. This secret technique, however, requires you to have a rough knowledge and experience of it yourself, and that's how you can get on the panel. After realizing this, Song Yan also decided to put the cultivation of the skin painting technique on the agenda. The art of painting skin says, look at the object and you will find the god. It means, you have to look at the living thing to know how to paint it as it really is. Although he didn't understand what drawing more realistically meant to the leather master, Song Yan knew that it must be a very important step, and he's picked a great place, Tweedledum Woods. The green bird forest stretched across the main road from South Bamboo Peak to Leather Shadow Peak, covering a large area. Because it was also on top of the remaining veins of the Xian vein, there existed some low-grade demonic beasts such as the white thorn deer and the two-headed wolf. It's not until west of here that you hit the brakes, so it's also quite safe. Song Yan asked very clearly. The low-level demonic beasts corresponded to the first to third level of the human realm of practicing Xian, while the white spiked deer and the two-headed wolf were only scummy demonic beasts at the first or second level of practicing Xian, plus the South Bamboo Peak, Leather Shadow Peak. This road is often traveled by disciples. It should be okay. No wonder. He'll get a chance to practice. After all, after he had comprehended the congealing fury control Xian technique and the Stormbringer, he had never used them before, and he didn't know how effective they would be in real combat. That night, Song Yan lay down. After enjoying the service of Qiu Shanyanzi, he began to think about the trip to the Green Bird Forest, considering the possible dangers and so on. In the other room, the Jinnan King's crown princess was making skins out of ordinary animal skins, which was a way to find something to do. Suddenly, Song Yan's expression twitched as he heard a strange sound that seemed to come from not far away. The direction was exactly Qi Yao's house. Speaking of which, it seemed like Qi Yao had changed a bit as a person since she returned from the Qingxi marketplace the year before last. How to change? He couldn't say. The noise is very light. If not, he has entered the second level of Xian practice. If not, Qi Yao Cave is not far from him. Can be called neighbor? Then he simply cannot hear. At this moment, Song Yan sat up from the collapse, opened the stone door, hid behind an old evergreen tree, and looked not far away. In the gloomy and cold wind, in the middle of winter, in the dark mountain color, a young girl with a ghostly cold look stood upright, aiming her sword at a handsome-looking, long-haired, beautiful man not far away. The beautiful man said in a trembling voice, "Fairy Qi, I went out. I was just taking a breath. Nothing else, nothing else." Qi Yao coldly said, "I purposely left the door open just to see if you would escape and where you would escape to. You've been a prince before. You should know that there's nowhere for you to run away from here. Even if you run out, it's still a dead end. But you still fled. You didn't flee down the mountain. You fled to the top of the mountain. What the hell do you want? At the top of the mountain." It was exactly where Southern Bamboo Peak Master Cheng Danqing was. The Jinnan King said, "No, I didn't head to the top of the mountain. I just wanted to get some air. I will return now." Words did not fall. This beautiful man suddenly ran wildly up. That speed is not slow. Obviously a practitioner. Qi Yao has not yet reacted. He will be whoosh too went down a few feet. As he ran, he ripped out his voice and yelled, "There's!" A rock shot off at explosive speed. Fine. The rock landed on the back of his head. The last word. The king of Jinnan did not have time to say it, because his head exploded like a watermelon. White and red scattered all over the place. Broken head of the corpse fell forward. Song Yan stepped out from behind the tree and looked at Qi Yao in the distance. The two men locked eyes in the moonlight. Song Yan waved his hand and said, "Miss Qi, you don't blame me for killing your stovepipe, do you?" Qi Yao did not reply. She just looked at the dead Jinnan king in a daze. Obviously. The country is broken. Obviously. She's honest about it. Obviously. She's going to help him. She didn't even give him the obsession powder. But as it turned out, she was betrayed. This time, if Song Yan hadn't stepped in, maybe her identity would have been exposed. Qi Yao asked, "Why did you kill him?" Song Yan casually said, "Slaves without identity nameplates in the wild. Kill them? Isn't that the rule of our Leather Shadow Peak? How? Miss Qi still wants to avenge him?" Qi Yao took a deep breath and suddenly said coldly, "If you kill my furnace cauldron, how will I cultivate in the future? How about you and I double-cross?" The complete version of the Xian guidance technique is one that contains the method of dual cultivation for two cultivators, even if it is a bit slower. She doesn't want a pot anymore. However, she had already steeled her heart to hide here in order to spy more information about the puppet palace. Therefore, she decided to form a Dao couple relationship with this not-so-annoying teenager. Song Yan said, "Don't, you're too much trouble for a woman." Qi Yao froze. Sun Yim had yawned and walked away. Qi Yao did not say anything else, but the beauty of the eyes closed. Wait a long time to open. Seems to have what decision. Nowadays, she had experienced blood, death, betrayal, and it was clear that it had been less than 2 years, but it was as if she had spent many years. Qi Yao picked up the Jinnan King's corpse casually and threw it into the cliff, then returned to the cave in a ghostly manner and closed the stone door, her face gradually sinking into the darkness. Chapter 21:21. Rumble. the stone door mechanism closed again. Brother Song, did something happen? Xiao Rangyu inquired somewhat nervously. Although she had been able to sleep peacefully for the past 2 years, the stress of her confined seclusion had almost not driven her insane. She longed to be back in an earthly town, to experience the bustle of the downtown again, to hear the hawkers early in the morning and smell the red dust of the dusk street fires. But these, which had once been most unusual, and even distasteful to her, were now extravagant. If it weren't for Song Yan, she'd be dead. So, any breeze that happened to Song Yan was enough to make her panic and worry. Sun Yan has never been out in the middle of the night. Something must have happened today. Song Yan was silent, as if pondering something, then said, killed someone. Song, brother. This, Xiao Rangyu stuttered, thinking that her fellow disciples were fighting each other. Song Yan said, it's senior sister Chi's cauldron. On the side, Chao Shuelua, who was in the middle of making the skin, was violently stunned, because any furnace pot that came here was bound to be of the Great Wei royal bloodline, and perhaps she recognized it. Song Yan seemed to have noticed her small movements and spoke. It was your husband. He defected, so I helped senior sister Chi strike him down. Snap. A woman's delicate exclamation of surprise came from the side room, accompanied by the sound of animal skins, and a scraper hitting the ground. Xiao Rangyu was dumbfounded. Song Yan glanced at the Jinnan King's princess in the side room and let out a light sigh. He's not a risk-taker. Therefore, he would not bet that the movement of killing the king of Jinnan will not be discovered. Rather than being exposed, it is better to admit it as a matter of course. Anyway, killing escaped handymen was really a perfectly normal thing to do. As for the princess of Jinnan, this poor woman, with her husband dead, but still craving to be with her enemy because of the powdered heart, such torture. It's enough to make her kill herself with a leather knife. For her, this might just be a good ending that couldn't be considered good. As for himself, the death of the Jinnan King's consort corroborates his evil ways. So, it's a bit darker, but a tragic win-win. Song Yan pulled back the drape and lay down on the bed and couch, and summoned the young lady Chiu, who had intended to go and comfort Chao Shuelua, to serve. In the world, there are always many unexpected things happening. For example, when he got up early in the morning, Song Yan realized that the Jinnan Wan Wangfei actually didn't commit suicide, but instead knelt in front of him and said that she was willing to serve him like little Miss Chiu. Wang Fei said, life is short, when the time to have fun. In fact, since being captured and sent to this puppet clan by the Bloodgun sect, the Jinnan King had already died, and what killed the Jinnan King wasn't Song Yan, but the unavoidable calamity of the death of the country. Jinnan King can be killed by Song Yan's so decisive blow. In fact, has been blessed, and the Jinnan King's crown princess is likewise dead. Nowadays she only wants to experience the joy of being a woman for the rest of her life. Song Yan wanted to refuse, but suddenly he heard movement in the distance outside the stone door, as if someone had gone to the place where the Jinnan King had died last night. He narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful look showing in his eyes as if he was projecting something. Before long, he sighed softly and lay back down, beckoning to the princess. The king's consort came along. After a moment of rustling and relief, Song Yan activated the method of drawing yuan from the Xin Qi guidance technique twice in a row. For a long time, the princess looked weak and limp on the couch. When the matter was over, he walked out of the stone door. Just out, did not go far. The fruit is to see a few disciples around the cliff said seems to hear last night this side of the movement. Song Yan went straight forward, confessed that he saw a black shadow running around outside. The black shadow did not answer. He vaguely looked at what seemed to be a stove. In order to prevent accidents, out of the hand to kill. The disciples laughed and said straight out, when kill. Song Yan swept his eyes across the door to Chi Yao's cave. That stone door was tightly closed, and he, for one, wanted nothing more to do with this woman. Even though there had been some goodwill and a few moments of goodwill before, all that was gone again with that hit last night. After the disciples dispersed individually, Wang Susu walked up to him and said softly, Senior Sister Chi is too decent. The stove tripod defected. This must be because she didn't willingly use the obsession powder. It's not a big deal in the past, but at a time like this, I'm afraid I'll be suspected. Senior brother, you are a smart man. You killed that renegade stovepipe last night without denying it, but there's still a problem with the way you act. After saying that, she lowered her voice and said, Xiao Rangyu has followed you for almost 3 years, yet still nothing has happened. That Mrs. Jinnan Wang, but I wonder if you used the infatuation powder? Song Yan didn't talk nonsense and directly invited Wang Susu to enter the cave for a look. Wang Susu is an old hand with the obsessive powder, and is also familiar with the lewd scent in the air. And then once she swept the Jinnan Wang Fei's weak appearance of being picked up, as well as the solid ginseng Dan placed on the table, she couldn't help but cover her lips with a charming smile. She hit Song Yan's arm as if she was petulant, saying, I thought you were more decent, but it turns out that you are also this dead mile. When do you want to try with your sister? we do not pick up, as to make up for the regrets of the beginning. He. Song Yan smiled and said no more. If South Bamboo Peak Master wanted to pick a beloved among the disciples to help monitor, then he would definitely pick Wang Susu, because this Sister Wang is a words and deeds, real demoness of the devil's door. She is ruthless, and will see the wind to steer the ship, and better able to tend to good fortune and avoid evil. This is not one of those fake demonesses who say they are demonesses, but in the end, their behavior is more chivalrous than a proper chivalrous woman, and they even have a technique for harvesting, but they are still virgins. Sure enough, Wang Susu laughed again immediately afterward. This matter, senior sister will help you prove it. Just that Miss Chi, senior sister can't say. Song Yan nodded. Wang Suo said, let's go to the tannery together. The two of them have been working together as a team for almost 2 years. Wang Susu's phrase is as natural as let's go eat together. But Song Yan shook his head. Wang Suo really froze. Song Yan explained, today I'm going to the Chui Bird Forest. Wang Susu was stunned. What's the point of going there? Song Yan said, in the art of painting skin, it says that if a drawing is to be stored in God, it needs to be seen with the eyes and examined with the heart. There's a two-headed wolf there in the Cuijiao forest. I'll go take a look. The art of skin painting. Wang Susu froze for a long time. The skin painting and soul recruitment technique is a skin master's technique, and the high status of a skin master is unimaginable. She nodded blankly, but then followed up with, it's not safe for senior brother to go alone, is it? Song Yan laughed. The Cuijiao forest is also the official road of Paiyin Peak, and I've been practicing Xian for a long time, and my body is no longer like a mortal's, so when the time comes, I'll choose a safe place to watch, and I should be fine. Should senior sister accompany me? Wang Susu hesitated, but still shook her head. She had not yet entered the first level of practicing Xian, and did not dare to leave South Bamboo Peak to wander around. However, she whirled her eyes and said, senior brother go at ease. If the tragic death of that furnace pot last night makes a scene, senior sister will help you out. It's still senior sister Wang who's good. Song Yan was a bit emotional. Chiyo is such a good person, and he's giving him all the trouble he needs. On the contrary, it is the evil demoness like Mess Wang that can help him solve many small tales. He had his heart set on the bright moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. Wang Susu laughed goose. Then senior brother must remember senior sister's goodness. The low place is not necessarily safe. The sky collapsed also from not tall people first top. A piece of snow in the high place will become the low place of people cannot bear the weight. Therefore, Song Yan did not hesitate when he was able to jump out of the utility room. As it turned out, the handymen who didn't jump out were indeed dead. Hiding where you are going may not be smart either. For the people around you are not stupid, they will always have eyes on you and ears to hear you. But when they see and hear, you're going to climb higher. Climb a path they can't climb. They'll lift you up and give you the green light everywhere. Therefore, not only did Song Yan not hide his behavior of going to the Cuijiao forest, he instead said it in a generous manner. He didn't just say it to Wang Susu alone, but along the way, but he confessed to any individual who asked. He was just going to practice the art of painting skin. Click, click, click. The two waterline walnuts in Song Yan's palm heart were rapidly rotating. Each rotation would bring extremely rare waterline Xian Qi drilling into his palm, which would then be slowly absorbed by Song Yan's skin under the secret method of Song Yan's little 5-line hands. After half an hour or so, he arrived at a cliff on the outskirts of South Bamboo Peak, and beneath it was a lush and reckless forest. The ones who traveled this path the most were actually the formal disciples of Leather Shadow Peak. However, those disciples rode on leather shadows, or flew in the air, or traveled through the top of the forest, and would not go deep inside the forest at all. Therefore, this caused the forest to have many more low-level demonic beasts. Sun Yan followed the slope of the mountain down to the forest. There are no entrances here, because every place is an entrance and every place is an exit. He had been walking for a long time, and as luck would have it, he saw two two-headed wolves drinking at a distance across a rock, their 4 large heads bobbing awkwardly. Song Yan observed carefully, his fingers then sketching out the shape of the two-headed wolf in the void. Not to mention, it's really better to see it in the flesh than in the drawing. Much better. Chapter 22. Nothing happened that day. In the evening, Song Yan returned to South Bamboo Peak, and Wang Susu sought him out, saying softly, senior brother's side is fine. Song Yan said, many thanks to senior sister Wang. Wang Susu laughed, how are you enlightened? A little bit of a haul. Then, senior brother continue to work hard. If there is anything you need from senior sister, just say so. There is also that Chi Yao, ordered by the Peak Master to be confined, temporarily not allowed to leave the mountain. You want to go visit her? No. He. The two finished and went their separate ways. Song Yan returned to the cave, glanced at the princess who was still weak from the harvesting, but did not ask her to serve again, only said, Shua Ro. Today you recuperate well. Come back to my collapse tomorrow. Wang Fei seemed to have completed her self-hypnosis. The charming aura brought about by the hidden bloodline of the multi-tailed fox clan was thoroughly stimulated, and at this time, sucking on her fingers, completely forgetting to flatter, and sinking into her lust, she said, Zoe is Song Lang's. It's all Song Lang's. Song Lang has made it seem as though Zoe has returned to the old days when she became a woman for the first time. Song Yan looked at her appearance. Mixed feelings, only to feel that obsessive fan, this thing is horrible. Power but one tier higher, really is the ability to completely take down the people below. What backbone, what chastity, what will, is all but worthless in the face of such power. He can do that to mortals. That higher level cultivator might not be unable to do so to him. It's really like trembling in fear, like being in an abyss, like walking on thin ice, so on, 4 days on end. On this day, Song Yen was planning to go to the Chui bird forest as usual, but he had only stepped out of the cave when he heard the sound of arguing coming from the distance. He followed the sound, but he saw a skinny old man with withered and wrinkled skin arguing with Zhang Yin. That old man, Song Yen had not only seen him, he was quite familiar. His name was Kong Defu, and he was the oldest of the handymen who had succeeded in cultivation, and he had once stood behind Zhang Yin during his test that day. At this moment, Kong Defu said angrily, Senior brother Zhang, am I not an official disciple? Why don't you share the censer with my Wei royal family? Earlier you said there weren't enough people, but yesterday I went to the marketplace under the mountain and saw a new batch of royal stoves delivered. How come I don't have mine yet? Zhang Yin frowned and looked at him, revealing a few mocking colors before saying, Senior brother Kong, you're in your 70s, what's the point of using the fine furnace of the Wei imperial family? It's a waste. Senior brother Zhang, Kong Defu gasped and said angrily again, but this is what I deserve. Snap, Zhang Yin threw down a slap, directly sending Kong Defu flying out, his mouth full of blood. Zhang Yin was still not relieved and took 2 steps forward, stepping on Kong Defu's face, looking down on him, smiling and not laughing. He's so old and still doesn't know the rules. Learn more from others. Mr. Song, get out. In the distance, Song Yen, who was listening, was somewhat speechless. Why does this even involve him? But on second thought, he did seem to be doing okay here. Zhang Yin helped him to go to the inner disciples to pass on his little 5 elements hands and skin painting technique. Wang Susu spoke up for him and offered to clear him of all suspicion. Kong Defu got up with hatred and spat blood, but he didn't dare to squeak and went straight away. Song Yan also tightened the Xian robe on his body and headed towards the Chui bird forest. It's the dead of winter now. Before long, some scattered snow flew between the cliffs. The snow is getting wild. The mountain birds are flying away, and the deserted forest is covered with snow like a white head. Song Yan sensed the sound of the whistling wind in the surroundings, and after a little thought, decided to practice his hand today. He had been observing low-level demonic beasts for many days, yet he always felt that there was still something almost there, and after thinking about it, he decided to adopt one of the methods stated in the painted skin method: kill, dissect, and measure, killing demonic beasts, dissecting demonic beasts, sensing every inch of the demonic beast's body with his hands, and realizing it in detail. It's the fastest way to perceive the god of painting. He had to get the painted skin method on the panel as soon as possible, and at that point he would be able to deduce it with his longevity. It was sunny before. No, but today, the world is noisy and can cover up a lot of movement. If he goes a little farther, then it is possible. 2 two-headed wolves were scurrying out of a den. The freezing cold doesn't do anything to them, but it does make some of the normal beasts let their guard down, and maybe they'll be lucky enough to run into one that freezes and passes out. The two-headed wolf didn't have much of a brain, but it did have hunting instincts and experience born from living in this environment for so long. Rustle of skirts, whooshing, the two-headed wolf ran wild. They weren't lucky today, and it wasn't long before they saw a two-legged beast walking in the snow. The two wolves' 8 eyes were ghostly, slightly crouching their bodies and quietly approaching, but the two-legged beast didn't seem to be half aware of it at all. When they got close enough to a certain distance, the two wolves already had fishy saliva coming out of their mouths, looked at each other, and accelerated violently. The impact brought a flurry of snow and fog. In the eyes of that poor two-legged beast, he could only see the snow mist explode, and 2 vicious black shadows shot out like a speeding wind, lunging straight at him. But at that moment, a two-headed wolf that was running backward steeply heard a strange sound that was different from the wind and snow in Lin Tao. Only after the voice fell, a cold light had already pierced through its heart. This two-headed wolf went black before his eyes, fall to the ground, dead. The other two-headed wolf had already leapt up and pounced on the neck of the two-legged beast that seemed to have raised its hand slightly, but the two-legged beast reacted quickly as well, raising its hand and turning it into a return hand, blocking it from its mouth. The two-headed wolf wasted no time in biting into the hand that delivered it, but the next moment, in its eyes, the hand turned black. It was a terrible mysterious blackness. The moment the fangs bit down, an intense burst of power radiated from the blackness in that hand. It was clear that the hand hadn't moved at all, but inside it was like a devastating explosion had been created. Click, boo, boom. Time seemed to slow down. This two-headed wolf's teeth shattered first, followed by his mouth, then his brain, blood, brains, broken bones, and shattered flesh exploded in midair. At this time, the two-legged beast's speed steeply became faster, and swept back 2 or 3 feet at electric speed, while the exploded flesh and blood happened to fall in front of his feet, not dirtying his clothes. This two-legged beast was none other than Song Yen. Song Yen fought for a while and felt that he should be okay in battle. After all, on the hilltop, he had roughly understood that although this low-level demonic beast like the double-headed wolf only corresponds to the first level of practicing Shen, it is not something that can be killed in seconds by the second level of practicing Shen, yet he had easily killed 2 of them. The teenager crouched down and began to quickly study the two-headed wolf. The smell of blood would quickly attract the rest of the demonic beasts, and he didn't have much time. Fortunately, fighting a two-headed wolf did make him realize more about the existence of two-headed wolves. After an incense stick of time, movement came from the distance, and it seemed like quite a few things were running towards here either near or far. Song Yen got up, washed his hands with snow, and beckoned to a few pairs of green eyes in a large snowy shrub not far away, signaling that he could come and eat. He walked merrily back, thinking as he went, and in passing, he fished out 2 more earthbound walnuts and spun them around in the palm of his hand. Spinning around, he suddenly had a change of heart and took another look at the panel. Nice guy. It's either not much, or it's 2 lines straight up. Spells can be extrapolated for longevity. The art of skin painting, uninitiated. The little 5 hands, uninitiated. Obviously, the cultivation of both the little 5 elements tangled silk hands and the painted skin recruitment technique were both difficult, and even the dismantled introductory means could not be mastered in just a few days. But since it appeared on the panel, Song Yen felt that it was not a big problem. You reap what you sow. The teenager's heart was filled with joy. After walking for about 2 incense sticks, all of a sudden, Song Yen frowned and was about to dodge something when he saw 2 figures in the forest riding a leather-shadowed two-headed wolf. Nearby, at a glance, it was the outer disciple of the skin shadow peak with the Xian robe and Xian tattoo. The visitor didn't let his guard down because Song Yen was wearing a uniform. Instead he asked sternly, "Which peak are you from? What are you doing here?" Song Yen said unhurriedly, "Senior brother is from South Bamboo Peak, and he came here because the rune master's skin painting technique needs to be enlightened, so he came to observe the demonic beasts. This matter can be proved by all up and down Nanju Peak." The 2 disciples glanced at each other. Suddenly one of them threw out an iron shackle and coldly said, "Handcuff yourself first and go back with me." Song Yen frowned, and right at this moment, he suddenly tightened his expression again and quietly took half a step back, shielding his 2 senior brothers in front of him. The 2 outer disciples felt the same, instantly tensing up and scanning the surrounding forest with a wary expression. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 gray-clothed figures swept out from the forest, one holding a sword and the other holding a gourd. "Hey, 3 devil cubs, kill, pay for the life of the Wei royal family come." The person holding the sword instantly flew up. Grip gourd is a shake gourd mouth. Inside an iron bean shot out, with a dark luster toward the 3 rapid cage. This also nervous outer disciple seems to perceive the other level. Suddenly laughed loudly, left hand slightly lift, double-headed wolf shadow accelerated, right hand and then move, but it is another shadow fly out. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a bird with a sharp beak like a knife, and another was a white-spiked deer that Song Yen was all too familiar with. The 4 of them binged. Song Yen, who had hidden behind a tree in the first place, looked at them oddly. Although he lacked experience in fighting people, he could see at this moment that although these 4 people were harnessing weapons and skins that he didn't have, their strength was only at the second level of practicing Xian just like him. That take the sword and gourd. Think as the Wei royal family when the offerings raised by the loose cultivator at this time sneaked into the mountain want to kill a few puppet palace disciples for the Wei royal family to avenge some. The 2 official disciples were the ones inspecting here, which made Song Yenbin's hanging heart fall slightly. If he is really a member of his own sect, after the fight, he can be handcuffed, and then he can explain clearly, without a moment's effort. Suddenly Song Yen heard a miserable scream, but he saw that the left arm of a leather shadow peak disciple had been chopped off by a flying sword. Another disciple, because of distraction, was also hit by the iron beams, landing on the ground, only to struggle, and was quickly swept by the flying sword to make up a knife. However, the sword-wielding loose cultivator was also impaled through his body by the broken-armed disciple maneuvering the flying bird skin shadow due to negligence. Another 10 or so breaths of ferocious wrangling. 4 men, 1 dead, 2 seriously wounded, 1 slightly injured. The dead and seriously injured were leather Shadow Peak disciples, and it was the one with the gourd that was slightly injured. The gaze of the gourd loose cultivator who was only lightly injured quickly fell on Song Yen, and without any nonsense, he let out an explosive shout. His hand pinched the magic spell, and the iron beans poured out once again. Song Yan's figure suddenly shifted, like a whirlwind, and even instantly arrived in front of the gourd casualty. That loose cultivator was stunned, but he did not panic. Lifting his hand and pointing both fingers down like a sword, the tips of his fingers were full of Xian Qi and instantly landed on Song Yan's palm that was pushing in. In the next instant, the gourd loose cultivator's face changed steeply, stunned and shocked, because he felt a terrifying suction force was coming from the opposite side, which caused all of his fingertip Xuanqi to be sucked away, and also caused his spell to be broken without attack. What evil magic? Why is the Xian Qi gone? Song Yan gave a smooth push, and his palm landed on the gourd loose cultivator's head. Boo! Hulu Scattergood died. Song Yan's body was like a ghost, instantly arriving in front of the flying sword casualty. Boo! The flying sword casualty died. Looking at the one remaining senior brother, he sighed softly. In a jiffy. Boo! Brother, die! The Xian Qi that was drawn and swirled around in the body, and there was a feeling that although there was more Xian Qi, it was only impurities. This made Song Yan very uncomfortable, but right now, he still needed to endure this discomfort and quickly touch a corpse first. Chapter 23:23. Perhaps it was because he had touched a corpse for the first time in his previous life. Song Yan's hands were still a little shaky, but it was only a small half incense burner's work, and he still quickly finished touching it. The two senior brothers of Leather Shadow Peak only had identity tokens in their arms. There might have been quite a few contribution points in their tokens, but when these two died, the contribution points were completely nullified, and Song Yan was unable to even see them. Typical people died. The money is not spent. Others cannot help them to spend. Pure selfless dedication to the puppet palace. As for the two casual cultivators, there was a bit more in their arms. A small bag of crystal jade the size of a soybean grain and emitting Xian Qi, and he didn't know what it was. A bunch of silver bills. Endorsed 9 Chance Bank. I don't know where it is. A booklet containing some cultivation tips for flying sword cultivators. A jade slip. Song extended hand touch. Draw out a spell named Gas Explosion. This spell actually is not a popular spell, but there is a practice Xian 3-layer threshold. Think this is that the loose cultivator from outside want to stay after their own promotion and then practice. Sure, in addition to the above, which were seized in his arms, there were 4 leather shadows, a flying sword, and a gourd that could release iron beans. Song Yan looked at the finished shadows up close, distinguishing them from the ones he had made. First feeling, God, these finished shadows were even more divine, as if some weird godly spirit was really hiding inside. Soon, Song Yan discovered the source of the divine soul as eyes. Whether it was a two-headed wolf, a flying sparrow with a beak like a knife, or a white-spiked deer, their eyes looked strange, alive, yet dead, obviously only through the color means of painting, but it gives Song Yan a feeling of staring directly at him. The air was quiet for a moment. Song Yan and the fallen two-headed wolf were wide-eyed. Suddenly, he quickly raised his hand and utilized the secondary mutation spell Stormbringer. Indole, perdure. 4 headshots later, the heads of the 4 shadow products were gone, and the gods in their eyes were naturally gone. Song Yan continued to make up for it until he blasted the shadow. Then he let out a long breath and secretly sighed. Almost, really almost. If he hadn't touched the corpses, he wouldn't have been able to notice that the 4 silhouettes actually might have existed with some degree of consciousness as well, if he didn't touch the corpse and turned around. But in case the people who searched later could know what happened at the scene through these 4 leather shadows, then he would definitely be finished. Truly, information determines life and death. Afterwards, Song Yan packed up a brainful of these things, added them to the rocks, and quickly threw them into the nearby river before turning back, already seeing a demonic beast go to the corpses of the 4 cultivators and start feasting on them. You can't keep a body in the Tweety Bird Forest, and those things that came from groping corpses, Song Yan wouldn't risk taking them away. Where do you think we should hide such a bag of jewels? Then how to explain? At most, he will know that this thing has value later, and then find an opportunity to touch the river is. Today's harvest is already quite a lot. There's no need to make more trouble just to covet a little something. The mountains have lost their snow, but the snow in the vault of heaven has not yet fallen. Song Yen-Xian's robes were quickly dyed white, and by the time he returned to South Bamboo Peak they were all white. He took a long breath, and that Xian-Qi of others that he had temporarily drawn from earlier had also been completely expelled from his body, and at that moment, he stepped forward. The Southern Bamboo Peak Guard disciple had long been familiar with his outing, raised his hand in greeting, and asked with a smile, "How is that skin painting technique of the senior brother's enlightenment?" Song Yen said, "It's okay." After he walked past, the disciple on duty turned to his partner on his side, smiled and said, Little young this hard mouth. Line what line? Pure daydreaming. Really think that the pie master is so easy? The other disciple on duty yawned, seemingly uninterested in the topic, and instead said, later, let's go to that small marketplace under the mountain and stroll around. Even though we don't have the top quality of the kind of furnaces in the imperial family of the Great Wei dynasty, it's still a good idea to talk to those Jianghu people and order a nice little maiden. As long as it's pretty. I don't expect it to be a stove for cultivation or anything else. South Bamboo Peak disciples are required to perform tasks other than going out to buy, making demonic beast skins, supervising the skin making room and so on. There are also a lot of other scattered tasks. Duty, 4-1. However, guarding the main peak gate of South Bamboo Peak was not something that a handyman could serve as. Those who were here were all formal disciples who had entered the realm, but felt that they had no hope of breaking through. The reason why they were willing to guard the door here was because the contribution points here were relatively large and stable, and they could work until they died of old age. Song Yan entered the cave, removed the Xian clothes. Xiao Shangyang quickly took the gorgeous blanket to warm him, and took the Xian clothes and shook off the snow, drying it under a skylight. Outside the skylight, the snow was majestic and cold, while in the cave hall, the blazing fire is burning. Inside emits the fragrance of some kind of pine branches. This is the mountain spirit wood. By some handyman cut and send. Burn it can not only warm, but also can clear the mind. Cheryl. Song Yan didn't see the princess, so he shouted. On the other side, the princess quickly lifted the curtain and walked out. Her pretty face really did not see any grudges, but with a certain kind of joy that has not dissipated. Song Lang, my concubine found some mountain chili peppers that were born in a rocky crevice. Winter peppers, and they grow here in the land of the immortals, rare as they are. Song Yan was also curious, went to take a look, and saw the princess side of the cave in the rocks but gave birth to a few pepper-like things. I do not know what. However, he was wary. When did it appear? Just for today. Tonight, then, you and Run you will come and sleep in my house, and tomorrow, after I have checked, you will return so as not to be poisonous. Okay, Sun groaned. But, it's definitely chilly. Why so sure? When I was a child, my concubine grew up in Shu and loved spicy food, so know exactly what chili looks like and tastes like. Concubine also had the honor of obtaining a spirit flower atlas, which seems to have been plucked from nowhere by master. That chart said that this mountain pepper, born in the bitter winter and breaking through the rocks, should be a delicacy called fire-breathing pepper. Its spiciness is similar to that of regular chili peppers, but it warms the body after entering the stomach, making it a fine delicacy. It is said that if you eat a fire bell pepper, even if you take off your clothes and sleep in the snow for a night, you will not freeze to death. Chao Shuelua said a lot of words in one breath, but immediately afterward, she was busy saying, concubine, in my cave in the mountains, even though I won't go hungry due to the grain-resistant pill, somehow, I still miss the food on earth. That's why I'm so excited. Lang Jun is not to be blamed. Not weird. Song Yan nodded. He understood. It's night. He shared his couch with the young lady of the mound, the princess. After a moment of ridiculous meta-picking, the two women collapsed weakly, snuggling into his arms left and right. It was fine when he didn't collect yuan, but when he did, Song Yan could clearly feel that he had collected more Xian Qi from the princess. Obviously, the stove tripod advantages and disadvantages are not verbal. This has extremely thin multi-tailed fox bloodline of the Wei royal family is indeed better than ordinary women. Song Yan sighed softly. Yuan harvesting, in fact, really wasn't his intention, and he didn't need to cultivate through the method of yuan harvesting. Looking at the royal consort who was sleeping in his arms, he slowly withdrew his eyes and thought no more about it. How can the weak, how can they transcend the rules? He had to. The princess, too, had no choice. It's just sparse, heartless, and timely. It's all just about surviving. Feeling that both women were asleep, Song Yan swept the panel. Name, Song Yan. Longevity, 21/16524. Spells, the art of skin painting, uninitiated. The little five hands, uninitiated. Qi explosion technique, uninitiated. Threshold, third level of practicing Xian. After a brief moment of thought, he closed his eyes again. He didn't intend to deduce the painted skin technique or whatever it was to the extreme in one breath, but rather, he planned to spend a month of his lifespan each day to deduce it. So, the talent he showed in the Skin Master was 30 times that of a normal person. This way, it will not have the kind of overnight, so that people cannot help but want to tie up and dissect, or to use soul-searching techniques to force the chance abrupt, and will not seem too ordinary. Of course, if 30 times his talent was already not enough, then, 40 times, 50 times wasn't out of the question. For the bottom cards, he would deduce them to the extreme in one breath, such as the previous Qi arrow technique and convergence technique, but for those powers that need to be displayed in front of people, he operates as such. It also takes a little bit of skill on how to use your talents. Tomorrow, let's see how the sect over at the Chui Bird Forest handles the disappearance of disciples, and then we'll talk about it. Also, seek an opportunity to go to the marketplace under the mountain and add some more spells such as the soul-searching technique. If you have that spell, you may not be able to learn more news today. Exhaustion gradually hit Song Yan as he plotted and counted. He pulled his arms out from under both women's heads and wrapped his sideways arms around a random one, naked against it, and went to sleep. Chapter 24. Genius. Next day, early, Song Yan sought out Zhang brother into the house to see the stone gap in the growth of red pepper kind of thing, and then was told this is really the fire breath pepper. And then Zhang brother to see him interested in, and even presented a length and width of half a meter of the stone flower beds, inside the spirit of the soil. Song Yan directly gave this flower bed to the princess and let her toss it away, wandering around casually outside. 2 disciples missing matter apparently has not spread, so the movement is not big. Song Yan then went to Kingfisher Forest as usual, but today, he really walks the talk, just stood at the edge of the forest, not as deep as yesterday. So, for 3 days in a row, on the 4th day, when he was still planning to go to the Tsuejia forest again, he was pulled back by Zhang Yin. Don't go for a while. What's wrong, elder brother? Some of the scattered cultivators offered by the Wei imperial family, along with some of the disciples of the Southern Wu Sword sect, quietly infiltrated the outskirts of my puppet sect, and quite a few of the official disciples who were inspecting the area have disappeared. Some of them have been found with their corpses, and some of them are completely gone. Zhang Yin's face was grave. Song Yan revealed just the right amount of shock and afterthought. When did this happen? Zhang Yin hemmed and hawed and said, just in the past 2 days. An inspection disciple also disappeared from the Tsuejia forest. This is good luck. But luck can't always be good. Don't go for now. Song Yan clenched his fists and said hatefully, Southern Wu Sword sect, deceiving people too much. That's not true, Zhang Yin said. We're just catching handymen, getting some stoves, and sheltering those gangs in the Jianghu that favor us, and they just have to make a move against us, bullying people too much. Song Yan, aha, capture a large number of slaves and kill people at will, forcibly snatch the beauty of the mortal world and let people's families die, shelter the evil and crooked ways of the rivers and lakes, so that the bad people have a protective umbrella, so that the tumors have a fertile soil to thrive and grow. Elder brother, you are really shameless. However, now he is also in the devil's sect, and in order to survive, the action is also a bit demonized, although it is not the original intention, although it is helpless, but this world is never on the signs regardless of the heart. Thinking of this, Song Yan said, it just so happens that during this time, I have gained some understanding of the skin painting technique, and it just so happens that I stayed on the peak to make skin. It's the same old rules. I'll do senior brother's share, and the contribution points will be counted as senior brothers. Zhang Yin smiled joyfully at his words, affectionately wrapping his arm around his shoulder and laughing. I like people like you, senior brother. Don't worry, with senior brother around, you can't suffer any losses. As for what the skin painting technique has been realized, Zhang Yin took it as if he hadn't heard it. In his opinion, although his younger brother is diligent and has some talent, he is still 100,000 miles away from the Leather Master entrance. 1 month later, Zhang Yin held in his hands the double-headed wolf shadow made from the skin of a demonic beast and stood under the late winter sunlight and looked at it again and again. The mountain wind blew and swept up his sideburns, but his eyes were as if they were glued to the shadow, not moving. Suddenly, the knot in his throat rolled and he swallowed hard, his eyes showing a color of disbelief. This senior Zhang, as a standard devil sect disciple, had seldom lost his temper, but he hadn't been like this in the past few days. He looked at the shadow of a two-headed wolf and recalled the previous shadow of a two-headed wolf, and felt that if the shadow from 30 days ago was ordinary, and the one from 15 days ago was good, then the current one is excellent. Since his return from the Tsuejia forest, Son's progress in the leather-making process has been rapid, with a speed that can be seen with the naked eye. Zhang Yin had always thought that cultivation is a very slow thing. Everything needs to be subtle. But, he had also heard something. The cultivation of the realm was quite lengthy, as it mainly depended on the Xian root qualification. Xian root qualifications were difficult to measure, yet they could still be assessed through some tests. But, the cultivation of spells is another matter entirely. Enlightenment is something that can't be seen or touched. The vast majority of cultivators' enlightenment is actually about the same, but there are very few enlightenment as very good people exist. Those people in the comprehension of a spell. Really and ordinary cultivators have a difference between the mud. It doesn't have much to do with Zhengan. Some people's Xian root qualifications were not good, and they even performed mediocrely in the enlightenment of most spells. However, they might show extremely strong enlightenment in a certain category of spells. If they didn't have the chance, They might not have realized they had such a talent in their whole life, but if you meet it, it will explode into a brilliant light of astonishing talent. Zhang Yin had never heard of such people only by hearsay, but today, he believed he had actually met it. This shadow has taken on the appearance of a god. Realistic. Senior brother Song truly has the talent to become a leather master. He's still just running around the Suizhou forest on his own. If he gets guidance from a famous teacher. Zhang Yin didn't dare to think about it anymore as he took a deep breath and ran towards the peak. Arriving at the South Bamboo Peak, Master Chang Danqing's cave. On weekdays, Master was practicing in the cave, and he wouldn't come to disturb him, but today, he felt that it was not a trivial matter and that he had to talk to his master. Knock, knock. He raised his hand and quietly raised the stone door. However, there was no movement in the door. Zhang Yin knocked again. Still nothing. As if the master who was supposed to be practicing in the cave wasn't even there today. Where did Master go? Zhang Yin revealed a slightly puzzled look, but still turned around and left. The next day, Zhang Yin finally met Chang Danqing. Yesterday, Master had been cultivating in the mansion. Perhaps he was too involved and did not hear your knock. Chang Danqing casually gave an explanation. What is your business? Master, please look. Zhang Yin took out the two-headed wolfskin shadows and excitedly handed them over. The two shadows, one flat and one lifelike. Chang Danqing took it, looked at it, raised the lifelike one, and asked, who made it? Senior brother Song Yen Song. What about this one? Chang Danqing lifted that flat one slightly again. It's also senior brother Song Yen Song, but he did it a month ago. Zhang Yin whirled around and told the ins and outs, but the bit about coveting ink was skipped over. Chang Danqing grabbed the two copies of the shadow and examined them repeatedly, and suddenly said, all the shadows he made this month, are they still there? Zhang Yin said, yes. The door was tense during this period of time, and the disciple who came to pick up the goods was a bit late. All the skins are still in the storehouse and have not been issued. Go get it. Chang Danqing said, then added, I'll go with you to see. A few moments later, 32-headed wolf shadows were placed one by one in front of Chang Danqing. Chang Danqing looked at them one by one, and when he saw the end of them, his ancient and unperturbed eyes had already moved. He uttered, genius. Zhang Yin clapped his hands and said, this is true genius. I was not expecting to encounter it myself. Chang Danqing lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, saying, go tell Song Yen that Master is going to help him make a run to the main peak and pay a personal visit to Master Shi for his matter. Yes, Master. Evening. Zhang Yin came to the leather-making cave and watched Song Yen's focused eyes, his flowing drawing in leather-making, and waited patiently by the side. Only when he was done did he go up and pat his shoulder. Song Yen understood and followed him out of the cave. Zhang Yin said seriously, Senior brother found that you are very talented in the leather-making discipline. Therefore, I purposely asked Master to help you run to the main peak once to visit Master Shi for your sake. Song Yen said, many thanks, Senior brother. Zhang Yin waved his hand and said, you and I are brothers. There is no need to talk too much. Also, in the future, all the skins you make will be counted as your own contribution points, so there's no need to give them to your senior brother. Seeing that Song Yen was going to say more, Zhang Yin whispered, why don't you return all of it? Just give me some days of grace, okay? Song Yen. The next day, the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak, in a mysterious dark hall, there were grotesque and huge figures sitting backlit, with a deathly aura so thick that their faces were not visible. Chang Danqing entered it through the side door of the organ and reported respectfully. The man spoke back. The voice was odd, as if two faces were mingling and saying something noisily. Leathermen are talented, and we need that, but basalt always shines on its own. In this way, Stone Seed Wang will organize a demon beast exhibition in Linglong Valley next month for half a month in order to see the god of demon beasts. At that time many skinners, even just qualified ones, will go over. You recommend him to go, so that he can go to Linglong Valley to see the world, and also try to see what level he really is. The rest, afterward. Yes, Chang Danqing respectfully returned. The mysterious figure added, I asked you to find the Southern Wu Sword sect spies. How did it go? Chang Danqing respectfully said, there are already arrangements in place. I believe there will be news before long. That mysterious figure said, be quick. King Wei has already run smoothly to the mountain and see Demon Kingdom, and should soon be able to meet that elder of his in the multi-tailed dragon bow cannibal fox clan. And our chance, too, is almost here. The words were already sardonic by the end of the sentence. Chang Danqing lips grinned, followed by Jia laughed. Chapter 25. Later that evening, the snow did not stop. An invitation was sent to Song Yen, unknown animal skin material, with red sand written on it, Linglong Valley Exotic Beasts Association. Song Yen, Leather Shadow 334-inch, bring this invitation, as well as your identity token, and wait at South Bamboo Peak in half a month. Sure we'll send someone to take you to Linglong Valley to watch the beasts. There is a god hidden in the strange beasts, and you can know all the beasts by looking at them. Only the skin masters who can paint the god's face or those who are qualified can go there. This is what elder brother asked master to get for you. Go and see the world, Jiang Yin said, then softly added. However, this is a temporary insertion of slots. Sure, for the people of the old-fashioned, should not like this kind of thing, then perhaps will be on the younger brother ignored. Next to if there are disciples good at observing. I think we'll be mocking the younger brother a couple of words to pat Shure's ass. These bull asterisk things. Senior brother first and you say good. You have a preparation. Save the good into bad. Out of the moth. Anyway, what about it? Senior brother remember. Although you have talent, you are a latecomer. This trip is just to learn. Talk less. Listen more and watch more. Song Yan smiled and said, thank you for the mention. Such a favor. Senior brother will never forget. Zhang Yin listened happily and patted him on the shoulder again affectionately before departing. Song Yan looked at the invitation in his hand, and a flash of anticipation arose in his heart. These days, he could certainly use his longevity to deduce the skin painting technique, but after deducing it to a certain extent, he ran into a snag. For the skin painting technique to be complete, it had to fulfill one requirement, and that was, it needed to observe as many demonic beasts as possible. It's all about environmental fit. In a place where there were no demonic beasts, he would not be able to make progress in the skin painting technique even if he deduced it for 100 and 1,000 years, because he had no way to change demonic beasts out of thin air. To be honest, he was worried about it. But I didn't realize that this wave is really a sleepy pillow, and what's missing is what's coming. Sweeping his eyes across the door to the closed stone door of the cave not far from the door, he remembered that Qi Yao had been confined in it. Sort of, for some time. He really didn't know how this little spy of the Southern Wu Sword sect could break the situation, but he wouldn't offer any more help. He didn't mind helping such good people for a bit when he could, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to step in if his own well-being was involved. Return to the cave and close the stone door. Because of the snowy day, there wasn't much light in the cave, and it was quite dark. Little Miss Chiu and Princess Wang are plating the fire-breathing peppers, as well as some spiritual flowers and herbs sent by Wang Susu and Jiang Yin. These flowers and plants do not have a big role to play. The main one is purify the air, non-toxic, and even edible. The two women sat at the stone table, careful to the point that every small handful of spiritual soil in the flower bed had to be spread evenly, and the stall spacing between each flower had to be even. Apart from making skins, they can only make flowers. In a drunken stupor. But so, having received the invitation from Linglong Valley, Song Yan also felt that he could finally breathe a little easier, and after coping with the two ladies at night, he said, tomorrow I plan to go to the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. There is a tavern in that marketplace that I remember, so when the time comes I'll bring some meals back from the tavern, and we'll eat together. The rescue pill is certainly not hungry, but it also takes away the pleasure of eating it. The two women cheered up, but it's something as small as dinner, and it's already something for them to look forward to. The following day, Song Yan lightly familiar down the mountain, first buy solid ginseng dan, and then go to the marketplace restaurant. Spend 1 contribution points to buy a box of 3 pots of mountain delicacies and seafood. This 3 pots of mountain delicacies and seafood are the best on earth. According to the owner of that restaurant boasts, the cook is the imperial chef. Once upon a time are doing state banquets. Then, he spent 199 contribution points to buy the soul searching technique. Balance, 1,324 contribution points. Only what surfaced on his panel was soul searching technique, uninitiated, threshold, practicing the 3rd Shen layer. It was obvious that this spell needed to be cultivated to a certain level before it could be cast. Song Yan shook his head. Raising the realm is the top priority. But the realm was something he had learned quite a bit about. The realm did not depend on enlightenment, so unless there was a great encounter, it was simply impossible to advance by leaps and bounds. This realm is all about Xian root qualification, cave, cauldron, pills. If he suddenly jumped out and said that he was already at the 2nd level of Xian cultivation and wanted to ask how to cultivate at the 3rd level of Xian cultivation, he would definitely be doomed. Returning to the mountain, he opened the lunchbox and placed the 3 pots of vegetables in order on the spirit wood charcoal stove and began to steam them hot. The aroma dissipated with the heat, making the 3 salivating after a long time of not having a meal. The 2 women looked blearily at the food on the charcoal stove, and then looked at Song Yan, who was also waiting with bated breath, and couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile. Perhaps it is at this moment that the 3 of them have a real sense of emotional resonance, but only for this moment. When it comes down to it, that really can't be studied a bit. Song Yan never really thought that the princess didn't hate him. If he had given the princess a knife in a safe place and tied himself up, then, he thought that the princess might still kill him with a knife. However, even though he was asleep nowadays, he was more alert than mortals because of his realm. so even though at night he sometimes slept with his royal consort in his arms, he wasn't afraid at all, and the crown princess wouldn't be stupid enough to take a shot at him in the cave. Hot. The little lady of the mound looked happily at the stove while she set out the dishes that had been delivered in the lunchbox, choking on her saliva as she waited. The princess was in a pleasant mood. Song Yen raised his hand to uncover the pot. However, the moment both fingers touched the lid of the pot, a sentence suddenly popped into his mind. That's the bragging rights of the owner of a marketplace tavern. Our cook is an imperial chef, and used to cook state banquets, so your honor will be blessed. Snap. He pressed the lid back on the pot. What's wrong? The young lady of the mound asked in consternation. Song Yen casually said, it's not hot yet. After saying that, he suddenly moved in his heart and slightly closed his eyes, focusing his attention on the technique. Xian-Shi guidance technique can be longevity deduction. He attached a mental note. Use the contents of this pot as medicine and invest a year of your lifespan to begin the deduction. You have invested 1 year of your life to cultivate the Xian-Shi guidance technique. There is no Fury Yuan here, and your body is full of Fury Yuan that cannot be raised again. But you think that swallowing the deliciousness of the pot in front of you can be an opportunity to practice. You ate the 3 pots of deliciousness. That night, you have cramps in your abdomen. You're dead, returning the remaining lifespan of 364 days. Song Yen, once again, he discovered a way to use his panel, testing for poison. At the same time, he found out, there's really poison in this dish. Song Yen sighed, deliberately lifted the lid of the pot, sniffed, and said, poisonous, poisonous? The princess froze. Song Yen said, the remnants of the Great Way, the imperial chef of the palace, crown princess, mortal medicine, it shouldn't do anything to you, right? The princess squeezed out a smile. Song Yen said, it might not be a mortal medicine. The remnants on your side might have completely colluded with the Southern Wu Sword sect. They took the poison from the Southern Wu Sword sect and suicidally rushed to the puppeteer sect. It's really loyal, crown princess. Song Yen stroked her hair and said, to be fair, I didn't expect something like this either. But since it happened, I had to report it. After saying that, he grabbed the iron pot and went looking for Jiangyin. Evening. Jiangyin, who was leading the group, brought Song Yen, Wang Susu and the others to the entrance of the marketplace. In the marketplace, there was already a clamor, as a number of disciples of the evil sect of the Jianghu had been poisoned to death. Jiangyin ordered his disciples to block the front and back doors and directly arrest people, and that restaurant cook actually didn't leave, but just looked north from the top of the building, shouting impassionedly, I, Hua Wu Xian, have not failed the emperor. Your Majesty, I'm going. After he said that, his 7 orifices bled, and he fell down from a high place, and before he landed, he was already dead. His eyes were round and full of hatred as he looked towards the disciples of Leather Shadow Peak in the firelight in the distance. Jiangyin, but no nonsense, continue to catch people, and then the soul-searching technique brush used. It didn't take long to pick up a few more suspects and slaughter them outright. Wang Susu, with a smile on her face, holding a small red umbrella made of oil paper, stood in the night snow under the lanterns of the marketplace, charmingly sniffing the smell of blood in the air. Song Yen looked at the miserably dead cook, and then looked at Senior Zhang, who was returning from a murder, and couldn't help but ask, has the king of Wei been captured? Jiangyin waved his hand and said, ran away. I guess I don't know which wild mountain to die. Song Yen suddenly shivered for some reason. Wang Susu, on the other hand, came closer to Senior Brother Zhang and said in a whiny voice with words that only the 3 could hear, Senior Brother, my stove tripod is no longer working. Can you give me another royal family? Jiangyin awkwardly glanced at Song Yen next to him, then swept the other disciples not far away and lowered his voice. Can. Then in an even lighter voice, he said, Senior Brother Song, do you want one? I'll get you another one over here, guaranteed to be younger than the previous one. Song Yen shook his head and said, thank you for your kind words, Senior Brother. Wang Susu gouged out Song Yen and said, Senior Brother Song is really compassionate. Should he pity Senior Sister as well? When she finished speaking, she covered her lips and laughed googly 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 googly. Song Yen smiled breathlessly. However, he had long since gotten used to his senior sister's style. Sister is a standard demoness, and the real sirens are broken shoes. Chapter 26. Dark Tide. A few days later, early morning, Song Yen was still asleep on the collapse, but suddenly heard a rumbling sound from not far away. He got up quickly. The quilt slipped off, revealing the white, smooth shoulders of Chio's little lady inside. Song Yen quickly put on his Xian clothes and hurried to the door, not going out, but just listening through the door. Outside the house, movement came from a short time later. Chi Yao, without the Peak Master's order, how dare you go out of the cave without authorization? A disciple questioned. I want to see the Peak Master. I can clear my name. Chi Yao's voice was as cold as ice. permeated with a dark aura that Song Yan had never seen before. The air quieted. Song Yan is also curious about how this little Minuteman is going to blacken himself. But he didn't wait for an answer, because not a moment later, Chi Yao was taken away. In the evening of that day, Song Yan finished making skins and collided with Chi Yao, who happened to be walking down from the mountain. Seeing that they were on the same path, Chi Yao didn't even look at him, but just stopped and waited for him to go first. It seemed that after her request of "why don't we form a Taoist couple" was rejected last time, she had already treated Song Yan as a complete stranger. Wang Susu was a well-informed one, obviously knowing something, and at this time actually smiled and took the initiative to wave her hand and shouted, "Senior Sister Chi." Chi Yao Wen did not hear. Also no longer wait. Coldly angled snow-white neck. Pick up the stairs. Wang Sua's smile did not diminish. "Song Yan," she said. "Senior Sister Wang, what's going on here?" The smile on Wang Susu's face disappeared and became more than a little cold as she said in a jealous tone, "Chi Yao, she's not an inferior miscellaneous Xianroot, but a mid-grade earth Xianroot. Disciples with this kind of qualification usually go straight to the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak, where they can enjoy better caves, better stoves, better pills, and a rather precious resource called Xianyu," she said in an increasingly morose manner. "It's just that it's a bit interesting for a mid-grade earthly Xianroot to have failed the discipleship test and mixed into the group of miscellaneous servants instead." After saying that, Wang Susu laughed again. Song Yan was also a bit stunned. He had never thought that Chi Yao was actually a middle-grade earth Xianroot, and even more so, he had never thought that she would actually expose herself in order to clear her suspicions. That's not clearing suspicion, it's increasing it, okay? However, what made Song Yan and Wang Susu fall in shock was that Chi Yao's transfer order actually came down, and in the next few days, she would be heading to the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak, becoming an official disciple on the main peak. Wang Susu said sourly, "I'm surprised nothing has happened to her. I'm afraid she's already put down a pitch." Song Yan knew it was difficult to catch the spies, but the Southern Wu Sword sect had disciples who had fallen into the hands of Leather Shadow Peak. If Chi Yao wasn't suspected, then it was likely that she had already killed a Southern Wu Sword sect disciple with her own hands. As a complementary measure, it is highly likely that Leather Peak will also spread the word in order to let people outside know about this. Another night, Song Yan was sleeping, when suddenly he heard another commotion coming from next door. The stone door on Chi Yao's side opened. A man's voice came immediately afterward. Song Yan discerned it and recognized that it was Kong Difu's. This old senior brother has been in a terrible situation lately. Since his last request for the Great Wei Imperial Bloodline Cauldron, he has been suppressed by Zhang Yin at every turn, bullied by his fellow disciples, and it is said that even his cauldron has been played with by someone. One must know that Wang Susu had already been assigned a second royal hearth, and this old senior brother didn't even have one yet. The voice with endless hatred rang softly, "Fairy Chi, I know you're a good person, but in a few days I'm going to be kicked off the mountain to fend for myself. Do you have any messages you'd like me to bring out?" Kong Difu said hatefully, "I'm willing to do whatever I can against the puppet sect." The air was quiet for a few seconds, immediately followed by Chi Yao's icy voice. "Roll." Kong Difu was going to say more, but the stone door had already closed again. Song Yan only heard a breathlessness. "Condorcet is here. True or false? He doesn't know." But Chi Yao did have a message that needed to get out, and that was this: she was forced to lay down a pitch before killing one of her own people. But there was no small possibility that this was a pit, and Chi Yao had also noticed it, so there was no way she would let Kong Difu bring the letter. Even if she had any coded messages to pass on, she wouldn't use them. She still stepped in the hole, because you let them go and report them directly are two very different attitudes. But Chi Yao chose the former. That's just not the kind of thing you'd do for a detailer. Song Yan even felt that if Chi Yao wasn't a spy, he could have eaten all the tables in the cave. Still, he was just going to listen and not worry much about the rest. Turning around and wrapping his arms around the smooth torso, he went back to sleep. Kong Difu looked at the closed stone cave and left helplessly, but after going no more than a few steps, he took advantage of the night color and bowed and scurried towards the top of the South Bamboo Peak. Within a few minutes, he arrived at one of the cave dwellings with the most abundant Xian Qi in this area, gently knocked on the stone door, and respectfully called out, "Peak Master, Peak Master." The stone door opens. He walked in and smiled in a humble tone. "Peak Master, I have used the bitter trick and helped you to try it out. Then, according to the agreement, can you give me a position as the Southern Bamboo Peak Guard? I will definitely do my duty." "Ha, watch is a great position to retire in." The next day, Kong Difu, because old age is not suitable for cultivation, left the South Bamboo Peak. He left wearing a masked hat. Not many people to send, and no one cares. Song Yan, because of the realm, for the details can have more discernment, so he just swept a glance at the footsteps of the Condor Fu, and understood. Those are staged old feet. That's never a Condorcet. The real Condorcet is dead. dead after last night's conversation with Chiao. And the stove pot followed by Kangdefu's side was trembling gently. The stove has obviously found something, and she's dead. Son Yen sighed lightly. In fact, compared to the other stovepipes, the two in his cave were really having a pretty good time. In stark contrast to this miserable old senior brother was Chi Yao. In the late afternoon, a leather skyboat came to rest on the lonely cliff of Nanju Peak. The boat was more than 10 feet long, like a not-so-small fishing boat, but the whole body was made of unknown animal skins. While transmitting some kind of mystery, the distant handyman's room was suddenly noisy, and many of them had long since run out of the house, gazing at the leather skyboat from afar and exchanging words. Such a big shadow boat. Whose handiwork is this? I've been here 2 years and I've never seen a boat like this. I've seen it before. It's only sent by the main peak to welcome the disciples. There must be some genius who has been chosen. The formal disciples of South Bamboo Peak also looked on with complex expressions. The ponytail that the young girl once loved to tie has been scattered, becoming naturally hanging behind her back. Only at the end of the red rope bundled, the righteousness of the heroic spirit has disappeared, and the watery almond eyes because of the slight squinting of the cause of the narrow and long as a knife, cold and full of murderous intent. She held her head high and did not look at any of her fellow disciples, just striding her long legs and walking straight up to the skyboat. The skyboat went far away and disappeared into the blue sky. Wang Susu glanced at Son Yen at her side and said, "It's overshadowed your visit to Linglong Valley." Son Yen gazed at the empty boat's destination, only feeling that this Chi Yao matter was full of oddities. He didn't know it, but he felt anyway he looked at it that the girl had been caught up in a terrible dark tide, and now she was just being held as a pawn, and there was no telling what would happen to her. However, if Chi Yao was at the center of the dark tide, then isn't he at the edge of the tide? But what is that dark tide? Son Yen was just thinking, suddenly heard Wang Susu speak, casually returned, "That counts for what, wind? But anyone with a little bit of qualification can go, and I am the one who got the chance because my senior brother and master raised me up. If you really go, I'm afraid you won't be treated well, and you'll just be walking around by yourself and seeing what's going on." Wang Susu suddenly winks again. The two little ladies in the cave haven't been milked dry yet? Son Yen and her are also quite familiar with each other. At this time breathlessly said, "Does it have to be drained?" Wang Susu said, "That's not true. Just, awareness breeds fondness. It is better that we do not develop feelings for the hearth, for such feelings are false. Stovepipe to us, even if it is because of the infatuation powder to obey, but if the infatuation powder drug effect is gone, then the only thing left is hate. How is it that a person as smart as senior brother can't come down hard?" Wang Susu definitely knows the term shallow words, and at this moment, she's deep in words. There was only one reason for this. She took Son Yen as one of her own. The world is quite a mess. When it was a straight-up dry run talking about fellowship, it backfired and got along fine as strangers. Son Yen smiled and said, "Thank you." A few days later, a shadowed empty boat bound for Linglong Valley stopped at South Bamboo Peak. The ship was more than 20 feet long, better than the empty boat before. Son Yen held the invitation and stepped up. Chapter 27. The Mantle. On the empty boat, at a glance, about a dozen disciples, clear color red. Most of them were Xian robes with red stripes, which were the inner disciples. And there was another person who actually had a white robe with red stripes and a young face, obviously an inner sect elder. These were still on the deck of the empty ship, and Son Yen and the deck hadn't seen them yet. Son Yen's Xian robe and Xian pattern. In this kind of place it was blinding and out of place, as if a duck had mixed into a swan flock. He quickly came before the young elder and respectfully said, "Disciple Son Yen, see the elder." The young elder swept a glance at him and casually nodded his head, responding with a nasal voice and not replying. Son Yen had originally planned to say that he wanted to go and pay respects to Sure, not because of anything else, but because he didn't want to lose his etiquette. But now it seems that there was no need to ask. Nobody cares. No one thinks he's qualified either. It didn't matter to Son Yen as he casually stood up to the side of an empty ship in a corner. As the shadowed airship left the cliff and took off, Son Yen took a deep breath, and his eyes brightened as his vision opened wider and wider. But he soon realized that there was no current of crosswinds or thinness of air here, as if a strange power had spread out from the shadowed airship, sheltering the passengers. The lone sun floating in the clouds and the blue sky are soothing to those who board the ship, but in the northeast direction, the redness of that piece of the earth's fury was becoming clearer and clearer, like a red, terrifying vortex spinning silently and slowly. This is the real leather master. Son Yen's heart yearned, but soon he realized that no one was here to talk to him. These leatherworkers and would-be leatherworkers obviously have their own circles, and no matter where, Son Yen always saw a similar scene, just like in the South Bamboo Peak. Even the Wang Demonis would whine and try to curry favor with senior brother Zhang and ask for some benefits from him on this deck. However, you can also see two good-looking female cultivators of the inner sect, one on each side of the body of the two men. And again, everything on the deck seemed to be centered on those two men. Son Yen didn't say a word, but he listened with his ears perked up. Soon he figured out quite a bit from just words. Sure. Named Zhao Wang, was the #1 leather master on the Leather Shadow Peak, but he was obsessed with the way of leather shadows and thus spent less time on cultivation. So much so that nowadays he was in his 80th year but still had not been able to break through the practicing Xian realm. If you don't break through, your lifespan will just be mortal lifespan, and at most you will live for 100 years or so, and you won't get sick. At the age of 80, Ishizuo naturally had to choose a successor, and in fact, the things he has studied all his life are not simple. All those who are on the empty boat today are not running for the mantle. But again, these people are clearly divided into two factions. A school, headed by a young elder Lu Hong. But Lu Hong is not a disciple of Zhao Wang, but by his own chance to become a leather master. His status as an elder was not because of his realm, but because he was the best of the leather masters at such a young age. The other faction was led by a promising inner disciple Gu Rufang, who was the disciple of Zhao Wang, and also the second generation of devils of the Devil's Puppet sect, and it seemed that one of his parents was an elder of the sect. Whether it was Lu Hong, or Gu Rufang, there was originally so much curiosity and caution towards this Song Yan who had suddenly cut in line and boarded the ship, but on seeing the latter so constrainedly cowering in the corner of the empty ship, it was all out of mind. It should just be a gold-plated one, and it's here for the purpose of mixing into a leather division. The two didn't even have the idea of pulling Song Yan's strings. Mr. Sure is a serious person with an old-fashioned character, so who knows if this kind of behavior will leave a negative impression on him. So, Song Yenjin became a little transparent. Even if someone's eyes were cast in his direction, they would pass right through him as if he was completely absent. After an incense stick of time, the empty ship arrived over a small emerald green valley. In the valley, it has its own pavilion, quiet and peaceful. As the empty ship entered it, a shroud that shimmered with a faint silver light rose steeply, isolating the inside and outside. Son Yen has never seen this thing, but he can guess that this is the legendary array. A formation capable of enveloping an entire valley was no longer considered small. This kind of array is also not opened on weekdays because of the consumption of xianshi, and will only be opened when the clan is attacked, or in such places where there are important people arriving. Tada! The empty ship landed peacefully. All aboard the ship at once rose to their feet and waited in solemnity. That is, until the cabin opened and a short, serious-looking, white-robed, red-striped old man stepped out with a cane. Along with him on his side was a noblewoman with bulging breasts and a delicate face, wearing the robes of an inner disciple. Master Stone, sure maiden, the disciples outside shouted in unison. Song Yen followed suit and shouted. The inner disciple who was called Zhao smiled daintily and assisted Zhao arm as he walked out together. When he reached the entrance of the ship's ladder, Zhao suddenly stopped walking, glanced sideways at Song Yen in the corner, and said, "Where's the new face?" Yang didn't recognize Song Yen either, so she turned her gaze to Gu Rufang on the other side. Gu Rufang and the pretty master's wife locked eyes, then smiled faintly and stepped out with poise, saying, "Master, one of the disciples from the South Bamboo Peak was recommended by Changdan Qing," and the peak master nodded his head. Shiza Wang closed his eyes and muttered, "Nan's huffing is from a handyman's background, right?" Song Yen respectfully said, "Yes, master sure." The air tensed steeply for a moment. Stone Seed Wang opened his eyes. His old eyes revealed a gentle smile. "It's not easy, it's really not easy. Learn more this time and become a leather master soon." Song Yen was stunned and said, "Thank you, Master Sure, for your encouragement." As the words settled, Zhao Wang had already gotten off the empty boat with the help of his beautiful mistress. A group of disciples followed close behind. Linglong Valley Strange Beasts will be, in fact, is a large zoo of sketching scene, rare as the capture of many demonic beasts, and centralized imprisonment to a place need to spend a lot of effort. Song Yen was arranged a temporary cave, and obtained drawing paper and brushes, and then went out, into the sketching scene. A cage, large or small, was pulled back to cover the black cloth, revealing demonic beasts of various colors within. There were not only low-level demonic beasts here, but also intermediate-level demonic beasts. Intermediate-level demonic beasts corresponded to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of Xian cultivation in cultivators. For these demonic beasts, Song Yen was only close enough to feel the terrifying blood aura that was uncovered around them, and when he took another step forward, he felt his throat like it was blocked, his neck like it was being pinched, and a pair of eyes behind the fence's blood aura made him even feel a sense of trembling. He was honestly scared and paralyzed, and then honestly headed for the low-level demonic beasts. There is nothing wrong with this scene. Everyone thinks it should be. Song Yen came to a half-a-man-tall bird demon beast before. The bird demon beast gray feathers like iron, fanning between will also send out clucked metal ear-piercing sound. A pair of bird pupils straight stared at him, inside flashes of greed and bloodthirsty color. Song Yan scanned the sign next to him, iron-feathered sparrow, third-grade demonic beast, likes to eat people. He moved a chair and sat down, observing the iron-feathered sparrow while silently focusing his attention on the spells section of the skin painting technique. Invest a month's time in using the iron-feathered sparrow in front of you as an opportunity to comprehend the skin painting technique. Chapter 28:28 said, what move? Invest a month's time in using the knife-billed finch in front of you as an opportunity to comprehend the skin painting technique. Devote a month's time to using the blood-edged elk in front of you as an opportunity to comprehend the skin painting technique. Devote a month's time to using the ground-walking corpse chi crab in front of you as an opportunity to comprehend the painted skin technique. Invest a month's time in using the earth recluse lizard in front of you as an opportunity to comprehend the painted skin technique. Time passes day by day. At first, Song Yan was only hovering in front of the low-level demonic beasts, and apart from the two-headed wolf, the most common ones on Leather's Shadow Peak, the white-thorned deer and the knife-billed finch, were also made up for by him. Then later, he began to sit at a distance and observe those intermediate-level demonic beasts. When there were a few days left in the half-moon period, another huge special cage was brought in. The cage was no more than any other, and seemed to be tightly wrapped. When the black cloth was uncovered, a giant python with short horns was revealed. The python was covered with weird lines, and you couldn't even tell where its eyes were as it seemed to be full of eyes. And as it swam around, a strange and wonderful sound came out through the cage, which sounded like a musical score. The nine-eyed Chin boa is good at luring people with magic sounds, confusing them with magic patterns, killing them with magic poison, and regenerating and eating them alive. This Chin boa has raw horns, so I'm afraid it's not going to become a scaly jiao, and it's a good thing that Master Shi was able to get his hands on one. The young elder Lu Hong smiled. Gu Rufeng also said, the nine-eyed Chin boa is known as the top-tier system demonic beast among the intermediate-level demonic beasts. Trying to catch a live one, and also catching it without any injuries, can be many times harder than killing it directly, but it is also most helpful to my generation's skin painting technique. At once, a group of cultivators all gathered around, set up their drawing boards, and drew at the nine-eyed zither boa. Song Yan didn't have much to say, looking directly at the demonic beast. Invest a month's time in using the nine-eyed zither boa in front of you as an opportunity to comprehend the skin painting technique. Vote for another month. Re-vote. The opportunity was rare, and Song Yan didn't want to let it go. Before he went to the green bird forest by himself, he had to work hard for a long time before experiencing the two-headed wolf. If it was by virtue of himself, if he wanted to see these many demonic beasts, he would not know how long it would take. With another month thrown in, and counting the ones spent before, Song Yan had already spent a full 10 years comprehending this painted skin technique. Before he came, he was cozy-eyed. Because of his limited experience, he only saw the two-headed wolf, so the small success is already the limit. Now, after going through dozens of demonic beasts, his skin painting technique had finally come to fruition. Song Yan saw that the other disciples were still thinking hard, so he prepared to pack up and return to his cave. He wasn't going to show anything here. The two lines of Gu Rufeng and Lu Hong are obviously competing for the mantle. At this time, if he jumped out to show, that is not nothing to look for trouble. Their own initiative to get involved in that mantle of the struggle, directly hit the eye of two guns? Right at this moment, two figures came from the distance, but it was the pretty master's maiden who assisted the stone master to walk next to the nine-eyed zither boa. Shi coughed twice, as if about to say something. Song Yan sat down again. He had only been enlightened for 10 years in an ordinary environment, but the stone master had spent his entire life bouncing around in various places, and his experience as a leather master must be immensely rich. Not to mention, empty ships and the like were just something he didn't even dabble in. In addition to that, he had only learned a little bit of the Little Five Elements hand, and the skin painting art, but he knew nothing about the complete Little Five Elements wire wrapping hand, or the skin painting soul recruitment art. It doesn't hurt to listen. The surrounding area quieted down for a moment, and the stone master spoke. The drawing of the skin first draws the draft. What is the most important thing in the draft if you want to draw the divine phase? Gu Rufeng said, it is undoubtedly the eyes. The skin is soulless, and if you want to invoke the soul, you need to dot the eyes. The shadow is engraved according to the manuscript. If the manuscript is not divine, the skin will not be divine. If the drawing is divine, the final touch is needed. Only when the eyes are right can a powerful shadow be achieved. Shi pointed at the nine-eyed zither boa behind him and suddenly said, Little wind, tell me, what is its god? Gu Rufeng said, the nine-eyed zither boa is much cunning. The magic sound entices people. The magic skin confuses people. Then its god is naturally cunning. When dotting the eyes, you only need to visualize cunning. Then there is no mistake. Only after the words fell, Lu Hong's voice came from the side again. That's a fallacy. Gu Ruffing looked at him with a leathery smile and said, "Then what does Elder Lu have to say?" Lu Hong said, "Cunning is only the outside, and ruthlessness is the inside. No matter how many means the nine-eyed piano boa used to lure its prey forward, but when it saw its prey, all pretenses would disappear, and it pounced on it with the fastest speed and the most ruthless force it could muster. As a matter of fact, the nine-eyed piano boa wasn't a demonic beast with enough stamina either, and it specialized in explosions. Therefore, I thought it would be error-free to start with cunning and end with viciousness. Senior Brother Gu's conclusion is biased. Elder Lu said it so well." The female cultivator next to her clapped her hands in praise. "Anyone can hear that this is a question that Louis Hong does return better." Gu Rufing's face looked a little bad, and just then, Shi Zhaoling suddenly grabbed his walking stick and struck the cage at his side heavily. With a loud bang, the cage did not shatter, but the nine-eyed zither boa inside shrank steeply, revealing a few timid colors. Then, the nine-eyed zither boa was again furious, swimming quickly in the cage, all the eye pattern dazzling incomparable. Let a person even just staring at all have a dizzy feeling. Shi Zhaoling said, "Tell me, what is the divine appearance of the nine-eyed zither boa now?" He pulled his hand out of his pretty master's arm, paced with his hands in the air, and said, "Cunning? Tough? Does this beast have any more?" The crowd looks on. Lu Hong said, Sure. This is just some occasional reaction of the nine-eyed Qin boa. It is not considered its divine phase. I thought. It doesn't at this moment simply because it's hiding its divine phase." The words just fell. Gu Ruffing laughed. "That is not true, Elder Lu. I happen to think that this is part of its divine appearance. Both cowardice and anger are also a form of cunning. If you rush forward because it is timid, it will change suddenly and devour you. If you withdraw because it is angry, perhaps it is also fearing you and thinking of escaping. Although demonic beasts have no intelligence, they know how to kill and hunt." The female cultivator on his side stroked her palm and said, "Senior Brother Gu is so powerful." Gu Ruffing said in a dignified manner, "I wonder if the teacher thinks what the disciple said is true." Lu Hong frowned slightly and coldly swept a glance at Gu Ruffing before looking back at Shi. Just as he was about to speak, Shi raised his hand, signaling that he didn't need to say anything, and then he swept towards the disciples and asked, "So what do you guys think? Has the divine phase of this nine-eyed Qin boa moved?" However, when the words fell, no disciple spoke out, and everyone either looked at Gu Ruffing or Lu Hong. It wasn't until those two nodded that the disciples discussed it intensely. Some say moved. Some say no movement. Some said it only moved after the shock. The rest of the time it didn't move. There is also a more outrageous one that says, perhaps the divine appearance of this nine-eyed Qin boa is not one of cunning and ferocity, but one of timidity, and it is only using ferocity to cover up timidity. In short, a variety of statements and everything. Song Yen also did not expect to evolve into a philosophical discussion. His ears kept ringing moved, did not move and so on. Suddenly, some distant memory of a short story he had read before he crossed over was jogged. In a temple, the shamans were watching the trees. When a strong wind blew, the trees moved. Some of the satsang said, "The trees are moving," but others said, "It is the wind that is moving." The two groups of shamans argued, yelling the tree moved and the tree didn't move. It was the wind that moved. At that moment, an alternative voice came out. The voice said, "The trees didn't move. The wind didn't move. It was the heart that moved." Song Yan looked at the scene in front of him, and after connecting it to the skin painting technique that he had realized, he instantly came to a realization, and his heart had an answer of its own. It doesn't matter if the divine phase moves or not. What does matter is, in answering this question, your heart moved. If your heart moves, how can you accomplish the most perfect eye-dotting? Cunning, ruthlessness is not a godly phase. Cowardice and anger are not contained in that cunning and ruthlessness. The nine-eyed zither boa is right there. It's there in its divine form. If we have to name it, it would be the nine-eyed anaconda's divine appearance and nothing else. Because to say one thing is to say another is to say it is not to say it is true. And if you talk about cunning and cruelty, how can you care about anything else? Thoughts turned in his mind, and he abruptly shook his body slightly, as an ineffable sense of opportunity surged into his heart, which seemed to lead to the consummation of the skin painting technique. However, he was not prepared to answer, but instead, he bowed his head more and more, preparing for the end of this group's discussion so that he could return to his cave and mingle for 2 more days before he could return to southern Bamboo Peak. However, just at that moment, the voice of the stone master suddenly came from the distance. "Song Yen, you speak." Song Yen? He froze and wondered how he had been noticed, so he stood up hastily. Everyone all turned their heads to look at him. Song Yen scratched his head and said, "Disciple was thinking about what Elder Lu and Senior Brother Gu had said, and for a moment, there is no answer yet." Shi Zhaoling narrowed his eyes and stared at him. This old man's eyes seemed to be extraordinarily mysterious. Although the vicissitudes of the years had made it old, it seemed to have given it the power to see through the hearts of the people. "Come up," Song Yan lowered his head and stepped forward. Stone Seed Wing stretched out his walking stick and suddenly snapped. The crowd is discussing, but you are the only one who looks down and stares. You deserve to be beaten. Reach out. Song extends the strike. Ishizayan heaved 3 strikes. Song Yan, Gu Rufeng, who was next to him, laughed. Master, this person is just a spectator. How can he understand our discussion? Why don't you go down? Song Yan nodded and hurried down. He was still a little dazed as his mind went back to the 3 times the Stone Master had hit him. However, tonight, at the 3rd watch of the night, he would definitely sleep in the cave and not go to the Stone Master. That night, Song Yan huffed and puffed in his cave, and Shi Zhao Wang did not come to look for him. 2 days later, the Linglong Valley Exotic Beast meeting was completely over, and the empty boat carried the disciple of Nanju Peak back to his original location. Chapter 29. No more pretending. Showdown. I heard that you were even given 3 slaps on the back by Master Shi because you didn't pay attention to the lesson? Zhang Yin, who had come to pick up the boat, looked at Song Yan oddly. Song Yan sighed. Master Shi is speaking too profoundly. Can't understand it. Zhang Yin patted him on the shoulder and said, forget it, go make leather. This is a waste of chance. Song Yan scratched his head and laughed. How come even senior brother knows about this? Zhang Yin hummed and laughed, coldly raising his voice. Not only do I know, the entire Leather Shadow Peak knew that Master Shi had severely taught a junior who didn't know how to behave. This junior is still my South Bamboo Peak's temporary and hardened. What a shame. Don't say that elder brother didn't take care of you. Go seek out the Peak Master and apologize. Song Yan froze, but as his thoughts turned, he instantly understood. Gu Rufeng, LV Hong 2 factions fight Stone Master Mantle. For him this outsider, although both did not look at the eyes, but still tacitly take advantage of the subject. He was Stone Master hit the board of the matter of adding oil and vinegar to pass out, so that, he is even completely out of the game, and it is even hard to turn around. After that, no matter where he goes, he will be pointed at and even ridiculed. Blame it on the fact that he is neither Gu Rufeng's person nor Lu Hong's person, but precisely at this sensitive moment was stuffed into the Linglong Valley strange beast's will to go. That's harsh. Song Yan silently lamented, then went to the top of the mountain, knelt in front of Chang Danqing's stone door, and respectfully said, Disciple Song Yan has come to confess his mistake. Chang Danqing didn't put on airs to make Song Yan wait more, but after he opened his mouth, he asked directly through the stone door, What's wrong? Song Yan said, even though a disciple cannot understand Master Shi's profound words, he should still listen attentively and not hang his head. Losing my manners. Chang Danqing was silent for a moment and suddenly sneered. You're not wrong. It's Gu Rufeng, LV Hong, who hurt you. They fight for the mantle and can't tolerate any variation. Even if you're just a little mole in their eyes, even if you don't fall on your sword here, they'll feel free to even a frame up and give you some other laughable name. Know why? Song Yan, Chang Danqing said, because you don't have a backer. Whoever wants to bully you and step on you can. Song Yan, his thoughts were moving rapidly. Countless thoughts were coming to him, and then suddenly he was blessed to the core, and with a tone of suppressed anger, he said, Disciple will be Master Chang Peak's person in the future. Ha. Worthy of being a talented leather master with enlightenment. Chang Danqing laughed out loud, then said, There's no need to think too much. Go make leather seriously. You won't regret today's choice. Song Yan gratefully said, Many thanks, Peak Master. After that, he excused himself, retreating down the mountain path. The winter was still fresh, and when the cold wind blew, he could only feel his back getting wet. He couldn't figure out Chang Danqing's meaning at all. Was it a factional dispute? Or something else? Is I won't regret today's choice just a figure of speech? Since Lu Hong was so repulsive to outsiders, then, as an inner sect elder, isn't Lu Hong higher than Chang Danqing in status? At least not lower? Chang Danqing demanded that he be inserted into the Linglong Valley Beasts Association. Theoretically, Lu Hong could veto it, and the difficulty of his veto is much simpler than Chang Danqing's insertion, but he still managed to get to the Amazing Beasts Society without any problems. Does this mean that there's someone else behind Chang Danqing? The identity of this person hiding behind the curtain was still above that of an inner sect elder. Song Yan raised his head violently and suddenly saw a back figure in front of him. It was a disciple's back. The uniform of the back was embroidered with a double-faced face, crying and laughing at the same time, sly and unspeakable. And dusk has come. The distant earth break rolls, the strange red fog from the cold cliffs under the wall climbing up. The mountain wind swept through the deep mountain. Thousands of holes issued like a mourning woman crying strange sobbing sound. Song Yan couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, and in his heart, he secretly uttered the phrase, I want to run away so badly. Cackling sound. A strange shadowy crow landed on the south bamboo peak at an unknown time along with the shadows of the night, and then stood on the branch of an old evergreen tree, looking down, overlooking the young man pacing towards the distance without a sound. This crow was clearly not mortal, and when it appeared in a certain environment, it would completely blend into that environment. For example, if it is in the shadows at this time, then it is completely integrated into the shadows. Not to mention Song Yen, even if Shang Yin was here, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. But the crows, they only stare at Song Yen. The next day, the golden sunlight drooped down from the skylight and shone into the south bamboo peak leather-making cave. Song Yen retook out a demonic beast skin, set it aside, and took a pen and paper to start today's drawing. As he focused his attention on the spells column, his eyes naturally fell back on the skin painting technique. Great achievement, can be lifespan extrapolated. He came early. Arriving early, there was no one else in the cave at this time. The dome of the cave was brilliantly light, with only some shadows and certain jagged depressions. Remembering the unpleasant feeling that surfaced in his mind yesterday, Song Yen decided to give it a try in order to grasp certain powers as early as possible. Please choose to invest your lifespan. You have invested 10 years of your life to enroll in the skin painting technique, and you have copied dozens of demonic beasts and palmed their godly looks. But how should these godly looks be manifested? You thought of the discussion you heard in Linglong Valley that day, and naturally came to the conclusion, the eyes. The only way to give a demonic beast a divine appearance is to dot the eyes. The drawing needs to have a god, and the shadow needs to dot the eyes. You start trying to dot the eyes and cross the T's. After 10 years of polishing, even if you put down your brush at random, the drawing will have the appearance of God. But when you carve the skin with the drawing, you find that the image of God on the drawing cannot be transferred to the shadow. The art of drawing skin, complete. Song Yen froze. He hadn't solved the problem. He hadn't found a way to transfer the divine image from the drawing to the shadow. How could it be complete? Go on. You invested 10 years of your life to continue to study the art of skin painting. You tried to find the answer to that question, and day after day, year after year, you kept drawing and carving skins. In your 8th year, that answer you once thought of yourself slammed into your mind. Did the God phase move? The divine phase didn't move. It was your heart that did. You have been so naive as to believe that the divine image is in the drawing, and even though you have followed the drawing 100%, you have still failed. And the reason for this is that, the reason for your failure is that the divine image is not in the drawing at all. The trees didn't move. The wind didn't move. It was your heart that moved. Thoughtfully, you drop the drawing, gaze at the skin, and take the knife directly. You drop the knife and follow the pen. The pen moves like a dragon and snake, and soon a picture of a demonic beast with quite a divine appearance is displayed. You raise your knife and think of the eyes. You are carving a nine-eyed zither boa, which has eyes all over its body, and you have a few dizzying moments even as you view it. You drop the knife, but fail. Go on. You've invested 10 years of your life to participate in the painted skin technique, and you've made progress, but you always feel it's not enough. You've invested 10 years of your life to participate in the painted skin technique, and you've made quite a bit of progress, but you always feel that it's not enough. You invested 10 years of your life to comprehend the art of painting skin, and in the 10th year, you used all your energy, completely forgetting yourself, and it seemed as if you had become that nine-eyed zither boa, and you dropped the knife, and this time the knife, as if it had been divinely inspired, carved that eye, and completed the eye dotting. Just as you were admiring your masterpiece, you suddenly felt a gust of cloudy wind and chills all over your body, while the pupils of the nine-eyed zither boa actually gurgled and turned. Following, the nine-eyed jin boa skin flutters up and swallows you. You, dead. You've realized the art of invoking spirits. Soul invocation. Introductory, cultivation threshold, practicing Xian Xian. 4th level. Song Yen opened his eyes and froze slightly. The art of recruiting souls was supposed to be part of the art of painted souls, and it was supposed to be the centerpiece. Compared to the little 5 elements wire wrapping hands, the painted skin recruitment technique was the most paramount. This is because the small 5 elements wire wrapping hands serve to make your hands more flexible and able to reach the skins of various dangerous demonic beasts. But how to make a skin is still looking at the art of skin painting and recruitment. But I didn't expect that Song Yen didn't even need other people's inheritance. He realized it himself. Only, the soul invocation technique was the existence of a cultivation threshold, and he had comprehended the spells of the 4th level of practicing Xian with the body of the 2nd level of practicing Xian, and this wave was directly backfired. To dot the eyes of the shadow came to life and killed him. That's rare enough. Realm, still have to find a way to raise the realm. Song Yen sighed lightly. In fact, he had been trying for some time, but he was also more and more sure that to break through to the 3rd level of practicing Xian Xian requires some kind of medicine. After a while, let's go back to the marketplace and look for any clues. As he was thinking about it, other disciples came to the cave as well. Song Yen snorted. then buried his head again, and began to make leather. He still took the drawing and drew the two-headed wolf, but instinctively paused as the tip of his brush hovered over the hollow wolf's eye, then hastily dropped the brush and dotted it down at the same level as before. The raven in the dome of the cave watched the scene silently. The crows didn't notice anything unusual for days after that. This crow, naturally, was a special skin shadow that Ishiza Wang had manipulated with a secret technique. Although it is only a crow, it is an intermediate-level demonic beast known as the bodiless phantom crow, which can even be said to be the intermediate-level demonic beasts and the most adept at hiding themselves in the group. The ability to hide themselves can basically conceal all the cultivators in the Xianxian realm. Therefore, Song Yan was naturally unable to discover the existence of the bodiless phantom crow shadow. Ishiza Wang was born as a handyman and has been obsessed with the art of shadow for his entire life. So there is a sense of mystery about some things related to shadow. For example, that day, he always felt that the young disciple of the South Bamboo Peak seemed to have realized something, but he didn't dare to say anything due to the situation. So he purposely played 3 times to see if the other party was resourceful enough to pay a visit in the middle of the night. But it turned out not to be. But he still felt something was wrong, so he deliberately used his shadow technique to manipulate the bodiless phantom crows to peep. But after a few days of snooping around, there was still nothing halfway out of the ordinary. It's reasonable to say that Ishiza Wang should have left, but this old man is biased to feel that there is always a little bit wrong. That young man pen pointing out the eyes of the eyes in his eyes is nothing, but it is just a beginner. However, there was always something indefinable about the posture of that teenager's falling brush that he couldn't quite put his finger on. If in the past, he simply did not have the leisure time to follow a junior, now old, the deadline is approaching. On the contrary, was born a few points of childish fun, felt that tracking this kind of juniors is also quite interesting. However, Ishiza Wang's patience had finally been exhausted. Forget it, let's not pretend, let's show our cards, let's just ask. Chapter 30. Amazing talent, amazing steps, a gentleman is prudent. Therefore, even when no one, Song Yan will maintain the necessary caution, will never let people find a crack. He was carrying such a big secret as Yusho Daogwa. If he was found to be abnormal, it was to be dissected and studied, or at the very least, a soul search. On this day, he greeted Wang Susu as usual, and then returned to his cave. As the stone door closed, he suddenly heard 2 popping sounds, as if someone had fallen to the ground. Song Yan frowned without the slightest hesitation, much less the curiosity to go in and find out what had happened. He quickly raised his hand and pressed it against the mechanism. Rumble! The stone door only opened a crack. Song Yan has already tensed his whole body, 100 meters before the sprint. Anyone could feel that the teenager would immediately rush out as soon as the stone door was raised to a small half height. And just then, a hoarse, odd sound came from the darkness of the cave. Don't go out there. Yes, elder. Song Yan did not ask who it was, just politely responded. And then when the stone door was raised, Wuxia scampered out, while not forgetting to backhandedly press the mechanism to close the stone door. A shadow raven flew out after him in a whoosh, its lifelike eyes looking at him oddly and breathlessly, its beak opening and closing, emitting the no longer disguised voice of an old man. Are you that much of a wimp? This time, Song Yan heard out that it was the voice of Shiza Wang. He scratched his head awkwardly and respectfully said, "Late generation, enter the cave and say." Crow said, "The movement you heard was just the old man mesmerizing your 2 hearts. The feathers of the bodiless phantom crows are mixed with a natural hypnotic poisonous powder, which can only slightly stun cultivators, but can put mortals to sleep in an instant. The old man entered the cave only when you opened it, in order to just ask you something. You don't have to worry." Yes, elder. Song Yan honestly followed Shi Zhaowang into the cave. His heart, however, is really a bit gloomy. High realm cultivators for low realm cultivators really just want to take how to pinch. In the cave, in the dusk, the light of the sky hung down like blood. Raven and Junior sit opposite each other at a stone table. Raven asked, "The old man wants to ask you the same thing. What's the word?" Song Yan had always been a master at pretending to be confused. Crow looked at him squarely. Those pupils were as if they had turned into the pupils of an old man, and immediately asked word for word, "Has the divine phase of the Nine-Eyed Chin Boa moved?" Song Yan's eyes showed a thoughtful color, giving the impression that he was deliberating and thinking deeply, not wanting to miss the opportunity. Raven looked at him expectantly. Song Yan finally opened his mouth as he said seriously, "It should be moving." Sure. That's what I think." He synthesized Gu Rufig's and Lu Hong's words and made up a hard set of words to come out. At this time, on top of the main peak of Leather's Shadow Peak, the old man, however, had turned blue. It was a long time to listen, but it was a heavy sigh. Surely, he could pass on his mantle, and either Gu Rufeng or Lu Hong should be able to successfully receive his mantle. But he was not willing to do it after all. If he dies, What does he care about the young elders, the second generation of demons? What do you care about the world? What he, Ishiza Wang, wanted was a genius who could use his mantle as a stepping stone to higher levels, not an ordinary person who would hold his mantle as a treasure and stop there. He just thought of that day only to be able to go to see the scenery he had not seen, would have been gratified beyond measure, only to feel that even if he died, he would die with a smile on his face. He felt some special aura in Song Yin, so he held a hint of fantasy, but that illusion is slowly being shattered. Bang! Shirzao Wang slammed the glazed marigold on the table to the ground and rose indignantly. He didn't know why he was so angry over a junior. Perhaps it was the youngster who had given him the hope he had so unwarranted, only to recapture it. Outside the cave, the pretty mistress was sitting opposite Gu Ruffing, listening to the handsome young man's talk. The pretty mistress was amused from time to time and laughed her ass off. At this moment, when she heard movement in the cave, the pretty senior lady abruptly quieted down, looked at Gu Ruffing, and said, "Ruffing, I'll go in and take a look." Gu Ruffing looked at her and said, "I'm sorry for troubling senior woman," he said, master and mistress, but there was an aggressive fire hidden in his eyes. The pretty mistress responded boldly to the fire as well. The lassie's eyes were in the air for a good long while before they broke. The pretty master's mistress walked into the cave. Her complexion changed abruptly, and she hurriedly stepped up, saying with concern, Sure. What's wrong with you? What happened?" Shirzao Wang coughed heavily. "It's just some inexplicable irritation." The beautiful mistress sat in his arms, her long legs tightly together, wrapped her arms around his neck, and softly said, "Take your time." Stone Seat Wang suddenly said, "Shao sure, all these years, it's actually me who has apologized to you. If you have a favorite Taoist couple out there, by all means go, and I will do my best to make it up to you." The beautiful senior mistress, who was called Shao Shi, softly said, "Men, talent is the most important thing, especially for someone as talented as you." Sure. Zhao Wang nodded, then put his Taoist couple down and turned around as if he was pondering something again. The pretty mistress dusted off her long legs in disgust and turned around to head out of the cave again. Months later, Ishiza Wang came to the main peak shadow house, seemingly casually flipping through the leather shadows delivered from outside. These shadows were all supplied up by the South Bamboo Peak, belonging to the disciples to practice their hands casually, and were not precious. As he flipped through the pages, his hand skimmed over a copy of a two-headed wolf skin. His old eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the shadow of the skin, suddenly pondering. 6 months later, Shirzao Wang seems to be old and wants to instruct his juniors, so he often comes to the studio. And the studio was plugged full of Gu Ruffing and Lu Hong's men, but no one knew that the old man actually drunkenness is not wine. He has been quietly looking at the South Bamboo Peak since the shadow of the two-headed wolf. This day, at the time of seeing the shadow of the two-headed wolf's skin again, he suddenly sensed something, and the corner of his mouth hooked, wanting to laugh, but forcing himself to hold it back, until he returned to the cave and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He laughed especially hard and was so happy that his pretty mistress went to ask what was wrong, but Ishiza Wang only casually said something else, but not the reason why he was really happy. What kind of novice leather artist would start with a perfect brush stroke of absolute genius, but then seem to realize that something is wrong, and continue the brush stroke elsewhere to create a novice level of shadow? Stone Seat Wang had been observing the situation for a full 6 months, and in those 6 months, he had caught this situation twice. The first time could be considered a coincidence. The second time, then it's definitely not. The likelihood of the pen of heavenly success appearing to a novice is slim to none, and the fact that it appears twice is no coincidence. The teenager named Song Yan was a true genius, one that surpassed him. The latter waves of the great river push forward the former waves. Amazing talent, a moment's choice nah. I know your heart, but you still don't understand what the old man means. That night, Shirzao Wang ordered a pot of Xian brew and drank to the moon. However, he has deeply understood Song Yan's scruples. Directly send Song Yan mantle is tantamount to letting him die. No matter how hidden this mantle passes are useless, because Lu Hong and Gu Ruffing will certainly be able to quickly notice. He needs to wait for an opportunity, and the opportunity, he thought, might not come too late. The main peak of Leather Shadow Peak, mysterious dark halls. That grotesquely huge back was treacherous. Cheng Danqing respectfully stepped forward and handed out another leather scroll with a few names written on it, saying, "These should all be Southern Wu Sword Sect spies." The back figure looked over and said, "The multi-tailed Fox clan has finally come with a great demon. The old guys didn't want the war to spread to their own territory, and with a little guidance and provocation from me, they decided to secretly head to the border to stop that great demon, while I will stay behind to hold down the fort." Cheng Danqing said, "Then what do I need to do?" That back figure said, "Unintentionally reveal the news that the puppet sect has fewer people to hold down the fort to as many spies as you can, and I will also give this news to that 7th miss of the Su clan. Her words should still carry some weight." At that time, the Southern Wu Sword sect will inevitably make a move, while I will lead the young experts of the puppet sect in battle. The back figure said, had already risen. The side of the face was vaguely visible as a bizarre smile, while the back figure tone had taken on a few points of playful sardonic smile. Then, kill, 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 you kill me 1, I kill you 2, you kill me 3. Blood flowed and the ground was full of cultivators' corpses. We'll be bigger, we'll have more company. Cheng Danqing followed suit with a sardonic smile. P.S. As long as a ghost takes over a dying or dead cultivator, it is possible to regain a new life, and then combine with the original Xian root in the cultivator's body to produce a special Xian root called Ghost Xian root, and with this Xian root and then enter the door of cultivation. It is a ghost cultivator. Chapter 6. Chapter 31. The cicada senses before the golden wind moves. Rumble. The stone door opens. Song Yen walked into the cave as usual. It was the height of summer, and it was raining heavily outside the cave. Gray gusts of wind and pale rainstorms flooded almost the entire hill, cramping the view. This is exactly like the situation that Song Yen can't see at all. But the days, they still have to be lived. There's no way to escape, not by half. As soon as he entered the cave, little Miss Chiu raised her head in joy and called out, "Big brother Song," before hurrying over with a towel. Song Yen wiped his slightly damp hair and looked into the cave. In other caves, the stoves have long been replaced, but the 2 women in his cave are the only ones who are still alive and kicking. Multi-tailed Fox Clan's strong vitality in the princess embodied in the body of the most. This beauty, even though already on the age, but still delicate and beautiful, skin taut and elastic, when the time to make merry is more wonderful than the mound of the little lady. Not far away, among the flower beds, a Xian flower Xian grass has long been growing in full bloom. Song Yen could not help but walk to, stop and listen to Chao Shuelua pointing to a certain flower, a certain grass to narrate. Chao Shuelua seemed to be quite good at taking care of these flowers and plants and was familiar with them. This, Song Yen asked her. She only said it was a young girl in the western Sichuan country. A master once from somewhere plucked a Xianhua flower spectrum to her. Within the talk about these, previously when she was the crown princess, she hooked up and dealt with the royal family's affairs, so she didn't have the time and energy to take care of all this, but she didn't expect that now that she was here, she would have the time and opportunity instead. Song Lang, Wang Fei said, eyes moist, like a small woman rose close to Song Yen, face full of happy joy. This is because of obsessive powder, as well as want to forget the double effect of pain brought joy. Song Yen held her waist and suddenly said, tomorrow I'll go to the marketplace under the mountain. Do you want anything? No. The princess shook her head tenderly. Song Yen suddenly asked again, want to drink? The princess froze, but nodded gently. Song Yen laughed, bring you some. Sungrow. Thank you. Wang Fei hugged the man in front of her tightly. If there were wine, it would be a better way to get drunk, to sink into lust, and not think of any other superfluous pain. Drinking and sex certainly hurt, but if the person has been hurt, alcohol and sex become the last consolation. The following day, Song Yen descended the mountain and lightly traveled to the low-level marketplace on the outskirts of that leather shadow peak. Today, he didn't cover up, but wore the basilisk-colored official disciple uniform. Over these many years, he had already figured out one thing: in this clan-opened marketplace, you were absolutely not going to be able to buy any core items. Whether it was the spells of the leather masters, talisman masters, Dan masters, or the leather harnessing techniques unique to leather shadow peak. Let's not even talk about items like realm enhancement. The most popular pills sold here are not only the grain rescue pill, but also the Xian Qi pill. The Xian Qi Dan, to put it bluntly, was a small Shenling Dan that was not as successful in refining. The little Shenling Dan was the one that Song Yen and these formal disciples would be assigned every month, and it was even better than the furnace when practicing with the Xian Qi guidance technique. The inferior so-called Xuanqi Dan, however, because of the scarcity of Xuanqi inside, can help people in the Jianhu, so that their power to make progress, or even directly break through certain bottlenecks. Even if it is not a breakthrough, this Dan can also solve a lot of strange poisons in the Jianghu, can be said to be a panacea. However, Xian Qi Dan can only be bought with contribution points. This makes contribution points the premium currency in the eyes of those who come here. In short, it was a marketplace to fool around with the handymen and Jianghu people, and its main role was to connect the external subordinate mortal forces. The ones thrown over here to buy and sell are naturally roadkill that won't give away the secrets of our clan. The real marketplace, I'm afraid, is the Greenbrook Marketplace, where Shadow Peak goes to buy animal skins. But the Greenbrook Marketplace is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and it's very confusing. If you want to go to that kind of place, either the big forces will organize a group to go there, or you have to be a ferocious person who has passed your own strength, or else you are afraid that you will have to carry both goods and people as soon as you go out of the marketplace. However, Song Yen came to this marketplace again. ostensibly to shop and consume contribution points, but in reality, he was keeping his ears open, borrowing the conversations of the people in the Jianghu to understand the situation outside. Previously, all he knew was how the Bloodgun sect cleared out the remaining members of the Wei dynasty, how they sent the Wei imperial family to the puppet palace, and how they established a new imperial dynasty, with the name Jin. Instead, over the past 6 months, he had heard some unusual information. First, the wave of demonic beasts invaded from the Lone Smoke Wilderness in the north of Jin, and the army defending Jin's borders was actually overwhelmed, and even the leading generals were trampled to death by demonic beasts. Now, there is news that Jin is moving its capital. A new dynasty that's only been in existence for not even 2 years is actually moving its capital? What's this hiding? Song Yan has limited access to information. However, he happened to know a piece of information a long time ago because of the princess. The king of Wei and the mountain and sea ogre demon kingdom were still in contact, and the mountain and sea ogre demon kingdom was just to the north of the Great Wei. The combination of these news gave him an unspeakable sense of suffocation, a kind of trepidation after the birds in the mountains and forests, and the insects on the ground perceived the natural disaster. Song Yan spent 3 contribution points to buy a cart of top-quality wines from the mortal world, which would be conveniently delivered to the gate of the main peak of South Bamboo Peak by people from the Jianghu. Afterward, he continued to pace, tilted his head and looked at a small wooden pavilion at the edge of the marketplace that was labeled as Hidden Merit Building, and stepped inside. The Hidden Merit Building is a rather special place in this marketplace, but that special doesn't mean it sells good stuff. It's a place that's opened in a fairy marketplace but trades as a Jianghu. What's for sale here are all the mortal feats of the Jianghu. Of course, the techniques that can be sold here can be regarded as the top techniques in the Jianghu, and will even be boasted as divine techniques. But even the strongest divine power can't stand up to a simple chi arrow technique. It's a case of one shot, no matter how good you are. Therefore, this hidden merit building can only be at the edge of the marketplace, and in the past, it is unlikely that any cultivators will come. Before Song Yan even stepped into the building, he heard various conversations coming from the building. The Qingfeng mountain villa was exterminated with its entire family, but its great knowledge in the villa has not been shed into the world, and I didn't expect it to actually be hidden in this land of the immortals. This place doesn't accept gold or silver, only contribution points, so if you want to buy it, go do some business and exchange it for contribution points. Elder Nanshan's mastery, the great handprint, is only 6 contribution points. Purple electric blades blade drawing technique, 5 contribution points, no gold or silver. These yells paused as Song Yan walked in. Many eyes stared over, landing on his official disciple's uniform. At once someone from the inner hall out. It's people slightly fat, full of crossface meat. The face of that is the fury in the hide, a little friendly smile. A look outside is to rob the house of the ruthless characters. At this time, the man however respectfully said, "Master, you've come to visit. What do you want to order? But this little store of ours is full of kung fu from the Jianghu." Song Yan swept his eyes around. After stepping into the second level of practicing Xian and mastering spells, he understood very clearly, the casting of spells was actually dependent on the environment. To put it bluntly, if you wanted to cast a spell in a place with very little Xian Qi, it might not work after a few casts. After that, the only thing you had to rely on was the physical strength that the realm gave you. Jianghu Kung Fu, in fact, focuses on the physical strength. That's a technique developed by utilizing the power of the body to kill. Song Yan believed that if he had no spells and purely relied on his physical strength, he might not be a match against a Jianghu expert who was proficient in skillful killing moves. And if that Jianghu expert was proficient in some kind of weapon, then he should not be a match at all. Therefore, in line with the principle of since we can't raise the upper limit, let's raise the short board. He wanted to buy a few Jianghu techniques and cultivate them to perfection, just in case of emergencies. What if one day he escapes to the jungle? If a natural disaster arrives and floods, who knows where the fish in the water will be lapped by this big wave? A little picking and choosing later. Song Yan spent 187 contribution points to buy 23 Jianghu Jishue, which included boxing and palmistry, weaponry, concealed weapon techniques, body techniques, poison techniques, strange techniques and even horizontal training techniques, as well as a special technique called turtle breath technique. Song Yan scammed the remaining contribution points, 2,984 points. Ever since senior brother Zhang refused to accept his leather shadow anymore, his monthly contribution points had directly doubled, from the original 160 to 310. Adding the 2 contribution points provided by the 2 cauldrons in the cave each month, it would be considered plentiful. He wrapped up the 23 Jianghu Jishue and slung it behind his shoulder, and left the building where he hid his skills. After a long time, a red-clothed, brocade-clad teenage boy in the building walked out. He swept a glance at the fat man who had greeted Song Yan earlier and asked with a frown, "Laughing butcher, Who is that person who looks about my age just now? The fat man known as the Laughing Butcher said, Young Lord. He is an official disciple of South Bamboo Peak, named Song Yen. The person who was called Young Lord was none other than the youngest son of the Blood Gun sect master, named Ma Zhao. At this moment, Ma Zhao let out a cold laugh and said, Buying so many Jianghu masterpieces, it seems that you are not doing well in the sect. The Laughing Butcher was busy saying, Young Lord, these are not our concern. Ma Zhao laughed out loud. What are you afraid of? Teach you a good boy. These days, I have sent many stoves to many high-ranking people in the puppet sect, and I have rich connections. A mere ordinary disciple wouldn't be able to get into my eyes anymore. Not to mention that this Song Yen is a puppet sect joke. Immediately, he sold the matter of Linglong Valley Song Yen being beaten 3 times by Shi. After saying that, he added, Now my father ascended to the throne as the Emperor of Jin. My eldest brother is weak. If he dies, I will be the crown prince. These people rely on their own a bit of Shin root. Empty-eyed, according to me, he should come to me to bow his head and ask for peace. Laughing Butcher froze, his mouth opened a few times, wanting to say something, but he knew that over the years, the young lord had been in and out of the puppet sect, wandering amongst the cultivators, and that the teenager was complacent and flighty. It is also normal. Whatever he says, so be it. The young lord is right. Laughing Butcher responded with a grunt. Chapter 32. Pandemonium. Before you know it, it's winter again. During this period, Song Yen tried more than once to get more information about the north, about the remnants of the Great Wave from senior brother Zhang, but senior brother Zhang didn't take it seriously and only said things like, if the sky is falling, there are 5 peak masters to take care of it, so the remnants of the Great Way are nothing. On this day, Wang Susu was also keenly aware of Song Yan's worries and comforted him. Senior brother was obsessed with skin making in the past, and did not come into contact with many of his fellow disciples, so he does not yet know what a behemoth my puppet palace is, and even if the multi-tailed fox clan really comes, what can they do? Song Yan nodded. Maybe he really was overthinking it. It's time for him to put his mind at ease. The information piece, however, was really his shortcoming. All he could do was to keep his ears open and listen, while Wang Susu, a smooth and sociable type of witch, could naturally grasp more. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Senior Sister Wang, I wonder how Qi Yao is doing. Mentioning Qi Yao, Wang Susu flipped her eyes, and said with jealousy, she has already broken through the first level of practicing Xian, and because of her potential, she has been accepted as an inner disciple, and she went to listen to our Pai Shadow Peak Master's lecture, and she is having a good time. Song Yen nodded and said no more, tilting his head to look at the sky. Another year of flying snow outside the window, as if it were last year. The mountains were already like this, and cultivating Xianxian was even more boring. Senior sister, it's time to return to the cave. Well, don't think too much, Wang Susu said. You think too much. This is back from Linglong Valley. It's been almost a year, but the leather making technique is still not too different from a year ago. You just love to think too much. You think too much about everything. How long has it been since then? You still can't let it go? Song Yen froze. This year he had controlled the skin-making art and kept himself from making much progress. For one thing, it was to avoid the 2 factions vying for the mantle and whatnot. He was actually interested, after all, the Stone Master as the first leather master of the Leather Shadow Peak. It's life's work to delve into the secret art is absolutely possible, but the mantle clearly didn't belong to him. Secondly, it was to avoid Cheng Danqing's pull. For some reason, he always felt that Cheng Danqing had a big problem. As expected, this delayed lack of progress also made Cheng Feng Master, who was initially enthusiastic about him and said, You're my person from now on. You won't regret it. Less interested in him. When Wang Susu saw him froze, she thought that the words had touched his pain point, so she said, Senior sister also knows how much a scolding from an elder can hurt you, but it's time to let go. Song Yen came back to his senses and said, Many thanks, senior sister. Moments later, the cave. Song Yen has not been picked up today. He would have been doing that every other day. After supporting young Lady Chiao and the princess, he sat alone on top of the stone bed in the master bedroom and crossed his knees for luck. He had spent 440 years of his lifespan to easily cultivate all 23 Jianghu Jieshue to the point of perfection. After that, he wasn't satisfied and picked up 9 more Jianghu masterpieces, but this time, he took only 80 years to cultivate them all to perfection. Even if he was thrown into a place with no Xian Qi at this moment, he could still instrumentally rely on all his skills, as well as his terrifying second-level Xian Qi practicing physique to become a terrifying old Jianghu monster. In the Jianghu, there is true Qi. But this kind of true Qi is actually mostly rely on lifting a breath, and then use this breath to burst out the power. But this breath compared to the Xian Qi is far from it. Of course, his biggest gain was still the turtle breath technique. If the congealing fury control Xian technique that he obtained from 2 perfect mutations of the convergence of Qi technique was able to allow him to collect all of his Xian Qi, making it seem like he was an ordinary person, then, the turtle breath technique can make it look like he's not only an ordinary man, but an ordinary man who's out of breath. An ordinary person without air is a dead person. Nobody cares about dead people. As many thoughts flashed by, Song Yan abruptly opened his eyes and quickly pointed out with both fingers together. The speed of this finger is unimaginable. Like a dream. This is the Jianghua named Purple Electric Knife everyone's sword drawing art. Song Yan will practice it to perfection. Since the finger is like a knife, immediately, that almost dreamy finger again to the end of a point. The angle is extremely tricky. The speed is suddenly fast and slow, giving people an extremely dangling feeling. This method is an evil gang called the Blood Hand faction of the School of Mastery Butcher Finger. Finger to the end, that hand and violently turned over, turning the finger into a palm. The force is big and heavy. Seems to be from the original poisonous snake into a man standing up to the angry bear. This palm law and the old man of Nanshan's untold mastery of the big hand print. Brush up. In the cave, Song Yan's hands were like magic, unpredictable, and the many killing techniques presented themselves to him one by one, and became even more silky smooth and rounded. After a set of practicing, Song Yang extended a sigh of relief, quietly lay down, looked at the flying snow outside the skylight, and slowly closed his eyes. A few days later, during the night, somehow this heavy snow fell for a few days in a row and just didn't stop. Song Yan's left arm was wrapped around Xiao Shanyangzi, and his right arm was resting on Wang Fei, covering the same bedding, and his 6 legs were wrapped around each other, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, the entire cave was abruptly shaken. Song Yan only felt his back pop, while the 2 women were so frightened that they opened their eyes directly. But it's so dark, you can't see a thing. Boom! Another jolt, cave rustling shaking. If it is not here is the Xian vein remnants of the vein above. I am afraid that it would have been a mountain rock rolling. Song Lang, what's wrong, brother Song? The 2 women hurriedly grabbed for help. Song Yan also did not know what was going on. At this time did not care to dress. Directly wearing profane clothes ran off the bed, quickly opened the stone door, came to the open space outside the cave. This kind of unknown situation of life and death. The 2 women also wrapped one in a quilt and the other in a blanket hitching up their shoes, and ran after Song Yan to the outside of the cave. In the distance, the 2 women couldn't really see. They could only feel the sudden sense of vibration lifting up non-stop, and the pale black sky dome in the distance looked like it was cracking open, and a terrifying sound came like thunder. Song Yan's perception was quite a bit stronger, but at this time, he was still able to see a few points of truth. That wasn't thunderous sounds, that was many cultivators fighting. A few core places, unimaginable energy like flying beasts colliding with each other, powerful aftermath shaking the mountain rustling, producing a huge sound tearing people's eardrums, and beyond the core, there were a number of leathery figures with flying swords crisscrossing them. Song Yan stared at the flying sword for a long time, his thoughts like electricity. Although he didn't understand why the Southern Wu sword sect had suddenly called, he reacted quickly. Suddenly, he picked up the 2 women in his arms and ran towards the cave, then threw the hanging clothes and pants to the 2 women and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and put them on. Song Lang, talk while you're wearing it." The young lady of the mound, the princess of the king, without further words, rustled up her garments and pants in the bitter winter darkness. Song Yan quickly said, "In a moment, if it's the puppet sect disciples coming, you guys will say that I went out to fight and told you to hide in the cave. If the cultivators who call themselves the Southern Wu Sword Sect and claim to be killing evil demons and foreigners come, you will cry that you are the hearth and are finally saved. Shua Ro, you must say that you are the Jinnan King's princess, then cry and beg that cultivator to avenge the Jinnan King." The 2 women, especially the princess, were not fools, and when they heard this, they instantly understood what was happening outside. As Song Yan spoke, he himself had put on his clothes, but instead of the leather Shadow Peak disciple uniform, it was a child's cloak, which held a number of grain-preventing pills, wound-healing pills, and the like. With a tightening of his cloak, he hurried toward the cave's gate. It was only when I reached the door that a voice came from behind me. "Brother Song." It was the voice of the young lady of Qiu. Song Yan looked slightly sideways. Qiu Shanyangzi shouted, "Take care of yourself, you have to live." The princess was speechless, only looking at him with a complicated gaze. Song Yan was silent. His figure scurried into the night like the wind, and in an instant, he collected his Xian Qi, while unleashing the turtle breath technique. He made a wild, unorthodox journey, slowly climbing and sinking from the side cliffs. South Bamboo Peak was very high, and the mountain were almost 2 worlds, and even perception could not reach it. But before Song Yan landed, 2 flying swords actually floated in the forest, looking at him as if they were crowding around a monkey. A white-robed figure laughed. "I told you, There's definitely a little devil cub that's going to escape from this side. Senior brother, let's make a move together. It's just that this devil cub's aura is a bit strange, another figure said. I guess it must be some special method of hiding the breath. It doesn't matter. Strike! Song Yan only felt like blowing up, his entire body burning with blood. He let go of his hands and landed directly on the ground. 2 flying swords shot from the dome of the sky. He rolled and dodged. The 2 swords were in hot pursuit. Song Yan raised his hands violently and launched them at the flying sword. The flying sword was fast, but Song Yan pushes his hands in an odd position. This was a stance that he naturally used after fusing many of the Jianghu's best techniques. It was an attack used by a Jianghu veteran's level of skill in conjunction with a cultivator's strength. In an instant, the xianqi on the flying sword was drawn out by him. The sword plunged into the muddy snow. He did a flip, rolled to the ground, and looked up. The 2 white-robed cultivators gave a strange yelp and quickly landed on the ground. Song Yan's eyes were red. Stomping on the ground and stepping on the snow, he took the initiative to attack, and a palm fought and flew at the cultivator who was close to him. The cultivator didn't know what he had used to block. However, Song Yan's Shen control was in full swing, directly sucking away his Shen Qi, and his palm struck the target's ribs from an extremely tricky angle, in a subtle way that was almost impossible to appear on a cultivator. The palm of his hand was instantly black, and condensed fury erupted. Boo! Before that cultivator could react, before he could figure out how his Shen Qi was gone, half of his body was blown off. Blood, flesh and organs, flying and splattering. Song Yan turned his head back, and with his sword drawing technique, he quickly pointed out his finger, and with a bit of the butcher's finger, the rainstorm fury was rapidly blasted out. Boo! The chest of the white-robed cultivator who was about to come rushing in to clamp down was penetrated, and he froze and looked down for a long time before collapsing to the ground with a loud bang. Song Yan panted heavily as the newly drawn 4-inch xianqi rushed across his body. He quickly felt around in the arms of the 2 cultivators and touched nothing, so he grabbed the 2 flying swords and rushed into the mangled forest. After rushing for more than 100 feet, he violently turned his direction again and headed towards the land of the Earth's fury. He wouldn't believe it. The condensed fury control Xian technique, the turtle breath technique, plus the cover of the ghosts. Who else could discover him? Chapter 33-33. The people who closed the net, surfaced one by one. Whooshing. Both sides of the flying snow like bone-scraping flying knife cold swept through Song Yan but simply do not notice the cold. At this moment, the blood in his entire body was like it was on fire. All the emotions of fear, excitement, and doubt turned into fuel wood, making him run faster and faster. I don't know how long he had been running, but he could already see the fury mixed in the snow in the distance. And in the fury there were still some strange skin and bones and even rotting flesh if there was any life moving around. It's here! Song Yan ran a few more steps and sought out a rock to lean against quickly. The 2 flying swords went to hide under the snow, and he himself leaned backward onto the cold stone back. It was fine that he had been moving before, but when he was still, a feeling of suffocation surfaced and his heart beat wildly. He took a few deep breaths and pulled out a grain of pithy dan from his cloak and threw it into his mouth, then ran the astringent qi, tortoise breath, and entered a state as if he were a dead man. It didn't take long for the snow to turn him into a snowman, and from the outside, totally part of the rock. Unless someone picked the snow apart or a powerhouse higher than the realm of practicing Xian paid attention to observe, then he would be discovered. Time became slow. Song Yan had hidden a full 5 bottles of grain-repelling elixir in his cloak, 30 grains each, which meant he could stay in one place for over a year without starving to death. Suddenly, he had some small regrets if he hadn't deliberately suppressed his talent during this year, but had shown more talent in leather making. Then, would Chang Danqing have provided him with shelter? South Wu Sword Sect invasion of this kind of thing. Chang Danqing, as the peak master of South Bamboo Peak, would not be like this small disciple of his eyes, right? But this little regret was just a flash in the pan. Song Yan calmed his mind, letting go of his senses as much as possible while adjusting his mindset. If the situation is not right, then let's spend the winter in this position. Time passes by. The night had been unexpectedly long. The energy impact in the distance could be felt even though it was extremely far away. Song Yan's heart is quite a bit of self-deprecation. It is really the gods fighting and the insects fleeing. As he was thinking randomly, suddenly his whole body tightened, because there was a surprising amount of movement coming from the distance. It's not even a hint of movement. It was a steep tumble of fury, and the forest rustled and shook. But there were many more footsteps, about 20 of them, hidden in these voluminous voices. What people? Song Yan froze. At a time like this, how could so many people come to the Furyland? Just as he was thinking about it, a familiar voice that he was totally unexpected came from the distance. Realist Qixia, didn't you die a long time ago? You, where are you taking us? It was actually Lu Hong's voice. Then another voice said, Red Xia Realist? You're the powerful member of the righteous path who was only subdued 40 years ago by the combined efforts of 3 peak masters of my puppet palace. How could you still be alive? And, how did you become like this? No one should know about the secret room we're in. How did you find out? These voices, Song Yan recognized them carefully, and he was actually familiar with all of them. On second thought, this was actually the voices of the leather masters who went to the Linglong Valley Leather Shadow empty boat that day. Combining their words, Song Yan roughly rolled out an order of things. Leather workers are naturally protected as skilled trades, so before the great battle started, they were quietly sent to some safe chamber. However, when the great battle came together, a powerful member of the righteous path who had died 40 years ago suddenly appeared, precisely hollowed out the secret room, captured all of these Pi masters who had been hiding in the secret room, and began to head towards the breaking ground. It's quite unbelievable where this is going. However, something snapped into Song Yan's mind. The so-called ghost cultivator was a ghost that had successfully taken over a cultivator's body and combined it with a Xian root to regain a new life. It not only inherits part of the cultivator's power, but also transforms the original Xian root in the cultivator's body, turning it into a ghost Xian root. Ghost cultivator, realist Qixia is a ghost cultivator. After he died in battle, his body landed on the fury ground, and then was infested by ghosts. While turning into a ghost cultivator, Song Yan made an inference almost instantly. Then a wave of creepiness overtook him. Realist Qixia was able to pinpoint where the leather masters were. Does that mean there was also a very scary ghost cultivator hiding in the leather shadow peak? And this ghost cultivator's status was still very high. Who's that? Qing, Dan, Qing, Lu Hong yelled. Who the hell are you? How did you end up here? As soon as those 3 words were yelled out, Song Yan completely exploded. All his doubts were all answered in his mind almost instantly. Cheng Danqing is a ghost cultivator. No wonder he said I wouldn't regret my choice that day. The higher-ups behind him who were able to temporarily shoehorn me into the trip to Linglong Valley are also ghost cultivators. Those who can achieve that level. The entire leather shadow peak should only be peak master. The peak masters are all ghost cultivators. Must be. Who was the happiest when the Southern Wu Sword sect and the Puppet Palace fought each other? Of course it's a ghost practitioner. This was because after many cultivators died in battle, their bodies would be brought into the Fury Land by them, and some of them would become new ghost cultivators. The leather masters at Shadow Peak are very skilled. The ghost cultivators then took them away and imprisoned them in the Furies to make skins for their ghost cultivators. The peak masters sent Lu Hong and the other leather masters to the secret room before the battle in the name of protecting them, and then had his accomplices gutted with a single backhanded dig. Countless thoughts flashed by. Song Yan suddenly had a sense of after the robbery. If not for his poor performance in this year, he would not have been abandoned by Cheng Dancheng. Then he might have been protected in advance, sent to the secret room in advance. And then in the secret room is quite a bit of complacency. And then, now should also stand in Lu Hong's team, right? Where's Gu Rufeng? Cheng Dancheng's voice suddenly sounded with a few moments of doubt. Another unfamiliar voice, thought to be that of the Qixia realist, responded. That's how many people are in the secret room. I've brought them all. Cheng Dancheng frowned. That's not right. Gu Rufeng should also be in the secret room. Qi Xiaojingjin said. He might have gone to the front line with Shi Zhaowang. Shi Zhaowang is quite a character. And when a great battle comes together, he is unwilling to hide in the rear. Cheng Danqing said, he is approaching the end of his days and wants to stay famous. I guess. It's just a pity that the success rate of ghost cultivation isn't high, and even if it succeeds, some of the original owner's power may be lost. This was the reason why they took the Pi Master instead of killing him. Ghost cultivator. It was only then that a disciple in the Pi division realized it as an afterthought. Cheng Danqing snorted coldly and said, be glad that you are Pi Masters. In the future, you will be in the mountains, the same as you are outside. You are just not allowed to leave. It won't kill you guys. The sound of talking faded away, so far that Song Yan could no longer hear it. He took a long breath and continued to wait. Gu Rufeng is gone? In the Puppet Palace, on the front line of the battle between the Southern Wu Sword sect, a dark and strange figure was holding a transmission jade in his hand, listening to the report from the faraway place. This strange figure was none other than the Leather Shadow Peak Master. In the summoning jade was Cheng Danqing's voice. A small Gu Rufeng shouldn't matter much. However, the Leather Shadow Peak Master did not reply, but instead stepped back, seemingly pondering something. Then, without knowing what he thought of, he suddenly began to back away, retreating further and further, and with a flip of his palm, he grabbed out an unknown arcane artifact and began to cast a spell. A little while longer, the entire battlefield steeply underwent an unimaginable change. For terrifying breath suddenly visited the sky, its momentum overrides and presses down. The battlefield of all kinds of energy such as the clouds were scattered like seeing the sun. Many sounds also fell silent. At the Southern Wu Sword Gate, someone let out a shocked voice. Those 4 old undead from the Puppet Palace. Why have they come back? Shouldn't they have gone to meet the multi-tailed fox clan? Within those 4 auras, a majestic, aged voice suddenly came. Gentlemen, today is the day that a ghost cultivator has come out of my puppet palace, and has even occupied a high position. If the 4 of us don't leave, he won't show himself yet. Since there are ghost cultivators, it's useless to fight again. And how about a truce? While this old voice was speaking, the other 3 breaths had long ago shot abruptly toward a certain spot. And that one place, the skin shadow peak master but also has long completed a certain spell. Body shape of vanish, dissipate without a trace. The 3 figures were in hot pursuit, but the leather shadow peak master seemed to be on guard. And this time he went. He really fled far away. When those 3 figures chased after them to the depths of the Furyland, they overlooked the center of the carnelian blood sea like Furyland, frowned, and didn't go in after all. What's going on? Why is he on guard? It seems like Elder Gu quietly picked up his grandson. And how did Elder Gu know? You practiced that kung fu when your brain is not working well. Elder Gu was with us at the border. Of course he knows. Nonsense. Nonsense. Today, for the time being, I didn't expect the double-faced child of Leather Shadow Peak to actually be a ghost cultivator. He escaped back to the Furyland. It's not advisable to go deeper. So let's think about it in the long run. Chapter 34. I know your heart. You know my mind. The commotion of the 4 great powers visiting was so great that thunderous sounds rumbled and drifted from the distant sky. So much so that Song Yen could barely hear some of it. Things that he could probably deduce by brainstorming as well. The Southern Wu Sword sect wanted to remove the big tumor of the puppet palace. The ghost cultivators were also plotting to cause the Southern Wu Sword sect and the puppet palace to kill each other. That was why the Leather Shadow Peak master, who was a ghost cultivator, would take a half-assed detailer like Chi Yao into the inner sect in order to act as a messenger. Then, after he found the opportunity, he promptly sent out the news of the 4 old men secretly leaving to fight against the multi-tailed demon fox at the border through the microphone. It's hard to tell the real from the fake. You would think that Chi Yao and other spies would spread falsehoods, but what they spread was true. Otherwise, the Southern Wu Sword sect isn't stupid. They'd have verified it from multiple sources. That's why they made their move. You think she's telling the truth, but this is actually another design by the 4 elders of the puppet palace. The 4 elders of the puppet palace swooped back, but their target was not in the Southern Wu Sword sect, but in the peak master of the Leather Shadow Peak in the sect who was a ghost cultivator. But that Leather Shadow Peak master also seemed to have narrowly jumped out of this killing situation through some unknown clues, and safely returned to the center of the breaking ground. It's too dangerous. Song Yen couldn't help but lament. So many calculations, so many plots intertwined in one place, all exploded out tonight. He was almost counted in these calculations as well, but he jumped out again by a fluke and escaped. Otherwise, at this time, he should also be on his way to the center of the fiendish land. His identity as a ghost practitioner will be exposed. He could certainly try to utilize the condensed fury control Shin technique and the turtle breath technique to make himself look like a dead man, but that's all. Those ghost cultivators, one more treacherous than the other, would they not see the problem? What will happen then is unimaginable. But Song Yen estimated that the least is a soul-searching technique. It is impossible to be naive. Old folks meet old folks, right? That was a close call for him to jump out of the kill zone. 2. At this moment, somewhere outside the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak, the killing cultivators were slowly separating. Somewhere, the heroic basilisk-robed, red-striped female cultivator stood with her legs together, her long sword pointing diagonally as the snow fell. A dark shadow walked up. 7th Miss, let's go. After this time, your identity will definitely be exposed, and there is no need for Leather Shadow Peak to stay any longer. The Su family has no more than one more me and no less than one less me. No matter what I do, no one cares. They hate for me to die in the demon sect, right? There's always someone who cares. Who? We'll meet. As the words fell, Chi Yao, or rather Su Yao sighed, then picked up her sword and walked towards the Southern Wu Sword sect's camp along with the Black Shadow. The Chi in Chi Yao is just because she is the 7th young lady, and she uses Chi as a phonetic transcription. The night passed, and the snow has stopped. Rumble. The stone door of the machine slowly opened. Golden sunlight broke in from outside along the gradually widening gap. Wang Fei, Xiao Xiaoyang clenched her fists, nervous and incomparable, looked out, but saw a familiar man standing in front of the door. Who is it if not Song Yen? It's over. Song Yen, who had returned to South Bamboo Peak, waved his hand to the distance. The princess's expression was not sure if she was happy or sad. So was the little lady of the mound. They were still under the control of the obsessive fans. True or false, but they all did not want anything to happen to Song Yen. But they were equally looking forward to freedom. The days of darkness and only being able to serve as furnaces in the cave all day long. They really couldn't live with it anymore. Aha! The young lady of the mound flashed a smile. The princess squeezed out a smile as well. After Song Yen gave the 2 girls the news, he hurriedly went out to check the situation. And the whole South Bamboo Peak is also in chaos. Chang Danqing has defected. And the big senior brother who often went to the Qingxi marketplace to buy demonic beast skins died tragically in front of the mountain gate. And Zhang Yin has also disappeared. Everywhere a chaotic scene after the war. 3 days later, the chaos has finally calmed down a bit. Zhang Yin was also confirmed dead, as he flung himself forward onto the ground, his head twisted back, and there was a clear penetrating sword mark on his back, clearly from a sneak attack, and the skin of a blood-blade elk on his side was also stained with blood, and a small half of his body was sticking out of his antlers, all of which showed that night, he had killed at least 2 or 3 Southern Wu Sword sect disciples, otherwise the blood wouldn't have been that much. Song Yen couldn't help but lament. It's really just a tall one that pushes forward and then dies while pushing forward. Although Zhang Yin is a standard evil demon with brutal style and bullying, he is still quite good to him. He collected the corpse for Zhang Yin, found a place with a nice view to cremate him, and then buried the urn in the earth. Because of ghost cultivation, cremating the dead disciples is a must. Snap! Song Yen tapped open another jar of wine that he had bought in the marketplace earlier and poured it in front of the tombstone. Watching the wine seep into the soil, he softly said, "Senior brother Zhang, have a good journey." A cold wind has arisen. The sunset in the distance also started to tumble and climb again along with the red fury. Sluggish and cold, the snow is still there, covering the pale mountains, like the white heads of the mountains and rivers. Song Yen silent, he is not in grief for Zhang Yin, but there is a kind of lips dead teeth cold. I do not know where to go feeling of bewilderment. In this battle, he deeply felt the importance of breaking through the realm. But practicing Xianxian 3 layers is to need some kind of external material. Without that external material is not able to break through. The clan system was strict. He could not buy that foreign object even if he ran to the marketplace. Unless, he could go to the marketplace outside the sect. Then there would be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he could only honestly wait for time, waiting for others to break through before he could follow suit, so as to avoid exposing the fruit of remaining longevity that he possessed. As he was thinking, a familiar voice came from not far away. "Senior brother, quickly return to South Bamboo Peak. The patriarch is coming." Song Yen looked sideways. It was Wang Su. Wang Su was also treacherous and somehow survived that night. He answered and went quickly after Wang Su. "This patriarch, since the puppet clan patriarch, that is, the 5 peaks paper people, blood corpse, shadow, organs, strange poison, the first of the paper people peak of the peak master. Paperman Peak is located in the Xian vein of the only 2 spinning children directly above. The geographical location is unique. Here the peak master is the patriarch, another spinning child, since the center of the fury. That was like a red jade, like a river of blood, making the 3 peak masters not dare to go deeper into the ground even though they had chased after them. A paperman stood on the high platform of Nanju Peak. It was a beautiful paper figure, and with a slight sway in the wind it transformed into a white-clad beauty wrapped in a shawl with wide, fluttering sleeves. "You are low-level disciples in the sect, but you also harbor Xian roots, so someone might be able to achieve something in the future." The white-clothed beauty faintly spoke, but her voice was an old man's voice. "That's why you shouldn't die here. The situation in the sect isn't good today. The ghost cultivators aren't hiding anymore, and the multi-tailed fox clan is driving in. Fortunately, we have reached a truce with the Southern Wu Sword sect for the time being. This seat has decided that all disciples below the 4th level of practicing Xian will be dismissed, and you will take refuge in the mortal empire. Wherever you hide, within 5 years, things will get better, so just come back then," the white-clothed beauty said, raising her hand and waving it. A box flew out of that wide sleeve. The box popped open, revealing the dense pills placed inside. The elixir reflected the red light of dusk, revealing a few evil blood colors. "This Dan, it has a boosting effect on your cultivation, and even though Xian Qi is scarce in the mortal world, it will not cause your realm to fall. But this Dan, too, is poison. If you don't return within 5 years, then die out there. Come one by one and claim them, and when you're done, get off the mountain quickly." The white-clothed beauty said no more, levitating and floating up, indifferently overlooking each and every disciple. If there are any who do not eat, it instantly decapitates them. This sudden change stunned all the disciples. As a matter of fact, most of the disciples at South Bamboo Peak came from odd jobs. Handymen, who were robbed. They all have homes. It's good to be home, too. At that instant, a disciple rushed over and quickly grabbed an elixir and threw it into his mouth. Another person came forward immediately after. Song Yen had no choice but to line up and go up to take the elixir, then ate it under the burning gaze of the paper man above his head. Early the next morning, a carriage appeared at the foot of the hill. The wagon was taken directly from the marketplace. Song Yen was wrapped in a cloak and pressed into a bucket hat, and in the carriage sat Shan Yangqiu and Wang Fei, who were in a mixed, yet excited mood. On the other side, Wang Susu rode out on her horse, the stove tripod and all. I'm afraid she's already been squeezed to death by her direct madness. Elder sister, want to travel together? Where are you going? Western Marsh. Shishu? That's the place with the least amount of Xianqi in the Three Kingdoms. I'm not going there. Then senior sister, take care. You take care too. With a clip of her horse's belly, Wang Susu steered her horse to run, turned the valley, and disappeared without a trace. Another few days. The carriage was traveling west when a pitch-black crow carrying a bundle landed on the roof, took a few steps forward with its claws, and gently placed the bundle at the foot of the imperial hand. Song Yan snapped his head sideways, but the crow had flown away. The mouth of that bundle was open, and presented across it was a letter. The head of the letter is written with a passage. I know your heart. You know my intention. My mantle will only be passed on to the most suitable person. If you recognize me as your master, kowtow 3 times in the direction of the puppeteer sect, and in front of the outsiders. You don't have to admit it. Signed, Shiza Wang. Chapter 35. 100 Phase Divine Royalty. First bucket of gold. The blue sky was blue, and between the miles of floating clouds, the sound of birds flapping their wings gradually faded away. Song Yan gripped the letter tightly. At first it was surprise and amazement. Then an unspeakable complexity arose from the bottom of his heart. In his mind, a scene from his time with Shiza Wang swirled by like a walking light. Nan's huffing It's from a handyman's background, right? It's not easy. It's really not easy. Learn more this time and become a leather master soon. The crowd is discussing, but you are the only one who is looking down. You deserve to be beaten. Reach out. The words I want to ask you remain unchanged. Has the divine phase of the nine-eyed piano boa moved? Didn't move. Song Yan revealed a smile and looked in the direction of the puppet sect, whispering softly in his heart. The divine phase didn't move. It was the heart that moved. If the heart moves, how can one draw a divine phase that doesn't move? This is disciple's answer. I hope that you, teacher, will be satisfied. Finishing silently, he remembered the day after he had given his answer by making things up. That crow was dumbfounded and left angrily. After a little more thought, he probably realized where he had broken. The two-headed wolfskin shadow. His skin painting technique is already completely complete. At the time of dotting the eyes, even if it is messy, but once the time is stretched out, it will always reveal some slight cracks in extremely subtle places. That break was so small and tiny that if it wasn't for someone with strong perseverance who had been observing all along, they would never have been able to find it. Sure, who was very attached to him, yet considered his situation, so he sent him the mantle at a perfect time. I know your heart, you know my thoughts. It was not said to my face, but it was all in the air. Unspeakable touches were born from the bottom of Song Yan's heart. Into the night, the carriage stopped in a deserted forest. A bonfire blazed up, and the two women slept in the carriage wrapped in blankets. Song Yan stood by the bonfire, looking away in the direction of the puppet sect, knelt down, kowtowed respectfully 3 times, and then unwrapped the package. There were 4 things in the package besides the letter presented across the top. 1 more letter, 4 jade bottles, 1 black, 1 green, 1 white and 1 red, a brocade box, a palm-sized silk bag that appeared to contain something heavy. He opened the silk belt, which contained 2 duck egg-sized crystal jades emitting xianqi. This crystal jade, he had previously touched it in the arms of a loose cultivator with a gourd xuanqi. Only those crystal jades were completely soybean-sized. Far worse than these 2. He swept his eyes over the brocade box and the jade bottle, but did not venture to open them, instead taking the bottom letter first, opening it, and reading it silently. The letter reads, the mortal world xianqi is thin, can only be cultivated by the method of double cultivation. These 2 big xian jade can help you cultivate, equivalent to provide you in the South Bamboo Peak Cave training 4 years of xianqi, so that you can break into the xianxian realm early. There is a storage ring in the brocade box, and the old man's mantle technique is in it. The only restriction on the ring is your breath, which is the old man in the South Bamboo Peak Cave to take a hair from you. When you have entered the xianxian training program, you can break into the ring and obtain the technique. Before that, be sure to keep it carefully. In the black jade bottle, the antidote is contained. The patriarch may not be able to resolve the trouble within 5 years, and if he falls before then the only thing that awaits you is death. However, even though you took the antidote, if the patriarch is not dead, you must return within 5 years. The patriarch gave you the dan contains not only the toxin, but also a wisp of his breath. If you do not return, he will kill you. Jarer, this our style. However, if the patriarch is truly dead, you need not return, but can choose another place to carefully cultivate. My shadow art requires a minimum of the 4th level to perform. In the green jade bottle, there are 24 great Xian spirit pills. Swallow 1 every 2 months, enough for you to cultivate for 4 years. The white jade bottle contains the peeling cream required for practicing the 3rd level of Xianxian. and after the second level is complete, it can be applied all over the body and then cultivated, which can help to break through. The carnelian bottle contains the flame marrow pill required for practicing the fourth level of Xian. When encountering bottlenecks, take it to digest the medicinal power, which can help break through. Letters, read them all. Song Yan sent into the campfire, and then quickly took the storage ring. This thing is really make him excited, because even Jiangyin is not this ring, obviously is very precious. Its function is naturally will be stored with the items as you go. Sure thought that he would still need some time to cultivate before he could break into the practicing Xian, but he had actually already been at the second level of practicing Xian. He held the ring, a strand of Xian Qi along the fingertips into it, as if to come to a breath recognition of the automatic sensor door in front of the barricade sensed his breath, directly opened, revealing the inner about the size of a drawer space. The space is small, but the interior is quite rich. First up are 5 booklets. These are obviously stone masters or transcribed or compiled. After all, the Jade Briefless one is still easy to be detected. Song Yan swept his eyes around the area, then took them out book by book and carefully flipped through them. Book 1, The Stonecutter's Skin Making Experience. The second book, Harnessing Skin Technique, Puppet Sect Skin Shadow Peak Secret Art. Although not a unique secret art, but compared to the low-level marketplace of the road good spells but still a little secrecy level. The entry threshold for cultivation is practicing the fourth level of Xian. And perhaps this is why the Puppet Sect Master dismissed those below the fourth level of the Xian Yuan practicing layer, because the fourth level of the Xian Yuan practicing layer is the minimum threshold for a disciple to be able to fight. Book 3, Small 5 Elements Entangling Silk Hands, a spell unique to the Pie Master. Book 4, The Art of Painting Skin to Invoke Souls, a spell unique to the Skin Master. Book 5, The 100 Phases of Divine Royalty, Stone Master's Mantle Technique. After flipping through the previous book Skin Harnessing Technique, Song Yan roughly understood that skin harnessing needed to tame the skin shadow first, and the skin shadow of the lower level demonic beasts was from the first to the third level of Lianxuan. So at least you have to be at the fourth level of Lianxuan to successfully tame it. So at least you have to be at the fourth level of Xian to successfully tame it. After being tamed, the Xian Qi is used as a thread to manipulate and strengthen the shadow, and the normal limit of the number of skin manipulation is 2. The normal limit is 2, a shadow in the left hand and a shadow in the right hand. This was also in line with what Song Yan had seen in the few battles he had seen before. Those Shadow Peak formal disciples, most of them manipulate a Mount Shadow, and a Combat Shadow. These shadows can't get too far away from the perimeter of the skin harnesser. Flying 100 or even 1,000 miles away with a bodiless phantom raven like the Stone Master did was something that was simply impossible. And this is the marvel of the 100-phase Divine Royalty. The 100 phases of Divine Royalty not only uses Xuanqi to control the shadows, but also spirit to melt the shadows. But the records are incredibly complex. The method of melting is different for different shadows. 100 phases was even an exaggeration, as the 100-phase Divine Royalty only recorded the melting methods of low-level demonic beasts such as two-headed wolves, white-thorned deer, knife-beaked finches, and iron-feathered finches. The only intermediate-level demonic beast is the bodiless phantom crow. This book of the mantle is the lifelong research of Master Shi, but he had a limited lifespan and only researched so much before handing it all over to Song Yan. But that's good enough. Ordinary skin harnessing techniques, which could only manipulate 2 skin shadows, could also only be used on the circumference. The 100-phase Divine Royalty, however, can manipulate multiple shadows, and as long as your spirit is strong enough, the number can go up, and the range of application can be expanded from all around to hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, and even more. It was a spell that was worthy of the secret mantle technique. Seemingly worried about Song Yan's trouble in making skins, the storage ring also stored 9 kinds of low-level demonic beast skin shadow finished products, as well as a bodiless phantom raven skin shadow finished products. But next to it was written in blood into the 4th level of the Xian cultivation, can only be taken out, and into the 7th level of the Xian cultivation, can only be taken out respectively, and only when you enter the 7th level of Xian Yuan can you take it out. Obviously, these shadows, is the Stone Master to Song Yan as heirlooms passed down? He certainly hold a glimmer of hope, but may not really think Song Yan really can successfully take out and use. After all, everything is up in the air. The red dust Xianqi is thin. Song Yan this even practice Xian 1 layer did not reach. The people want to break through to practice Xian 4 layer is simply a nightmare difficulty. Song Yan raised his hand and touched the white bottle, and the 2 large pieces of Xian Yu. The white bottle contains peeling cream. Although the name sounded poisonous, Song Yan was undaunted, and he would use it in his deduction anyway. He sensed his surroundings slightly. There was no fury chi here, and the Xian Qi was quite thin, but perhaps it was because it was still quite close to the puppet palace. It wasn't so thin that it wasn't there. the speed of cultivation is very different in different environments. In the longevity deduction, the cultivation environment and the objects in one's possession will greatly affect the progress of the deduction. Obviously, the progress of Song Yan's deduction after spending a year here was bound to be far lower than in South Bamboo Peak, but that's okay. He had also planned to go to the outside marketplace to look for the opportunity to break through to the third level of practicing Xian, but he didn't expect that Shi would directly send it to him in a thoughtful manner. He quickly focused his attention on the Jie feats, put in 6 years and attend to the realm. The 17,956-inch upper limit of longevity also began to regress. Chapter 36. Terrifying enhancement. Green is better than blue. You have invested 6 years practicing the full version of the arcane Qi guidance technique. You use the peeling cream to apply it all around your body, and your skin has a sensation of opening up and becoming able to absorb the metaphysical energy. You swallowed the antidote in the black bottle, and in the 5th year, when you should have died, nothing happened to you. At the end of 6 years, you have harvested a combined total of 106 strands of Xian Qi. You've broken through the 2nd level of practicing Xian. You believe you can reach the 3rd level with accumulation. Song prolonged a breath of relief. The skin around the body has a kind of completely new feeling. Xuanqi flowed on it, like invisible armor, and vaguely connected with the body of the 10 veins of Xuanqi, and thus is about to constitute a whole. And in front of him, the 2 pieces of Grand Xian Jade, a bottle of Grand Xian Spirit Pill, the black bottle of antidote, and the white bottle of peeling cream had all disappeared. Go on. Song Yan swept his eyes at the still extremely large amount of longevity and used it without stopping. This place was already outside the sect, the future was uncertain, and the further he went, the less Xian Qi there was. Naturally, he had to take advantage of the fact that he was still in an environment where there was Xian Qi, and do his best to turn his potential into strength. After losing the Grand Xian Jade and the Grand Xian Spirit Pill, his cultivation speed became extremely slow. On average, he could only harvest 3 strands of Xian Qi in a year. After spending 298 years, he managed to break through the 3rd level of practicing Xian, and 1,000 strands of Xuanqi flowed through his skin. After consuming the flame marrow pill in 334 years of his life, he managed to break through to the 4th level of Xian cultivation. With 1,000 strands of Xuanqi entering his bone marrow, he continued to push on. In another 334 years, he broke through to the 5th level of Xian training, and 1,000 strands of Xuanqi were replaced with new blood. In another 334 years, he broke through to the 6th layer of practicing Xian, and 1,000 strands of Xuanqi changed blood for the 2nd time. Even thinner Xian Qi. As long as there was still Xian Qi, he could use his lifespan to pile it up, to the death. The next person can only live for hundreds of years, and with a wave of his big hand, he goes straight down for hundreds of years. However, the 6th level of practicing Xian seemed to have reached a new card. Sun Yan spent 30 years trying and never got anywhere. During that time, he was also vaguely aware of it. Practicing Xian's 6th layer, Xian Qi has already flowed around the body. 10 veins, bones, skin, blood. The next step is likely to touch the organs. He purposely implied that he introduced Xian Qi into his organs when he practiced, but the organs compared to Xian Qi, but is too fragile, several times down. Each time the end is burst. Internal organs burst, directly spit blood. Obviously, this requires some kind of secret medicine to protect the organs and form a kind of buffer. Just like the peeling cream and the flaming marrow elixir play the same role. Song Yan stopped his realm cultivation and instead began to cultivate spells, deduce spells, and mutate spells. Longevity in a big way. The profound insight of one spell after another quickly formed in his mind, and the sense of subtlety was like an explosion, filled with a great feeling of great pleasure of an unspeakably strong harvest. Soul-searching technique. Threshold, 3rd level of practicing Xian, 5 years to deduce perfection, 25 years to deduce a primary mutation spell. Soul-swallowing technique, 525 years to deduce a secondary mutation perfect spell. Ghost Fury soul returning technique. Soul-searching can only search someone's memories and then make them stupid by messing up everything in their memories, while Ghost Fury soul returning technique can directly swallow a person's soul, and then spit it out with a mixture of fury and send it back to the original body, turning it into a murderous machine that obeys your orders and doesn't have the ability to think too much, but is full of anger and insanity. Qi explosion technique. Threshold, 3rd level of practicing Xian, 5 years to deduce perfection, 24 years to deduce the primary mutation spell break explosion technique, 527 years to deduce the secondary mutation perfect spell break tie technique. Compared to Qi archery, Qi explosion technique has improved a lot in terms of power, and the difference lies in the difference between a cannon and a bow and arrow, while the fury tide technique is a spell that can be transformed into a river god in the Fury Land. The breaking tide art is a spell that can transform into a river god in the Breaking Land. The fury is like the sea. You push the fury into a tide. Its power is quite terrifying. not to mention invincible at the same level. Even if it crosses a level, it is also normal. The skin harnessing technique. Threshold, 4th level of practicing Xian, 6 years to deduce perfection, 33 years to deduce the primary mutation spell 5-finger harnessing technique, and 687 years to deduce the secondary mutation spell 10-finger phantom skin technique. Normal disciples who had practiced the skin harnessing technique could only manipulate 2 skin shadows, whereas the 10-finger illusion skin technique could not only manipulate 10 skin shadows, but also make the ghosts recruited within these 10 shadows disperse outwardly to create illusions. The art of painted skin recruitment of souls. Threshold, 4th level of practicing Xian, 50 years to deduce perfection, 150 years to deduce a primary mutation spell. The art of painted skin slave souls, 20 years to deduce a secondary perfect mutation spell. The art of painted skin aberration of souls. If the art of invoking souls by painting skins is still at the level of making skins and then carefully invoking souls to prevent oneself from being revolted by the invoked souls, then, if the art of soul recruitment is still at the level of making skins and then carefully recruiting souls to prevent themselves from being revolted by the recruited souls, then the art of soul recruitment has already reached the level of enslaving all the recruited souls, and stuffing multiple souls into the same shadow, turning the shadow into the deformed skin of one skin with multiple souls. The small 5 elements tangled hand. Threshold, practicing the 4th level of Xian, 50 years to deduce perfection, 152 years to deduce a single variation of the spell 5 elements hand. The small 5 elements tangled silk hands, still only let the hands to adapt to the 5 elements of the demonic beast erosion, in order to make themselves able to make leather for a long time, without falling into a hands crippled. But 5 elements hand can let the hands become extremely high affinity with the 5 elements, not to mention erosion. Even if you put on the flying sword cut back and forth will not receive half a bit of damage. The 100 phases of God's royalty. Threshold, 4th level of practicing Xian, 75 years of deduction to perfection, 400 years of deduction of the primary mutated secret art. God swallowing the 100 phases, 8,211 years of deduction of the secondary perfected mutated secret art. 100 phases of Devil's body. That's awesome. The 100-phase divine royalty was the brainchild of Shiza Wang's lifelong research, and its ability to divinely meld skin shadows and vanish for thousands of miles centered on linking one's own divine soul to the divine souls recruited from the skin shadows to a certain degree. A process which was quite dangerous, and if one wasn't careful, one could be turned back by the recruited divine souls. However, God swallowing 100 phases allowed Song Yan to temporarily swallow all the recruited divine souls, causing his own divine soul to temporarily grow stronger. The 100 phases demonic body, a secret art that he had spent 8,211 years deducing, was, not only can he swallow the souls, but he can also temporarily swallow the shadows together, thus making his own body enter a rather terrifying level, which is called the 100-phase demon body. After a set of frantic projections, Sung Yen with a sweep. In this wave, he directly consumed 281 years of lifespan. Longevity also changed from longevity 22/17956 to longevity 22/2675. It really just couldn't be extrapolated a little bit more. And the little 5 elements tangled silk hands had even only completed 1 mutation extrapolation, and hadn't reached 2 perfect mutations. But this is already the limit of Song Yan's current transformation potential, and the gift of the Stone Master has basically been digested by him, although the time consumption of more than 10,000 years, but the external conditions have greatly limited the possibility of promotion. This point, Song Yan very understanding. As an ordinary man locked in the study room, he will not die of hunger and thirst, but there is nothing else at hand. That 10,000 years have passed. He will not become superhuman. Beasts evolve for millions of years and remain beasts. Man is still a beast if he has not happened to stand upright and free his hands, and if he has happened to learn to utilize tools. The world. There are always similarities. Time, in and of itself, does not make one stronger, not in 10,000 years, not in a million years, not in a million years. This time, he was considered to have directly spent almost all of the accumulation of so many years. Scan the panel. The panel changes a lot. Name, Song Yen. Longevity, 22/2675. Gift, Fruit of the Way of Longevity. Realm, 6th level of Xian training. Spiritual roots, inferior ghost Xian roots, can be extrapolated for longevity. Technique, Xian Qi guidance, can be used to deduce longevity. Spells, the 100-phase demon body, perfection, 2nd perfection mutation. The art of painted souls, perfection, 2nd perfection mutation. The 5 hands, perfection, 1 mutation. 10-finger illusion of skin, perfection, 2nd perfection mutation. Fury Tide technique, perfection, 2nd perfection mutation. Ghostbusters soul restoration technique, perfection, 2nd perfection mutation. Condensed fury control arcane technique, perfection, 2nd perfect mutation. Stormbringer, completion, second perfection mutation. The morning sunlight penetrates the bare gaps of the jungle and falls on the ground. All night long, I felt the sensation, and I did not realize that the sky was white. The gift from the stone master was also only left with that one storage ring, but Song Yan's own comprehension of things has been far better than the storage ring in the mantle, which cannot even be used to out of the blue but better than the blue to describe, but a direct from the Stone Age into the Industrial Revolution feeling. The young man did not sleep all night, but refreshed before that night like a bug to avoid the thunder of the sky. The sense of trepidation was also due to the strength of the enhancement and washed away a lot. A thoughtful look began to appear in his eyes. Although the puppet sect and South Wu sword sect reached a truce agreement, but Song Yan deeply understand one point: the two sects killed each other, died so many people, that what Chisha a real person is even decades ago by the puppet sect to get killed. Such deep hatred is not a paper truce agreement can be swayed. The armistice agreement is at best a superficial maintenance of peace. That is, the big shots don't make a move, and if someone down there makes a move and gets stabbed open, then he or she has to give a harumph and punish himself or herself 3 times. In fact, if anyone down there catches a chance, it's time to get killed or get killed. After all, God doesn't know what's going on, and these little devil cubs of theirs would most likely become the target of the disciples below the Southern Wu sword sect's training. He was still in the vicinity of the puppet sect, which was a safe zone, but if he had completely entered the western marsh, perhaps, crisis strikes. Nowadays he wasn't afraid of things, but he didn't want to get involved in this kind of unnecessary killing. Hiding in the Jianghu, pretending to be a Jianghu person, peacefully through these 5 years, at the same time to find ways to spy on the wild scattered cultivation marketplace, to see if he can find the opportunity to further is his best choice. Song Yan glanced sideways at the compartment. In the carriage, Little Miss Chiu and Princess Wang are still asleep, and it's been a while since the obsession powder was used on them. Chapter 37. Entering Shu. The morning light pierced along the gap in the curtain fabric. The early morning wind blew, the curtains moved, and so did the light. Little Miss Chiu was not considered a stunning beauty, and even though the crown princess was young due to her multi-tailed fox blood, she still showed a bit of old age in the corners of her eyes, her expression and other subtle things. By now both women had long since awakened, but were lying quietly in their blankets, looking at the light that fell and bobbed on the walls of the car with complex expressions. Even though Song Yan had treated them well, these past few years had still been like hell for them. In the mountains, Song Yan was their protector. As long as they were Song Yan's cauldron, they would be able to stay in the cave peacefully without encountering danger. But now it had been several days since he had left the puppet sect. At this moment, Song Yan's relationship with them has changed, becoming no longer an umbrella, but the jailer. A jailer who watches over them and keeps them from getting free. If they didn't die in those 5 years, they would still need to follow him back into that hell 5 years later. As for feelings, maybe there are some, but to call this affection love or love is a big joke. The puppeteer sect was the root cause of their family's destruction. As for Song Yan, he was the direct murderer of King Jinnan. Where's the love coming from? It's just a drunken, hopeless, sinking lust and escapist choice. And just then, the cloth curtain lifted slightly, revealing the teenager's face, and the two women immediately adjusted their complexion. Xiao Yangqiu smiled and shouted, "Big brother Song." The princess suppressed the many emotions in her heart and shouted, "Song, Song Lang." Song Yan said, "It's dawn, set sail." At the end of winter, light snow falls. 10 or so days later, the wagon stopped in one more place, surrounded by sublime mountains rising. Suweiwei pressure. This is already to the western Sichuan territory. Once here, Xianxi became even more scarce. If you say in the South Bamboo Peak that the periphery of the remaining veins, in the case of a complete cave, pills and monthly supply, it will take 5 or 6 years to put together 100 strands of Xianxi and thus break the practice of Xian a mirror. Whereas in a place that was a few days' travel away from the puppet sect, one would need to spend more than 300 years to absorb 1,000 strands of Xianxi to break through the Xian 3 mirror. Then, in this kind of place today, if one wanted to force a breakthrough, it wouldn't be possible without more than 1,000 years, or even thousands of years. Even if one is a Xian cultivator, it would be a dream iPhone wants to cast spells at will in this kind of barren land. This just isn't a place to practice. Here, it's a desert for cultivators and a kingdom for mortals. Song Yan found a place to raise a bonfire, and the three of them sat around it, chatting casually. The princess suddenly said, "Has Song Lang broken the mirror?" After asking, she seemed to realize that the question was a bit inappropriate, so she added with a gentle face, "I am worried about the future is dangerous. If Song Lang has not broken the mirror, need to be careful." Although the two clans reached a truce agreement, but this between the clans, that in some places is also no different from between the imperial dynasties. Mouth one set, hands one set, It was fine before in the vicinity of the puppet sect, but now that we've reached the territory of Western Sichuan, Lang Jun still needs to be careful. Song Yan slowly shook his head and said with a regretful face, I was about to break the first layer of practicing Xian, but I had no choice but to encounter ghost cultivators haunting and fox demons invading, and I had to leave the clan. Even though he had broken through to the 6th level of the practicing Xian, he had no intention of being loudmouthed and going to say it out in triumph when he saw someone. Little Miss Chiu said, then let's not take the main road. Let's. Song Yan raised his hand and said, the small roads are full of bandits and poor mountains. If I encountered more people, it would be difficult for me to defeat them with 2 fists, and it would not be a good match. It's better to take the main road. After saying that, he looked at the princess and said, Shua Ro, you said that your mother's family is in western Shushanlan City. Is it reliable to go there now? The crown princess nodded heavily and said, when I was the crown princess of the king of Jinan, in order to prevent the scourge of war, I had operated Shanlan City in advance, and there were quite a few of my beloved ones there. It's only been just over 3 years now, and I'm certain those people will recognize me as long as they're still alive. If we go there, we will surely be at peace. The air went steeply quiet. Wan Fei lips open and close. Originally wanted to say a sentence Song Lang, or you give me some more powder of love, but the words to the mouth but swallowed down. Song Yan didn't seem to notice this small action, and said, you said that your grandpa had plucked a spiritual flower atlas somewhere to give it to you, so that you can recognize fire breath peppers, and even know the method of planting them. Then could it be that there is still a scattered cultivators marketplace near Shanlan City? The Wan Fei shook her head and said, not to hide from Song Lang, at first, my Jinan Wangfu also wanted to recruit more casual cultivators to make offerings, so I had explored around, but did not find. Master has been gone for a long time, and it is difficult to ask his old man again. Song Yan looked at Xiu Ringyu and asked, after we go to Shanlan City, what are Ringyu's plans? Xiu Rinyu said, I'm just a small businesswoman, so I'll just follow Brother Song and Sister Chow. The snow fell quietly. The field of light shown open by the campfire was also getting smaller and smaller. Get into the car and go to sleep. It will take quite a while to get to Mountain Lane, and we'll have to ask for directions again when we get to the towns ahead of us. There's no harm in it. Song Lang, the roads here, I recognize them all. When the princess finished, she yawned and got up to enter the carriage, seeking a blanket to cover herself with. The young lady of the mound followed suit and lay down on her side. Soon, the 2 women heard footsteps on the ottoman. That's Sun Yun getting on the bus. The young lady of the mound was fine, just suddenly a little nervous. The princess, however, violently grabbed her left arm with 5 fingers of her right hand, her nails clasped in a deadly grip, which was the embodiment of a myriad of complex emotions, such as fear, anger, and excitement, all intermingled in one place. With the infatuation powder gradually losing its effect, she always felt that being drilled under the covers again by Song Yin, breaking her legs apart and forcing her to make love was tantamount to being violated. Fortunately, the footsteps on the ottoman were only loud and silent. Song Yan leaned against the wall of the car, looking up at the flurry of white snow, and slowly entered dreamland, now into the practice of the 6th layer of the Xian. His perception range and a lot bigger, even in the dream will never let the small people close. Several more days passed. The carriage walked and stopped, walking through the wilds of the western Shu kingdom. Because of his perception, Song Yan was able to sense the surrounding situation even though he was far away, so he didn't encounter any danger. According to the words of the princess, this is not 2 days' journey away from Shanlan City. This day, midday, the carriage was traveling as usual. Song Yan steeply pricked up his ears, because he vaguely caught the 3 words Jinan King. He slowed down the speed of the carriage and quickly gazed at his senses. Following the sound, those voices became clearer and clearer, and their direction was exactly in a small valley next to a mountain road. The sound of neatly arranged swords and spears came from the valley, accompanied by the clash of armor. Obviously an elite army was drilling. Over the sound of the drill, several people were discussing something. The rebels set up their own Jin dynasty, and now that they are forced to move the capital and are going to move south, both with the support of the king of Shu, this may be our chance to take back the kingdom. Is this really His Majesty's handiwork? Your Majesty, went to the mountain and sea demon kingdom? My Chow family and the mountain and sea multi-tailed dragon bow demon fox lineage already have a cutthroat relationship. The man who spoke faintly responded, but did not explain much before adding, Great General, what do you mean? The man called the Great General was silent for a moment and said, my father, King Jinan, was bound by the rebels long ago and offered to the puppet demon sect. I have no problem with those traitors, who I hate to eat blood and flesh, but we still need to wait for the right time. Nowadays, Mr. Chiu both controls the business pulse and needs to use it more to probe external information. It's only natural. Mr. Chiu's wife is dead and his daughter is missing. What's left now is the hatred of revenge. After that, those men continued to plot the details of the counterattack against the Jin dynasty. Song Yan listened silently for a while and couldn't help but be a little surprised. From the conversation, he naturally heard that the great general was the Prince of Jinan. Chao Shueliang had told him that her son was prim and powerful. As for Mr. Chiu, there are some people who can match up with Chiu Reinue, either his father or his relatives. Song Yan had planned to send the two women to Shanlan City before leaving, but now there seemed to be a new option. The name Wang Fei is too conspicuous, and once she arrives at Shanlan, people will surely know that there is a little devil cub following her. It is highly likely that he will have to face untold troubles afterward. As for his feelings for the two women, aside from pity, it must be the desire to be in the midst of merriment. Now that he was able to set them free, he was also able to leave in peace, the best of both worlds, and Song Yan was happy to do it. A little over half an hour later, stop! An armorer snapped in a stern voice in the direction of the valley. As he chortled, many bows and arrows were drawn up and aimed at the carriage. On the royal seat in the car was a little lady. The young lady shouted, "This palace is the crown princess of the king of Jinan. Who dares to be reckless?" The armorer was stunned at his words, and although he didn't believe them, he didn't dare to make an independent decision on his own. Just as it happened, the man who can decide is here today. He slightly slowed down his anticipation and alertly said, "Stop the car first. If you are really the princess, there will be people who will recognize you." Wait a moment. Chao Shuelua of the imperial car stopped. Moment STH. A handsome man with silver armor came hurriedly from afar, and when he looked at the woman on the royal hand seat, his tiger's eyes were filled with tears and his body was shaken. Mother! Mother! The great general was actually completely out of sorts and ran off in excitement. Immediately afterward, the second prince of Wei also led a group of people from behind. When the curtain lifted, there was also an old man in this crowd who couldn't help but lose his temper. Mercy Moon? Zhou Xianyangzi looked at the old man and cried out as if she were dreaming. Father? Ran Yu! Dad! Father and daughter hugged and cried, and then went on to talk about what had happened over the years. Another moment. The great general supported his mother and suddenly said in a cold voice, "Mother consort is saying that that little devil cub heard the commotion over here and purposely sent you here?" Chao Shueluan nodded. The great general's face showed a vicious color, and his killing intent rose. Chao Shuelua busily said, "He's already gone far away. Don't chase after him." The great general Dao said in a cold voice, "The car is here, and there are only a few mountain passes around. How far can it go?" Chao Shuelua said with a slight hint of anger, "Don't chase after them." She had mixed feelings about Song Yan, but at least, didn't want him to die, and didn't want him to get into trouble for letting himself go. And outside, Mrs. Jinan Wang is not a vase. Even after a few years, it's still quite a voice. The great general had no choice but to say, "Listen to mother." However, at the same time, he also knows that Xianxian practitioners want to hide on Earth is very difficult, because the official government is with the customs clearance paperwork and other proof of identity. When the time to check it will be clear, the only hope is to enter the jungle. The Jianghu and the court, each one of them is in their own way, and no one can suppress anyone. The court can't control the affairs of the Jianghu. However, it was impossible for Xianxian practitioners to have the time to cultivate martial arts. When that devil disciple entered the Jianghu, he had no other skills except for the strange power he brought with him by virtue of a little body. The Jianghu people weren't stupid and would soon guess his identity. How could he hide it? Chapter 38. Temporary escape from the world. 3 months later, Sheishu, Tianyun City. The Ghost Green Clothes Building and the Lone Bamboo Gang are the two major Jianghu gangs that span the 3 cities and 26 counties here, and their headquarters are both in Tianyun City. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and these 2 gangs naturally clash more. There was no way either one could make these 2 gangs stop while they were fighting. Neither can the government. It is just like 2 tigers fighting. Whoever goes will only become a ghost in vain. However, at this moment, the appointment of the 2 major gangs had stopped. Everyone looked at that one spot with disbelief. "Aunt, Miss, are you alright?" A cloaked, bearded savage is wrapping his arms around the leader of the spooky greenhouse today, Flower Linglong. Hua Linglong's position in the Ghost Green Clothes House was honorable, and her own strength might not be strong, but a group of old henchmen left behind by her late father all belonged to her faction. In addition, she is also a famous beauty in the Jianghu, known as Snow Jade Peony. The 12 words Tianyun Mountain City, Ghost Green Clothes, Snow Jade Peony were enough to stir the hearts of all the men in this area. Hua Linglong likes to wear white clothes, white skirts, white socks, looks pure and pathetic, talks extremely elegantly, and always makes people feel a strong desire to protect. No one wants to kill a woman like that. However, in this battle today, the Lone Bamboo Gang had set up a killing game against Hua Linglong, because the Lone Bamboo Gang found that Hua Linglong is not only a beautiful woman, but also one of the core cohesion points of the ghost house of green clothes. If she was killed, then the spectral green mansion would likely fall into a certain amount of chaos. However, just as the two masters of the Lone Bamboo Gang together with the traitor who had been bought off with great difficulty joined hands and were about to decapitate Flower Linglong, a wild man suddenly appeared in the forest next to that. This savage walked with odd movements and even more odd postures, but he skillfully and incomparably helped Hua Linglong to defuse the killing move and retreated backward with his arm around her waist. Now, outside the city, the winter snow has melted, and last night's early spring mountain rain knocked down many peach blossoms. When the wind blows, the petals flutter. The Lone Bamboo Gang's people, and the traitor, however, refused to stop, and swept in quickly, and a knife, a sword and an axe continued to fall towards Hua Linglong. The savage put the flower lingerie down and lowered his head to look for something. Hua Linglong escaped death and was stunned, but still reacted quickly by untying her tethered sword and pushing it forward, saying, "Use mine." The savage didn't push, he just took his knife and drew it, the knife out of an inch, cold light flickering, to the full out, but see a piece of children bright. In the bright light, savage chopped one person with one blade, and after 3 dances of the blade, all 3 of those counted experts in the Jianghu fell to the ground with injuries, and 3 pairs of eyes looked at savage in shock. Hua Linglong's eyes also lit up. She could tell that the savage's blade was simply terrifyingly powerful. It was the pinnacle of skill, all natural. The savage was cloaked and filthy, but the more she looked at him, the happier she became, simply because the Lone Bamboo Gang covered up after those 3 fell to the ground. And this savage even blocked in front of her. No matter whoever it was, couldn't get past this wild man to hurt her. At first, she had some suspicions that this savage might be a loose cultivator or something, but a few slashes later, she completely dismissed that possibility. A cultivator, by no means, could have this kind of terrifying martial arts attainment. Her eyes burned. It was the flame of ambition. God had sent this savage to her, and she would take advantage of it. In the shadow of the sword, she slowly touched a jade bottle in her bosom. The bottle was filled with a mysterious poison in the Jianghu burning blood divine water. This burning blood water, colorless and tasteless, serving the person to practice martial arts forging can be twice as effective. But if you cannot serve monthly antidote, the blood will be self-immolating, painful death. The blood-burning divine water is the secret poison of the cold water villa. It is said that this is that the old master of the estate early years do not know where to find a prescription, which is dispensed. It is just that even though Coldwater Villa has this poison, it has not been used much and is low profile and hidden in the mountains. However, at the beginning of last year, the villa was suddenly wiped out. Men and women, children, chickens and dogs, and the door of the secret poison since also disappeared. Some people say that the Coldwater Mountain Villa no poison, everything is just a rumor. But the person who spread the rumor was Hua Linglong. The one who exterminated the entire family of Coldwater Villa was also Hua Linglong. The one who killed all those in the know was still Hua Linglong. Nowadays, no one in the Jianghu knows that she is in possession of the burning blood divine water. She relied on this sacred water to bring in a group of old people in the building. This crowd looks at the pure woman with ice and jade, but her real heart is ruthless and incomparable. At that moment, she pressed down the vomiting in her heart and looked at the savage more and more tenderly. Males were always attracted to beautiful females, and this savage was undoubtedly attracted to her. Then, she will use her attraction to bring this savage back, and then give him the blood-burning divine water to completely control him. Her eyes swept the dirty fingerprints on the white belt around her waist, and she was disgusted again. But she carefully hid her disgust and played the role of the protected one safely. Males like to show off in front of pretty females, so, she'll have to be very protected. 3 days later, Tianyun City was quite shaken. It was rumored that a wild man came out of nowhere, played a hand of marvelous kung fu, and then, he was taken back by the snow jade peony flower Linglong. At this moment, the white-clothed, white-skirted, pure and flawless beauty sat at the table, smilingly pushed a glazed calabash over, looked at him with her chin resting, and softly said, "Taste my handiwork." Across from her sat the very same savage from 3 days ago, only the savage had put on a brocade coat and tied up his hair, revealing rough skin and 2 or 3 cheek scars that hid a bit of ferocity in the look of mediocrity. The savage is naturally Song Yen. Song Yen learned various strange skills in the Jianghu, which has its own disguise art. Cultivators recognize people by their breath, so once the chi convergence technique was used, it could be avoided. Secondly, look at the face again. Sun Yun changed his face in the easiest way possible. Even if Qiu Shan Yangzi, the princess in person, cannot be recognized. Since that day after sending off the 2 girls, he had thought of a place to go. Tianyun City is considered to be the edge of the western Sichuan city, where the Xuanqi is also the barren area of the barren area, and few cultivators come. Poor mountains produce unruly people, and the king of Shu can't control this place, because This is a complete jungle. He needs to be hidden in the Jianghu, but also needs eyes and ears, and needs a certain power, so he observed a few times in the vicinity of Tianyun City, and chose Flower Linglong as the entry point. YFA Linglong. For one thing, the other person had lost his father the year before and was in a difficult situation and was in need of help. Secondly, it's quite tactful. Even though her father went away, she still managed to take a place in the spooky greenhouse, which shows that she is a smart and capable woman who can help him. Thirdly, Hua Linglong is a beautiful woman. Her appearance even reminds Song Yen of the little dragon lady and other pure image of white flowing, and its handling of things witty and reminds him of Huang Rong. Song Yen hadn't been in a serious relationship in his previous life, and as a traveler, his heart was filled with a dream of martial arts. Divine couple, journeyman. When two hearts are together, there is no deception at all. The 5-year period, hidden in the rivers and lakes, waiting for the final success or failure of the puppeteer sect. Is this not an opportunity for him to fulfill this small dream and make up for his regrets? The deeper he got into the jungle, the less likely anyone would suspect him of being a cultivator. So, he initially came with a bit of a heartbeat, but at this moment, he looked at the glazed marquee that was pushed in. The chicken broth in the calabash was fragrant, the new mushrooms were served with chicken wings, and the meat was simmered through, giving off a tantalizing flavor. However, as a practitioner of the 6th level of Xian, Song Yen clearly smelled another odor within the scent, an odor that would tug at chi and blood with even the slightest sniff. The colorless and tasteless in the jungle can't be hidden from him, whether it was poison or not. He knew it when he smelled it. Looking up across the room again, the delicate face was looking at him expectantly. Song Yen suddenly sighed heavily. What's wrong? Hua Linglong asked. As she asked, her red lips gently opened, revealing just the right amount of surprise and disappointment, an expression that would make a man unable to resist immediately doing what she asked. With a flip of his palm, Song Yen took out a bottle of infatuation powder from his storage ring, and with the mouth of the bottle forward, he nimbly sent it into her open red lips. With a tilt and a pour, the powder went into her mouth. He, Song, had been a coy person in the Xian world, but couldn't he strike hard in the Jianghu? Chapter 39. Legends. In order to lure this savage to drink the poison, Hua Linglong specially brought him to the boudoir and repelled all the people, so as to create an illusion of I am also in love with you to the other party. At this point, the situation changed abruptly. Obviously she was the one who poisoned her, but the wild man on the other side of the street took a bottle of some kind and poured the powder into her mouth. Flower Linglong's pretty face immediately tensed up, wanting to form a sharp retreat, swept out to call for help. However, only when she moved a little, the savage came behind her like a ghost, his palm gently pressed against her heavenly cap, and said, "Don't move." Knowing that it was difficult to escape, Hua Linglong was calm instead. She took a deep breath, her snow-white wide sleeves fluttered and folded over the roots of her power-filled thighs, and then calmly praised a sentence. A good plan. So you're from the Lone Bamboo Gang, and your real goal is not to kill me, but to control me. The tragic deaths of those three were only to help pave the way for you to get close enough to me to do something about me, right? Song Yen. Yeah, you're right. Flower Linglong suddenly frowned. She was born as the kind of pure and clean, pathetic look, no beauty of the woman's rich and ripe, and no little girl's youthful leap, but it is quite a few points of the in a high position of the green tea little vixen flavor. Hair such as clouds, quite a bit of deep mountain monastic people of the ancient wooden hairpin inserted diagonally. Pure melon face on all the features are exquisite. Neck snow white, under the clothes and skirts are all meticulous, no half a bit of sass exposed place. She sits there, even if this boudoir are set off a few points of zen interest. In the Jianghu, no one knows that she is ruthless, and no one knows that she in order to burn the blood of God water, then slaughtered that early not ask the world's affairs of the cold water villa family old and young. At this time, the drug effect of that obsession powder seems to be rapidly onset. Hua Linglong also noticed the acceleration of her heartbeat, and there was spring water gurgling in her eyes. She thought a little and coldly said, "It's a good love drug, and it works quickly. Think I'll be completely out of my mind in a few moments. When I come to my senses again, I shall have lost my virginity to you. However, I, Hua Linglong, am not an ordinary woman, and even if I were to be taken over by you, it would be impossible for you to manipulate me and control me." As she spoke, she had slowly clenched her legs, and the snow-white skirt veil was squeezed to produce a few folds, as if it were a voluptuous valley between two rounded mounds. She raised her pretty face, her cheeks flying as if she was drunk, while her circumference even the toes in her embroidered track were taut. It was obvious that she was transporting her strength to resist. However, even though Hua Linglong is a small boss-level existence in the Jianghu, how can she resist the medicine configured by this cultivator? However, after 10 or so breaths of effort, she had completely fallen, and with hot breath puffing out of her throat, in a kind of gasping appearance, she said urgently. Lang Jun, don't wait, no matter what you want to do, I will help you. Come and take the slave red pill. Song Yen bent down, picked her up in a horizontal hug, and then threw her onto the collapse. Hua Linglong's expression was already incomparably lost, and as soon as her hips touched the soft collapse, she couldn't wait to shed her embroidered shoes, and her legs were like long whips, wanting to wrap around the figure in front of the collapse. She had completely lost her mind and was sinking into lust. For ages, Hua Linglong opened her eyes. The collapse had been a mess, but there was no man's scent mixed in, it was just her mess. In the quiet room, the savage was sitting at the table, neatly dressed, drinking the chicken soup she had made earlier, the chicken soup with the blood-burning divine water. The savage drank and inhaled cold air, but his face was very pleasant, as if the soup had chili peppers in it. The chili is certainly spicy, but those who enjoy it will find it refreshing. Nice touch. Song Yen hissed and sucked in cool air. Practicing the 6th level of Xian Yuan's body is incomparably strong. This kind of poison that can poison the death of ordinary martial artists to him is actually a different flavor. Hua Linglong was in a complicated mood and said breathlessly, so you don't know that the soup is poisonous? So, who's controlling who now? Me and you? No one is controlling anyone, Song Yen said. I only wish for the girl to temporarily fall in love with me and be sincere. Afterward, there is no trace of anything. When Hua Linglong heard this, her mood became even more complicated. You know it's poisonous and you still drink it? You are sick, aren't you? Song Yen said. I am a savage, but I must have a name. You took me in as a righteous brother and gave me the name Hua Rong. Hua Linglong was stunned. You're not from the Lone Bamboo Gang? No, that. You must be from the Fei Yin Quick Sword sect. Oh, do you finally realize that I'm the one behind this? Ah, you're quite capable. Song Yen was a little surprised, but vetoed. No, it's hard to believe that you have a connection with the Cold Water Villa. Hua Linglong revealed a thoughtful look and then said indistinctly, this explains why you could easily recognize the burning blood divine water and also dared to drink it. Because you have the antidote, and you gave me a love potion. Yet you don't me just because you loathe me from the bottom of your heart and don't even want to touch me. The demoness who massacred Coldwater Villa. But you wish to make me live in agony for the rest of my life through more ruthless means. A life worse than death. My pain will bring you the greatest pleasure in your revenge. Am I right? Song Yen was dumbfounded, but after careful consideration, he felt that what the other party said actually had a few points of truth. He couldn't help but lose his smile. The stuff in the soup that can induce chi and blood and make people sweat a bit is called burning blood divine water? Flower Linglong. She sat up violently and said, you're a cultivator. But immediately afterward, she said directly, impossible. You can't be a cultivator. Cultivators would already run out of time and energy just by practicing their own dharma. It would never be possible for them to practice martial arts and still cultivate it to such an out-of-this-world level as you have. And there was no Xian Qi around Tianyun City, so it was impossible for any cultivators to come over. You may have taken certain genius treasures and obtained the inheritance of some old monster. That's why you have this body and this martial art. Song Yen gently nodded his head in recognition of her statement. Hua Linglong looked at him with a complicated face. Even though she clearly knew that it was due to the medicinal power, she could feel that she had completely fallen for the man in front of her. But this man did not take advantage of the danger and take her body. This in turn makes her a little want to take advantage of the night. To take this man's body, even if this man looks plain and ordinary, there are scars on his face. Fa wrong. Understood. I will do as you say. I knew Miss Linglong was a smart person. However, my position in the Spectral Green building is still not stable. Now I'm just one of the two major forces in the building. The owner of the building is already old, so I thought to let the two of us through the way of martial arts, to determine the strength and weakness. Even the underlings can also make a move, and the ultimate winner will be the building owner. 1 month later, the silver waterfalls are flying down, gurgling and far away, gradually returning to calm. The spring water floats peach blossoms and merges into a large lake of brilliant gold in the light of the sky. Lakeside. No sound of clashing swords. A shocking battle in the Jianghu in terms of people but has ended. On one side was the first swordsman of the ghost house of green clothes, the Lion King, Knight Berserk. On the other side is Hua Rong, the recently recognized brother of Snow Jade Peony from the ghost green clothing house. The two men, each representing brother Sochung, competed at the Silver Falls Lake outside of Izumo City. What it is, the position of the owner of the building. If he wins, he will be the successor of his elder brother as the master of the building. If Hua Rong wins, it is his righteous sister Hua Linglong who becomes the owner of the building. This big battle almost attracted the eyes of all the people in the neighboring rivers and lakes. At this time, it is the periphery there are thousands of people to watch. In everyone's opinion, this was all bound to be a fierce and even tragic battle of the absolute best. But this bout ended without even a single clash of swords. Huarong's sword pierced through Li Zhizhuan's sword in a strange, electric, and unimaginable position, but did not even collide with it, and then set up on Li Zhizhuan's neck when his sword was still 3 or 4 inches away from his body. Jianghu martial artists are not compared to cultivators, and emphasize a no fast, no broken. What do you mean? Fast? Distance divided by speed. The shorter the distance, the faster the speed. Then, the shorter the time. In fact, the top swordsman, and the top swordsman were all about the same speed. All that was left was the distance. Now, Huarong's knife was even 3 or 4 inches faster than that of Li Jin battle, which showed that the trajectory of his knife was really treacherous to the extreme. At this time, even the night-crazy warrior was dumbfounded, as if he was still immersed in the other party's moves, and only after a long time did he murmur, "The Jianghu knife technique, everyone's purple electricity knife drawing knife technique." Then he turned his finger into a sword. The blood hand school's master skill, the butcher's finger. There was still the flavor of the 12 swords of wind and willow, only that those 12 swords had been transformed into a certain movement in a single sword, bringing spirituality to the extreme. Nope, there's also the empty mountain loner's remnant autumn gun, and old man Nanshan's great hand seal. There's more flavor melting into it. No way, no way, never. You, across the world. You. There was no way in the world that someone would be able to cultivate martial arts to such a level and still fuse them. No way, no way. Li Berserk Battle was a martial arts fanatic. If not, he would not have been able to become the #1 expert of the Ghost Green Clothes building. At that moment, he recognized with experience the terrifying skill hidden in his opponent's mediocre slash. Any one of these techniques taken out would be enough for a martial arts genius to comprehend for more than a decade. But this person not only comprehended all of them, but also fused them together, causing each martial art to be sublimated on top of its original foundation. Li Berserk Battle violently dropped his sword, his arms raised, his 10 fingers grasping his head, then tearing out his hair, his eyes losing focus as he mouthed the words, saying, "Impossible, impossible, never." Li Berserk Battle turned around and ran, like a madman, shouting never while jumping into the nearby Silver Falls Lake. The many martial artists were all in an uproar. In the Ghost Green Clothes building, a middle-aged man let out a long sigh, and then stepped out, saluted Huarong, praised Master Hua, really good skills, and then came to Hua Linglong's body, respectfully said, "Master Hua." Hua Linglong laughed, "In the future, you and I will join hands. Xiong will swallow the Lone Bamboo Gang, and together we will make our forces bigger." Chapter 40. Sheishu. Tianyun Mountain City was originally a place of lawlessness, and it was a paradise for Jianghu people, and there has always been a Cloud City is dangerous, a lion and 3 wolves. One of the lions refers to the Lion King, Night Berserkers. The 3 wolves are the 3 strongest members of the Lone Bamboo Gang, but after the battle at the Silver Falls Lake, the saying Cloud City is dangerous, a lion and 3 wolves has changed to Cloud City is dangerous, a lion and 3 wolves. Who will fight with the Divine Dragon if it doesn't come out? Divine Dragon is the title given to Song Yen by the people of the Jianghu. Song Yen thought it was exaggerated, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and just blow it all together. In order to consolidate his prestige, as well as to divert the internal contradictions in the building, eliminate dissidents and settle his inner circle, the new owner of the Ghost Green Clothes building, Hua Linglong, directly launched an attack on the Lone Bamboo Gang as soon as he assumed his position. Naturally, she relies on her brother, Huarong, the dragon. Huarong, the dragon, did not disappoint this innocent-looking but ambitious woman. No matter how terrifying a defense the Lone Bamboo Gang had set up, as long as he appeared, he would be able to break it down with his out-of-this-world martial arts. But after all, it is difficult to beat 4 hands. There are several times the Lone Bamboo Gang set up a heavy ambush, or let the dragon suffered some losses, and even once, he was almost killed on the spot. But this not only did not belittle the reputation of the dragon Huarong, on the contrary, it is to let the people in the Jianghu Lake more and more worship it, because, those few times the Lone Bamboo Gang's ambush was completely devoted, almost let the dragon die that time. The Lone Bamboo Gang is even in the gang outside the old people are invited back, but spare no effort. Dragon Huarong or a little slightly injured in the case, killed out of the siege. As soon as time passes, it will be winter. It had also been almost a year since Song Yen had left the puppet sect. The Lone Bamboo Gang has been beaten down to the last county, a county named after the Lone Bamboo Gang, Lone Bamboo County. Flying snow filled the sky, and the mountains and rivers were pale. A lavishly lifted carriage is on the banks of the river. Across the river from the distant Lone Bamboo County, in the carriage, a catkin lifted the curtain. A lovely and pure, but slightly pale face was revealed in the light. The gaze gazed at the man beside the carriage, saying inexhaustible complexity, but hiding a touch of hidden tenderness. "Enter the carriage. It's cold outside," Hua Linglong said. At this point, she was on the verge of completely unifying the jungle. The Jianghu controller of the 3 cities and 26 counties was, to put it bluntly, the local emperor here, and the city lords sent by the king of Shu all had to listen to her. Song Yan shook his head as he looked to the east. To the east, across the river was Lone Bamboo County, yet it was also the direction of the puppet sect. The first step in his plan was to disappear into the jungle. The second step was to probe the outside world, especially the information of the puppet sect and the southern Wu sword sect, as well as searching for the scattered cultivators marketplace mentioned by the princess of the king of Jinan. He firmly believed that the scattered cultivators market existed, because Hua Linglong had told him about the burning blood divine water, as a strange poison in the Jianghu. Burning blood divine water is also the old man of cold water villa's prescription from nowhere, which is similar to the spiritual flower recipe from the princess's master in some places. On top of that, the crown princess master's spirit flower spectrum was plucked about 40 years ago. This cold water villa's old master, on the other hand, had only popped up roughly 10 years ago. Her Highness had searched for immortal marketplaces all over the vicinity of Shanlan City several years ago but was unable to find any news. But Shanlan City was still quite a distance away from this heavenly cloud city. In addition, at the beginning of last year, when Hua Linglong sent someone to exterminate Cold Water Villa, someone in the villa shouted, "I would like to exchange the secrets of the immortal family for a life." But unfortunately, the assassin who was sent to kill the man was not interested in the news of the monks, and killed the man with a single knife. The above information would allow Song Yan to naturally deduce one piece of information: there was a cultivator's marketplace in western Shu, but this marketplace was mobile. 40 years ago it was near Shanlan City, and now it was near Tianyun City. As for why there was a marketplace in a place like Shishu where there was no Xianqi, and why the marketplace was mobile, he was also curious. But these are issues he will leave to the second step of the program to resolve. Song Yan is quite thirsty for further advancement, so he has an inexplicable obsession with this kind of wild scattered cultivation marketplace, because he knew that only this kind of place could really find what he needed, rather than the big power marketplace, everywhere technology blockade. Cultivate Xian for a long time. He also understands that cultivate Xian is actually break through the human body, against the heavens to change fate. This step, by necessity, requires external support. The same is true for the skin peeling cream and the flaming marrow pill. He was directly deducing with his lifespan. That's why he didn't feel the skin peeling pain when the skin peeling cream was applied to his body. And he also didn't experience the torment of the flame marrow pill that burned his bones like a fire after it was put into his stomach. The flame marrow pill was not able to experience the skin peeling pain when it was applied to the body. It was these external objects that could help the fleshly mortal human beings to break the limits, step by step, and gradually rise in the level of practicing Xian, so that the Xian Qi of heaven and earth could be filled on top of the flesh that could not have existed in the first place. Without these things, you can't break through even in 10,000 or 100,000 years, unless you've evolved from human to another species. Just as Song Yan was lost in thought, a pouting voice came from the carriage. Hua Rong, get in the carriage. I command you to get into the carriage. The voice finished ranting and added in a whisper, "It's pretty cold out there." The air went quiet, carrying the carriage of the 4 strong big man, the surrounding followed by the ghost of the green-clothed building experts have eyes to watch the nose to watch the mouth to watch the heart to swim outside the world. One by one when they did not see and did not hear, Song Yan also froze, but still got into the carriage and sat next to Hua Linglong. He was a bit puzzled. He didn't seem to have used the obsession powder again this year either. The main thing is that once the drug has worn off, the best thing that can happen is that friends become strangers. But he was kind of hoping to make this spooky greenhouse his own backyard, his own place for outside ears. So, tried not to use the obsession powder when he felt everything was still under control. It was reasonable to assume that the effects of that drug were actually almost over. Hua Linglong was already almost awake. He swept his head sideways. The pure and lovely flower mansion master with a line of dark gold dress robes, sitting in a dignified posture, half leaning against the car window, resting her cheeks and pondering over something, as if she didn't care about him at all. Immediately, outside the carriage, a number of scouts began to appear, and one by one, they came to report the intelligence of Lone Bamboo County. The masters of the House of Green Clothes are all ready to complete the final battle to unify the Jianghu. Deceitful. The foundation of my Lone Bamboo gang cannot be destroyed in my hands. In the middle of the lonely county, a majestic man paced back and forth, while at that moment, a disciple outside reported, "Gang master, people are coming." The Lone Bamboo gang master's face showed a few moments of struggle, but he made a decision in a whirlwind and said, "Please." A moment later, a yellow-robed man with a sword swept in from outside and landed in the hall, saluting and smiling. "Has the gang master thought about it?" Immediately the yellow-robed man added, "Master, You should know that I was originally a way worship, a casual cultivator. No hope of breakthrough. Just want to enjoy some happiness in a peaceful place. There is no threat to you. The master of the Lone Bamboo Gang was busy saying. Immortal Huang is overstating things. My mind is made up. As long as Immortal Master Huang can help me kill the one dragon and one lion from that phantom green-clothed building, when I recapture the 3 cities and 26 counties, I will definitely give half of it to Immortal Master Huang. The yellow-robed man said. Why don't I just make a direct move and kill that flower Linglong? The Lone Bamboo Gang master said. How much Xianyu does Immortal Master still have? The yellow-robed man said. No more. Then how many times can Immortal Master's spells be used in this land devoid of Xianqi? The Lone Bamboo Gang master said. What's more, the Jianghu has its own rules, and those who borrow a cultivator's hand to seize power won't be able to suppress the people below. Where Hua Linglong is located, there must be countless experts. If the immortal chief enters the place, whether he can win or not is one thing. Even if he wins, he may not be able to retreat in one piece. Even if he retreats, people will know that I, Lone Bamboo Gang, have invited a cultivator. But that one dragon and one lion are different. They are bound to have a moment when they fall outside. At that time, I'll ask Immortal Master Huan to make a move. The yellow-robed man nodded. The Lone Bamboo Gang master said. That divine dragon Hua Rong. His martial arts attainments are very frightening. Immortal Master, please also be careful. The yellow-robed man couldn't help but laugh, slightly stroking his beard, arrogantly saying, it's just a matter of a sword. A few days later, winter nights. No way. No, it's possible. The yellow-robed man looked at the man in front of him with horror. He kicked his legs, but the man's big hands were like iron hoops tightly clasped around his neck, lifting him half suspended in the air. There were few Xuanqi in the vicinity of Tianyun City, so Song Yan usually didn't use his spells here either. But today, he had inexplicably encountered the assassination of a loose cultivator. At this time, his left hand grasped the yellow-robed man. His right hand casually baleful gas with the finger out, rushed into the yellow-robed man's brow, spinning in which rose up, transformed into a horrifyingly bleak ghost mouth. To the depths of the pounce, the ghost's mouth directly swallowed the bit of yuanshan in the center of the yellow-robed man's eyebrow, and spat it back out in a flash. Only, that spitting out of the yuanshan had already been tainted with fury. This was the Ghost Fury Soul Restoration technique formed from 2 perfect mutations of the Soul Search technique. This technique not only searches the opponent's memories in more detail, but also directly swallows the opponent's soul, and then blends the fury to spit it out and send it back to the original body, turning it into a murderous machine that obeys your orders and does not have the ability to think much, but is filled with anger and insanity. Snap! Song Yan let go of his hand. The yellow-robed man landed on the ground, his eyes flushed red and filled with ferocity as he looked around. Mad and irrational. Song Yan pondered the memories of what he had just seen and breathed a soft sigh of relief. A lost dog, a single practitioner, not a big deal. Go, kill whoever sent you, and then make a big mess of the Lone Bamboo Gang until you're killed. The yellow-robed man's eyes lit up as if he had received a holy decree, and he quickly bent down and grabbed his flying sword, turning around and heading in the direction of Lone Bamboo County. The next day, the Ghost Green Clothes Building, which was still discussing how to attack the Lone Bamboo Gang, got the news that last night, a loose cultivator made a big fuss over the Lone Bamboo Gang, and the Lone Bamboo Gang master died tragically, and several of the gang's masters were also killed or injured, and it is said that this loose cultivator was invited by the master of the Lone Bamboo Gang, but I don't know how to go back to the water. Chapter 41:41. You will honor him as a god. Deep winter. The Lone Bamboo Gang was completely destroyed, and the Spectre Green Clothes Building unified the surroundings of Heavenly Cloud City. Master Hua Linglong's prestige was unprecedented and she became the uncrowned queen. The king of Shu even sent a special envoy, sending congratulatory gifts, while the neighboring Jianghu forces also came to congratulate him. Cannon firecrackers exploded, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the snowy night sky. Tianyun City guests like clouds. Fluffy snow were crushed and rammed by the horse carriages coming back and forth into the cold ice. It was past 3 o'clock when Hua Linglong returned to the ghostly Green Clothes Building. This building is the highest 9 floors. The 9th floor is the owner's residence, is also the highest place in the entire Tianyun City. The 8th floor, on the other hand, is a forbidden area with many mechanisms, which is so varied and dangerous that it is said that no one in the Jianghu can pass through it alive. Unless a cultivator came from beyond the heavens, no one would be able to directly run and assassinate the building master while he was sitting on the 9th floor. However, at this time of the 8th floor, the corridor side, the window edge, but there is a Xian robe man is sitting, his legs hanging in the air, far away from the earth's smoke and fire, watching that reflect the white snow lantern gradually extinguished. See the world raspy sinking pitch black. The man's side face was cold, his eyes were out of focus, and he didn't know what he was thinking. When Hua Linglong walked to this room, there was no one around her, but she was not surprised that the man was here. Everyone in Tianyun City knew that Hua Linglong and Dragon Huarong's sister-brother name was fake, but the lover name was real. Therefore, the Dragon Huarong also knows all the organs of the 8th floor, walking in the middle, and will not be triggered. Finally unified. Like a dream, Hua Linglong stood behind the man. But the world knows that you and I are not siblings. Tonight, Song Yen said, if I guessed correctly, the effect of that medicine has long since passed. Of course it passed. Oh, I know that you're not a normal person, that you approach me because you need me, that you have your agenda. That's why you need to reinforce the connection with me. Only then will you trust me more. And I need to reinforce the connection with you. Otherwise, even though you are in front of me, you are so vague that you don't know when you will suddenly disappear. You and I both need to take it a step further. Something had to be done, for each other's benefit. A rustling sound came. Song Yen's sidelong head. The red light of the unexhausted lanterns outside the window shines judiciously, illuminating a full and powerful carcass. An innocent but arrogant and pretty face with the breath of a superior. The dark gold robe of the ghost green clothes building owner, which is even more difficult for people to get close to than ice, faded on the ground, spreading out like a field of black leaves around the perimeter, while the long, slender, curvaceous legs of the pavilion were like flower stems. A flower can bloom but must be broken. At midnight, the street lanterns finally went out. Even the spooky greenhouse was dark. Song Yen turned around and wrapped his arms around the absolute protagonist of the day, the uncrowned queen of Tianyun City, who had only received the congratulations of 10,000 dynasties, and stepped forward, avoiding all the organs on the 8th floor. The queen, on the other hand, hooked her toes on the landing robe, and then, feeling the man's intense blazing heat, darted into the 9th floor of the pavilion. The doorway snapped open and the cushion sank with a thud. Night, deep or, again, it seems like it's just getting started at this point. More than a month later, the winter is still fresh. Several fast horses, however, came from afar and visited this city on the edge of Shu. The king of Shu's emissary arrived at the specter's green clothes house with ease, leading an arrogant-looking emissary to visit the local Jianghu leader. Hua Linglong sat on a large chair carved from ancient wooden roots with a calm and elegant temperament, while on her side was a swordsman standing quietly. And after the swordsman there were 4 sharp-eyed and veiled female martial artists. Everyone in Tianyun City believed that as long as these 5 people were around, no one could assassinate Hua Linglong, because these 5 are the 1 dragon and the 4 sparrows. The 4 sparrows are 4 female martial artists with high martial arts skills selected from the 3 cities and 26 counties in Tianyun, replacing the 3 wolves in the original 1 dragon, 1 lion and 3 wolves. Linglong guards, but also secretly control the most powerful information system of the Ghost Green Clothes building. It is said that the 4 sparrows also because of the dragon Huarong's instruction, martial arts attainments by leaps and bounds. As for the dragon, no one in this area knows about it. The Shu King's emissary bowed respectfully to Hua Linglong, and then did the same to Song Yen on her side before smiling and saying, Mistress Hua, allow me to introduce you. This is a clan member of a loose cultivator family, and he has come here in the hope that you will be able to provide some assistance. Upon hearing this scattered cultivator family, Hua Linglong immediately said, You're welcome. I wonder what kind of help it is. The Shu King's emissary stepped aside slightly, and another person stepped forward, casually saluted, and said, I am a clan member of a loose cultivation family. My name is Zhao Sansi. We have heard that Master Hua Lu is the leader of the Jianghu here, and Patriarch Hua Rong is even a man of divine martial arts. So we would like to ask the 2 of you to help us find out if any strange people have appeared in this recent year. Strange people? Not bad. Newly appeared this year. That person may have some brute strength, and his physique should not be weak, and acting in a manner that is likely not good. It is possible, however, to come suddenly, but with an incredibly low profile, not doing business, not breaking into the world, but not lacking in gold or silver, and only seeming to spend each day waiting for something. The man described in detail, and suddenly clapped his hands again and said, Can there be any disappearances? Especially, beautiful young women, handsome young men missing. Hua Linglong clapped her hands, and one of the 4 sparrows came forward. Hua Linglong bowed her head and ordered a few sentences, and the woman directly led Zhao Sansi to the official government to transfer the case files to the building. The king of Shu's emissary didn't dare to be slow and accompanied him all the way. Song Yen narrowed his eyes at the distant Zhao Sansi. Sure enough, bull armistice. What loose cultivation family? This is the messenger of the South Wu Sword sect. This is waiting for a year. Come to behead the disciples of the Devil's Refuge. A few days later, injustice, injustice, a man yelled. But soon, he sheds a basement and a young girl, already played with, is brought out of the chamber. Evidence is conclusive. The official government yamen came forward to shackles. The man is a steep outbreak of strange force. A fierce rush actually will be one of the yamen knocked away. Another yamen stayed in place. The man also no longer cared, turned around and quickly rushed out of the house, but only out of the door, just to see the face of a sword swept. The man hastily utilized his energy, and a xianqi rushed out of his fingers, but only slightly deflected the flying sword. Brush! The flying sword was like electricity, inserted into the man's left shoulder, and brought him back a few steps, nailed to the wall of the house. The man took a look at the flying sword, then at the oncoming person with the imperial sword, and gritted his teeth. Nan! Wu! Sword! Sect! You have betrayed your trust. The man with the sword frowned. I'm Zhao Sansi from a loose cultivation family, not the Southern Wu sword sect. Your puppet sect has done many evils. Everyone will be punished. Pay for your life. Saying that, he pinched his sword and brushed his two swords to separate the man's body and head. In the distance, in the carriage, Hua Linglong watched the cultivator's tactics in this scene and was somewhat secretly shocked. So did Song Yan. However, Song Yan's heart was shocked not because of the man's flying sword, but because actually, there was a fellow disciple hiding here as well. Another 10 days or so, the 3 cities and 26 counties surrounding Heavenly Cloud City had actually detected a total of 2 devil cubs. These 2 are very low profile, one because in the basement was found and the missing woman was found, and another because living alone, did not do anything, but money, the results of a check, a scare, that the devil disciples escaped in the middle of the night, but was ambushed, and instantly revealed. After Zhao Sansi finished killing the 2 devil cubs, he came to the spectral green clothes building to say goodbye with the Shu emissary again. Many thanks for the cooperation of building Master Hua, Zhao Sansi said, pulling out a wooden box from his pocket and handing it over. This contains the token of my scattered cultivation family. In the future, if the floor master encounters a problem, he can have someone come with this token. If I can help, my family will come out once. One of the 4 sparrows took the wooden box and was about to open it, but Zhao Sansi laughed and said, this matter is secretive. Please open it yourself. Master Hua. That 4 sparrows hurriedly handed it to Hua Linglong. Hua Linglong slightly lifted, but saw that there was a jade token lying in it, with the words South Wu Sword Sect written on it, and the words Ghost Green Clothes Building, Hua Linglong engraved underneath. She froze, but then whirled around and realized, quickly closing the lid and saying, thank you, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Sansi laughed. It's just helping each other. After saying that, he gave another salute and said, then, Mr. Zhao will take his leave. Take care, Mr. Zhao. Hua Linglong got up to see him off. When I arrived at the door, there was a carriage waiting for me, and the royal hand was an old man with drooping eyes who seemed to be in a coma, which was Zhao Sansi's own person. Zhao Sansi came to the front of the carriage, but suddenly stopped, hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air, snapped his head sideways, looking towards the knife man on the side of Hua Linglong with a smile or not, said, although Zhao Mao cultivates Xian, he has also seen a lot of masters in the rivers and lakes, but in the past few days, he has heard everywhere about the name of Hua Shenlong as the invincible one in the rivers and lakes, and is really a bit curious. I'm really a bit curious. Hua Linglong was stunned. Then she coldly lowered her expression and said, Mr. Zhao, my righteous brother is not from the devil sect. Zhao Sancher hung his eyes and thought for a moment, saying, one move. When he said that, he looked at the old man on the imperial seat again and said, go on. The old man steeply opened his eyes, the essence of the aura, slanting body like a harrier, a light movement, then holding a knife off the car, irresistible to the distant Song Yan said, I'm Wang Siwu, please teach a move. Hua Linglong was about to say something else, but Song Yan had already stepped up. An old man and a young man approach each other, hold each other's knives, draw each other's knives, and proceed to, out of the knife. Half an hour's time later, the carriage left Tianyun City. Zhao Sansi sighed rely on the carriage, asked, Wang Lao, you are the South Wu Jianghu leader. That man's martial arts is really higher than you? Is it really not a spell? Between words, his tone was still with a few moments of disbelief. On a martial arts level, the matter of defeating the Southern Wu Jiangnan leader with a single slash, it's really hard to believe, the old man said. Mr. Su-san, please don't doubt him anymore. Oh, you are ignorant of martial arts. If you were, how? You will then honor him as a god. Zhao Sansi, or perhaps Mr. Su-san froze, then burst into laughter, followed by the words, it's a pity to have such amazing talent. Chapter 42, Weird Marketplace, 7th grade pills, request for catch-up reading. Tianyun City on the edge of the marshlands was still just a microcosm. The South Wu Sword Sect secretly sends emissaries, relying on their friendship with various forces, to search for the disciples of the Puppet Palace who have taken refuge in the outside world, and when they meet them, they will kill them. However, all of this was no longer relevant to Song Yan. He had completely and utterly disappeared into the jungle, and no one could know his true identity and strength. After another half a year, Hua Linglong saw the flying swords of casual cultivators, and thus admired the cultivators, and then began to send disciples to look for traces of cultivators in the surrounding area, hoping to be able to establish some trading channels with the cultivators. At the same time, the Ghost Green Clothes Building also began to take the initiative to learn about outside information such as the Three Kingdoms' general situation. And these are the things that Song Yen needs. Hua Linglong was also doing exactly that for Song Yen. This woman was quite tactful, deploying her men one by one and extending the tentacles of the ghostly green mansion in all directions. If Song Yen controlled her with the Ghost Fury Soul Restoration technique, then she would directly become a crazy person with no sense, only knowing to carry out the instruction of kill kill kill. If Song Yen continues to control her with the powder of infatuation, then when the effect of the drug passes, the only ending is that Song Yen kills her to prevent future problems, and at the same time leave traces of fake death so that others will not find out. Of course, there is no lack of smart people in the Jianghu. An uncrowned queen who has taken the obsessive powder will also reveal the flaws in her actions and behavior, and then be detected, which will bring endless unpredictable variables. Today, it is the best possible ending. That search was over a year. The winter snows are falling again. Somewhere in the courtyard, the four sparrows were cooking mutton soup and scrambling to bring it to Mr. Hua. Soon, Song Yen had warm mutton soup in front of him. In the South Bamboo Peak, the daily Peking Dan, the end also ate raw fat. The red dust of the wine and meat is more appetizing. He picked up a bowl and drank it, and then casually instructed the four sparrows on their martial arts. At this moment, Hua Linglong walked in from the outside. She swept the surrounding area and waved her hand to repel the four sparrows, then looked at the man who was drinking mutton soup and said, "The scattered cultivators' marketplace has been found." Song Yen drank the mutton soup before putting it down, then said, "Where is it?" Hua Linglong said, "I've already sent someone to try to make a deal. If it's peaceful, you can go over there again. Since that marketplace can make a deal with the old man from Cold Water Villa, why can't it do it with us?" Song Yen laughed. "You're thinking carefully." Hua Linglong sat across from him, looking at his empty bowl with some fascination, and suddenly said, "It's late, and the snow is falling so heavily." Song Yen said, "Then I should go." Hua Linglong shouted, "White Sparrow, close the door." The door quickly closed. Hua Linglong looked at him, her eyes containing spring water, and said, "You should know that I am a woman, and I have only one man, and will only have one man. You. After seeing you, no one else can enter my eyes." Under the stone table, she lifted her embroidered track and gently but boldly brushed against Song Yen. Song Yen didn't care if it was true or not, because it didn't matter. He was a psychologically normal and healthy man, and after being aroused, he directly got up and picked up Hua Linglong horizontally, turning around and entering the house. It's cold, and the warmth is starting to rise. After months of testing, that marketplace was fine. Song Yen hadn't arrived, but he had a rough idea of the situation over there. On the spring day, he slightly disguised himself and glued some white hair to himself. He went to the marketplace. After slightly displaying his strength and indicating his identity as a loose cultivator, he skillfully mixed an identity card into it. Unlike the low-level marketplace under the South Bamboo Peak, there was nothing here that could brush the jade tags of contribution points, and the stallholders sat in front of their stalls with their eyes closed and downcast. But this one was not a cultivator, but just an ordinary person with a rather strong body. The spooky greenhouse had helped him get it right. These people are all stall watchers, whose status is either the servants of the casual cultivators or their family members, and it is precisely for this reason that this marketplace trades with ordinary people outside. This place is obviously a gathering place for casual practitioners with families in tow. Since he was dragging his family along, the level of danger was obviously not as great as that of the Greenbrook market, and this was also the reason why Song Yen dared to come here alone. That's the benefit of having power. You don't even have to venture out to explore on your own. Naturally, there are people to help you get all the preliminary work done. He didn't have to scan the place to know what was being sold here. Flowers, herbs, elixirs, and remedies are on the high side, while talismans, organs, and even leather shadows are surprisingly present. Why? This would be more than the spooky greenhouse spies could detect, but surely there wasn't any divine treasure in the surrounding area, or else it would have been dug up by the spectral green mansion long ago. As Song Yen walked, he stopped in front of a stall full of bottles and jars, because he saw the words Flame Marrow Pill on a leaning bottle. His pupils shrunk slightly and he looked up, but he saw a little girl in a cotton-padded jacket dozing off, seemingly not the least bit afraid of someone grabbing something from the stall and running away. Seeming to feel someone lingering, the little girl opened her eyes and said, "By what?" Song Yen pointed at the bottle of Flame Marrow Pill and said, "May I ask the girl, who made this pill?" The little girl said, "What do you care?" Song Yen said, "I need a better elixir." The little girl froze and asked, "You use it?" Song Yen nodded. The little girl hurriedly got up, and while heading to the back of the house, She shouted, "Daddy, Daddy, there's a big cultivator who orders pills coming." Song Yen. A moment later, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes stepped out, swept a glance at Song Yen, revealed a smile, and politely said, "May I ask what you want?" Song Yen said, "The elixir that breaks the seventh realm of practicing Xian." The middle-aged man scratched his head, seems to be thinking, long time to ask a sentence, "What do you take for it?" "Gold and silver cannot." Xian Yu words, "To a lot." Song Yen froze, a feeling of ecstasy was rising in his heart. He swept his eyes at the other party but saw the little girl leaning behind the middle-aged man looking at him curiously. So he said, "Leather shadow." The middle-aged man said, "Shadows are good, but I don't need low-grade shadows. What level do you have?" Song Yen said, "Intermediate level demonic beast, bodiless phantom crow." It was the best he could come up with. Although the skin of the bodiless phantom crow was also good, it was not worth mentioning compared to the elixir that would allow him to break through the realm. Bodiless phantom crow? The middle-aged man froze and said, "This is possible." Song Yen said, "Then let's exchange." The fact that the other party's family is here also certainly enhances the credibility of the seller. The middle-aged man said, "Then I need to talk to you first. The elixir that breaks through the sixth level of practicing Xian is named Forging Viscera Pill, but I'm not sure if you can use it as it may have been around for a long time." "What does that mean? Do you want it?" "I'll smell it. Only for a bit." The middle-aged man handed it out, and Song Yen took it, sniffed it slightly, and silently recited, "Devote 1 month of your lifespan to using a wisp of breath as an opportunity to cultivate the Xian Qi guidance technique." In a flash, he opened his eyes, probed into the package behind his back, and then took out the skin shadow of the bodiless phantom crow from his storage ring, saying, "Change it." The middle-aged man took the shadow and carefully examined it, saying, "It's a deal." When he finished speaking, his look at Song Yen eased up a lot and he began to sell his other goods again. Song Yen took the opportunity and asked, "This fellow Daoist, after I entered here just now, I actually felt quite a bit of Xian Qi. Here, could there be Xian veins here?" The middle-aged man laughed. "If there were Xian veins, we would have started a sect long ago." With that, he shook his head and said, "There is no Xian vein here. What there is, just a huge corpse of a demonic snake." The demonic snake was still emitting Xian Qi after its death, so we sensed it and came over. We also don't know why huge demon corpses suddenly appeared in these places. This snake corpse has quite a lot of Xian Qi, still enough for us to cultivate for 30 to 40 years. In 30 or 40 years, we'll have to search for new demon corpses. Song Yan's expression froze slightly. He immediately understood the reason for the movement of the marketplace. Decades ago, this marketplace must have stood on the corpse of another demon, and the Xian Qi of that demon's corpse was depleted, which is why they sought out another place. But the question was, why were there these many huge demonic corpses in this Xianless land at the edge of the marshlands? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Fellow Daoist, is your side safe? I see that your place is nice, and I kind of want to settle here as well." When he said that, the middle-aged man became more and more enthusiastic, patting his chest and said, "Of course it is safe. You can settle here without any worry. There are many people here who have been like you, who have ventured in and traded, and then gathered here and settled their families here. There's one more benefit to coming here. It seems that this benefit is not a secret." The middle-aged man directly said, "Once every 10 years, there will be a prohibition called the Demon Swamp opened here, and we, the marketplace casual cultivators, will form a team to enter and explore. It seems that many cultivators have died in the Demon Swamp, so much so that many items are still falling out. That viscera forging pill you took is what I found in the forbidden area." Magic Swamp. Forbidden? Yes, coincidentally, that prohibition is always opened by our marketplace. It is also this prohibition that attracts many loose cultivators to come here. I was the one who was attracted here back then. So, is it dangerous? There are chances. Of course there are dangers. The middle-aged man pointed at the large marketplace and said, "The people here, every 10 years there will be a batch less, but there will be newcomers. After all, even mortals can enter it, in case there is a chance. There is no doubt that they will still become cultivators." Seeing Song Yan's expression, the middle-aged man again but as long as you don't enter the magic swamp, then it's safe here. Everyone is running to the magic swamp chance to go, and then each according to their ability to branch out point business here. The next time the Devil's Marsh opens will be in 3 months. How about you join us? Song Yan's heart rejected it outright, but his mouth said, "I'll think about it again." His eyes suddenly cast to a place. That is a piece of cracked ground. Before did not pay attention to. Now take a closer look but vaguely see that the deep darkness shows some strange patterns. The pattern is that of a snake's skin, but it has somehow opened up to the point where it looks extremely torn, as if a balloon had been inflated too much and exploded. It's quite unorthodox. Bodies rot and shrivel up, but it was the first time he had seen a body that rises up and opens up after death. There was an unspeakably powerful life force in that floating xianqi, so much so that the corpse died without decaying, and its musculature could not withstand that life force, thus exaggeratingly rising and cracking. For some reason, perhaps it was because Song Yan had seen so little, as soon as he felt the powerful life force, he immediately thought of the multi-tailed dragon bow demon fox bloodline in the body of the princess. He didn't move, bowed to the middle-aged practitioner, and quickly left with the viscera forging pill. Chapter 43. Water to the 9th level of practicing Xianxian. There was little Shenqi in Shu, and even less around Tianyun City, but the snake corpse market is like an oasis in the Xianqi desert. Song Yan's breakthrough could be accomplished in just a few breaths. So naturally, after leaving the gate of the marketplace, he quickly stopped behind a hidden old tree in the surrounding area, focusing his attention on the technique. Invest 10 years of your lifespan to use the Viscera Forging Dan as an opportunity to cultivate the Xianqi guidance technique. Longevity began to change at once. You invested 10 years of your life to cultivate the Xianqi guidance technique, and in the first year, you carefully digested the Forging Viscera pill's medicinal power. But the pill seemed to have been around for a long time, and at first the effects were barely viable, but it soon showed signs of insufficient power. You continue to cultivate, and in the third year, you make a mistake. Your lungs explode, and you die, returning 10 years of your lifespan. Song Yan, go on. You invested 10 years of your lifespan and your heart exploded. Your liver exploded. Your liver has exploded again. Song Yan, go on. That's the beauty of the deduction system. After deducing it so many times, Song Yan had a rough feel for the system. This system is like locking you in a closed black room, which only has surroundings, xuanqi in the environment, and elixir for your breakthrough, and nothing else. The only things in this small black room are the surrounding environment, the xianqi in the environment, and the pills that you can break through, and the rest is nothing. If you want to rely on a single technique, or try to reach the top by yourself, it is like locking you in an empty room and letting you make a nuclear bomb out of thin air. Before traveling, the human beings of the blue planet relied on external materials, accumulation, and research to make a nuclear bomb. But this was influenced by various factors such as the collision of knowledge and the opportunity of history. Creating something out of nothing will not work. The same is true for the path of Xianxian. However, this system also has a hidden benefit, which is that no matter how many times you fail, it will return longevity and resources to allow you to start over. For example, the chances of this stale viscera forging pill assisting in breaking through to the 7th level of Lianchuan were pitifully small. Insufficient potency results in insufficient protection of the organs. When drawing xianqi, if you are not careful and violent, it will lead to an internal organ explosion. In a dozen breaths of effort, Song Yan has already failed a dozen times in the deduction, but it's just a do-over for him. Rolling eyes and a few more failures. At last, you have invested 10 years of your life to cultivate the xianqi guidance technique. In the first year, you carefully digested the Forging Viscera pill medicinal power. This one is old and underpowered, but you were extremely lucky. You smoothly guided your xianqi to initially cover your 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In the 10th year, you drew 150 strands of xianqi. You feel that the remaining work is to accumulate it. In the 67th year, 1,000 strands of xuanqi were integrated into your internal organs. You broke through the 7th level of xianxian training. Your body was filled with xuanqi even in your hair and fingertips. To ordinary people, you were invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. You invested 10 years of your life to continue practicing the xianqi guidance technique, but your body was full of xianqi and you did not improve. However, you have not gained nothing, and you have begun to realize that practicing the 8th level of xianqi may be the process of further controlling the xianqi around your body. You've put in 10 years of study, and you've come up empty-handed. You put in 10 years of enlightenment. You began to experiment wildly, and in the 3rd year, you went off the deep end and died. Returning 10 years of your life, you're dead. You're dead again. Song Yan came back to his senses. Since this step had nothing to do with xianqi, he decided to go back to Tianyun City and try again. The influence of the environment was really very great. In the vicinity of the puppet sect, it would take him 334 years to raise a level, whereas in this marketplace it would only take him 67 years. However, these were all cases where he hadn't taken the pills. If he added the pills, plus that xianyu, the stove tripod's scattered resources, and then picked a place with fury, it would inevitably be much faster still. Time passed, that is, 4 months passed. The cicadas are raucous in the height of summer. In Tianyun City, 10 paces away from a luxurious carrying carriage, a man in green was being nailed to the ground by a long sword, blood gurgling out and staining his back. But the man looked at the distant raised carriage with incomparable hatred and roared, "Hua Linglong, pay for the lives of my Zheng family's entire 13 mouths." One of the 4 sparrows, the black sparrow's long sword twisted, the man's body convulsed, and then no movement. Black Sparrow slightly observed, quickly approached the lifting carriage, said to Ri, building master, "It should be the people of the Zheng family of the Lone Bamboo Gang before." At that time, Protector Situ was to kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey, as soon as possible to make the Lone Bamboo Gang. There's no need to talk about it. Jiang Hu grudges, that's the way it is, bury it, no need to stir up new grudges. After Hua Linglong said that, she put down the curtain again and looked at the man across the street, saying, "Hua Rong, I always feel that I can't see through you more and more. You have changed so much in these few months." Song Yan looked at the bloodied corpse that was being dragged away outside the curtain gap, withdrew his sight, and said, "It's nothing, it's just that I've gained a little deeper understanding of martial arts. This 1 point is from the 7th level to the 9th level of practicing Xian Yuan." That's right, 7th level of practicing Xian, Xuanqi all over the body. The next 2 layers, after that, actually do not need external objects, but rely purely on cultivation. Or perhaps it was the need for external objects. But anyway, these 2 realms, Song Yan sparingly broke through on his own, practicing the 9th level of Xian. On the first layer, 100 strands of Xianqi became a stream, penetrating the main vein and warming the body. Second level, all 10 chakras, 3 layers, Gen attached to the skin. At the 4th level, the mystery into the bone marrow. The qi in blood is thus rich, so it can palm puppet, shadow, paper man and other things of the yin sneaky. Level 5, blood change, 6 floors and another blood change, 7 layers, into the dirt, 8 layers. The Xuanqi around his body converged and became powerful with his heart. Like a dragon, haunting his body, the meridians around his body expanded themselves, and the dantian gradually opened. 9 layers, 10,000 strands of Xuanqi, converge in the dantian into the sea. Xian rise flood tide, go jiao with the tide into the sea, the body and then no one stifled. The 8th layer, Song Yan spent a full 50 years deduction, after failing again and again, finally found the method of convergence, and then spent 2 years convergence success. This step, in terms of others, is bound to need the Gong method, but also need to cultivate and comprehend, but also need external help to avoid going off the rails. Xuanqi forked chaos. 9th layer, Song Yan spent another 50 years deduction, after finding the method, quietly ran to the Snake Corpse marketplace to go, a breath of 667 years, to fill the dantian full, and then spent 2 years successfully will be around the body of the Xianqi of the augur convergence of the dantian. So, practicing the 9th level of Xian, ascending to the top. After reaching the top, Song Yan also slightly sensed his many spells. Overall, all of the spells had gotten stronger as his realm had risen. Not only that, what was even more outrageous was that all the spells, almost all of them were instantly raised to the level of the 9th level of Lian Xian, and did not appear to be unable to keep up with the realm because their initial cultivation threshold was only the 3rd or 4th level of Lian Xian. 100 phases of the devil body, swallowed the shadow, also become stronger, but can swallow the number of shadows. The intensity has increased a lot. Unfortunately, Song Yan only had 9 types of low-grade demonic beastskin shadows in his pocket. Obviously, nowadays, he was unable to utilize the full power of the 100-phase demon body. The second perfect mutation spells, such as the painted skin deformity technique, the 10-finger illusion skin technique, the ghost fury soul restoration technique, the fury tide technique, the congealed fury controlling Xian technique, and the tempest fury, had all become stronger as well. The 5 hands, on the other hand, has not changed much. However, the various spells brought many new details to the process of casting them. For example, the condensing fury controlling Xian technique is based on the most basic variation of the Qi convergence technique, and the Qi of the Qi convergence technique is actually just the Qi of the first chakra. This led to the fact that the intention of the Qi convergence technique was not very high, so when Song Yan's realm was low, he was able to instantly utilize the congealed fury Xian control technique to hide his breath. But now, however, he needed to spend a small incense stick of time in advance before he could collect the Xian Qi of his entire body. But even so, it is still extremely much worse than before in terms of concealment. After all, you have so much Xian Qi. Wanting to completely hide it by purely relying on baneful Qi to swallow it is also purely a dream. Therefore, the power of congealed fury control Xian technique has become greater, but the sway before casting has increased to a great extent, and the covertness has dropped dramatically. The same problem exists with Storm Fury. If the Storm Fury, in the past, was shooting, that's now Stormbringer, which is charge, laser. Again, the power has increased, but the casting forward has also increased. As for the painted skin deformity technique, the 10-finger illusion skin technique, and the ghost fury soul restoration technique, these are pure and simple ways to become stronger. For example, Song Yan was able to swallow the souls of stronger realm existences and cause them to be tainted with the fury and spit them back out. For example, The skin shadows that could be manipulated by the 10 fingers were also elevated, and even normal high-level demonic beast skin shadows could be manipulated. Song Yen carefully realized the changes that the realm elevation had brought to himself. Because of the initial investment, all of his identities are safe where he is now. Therefore, his realm breakthrough and spell tests went ridiculously smoothly, and he did not encounter any enemies, let alone being inexplicably targeted by anyone, thus narrowly exploding and breaking through in a desperate situation. After scanning the longevity 25/1817, Song Yen thought carefully, and decided that he still had to go to the snake corpse market to find a spell that was higher level than the chi convergence technique, and then use his remaining longevity to perform a mutation deduction. Then he would use his remaining lifespan to carry out a mutation deduction, so as to ensure that in case he needed to return to the puppet sect, he wouldn't be detected with a power that needed to be dissected and studied. The snake corpse market opened the demon swamp prohibition a month ago, and according to the middle-aged monk who sold him the viscera forging pills, 1 month is exactly when the demon swamp opens. According to the middle-aged monk who sold him the visceral pills, 1 month is exactly the length of time that the devil swamp has been open. He'll go back in the next few days, and he's sure to see a lot of new stuff. Likewise, he was able to verify the mortality rate of the magic swamp and see how many people had died. Chapter 44:44. The time of return has come. A few days later, Snake Corpse Marketplace. On the one hand, there are sad clouds. On the other hand, there are smiles and laughter. And all kinds of laughter are mixed with crying. Lifting up his eyes, one scene was still weeping with his head hanging down, while the next scene was laughing. Song Yen breezed over to Dan Spice's stall. Dan Housie, the monk who sold him the viscera forging pill. These few times he came, he deliberately sought the same person. On the one hand, he felt that Dan Spice's strength was not bad. On the other hand, he watched Dan Spice even bring his daughter to the marketplace. A long-term business model, so he wanted to establish some relationships. Today, when he scanned the stall, he really found that there were many more things on the stall. Pills, artifacts, and even a jade slip. Next to the jade slips were labeled with the name of the spell, as well as the price needed to pass it on once. He raised his eyes to the little girl manning the stall. This little girl is called Little Red Hot Spice, and she seems to have a genetical root. At this moment, Little Red Hot Spice was pouting. Song Yen wanted to congratulate the rich harvest. Little Red Hot Pepper raised his eyes to see it was him. Actually did not say a word, directly turned to the back. Shouted, "Father, father, Tai Yi is here." Tai Yi. It's the name Song Yen gave himself as a monk, and it's the same as Hua Rong. Soon, the doorway pushed open and Dan Spice stepped out. Song Yen froze. This middle-aged loose cultivator with sharp eyes had actually broken his left arm, and at this time, his face was pale and weak. "Fellow Daoist Tai Yi, I still have to thank you." Dan Spice walked over and spoke with immense emotion. Song Yen said with concern, "Brother Dan Dao, what's going on?" Dan Spice sighed. "Talk in the house." Song Yen nodded. Seeing that he did not hesitate, Dan Spice nodded secretly in his heart and his expression grew friendlier. In a moment, the two men reached the house. The house looks unusual on the outside, but it is extremely luxurious on the inside, and a beautiful woman poured spirit tea for the two. Dan Spice went so far as to directly introduce, "Fellow Daoist Tai Yi, this is my Daoist partner, Pure Cloud." Pure Cloud, this is the Daoist friend Tai Yi I told you about earlier. The beautiful woman saluted and laughed. "Fellow Daoist Tai Yi, this mouth of my family misses you, talking about how you might be a formidable leather master, thinking of being your neighbor. You are now at the 6th level of practicing Xian, and my family's mouth is slightly better, already at the 7th level of practicing Xian. If you are a neighbor, you can still help." Dan Spice said. "Yes, fellow Daoist Tai Yi, this time, my Snake Corpse Marketplace has suffered heavy losses, and many of its experts have gone. Even I, even with a broken arm, am now in the top 3 in the workshop. If you come, you can also become one of the top 5 in the workshop, and your words are not small. Also," he lowered his voice and said, "there's a pretty female cultivator on our side. Her realm is at the 5th level of Lianchuan, and her partner just died in the demon swamp. If fellow Daoist Tai Yi stays, my lowly inner self can act as a matchmaker." With that, he laughed and said, "It's only when Dao couples double cultivate that they can cultivate quickly." Song Yen froze and asked, "Dao brother, is the devil swamp so dangerous? How come there are so many losses?" Dan Spice laughed bitterly. "This time, I teamed up with a few Daoists of quite a high level in the realm of practicing Xian, and together we went deep into the demon swamp, wanting to open up the land and explore some new areas. As a result, my fellow Daoists all died. I, still, relied on that bodiless phantom raven of yours. This is how I escaped." Spinning around, he pontificated. The two men sat with each other. Song Yen listened to him as he sipped his spirit tea. This time, even Pure Cloud looked at him in a much friendlier light. Entered the house. drank tea, and did not hesitate to be vigilant, which certainly shows that the other party may not be careful enough, but it can also show that the relationship between the other party and their own family went quite close. Dan Spice said at the end, saying, "That giant crocodile demon was too terrifying, and it was only because I used the bodiless phantom crow to help me block a blow at a crucial moment that I escaped in a mess. However, the harvest was also quite lucrative." Son Yen said, "I see that the stalls in the marketplace are increasing rather than decreasing. What's going on?" Dan Spice said, "Isn't it because of the abundance of resources in the demon swamp? There are several people who have been given the chance to directly give birth to miscellaneous Xian roots from no Xian roots, and those small cultivators at a lower realm have even richer harvests. This demon swamp is good, but going deeper, then something will happen." This was the first time Son Yen had ever heard of a Xian root being able to grow out of an external object. Although it was only the lowest of the Xian roots, the miscellaneous Xian root, it was still outrageous. He was in and out of ghosts for 40 years before he grew a ghost Xian root. This is enough to show that there are indeed many treasures hidden in the Devil's Swamp, and it is no wonder that these high-level Xian practitioners want to take the risk of going deeper. Now that they have suffered heavy losses, the Snake Corpse market is thinking of replenishing the high combat power casual cultivators. That was why Dan Spice, Pure Cloud, was so actively thinking of drawing Son Yen in, and even thinking of playing matchmaker for him to make a Dao couple. Truth be told, Son Yen had a few heartbeats. After all, although this Snake Corpse market is weird, as long as you don't enter the Devil's Swamp, it's still relatively safe. At least it's better than the puppeteer sex-haunted place. However, after Son Yen asked about the price of the demon beast fur, his face turned green. First of all, the Snake Corpse marketplace had very few demonic beast furs, and a single copy of a low-level demonic beast fur similar to that of a two-headed wolf was sold for as much as 10 Xian Yu beans. This Xian jade beans is the soybean-size Xian jade. If it is large, can also be calculated by 2. 10 Xian Yu beans is almost one tael. On the other hand, 20 grains of Xian Yu beans can also be bought at the Snake Corpse market to buy a copy of Practicing Xian first-level public spells. This expensive price tag directly shattered his heartbeat. He suddenly felt that the puppet sect still had merit. In the puppet sect, he never had to worry about demonic beast fur. He just had to keep making fur, and that was it. He loved leather making. It was something he saw as his life's work, and on the outside, it's too hard. But whether or not to return to the puppet sect did not depend on him either, but rather on that patriarch, whether or not he's still around in 5 years. Son Yen did not agree to stay, nor did he refuse, but only said that he had unfinished business. Mr. and Mrs. Dan Spice did not force themselves, only saying that they were welcome here at any time. After that, Son Yen wandered around the Snake Corpse marketplace for quite a while, only to find that the high-level convergence technique wasn't for sale at all. He thought about it carefully, and thought, yes, you have metaphysical energy flowing everywhere in your body. How do you astringe it? But the problem was, Son Yen had to be ready to hide. Otherwise, the puppeteer sect won't be able to return. Soon after, Son Yen changed his perspective to consider the problem. Since he couldn't converge, could he temporarily seal it? This change of thought, he really found a good sealing talisman. The sealing talisman is a low-ranking roadside talisman with only one function. After subduing a ghost, the talisman can be affixed to the body of the ghost, which can bind the ghost. The principle is that the sealing talisman can suck up the demonic energy and imprison it in the place where the talisman is connected to the flesh. If a bear child tears off the talisman, the baleful energy is instantly returned and the ghost is instantly revived. This is something that not many people paint because of its limited effect, and it can be traded in gold and silver. Son Yen spent a silver ticket with a denomination of 100 taels and exchanged it for a sealing talisman before leaving. Returning to Tianyun City, he found a quiet place and pasted the sealing talisman under his navel. And at once, he felt that his surrounding baneful chi was pulled by a small force towards his navel, and then stored in the place where the talisman and flesh were pasted together. At this time, even if someone used chi to probe into the body, they could not detect this part of the fury that had been hidden by the sealing talisman. Although the sealing talisman couldn't hide all of his baneful aura, it was possible when coupled with the condensed bane controlling Xian technique. It works! Son Yan's eyes lit up. A few days later, he took a large amount of silver bills from Skycloud City and went to Snake Corpse marketplace to buy all 50 sealing talismans. However, the Rune Master's introductory method belonged to some kind of inheritance just like the Leather Master's, and he did not find it in the marketplace, so he had to give up. Not more than a few days later, the news from outside also began to reach Tianyun City one after another. A piece of information was sent to Son Yen. When the capital of the Great Jin dynasty was moved, the second Prince of Wei together with the great general of the former Prince of Jinnan's son protruded a strange army from Shu and took advantage of the opportunity to attack the imperial capital. Wei has been restored. The second prince is quite a wise ruler, and the great general controls his troops well. The king of Wei actually came back, and the second prince returned to his father. The imperial capital of Wei seems to be haunted by a demonic plague, and the people of the imperial capital are fleeing in haste. The imperial capital is sealed off. More refugees appeared, scurrying south. Some of the people from the northern Jianghu who fled to the north said that nowadays the north is infested with demons. Those demons are in human form to find a handsome boy or girl forced to play, or directly captured the boy or girl on the street to gnaw. All kinds of miserable. Hard to say. It is simply a hell on earth. The Wei army began to manage and arrest, but soon, for some reason, one by one, they shrunk. Song Yan stayed out of the way, watching a message from a safe place, and the years migrate in turn. Only 3 months left until 5 years. The puppeteer sect had not spread any shocking news, and that patriarch was obviously still alive. He, gotta go. Chapter 45. To the death. Recruitment. You're going on a cloud tour? Yes. In these 5 years, you have taught the 4 sparrows without hiding anything. The 4 sparrows are called the 4 sparrows, but in fact, each of them has surpassed the Lion King in strength. Yes. So, Hua Linglong's breathing slowed down, looking at the man in front of her with a heavy, tired, on the edge of hard luck look as she asked, "When will you be back?" Song Yan fell silent. Hua Linglong, however, had already revealed a smile. It was a calm smile, a smile that had already gathered all the emotions in an instant, and there was no more half a bit of heaviness, exhaustion, and hard feelings, and you would even think that all those looks you had just seen in her eyes were all illusions. She was a particularly good actress by nature, and it had become difficult to tell the difference between the real and the fake. She asked faintly, "Coming back?" Song Yan nodded this time and said, "It's just that the time will be a bit long. I'm not sure. You continue to maintain contact with the Snake Corpse Bazaar, and you can build a long-lasting relationship by providing them with some necessary help. In that marketplace, there are quite a few ordinary people, but due to the need for secrecy, they won't take the initiative to contact outsiders, which is why they are extremely difficult to find, but they did need quite a few supplies. That Snake Corpse marketplace will open their Demon Swamp restriction every 10 years, and the last time they opened it was 2 years ago. When you are familiar with them, you can try to send some of your inner circle into their Demon Swamp prohibition, where it is dangerous, but it is possible to turn into a cultivator. In this way, the Ghost Green Clothes Tower will have a chance to turn from a mortal power into a cultivator power." Hua Linglong revealed a thoughtful look, and then did not dwell on the matter of parting, and even less on how Song Yan knew this information. As the uncrowned queen of the 3 cities and 26 counties surrounding Tianyun City, even though she was a mortal, she was not a small woman who would be swayed by her emotions. As the uncrowned queen of the 3 cities and 26 counties surrounding Tianyun City, even though she is a mortal, she is not a small woman who will be swayed by her emotions. Even without Song Yan, she would have been a ruthless, resourceful and skillful villainess. She meticulously asked some questions about the Snake Corpse marketplace, and already had some ideas in mind. Song Yan kept the porcelain vase of the forging viscera pill and a box containing the shadow of the knife-beaked sparrow. In the former case, the Dan Spice family knew that he was behind the ghost house of green clothes when they saw it. The latter, he had long ago used the 100 phases divine royalty method to integrate a strand of his own soul, which was not much different from the real blade-beaked sparrow, belonging to a demonic beast corresponding to a cultivator of the second level of practicing Xian Yuan. After these, Song Yan a knife, a straw raincoat, a gourd, a bag of gold beans, at the same time, and then took 10,000 taels of shoe silver tickets stuffed into the storage space. Will right away. Even though arriving at the puppet sect didn't take 3 months at all, it was better to go back a little bit earlier, observe around and understand the situation, than to venture back headlong. The leaves of the trees finally dry up and crumple in late fall, plucked from the branches and cut across the eyes of the senders. White Sparrow stepped forward and put on his cloak for the delicate figure that stopped by the roadside to watch the fast horse go by. Hua Linglong faintly said, "Retire first, I want to be alone and quiet." White Sparrow backed up. The 10 or so accompanying guards also backed away, leaving only the uncrowned queen of this western shoe border city standing alone in place. Her hands don't rise, looking up at the distance, sighed out a sentence, "You might as well have been to me with obsessive powderate." Song Yan steered his horse, did without any hurry, and traveled across the river and lake, and there were really a lot of refugees along the way. A little inquiry, all from the north. The mouth is the north is haunted by a demon plague, simply cannot live. Song Yan wasn't surprised. It is thought that the king of Wei moved to the rescue, and then promised this rescue with the success of the restoration of the country. Open up the country, and let the plunder for a few days. If you don't give rape and pillage, who will help you fight? Of course, all these things will be glossed over in history. The raping of the city will be described as looting the people's clothes and so on. Yet, what exactly happened? He didn't understand, but he understood. The puppet sect should not be weak. In this war, not winning, but not losing either. He raised his whip and spurred his horse. He somewhat missed the skin-making life of the puppet sect. That little life of being able to make hides every day and not having to care where they come from is the good life. Father! Father! The handsome-faced second prince rushed into the door of the house in shock and looked at King Wei, who was collapsing on the table. The King of Wei's face had turned pale and his nose was breathless, while an empty glass of wine was at his hand. The second prince quickly uncovered the lid of the nearby wine pot and sniffed it slightly. It's poisoned wine. There is no clutter in the house. The perimeter was also heavily guarded last night. The King of Wei committed suicide. The second prince sighed long, but also do not care about grief, and actually sitting on the side of the Wei Wang corpse quietly launched to stay, and then as if talking to a living person, but also as if they murmured like saying, not my kind of people, their hearts will be put to death. Just never thought that can be ferocious to such a point. Is this still human? This is still a person? He got more and more agitated and even gasped, but he soon realized that it wasn't human at all. It was a demon. Actually, it's not your fault. No one expected it. It's not your fault. Father! The second prince buried the table and sobbed, but his fists were clenched tightly and flames rose from his tearful eyes. Beep, beep, grease dripped from the venison above, and the fire lurched and exploded. Song Yen roasted a freshly hunted deer. The fishy smell was strong, not so sizzling. After roasting, Song Yen casually dealt with 2 bites and had no thoughts of continuing with the dry rice. It's awful. He really couldn't imagine why he was so bad at his craft. Song Yen ate and fell back to sleep. This place was still in the Shu realm, and there wasn't even a single demonic beast in the weak Xin Qi. The empty forest is clear and secluded, although there are some insects and bugs, but he only needs to slightly release the pressure of qi and blood. Those will not dare to get close. The next day dawned. Clear. Song Yen continued to rush. Second Highness, you're crazy. You want to lead an army in the downtown area to kill the fox demon? This is our ancestor. This is the root power of our way that can still stand. In the future, we're not a kingdom of mortals, but a kingdom with a great power sitting on it. How could you invite the old man to his death? What you need to do now is to report the situation to the old ancestor and then ascend the throne. Great General, do you want me to help the demon corral the people for its rations? That's not a demon. That's the old granddaddy. Chao Zhangjing, is that what King Jinnan taught you? My father taught me to recognize the times. Whatever you do, you have to look at the situation and bow down when you have to. What's more, what will Second Highness take to fight old ancestor? Despite the demon plague in the north, many of the people still have faith in my royal family. Because over the centuries, my way has done a lot for the people. They were believers in the imperial orthodoxy of the Great Way. Now that I'm charging down the street, even if I die, the people should understand. This is not the fault of the Wei royal family, but the demon has arrived. If they understand this, those people will not be deceived again. Nowadays, the demons throw some small demonic beasts from time to time for my Wei army to behead to comfort the people, but the truth is, these are all deceptions. Today, I, Chao Shiyan, will dismantle these. With those words, Chao Zhangjing, the former son of the king of Jinan and now the great general, silently backed away. Second Prince, Chao Shiyan silently swept him a glance, and with his hands outstretched, he said as he walked out, Forbidden Army, fetch the armor and follow me out of the palace. An hour or so later, in the downtown area, a lance pierced Chao Shiyan's heart. The second prince looked at the man with the gun in a daze. He recognized it as a fierce general under the great general's command. His gaze swept further into the distance, but he saw the great general in the crowd. That fierce general steeply twisted the spear, flying pickup, making the second prince has not been able to say a word again, while the empty body fell to the ground, dead. A few days later, the king of Wei first princely, the prince collapsed again. General Chao Zhangjing in for the prince after revenge, in danger of being appointed, stepped on the palace hall, seated in the dragon chair, overlooking the feet of the many courtiers, hands slightly support, majestic, leveled off, and at that moment, dozens of fast horses raced out of the city. If you do evil things, you will have your own relatives to rebel. And these dozens of people are not happy with what Chao Zhangjing has done. The imperial capital of the Great Wei in the Northlands was chaotic to the extreme. Tada! Song Yen wandered around the puppet sect's perimeter in circle after circle, finally confirming that everything was normal and fairly safe for the sect, aside from the fact that there were quite a few deaths and injuries. Seeing that the 5-year period had arrived, he entered the southern bamboo peak from the entrance of the marketplace with mixed feelings, and continued deeper after presenting his identity token. It was also a coincidence that within a few steps, he saw a charming, full-bodied, busty, fat-assed figure from afar. The figure seemed to sense something, looked sideways and shouted, Senior brother, senior sister Wang, you're alive? It's not easy. Song Yen sighed and went up to join her. As the two horses paralleled each other, Wang Susu asked, "In these 5 years, have you ever fallen behind in your cultivation?" "Where's sister? I have entered the first level of practicing Xian." "Awesome!" Song Yan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The South Wu sword sect had searched people so fiercely before. Wang Susu was actually able to break the boundary under these circumstances. It was obvious that the stove cultivation had not stopped. "Where's Shifu? I've also entered the first level of practicing Xian. Senior brother is also very powerful." Wang Susu also couldn't help but admire. Then looking left and right, she said, "I told you, why did senior brother take those 2 stovepipes and leave Nanju Peak alive? It turns out that it's to go under the mountain and drain them dry." The demon girl laughed and said, "Or the senior brother will cultivate. That has the bloodline of the multi-tailed fox clan of the best stove tripod. No to feed with medicine, to be under the mountain and then slowly eat. Unlike me, only no to wolf down. He. Song Yan, the senior siblings were talking and walking, but before they reached the top of the South Bamboo Peak, they saw a group of people sparsely swept over. The leader was a white-robed elder, and then followed by Xian-robed disciples. Before he reached his side, the white-robed elder said from afar, "But my puppet sect disciple?" Wang Susu smiled and raised her identity token, saying, "Yes, drop, elder. The 5-year period is up before we come back." The white-robed elder said, "Have you entered the practice of Xian?" Wang Susu said, "Enter." The white-robed elder said, "That's just right. There's still a shortage of manpower for recruitment. You guys come with me first." Chapter 46. More demonic than demons. Boing. The soft arm slightly shook an old man's shoulder. The pretty face set on his shoulder. The marvelous eyes carefully hiding the extreme dislike. The red lips lightly opened. "Seat Wang, what are you doing here in South Bamboo Peak? Let's go back to the main peak. Ruffang is also at the main peak. He is filial to you." The old man was none other than the stone master. The beautiful woman, on the other hand, was his Taoist partner, Bai Huai. Sure said, "This place is close to the leather making room, and being old, I wanted to come and see if there were any highly talented disciples." Bai Huai said, It's better for you to enjoy yourself peacefully. Leave all these matters to Ruffang." The stone master fell silent. Bai Huai hooked his neck and continued, "The inheritance that you're holding on to might as well be given to Ruffang as well. I know, that legacy is important to you, so pass it on to Rufeng a little sooner. Then you can breathe a little sooner too, can't you? I'm looking out for you too." The beautiful woman spilled her guts, but the stone master was anything but speechless. Finally, Bai Huai seemed to be tired of it, and walked out of the cave, looking outside, and coldly grunted in his heart, "Old thing, but it is that point of things to watch tightly, and I do not know if there is no advance to pass on to anyone. Could it be Lu Hong? No, if it had been passed on to Lu Hong, he would have said so long ago, and his attitude wouldn't have been like this. It's really all about holding back and hiding. If you don't pass on Rufeng, do you want to take yourself to the coffin and leave? Damn old thing, maybe it's time to use some tactics. How about poison?" Son. The white-robed young elder looked at Song Yan and pointed, as if pondering, and then smiled. Song Yan also recognized this elder and cupped his fists and saluted. "Congratulations to senior brother Gu for becoming an elder." This white-robed elder who led the team out to catch the handyman was actually Gu Ruffang, which was something he really didn't expect. The white-robed elder laughed. "Nowadays, my leather shadow peak has a scarcity of talent, which is why Gu Mao was allowed to become an elder. And it's also congratulatory that senior brother Song has now entered Xian." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Ruffang no longer paid any attention to Song Yan. After all, a little cub who was new to practicing Xian was still far away from him. A line of people out of the South Bamboo Peak of the marketplace mouth. Not a few. Is the black pressure of thousands of cavalry set to come? The front is elite. Behind there are a lot of towing the cage of the ox cart. The head of the man cupped his fist and said, "General Dong Tongshan of the Jin dynasty, by the order of the emperor, at the disposal of the immortal master." Gu Ruffang said, "Arrest them with us, and escort them back afterward." With that, he raised his hand and beckoned out a shadowed airboat. The disciples got into the boat. The airboat flew up and went away into the distance, while the cavalry followed close behind it. As time passed, several days passed. Song Yan remembered that this was how he was recruited in the first place, but he didn't realize that in the blink of an eye. I didn't realize that in a blink of an eye. I'd even gone to recruit myself. The so-called recruiting is basically throwing all the young men and women caught along the way into cages, and then preparing to bring them back for further testing. Those who could test their qualifications directly became disciples, and those who couldn't were thrown into the various handyman rooms before being tested twice. The reason why the puppet sect recruited so much was also because of the heavy deaths and injuries. This isn't the first recruiting class of the year either, and this isn't even the only batch out recruiting. Just as Gu Ruffang was leading the looting, there were demon sect elders on the other side leading the capture. The puppet sect was in dire need of a large amount of fresh blood. There was nothing Song Yen could do about this kind of thing. He could only follow the customs and go with the flow. But there was one thing that he was attached to. He was impressed by the mantle fight back then. The two sides of the battle for the mantle are Lu Hong and Gu Ruffing. Now, Lu Hong had been captured by the ghost cultivator and had gone to a small dark room to make leather shadows. Gu Ruffing can be considered the strongest of the younger generation among the remaining leather makers. But the stone master gave him the mantle. Over the past few years, Gu Ruffing must have tried to dig out the mantle of the stone master by all means. After all, in Gu Ruffing's opinion, he no longer had a target to compete against, and Master Sure would inevitably pass the mantle to him. But the result? Necessarily, no. What will Gu Ruffing think? Maybe he wasn't sure if the stone master had passed the mantle on early, but it was highly unlikely that he would do anything to find out. For example, soul searching. All the leather masters or quasi-leather masters from the Linglong Valley Strange Beasts Club line back then could be his targets. Of course, before searching his soul, he would also use his power to exert pressure. After all, he was already an elder, and his grandfather was also an elder. Although he, Song Yen, was only at the first level of practicing Xian, he would not be an exception. It's almost a given that this will happen. Song Yen could almost imagine what came afterward. Back at Nanju Peak, he would probably be brought in for questioning, and then imprisoned, using the threat of soul searching to oppress him, which was no different from violent interrogation, and he would have to use his power to escape, and in the process, he would certainly make a lot of noise, and then, things will go completely out of control. Song Yen kept his head down as he contemplated these things, and he didn't look at the white-robed elder in front of the leather-shadowed airboat. However, he has deeply felt the karma between himself and Gu Ruffing. This cause and effect is due to the Stone Master, and it cannot be broken. If the Stone Master had not died, he might have protected him, but that would have been a problem. If Shur is already deceased, then Gu Ruffing will certainly do his best to figure out where his mantle is. In the distance, Gu Ruffing was holding a communication jade in his hand, seemingly exchanging something with someone. After the exchange, he grimaced, his eyes showing resentment, coldly grunted, and cursed under his breath. Old thing. Song Yan's pupils stared slightly. His heart realized, it seems that the teacher is still alive. However, he would have to find a chance to kill Gu Ruffing. It was not revealed, but the bad blood was so deep that it had to be done. Since he had taken on the mantle of the Stone Master, these karmic consequences, he will have to take them all and deal with them. Recruitment ended successfully. The group returned to Skin Peak. One by one, steel cages were transported up the hill. After Gu Ruffing resigned from the crowd, he left alone. It was late winter and a light snowfall was in the air. It was dusk again, and in the distance, there's a groundhog that rises with the cold wind. Gu Ruffing straddled a blood-bladed elk shadow and quickly swept along regardless of the terrain, and when he reached the top of the Tsuejia forest, the shadow even stepped on the tops of the trees. Obviously, at this time, he was going to return to the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak. Suddenly, if he felt something, he turned his head slightly sideways, but he only saw snow falling with the wind, and nothing else. Gu Ruffing frowned, thought briefly, and quickly maneuvered the leather shadow to fall into the Tsuejia forest. High up, it's too conspicuous, and if you encounter an enemy, it's a living target. Although this white-robed elder was young, he had notable vigilance and experience in battle, and although he could not be sure if there was something wrong with his perception just now, his killing on the battlefield had also allowed him to cultivate sufficient caution. As soon as he landed, he didn't care if there were any enemies, whether or not he had misperceived. He immediately rolled down from the Bloodblade Elkskin shadow and pulled out another shield arcane artifact. The Bloodblade Elk was an intermediate-level demonic beast, and demonic beasts were always stronger than some due to their physique and Qian blood, even though they corresponded to a certain level of Qian cultivators. The shield artifact, on the other hand, could protect him, allowing him to watch the Bloodblade Elk fight with the enemy, and then, he would take the opportunity to use other arcane weapons and talismans to attack. This is the proper fighting tactic of the Skin Master. Put up a shadow, protect yourself, see a needle in the eye, weaken the enemy, and kill them with one blow. The moment Gu Ruffing pulled out his shielding Xian weapon and released his perception at the same time, the perception, which had only expanded by tens of feet, instantly touched a huge black shadow. Gu Ruffing was so appalled that he almost exploded. What's that? 3 heads, covered with armor, with thorns on the armor, and outside the thorns there are 2 not very large feathers. Each feather in the feathers is like a steel blade. These images inexplicably reminded Gu Ruffing of the images of 2-headed wolves, white-thorned deer, iron-feathered sparrows, and other common low-level demonic beasts. None of these low-level demonic beasts were scary, but, bizarrely and inexplicably grouped together, they are terrifying. Demon? Have the demons invaded here already? But, what a demon! The moment he sensed the strange demon, he suddenly felt as if the demon had laughed again. 3 heads, all smiling. One moment. Whoosh! Black light flashed. The demon appeared in front of him across dozens of feet. His hard giant hand broke through the air and called out. The sonic whine bombarded his brain to buzz a blank. Then he felt his face being tightly clasped by those rough 5 fingers. His neck tightened. His legs hanging in the air, subconsciously kicking and tossing up. Before he could react, he only felt an extreme stabbing pain in the center of his brow. Yuanshan. Boo! Gu Ruffing mouth opened, but did not even send out the word no, then became a walking corpse without a soul. Struggling arms, kicking legs down, in the forest wind swaying. But in a moment, the out-of-focus eyes regained their sparkle, a look full of fury. The demon set him down and commanded in a low voice, "Go to the fury and kill yourself." Without saying a word, Gu Ruffing redrove the Bloodblade elk and turned west. Tonight, he'll die in the fury, and then have his body taken over by a ghost. The puppet sect and the ghost cultivators already had a grudge. One less was no less. One more, not much. Chapter 47-47. The first day, after Song Yen killed Gu Ruffing, he immediately returned to the cave. After all, soul-searching technique is a popular spell at the level of practicing Xian Xian, which can be practiced at the 3rd level of Xian Xian. And with this intention, even if it swallows the divine soul, what it can find out is only recent events, the main thoughts in the mind, and a few impressive images. As for the subconscious mind, cultivated techniques, distant vague memories, I can't see them. The principle is easy to see. If you want to see more details, then it is not a soul search, but a soul melting. You have melted the subconscious mind of the next person. Gongfu, fuzzy memories, then naturally will also be incorporated into the next person's joys and sorrows, aversions and hobbies, 7 feelings and 6 desires, obsessions and so on. Then one way or another, you'll have to go crazy too. As for the shadow arcane weapons and so on, in order to maintain the scene at the time of Gu Ruffing's death, he has not taken since. He couldn't do that for the sake of a small profit. At this time, the cave was cold and empty. Song Yen eyed his left and right and walked slowly. Because of the late return today, all things are not appropriate, so I will rest for the time being. And tomorrow, there's a lot more to do. First, one had to pay respects to the new peak master of South Bamboo Peak. Of course, from Gu Ruffing's memories, Song Yen also knew that the new peak master today was actually a stone master. Secondly, an antidote had to be sought to remove the poison that the patriarch had put down 5 years ago. Then it's time to see if the position has been adjusted and what you need to do. Although it was already late in the day when he returned from the recruitment, Song Yen could still feel that the South Bamboo Peak was quite lonely, and it was obvious that not many disciples have returned, and even the gate guards have changed. Initially in the South Wu Sword Sect sneak attack that night, would have died a lot. This time out even more brushed off a batch. Afraid that this South Bamboo Peak 62 cave and the disciples he still recognized only 2 or 3. If you count the Skin Shadow Peak Master himself as a ghost cultivator, as well as the ghost cultivator looted away a large number of Skin Master. Skin Shadow Peak, in fact, has been nearly paralyzed, which is also Gu Ruffing can become the cause of the elder. Song Yen lifted the curtain as he thought, and checked the cave, realizing that it was no different from when he went there, before lying down on the stone couch with peace of mind. Empty mountains, lonely beds, outside the skylight, the wind and snow mixed with the darkness of the night, like a rustle of black and white dots. Song Yen tossed and turned a few times, and for a while it was actually hard to sleep, not because there is no woman to warm the nest, but back to this dangerous environment has a few instinctive vigilance, coupled with killing Gu Ruffing residual sense of excitement, the uncertainty of tomorrow and so on and so forth. Since it is difficult to feel at ease, it is also difficult to feel at ease with Gu Ruffing's concubine teacher's wife. Bai Huai. This woman borrowed a name to go to the main peak of the Leather Shadow Peak, precisely to have a private meeting with her lover, while plotting how to poison Shi Zhaowang and how to force him to hand over the mantle. But she had waited until the 3rd watch of the night, but had not yet waited for Gu Ruffing. She went to investigate some more, but found that the disciples who went with Gu Ruffing to recruit had already returned. She was terrified in her mind. As the night passed, the matter of Gu Ruffing's disappearance spread completely. Nowadays, the acting peak master of Leather Shadow Peak is precisely Gu Ruffing's grandfather Gu Tianyang. Without saying a word, Gu Tianyang suspended all activities, then directly mobilized all disciples to search around, and seeing that there was no news he went out himself. Even disciples like Song Yen and Wang Susu, who had just returned, had all joined in the search for Elder Gu. A shadowy figure flies through the sky and runs along the snow-covered cliffs. The disciples let go of their senses and searched the surrounding area. But Song Yen, Wang Susu was bitterly walking in the snow. Song Yan's heart is a little speechless. Yesterday only killed Gu Ruffing. Today this whole day will have to be used to find Elder Gu. Unlike the disciples who were flying in the sky on their skins, shouts came from time to time from his surroundings. Elder Gu, where are you? Elder Gu, Elder Gu, is that you? Elder Gu, ah, not, look out everyone, it's a two-headed wolf, it's a two-headed wolf. After a period of fierce fighting, the two-headed wolf demonic beast was finally killed by the combined efforts of several disciples who had entered the first level of Xian training. Song Yan put away his saber. Leather Shadow Peak disciples usually don't carry weapons, but this kind of not yet able to harness the skin usually carries a saber. At this moment, he took a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and lamented, demonic beasts are so terrifying. Wang Susu poked out her little boot and kicked the wolf, then showed a cruel look and raised her knife to poke through that head again. When demon beasts have hard brains, Wang Su transported and pressed again. Pust, brain shells shattered and brain matter gurgled out. Wang Su bristled, kicked off with a boot that skewed the wolf's head away, and said, it's no fun. Song Yan knows that she is borrowing things to talk about things, saying that this wolf is not interesting, in fact, is saying that the antidote has not yet been taken, and came out to search for Gu Rufeng. This matter is not interesting very much. Gu Rufeng is at least an elder. What could happen? For him alone, everyone quit everything and came out to him. Can this be interesting? Song Yan walked a little closer and swept the unfamiliar faces in the surroundings, saying, Senior sister, it wasn't obvious last night, but at a glance today, it seems like there are quite a few more fellow disciples. Wang Susu said, we left 5 years ago, but during these 5 years there was a constant stream of fresh blood replenished from the outside. It's just that the attrition was relatively high. But of our batch, I'm afraid it's just me and you left. After saying that, she smiled cheekily and came closer. Senior brother, do we want to get closer? Speaking of which, senior sister hasn't tasted your flavor yet. Why don't you try tonight? Elder sister, I'm sure that I can make you comfortable, and I'm sure that you'll be more comfortable than every one of your hearths. Forget it. Shy. Well, kind of. Wang Susu froze, cover lips goose charming smile up, and then said senior sister is also it. And then again while laughing in style swaying walking in the sight of Song Yan, but a pair of eyes but keenly observing the surrounding. The crowd walked in small circles each in groups of 3 or 5. Wang Susu, Song Yan this kind of seniority is quite high, but also no one to shout senior brother, senior sister. On the contrary, there are a few points to be alienated from the frame. The group of disciples continued to search in the Tsuijiao forest. Suddenly the disciple walking ahead stopped abruptly. As soon as that stopped, they all brushed to a halt behind them. Wang Susu rode out and looked forward, also stopping in shock with her eyes rounded. Even after a night of snowfall, the ground is still visible as a horrifying dent, a straight trajectory of dozens of feet, several feet deep, with the surrounding rocks shattered and the trees crumbling. What kind of demonic beast is this? A disciple murmured in a fearful voice and asked. Immediately after, another person replied, it's definitely not a two-headed wolf, at least a mid-level demonic beast. Wang Susu's pupils tightened, and with a thought, she silently retreated backward. She is a careful person. In the leather room those years early intermediate level demonic beasts to identify a clear, but also through the exchange with Zhang Yin and other senior brothers probably no intermediate level demonic beasts, destructive power and so on. Layer STH. Obviously just a consequence of a simple scurry. This is not an intermediate level demonic beast, but a high level demonic beast. She backed up more and more, and when she had shielded the crowd in front of her, she looked to the side and actually saw Master Song. A look of surprise appeared in Wang Susu's eyes. Song Yan smiled knowingly at her. Wang Susu also smiled. She finally knew why her senior brother was also so capable of living. However, after Song Yan put away his smile, a strong dissatisfaction grew in his heart. Last night, in order to kill Gu Rufeng, he directly manifested 100 phases of demonic body. However, this 100 phases of demonic body is only the phase of 8 low-level small demonic beasts. If not so, had it not been so, it would not have left such obvious traces in its actions. It had snowed heavily all night, and it was surprising that it hadn't been completely covered up yet. When things stabilized here, he had to think of a way to see if he could get some high-level demonic beast skins, as a spell that he had spent thousands of years comprehending. The 100 phases demonic body, even though it was only created behind closed doors, its power and growth were not comparable to other spells. The stronger the shadow, the stronger he is. He, for one, needed better demonic beast skins. After a day of searching, Gu Rufeng's body was still found. At this moment, this corpse was lying across the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak, and the body was full of flowing fury. And there were also ghosts that had already been hidden in the depths of the flesh and blood. Gu Tianyang angrily raised his hand a little. The many ghosts' squeak escaped, but again in the sunlight became weak. The blow to the chest was fatal. Gu Tianyang lowered his head and raised his hand over the wound, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Any luck? Sure, Zhao Wang was beside him, whether he was pretending or real, but his eyes were quite pained, and there were a few difficult moments of sending a white-haired person to a black-haired person. After all, Gu Rufun was his disciple. Gu Tianyang said, "Can't Sure see it?" Stone Seed Wang said, although the torso was impacted by the baneful qi, the fatal injury was to the chest, which was sword wound. 5 years ago, I remember Peak Master you gave him a sword. Gu Tianyang said, that was a very good flying sword, a trophy I captured. This wound is the same width as that flying sword. Flames rose in his steep eyes as he said, it can only be that Xiao Feng's closest confidants killed him when he let his guard down. Shiza Wang was stunned. Gu Tianyang said, not you. Shiza Wang was even more stunned. Not me? Gu Tianyang patted him on the shoulder and said, sure. Something offended me. Heat sked, then said with a fierce glare, it's your Taoist partner Bai Huai. I suspect her and want to search her soul. Stone Seed Wing didn't seem surprised. He just sighed. I know about her and Little Wind. I owe her a lot. Peak Master Gu, can you spare her life? She is not going to harm Little Wind. Gu Tianyang looked at him oddly, but then shook his head and said, I'm sorry this time. Consider it a favor I owe you. Chapter 48. Late night, the main peak of Leather Peak, the dungeon. A stunned Bihuai is greeted with a very direct soul search. If it were a different person, there would have been no less torture before, but this was, after all, Shure's Taoist couple, and decency still needed to be given. Stone Seed Wing just stood on the sidelines, coldly watching. Gu Tianyang retracted his fingers, tilted his head, and frowned, as if digesting the information he had just seen, then glanced sideways at Sure Zhao Wang and said, don't worry, I've got a good sense of proportion. She's not demented, she just won't be able to cultivate from now on, and her brain will occasionally have a little problem. Sure Zhao Wang grimaced, then I have to thank Peak Master Gu for being merciful. Gu Tianyang suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing so hard that the fire in the corner of the wall pots were moving, twisting and changing the figures of several people on the stone wall, bright and dark, long and short. Shiza Wang said, does Peak Master Gu still want to mock me? Gu Tianyang smiled and chuckled, if you knew what I saw in her memories, you'd hate me for not getting her killed. After saying that, he suddenly frowned and stared at the serious old man not far away, asking, did you know that she wanted to poison you? And it's still just in these few days. Sure Zhao Wang froze in place, his pupils were a little stiff, some sadness slowly penetrated his complexion, then hung his head inside mockingly, then shook his head and said I really don't know, then asked, have you found out the cause of Windy's death? Gu Tianyang's expression was deep, but he shook his head and said, no. The air fell silent. Gu Tianyang waved his hand and suddenly said, Sure doesn't need to think too much, you're old, and go and rest properly first. The patriarch is still looking forward to you cultivating another batch of new generation of leather masters for the clan. Stone Seed Wing nodded slightly, stepped forward to assist Bai Huai, and softly said, let's go. Bai Huai body trembled violently, out of focus pupils looked left and right in fear, fingers like a drowning man grabbing randomly, after touching the old man's clothes, a tightly clenched, and do not let go. Ishiza Wang smiled gently, then led her slowly out of the eerie, dark dungeon. The dungeon. Gu Tianyang looked gloomy and muttered, Bai Huai and Fomer wanted to poison you, and what they wanted was actually your mantle. But if I ask you why you don't pass the mantle to Windy, you're going to say something like it's not time yet, or it's just for a few days, or some such bull ********. Then why on earth didn't you pass the mantle to Windy? Once Windy dies, the one who gains the most is you. Well, you dodged a bullet a couple days later. What's the secret? A long time. You are still needed to cultivate the leather master. If I move you, the patriarch will not be able to get around me. But wait 2 more years. When you are a little older, I'll have to give you a soul search too, so I can see what's going on. Filthy old thing. The next day, the antidote pills were sent to Song Yen's hand, and he casually put it into the storage space, and then went with Wang Susu to pay a visit to the current Nanju Peak Master Shiza Wang, however didn't meet. Thus, Song Yen and Wang Susu traveled lightly to the leather-making cave, but when they reached the door, Wang Susu went in while Song Yen was stopped. The disciple who stopped the door smiled and looked at him, saying, Song, what was it? Don't remember. It's not important. I've heard about you. You were listening to Master Shure's lesson but were distracted. Master Shure hasn't forgiven you yet. When he forgives you, you can enter the door again. This is one that tries hard to kiss the Peak Master's ass while trying to establish his authority in this place by pointing out things. Wang Susu, who had only just walked through the door, paused. With this beat of hers, 3 or 4 disciples in the leather-making room actually stood up together. These disciples had all survived the war and were naturally bound to each other in hostility. In their eyes, Song Yen and Wang Susu, who had gone out to avoid trouble, were naturally from another circle, and were the ones who needed to be stepped on. After all, nowadays, who is the senior brother and who is the junior brother on this mountain is still undecided. The air was a little stiff for a moment, and just then, a disciple's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Master Stone has summoned everyone. Song Yen and the disciple who stopped the door exchanged a glance before turning around and walking away. After Shi returned with Bai Huai, he directly summoned his disciples, then took a pen and paper and waited quietly. He did not even glance at Song Yen. The disciples waited in a circle and did not dare to speak. In a short while of work, there were actually quite a few formal disciples who came harnessing their skins, then walked closer to the stone master and respectfully saluted. These people were all newly promoted leather masters, or prospective leather masters, from the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak, all of whom had been trained during the war. When the stone master saw that the people were all there, he then pasted the paper on the stone wall and began to teach the art of painting skin himself. Drawing skin need to of God, only insight into the appearance of God, can fall paper into essence? Old man and give you a demonstration. Look carefully. With that, he grabbed his paintbrush. At this moment, he seemed to have gone from dying little old man to full of power. The crowd watched in silence. When the painting was finished, there was another question and answer session. Only then did Shi say, "The old man came here to South Bamboo Peak precisely because the room is full of my Pine Peak's newborn blood. But after all, we also need to set a seniority and inferiority. It is better to choose a day than to bump into it, so let's set it today." After he said that, he clapped his hands, except for those disciples who came from the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak. The disciples of South Bamboo Peak were each issued a pen and paper. Shi said, "The two-headed wolf is the one you have drawn the most, so today you will use this drawing to determine your honor. In 1 hour, the one with the best drawing will be the longest." The proposition falls. The crowd hung their heads and did their best to paint. Song Yen thought about his own strength 5 years ago, and then slightly raised 1 or 2 points, and then slowly drew out, in nearly an hour to finish, and then hurriedly hand in the paper. A look of sighs. Wang Susu came to ask, also only said did not draw well. The disciple who stopped the door before looked at him with a sneer and looked into the distance expectantly, and without a moment's effort, that rating came out. Shi picked up a piece of drawing paper and commented, "This is the best." The crowd went to look at it, and it was the one by Song Yen. The doorstop disciple's face turned pale, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." But then he took a deep breath and took the initiative to run over and shout its senior brother Song. Song Yen nodded his head, and the previous small beam was considered to be over. Not far away, Shi scrutinized Song Yen as if he was recalling something, and only after a long time did he frown and say, "I remember. Aren't you the disciple who didn't listen to the lesson seriously in Linglong Valley that day?" Song Yen was ashamed and terrified. Disciple knows his mistakes. Shi snorted coldly and said, "That's just it. Now that the sect is in need of people, you need to do your best to become a pie master as soon as possible. Yes, come. I'll introduce you to a few master brothers." Shi beckoned. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, immediately stepped out from the formal disciples of Leather Shadow Peak standing on the side. Eldest brother, Wan Shu. As the name suggests, the man is well-mannered. Second senior sister, Kim Yun Sweet. The face is clear and beautiful. Just do not know if it is Wang Susu that kind of demoness. Third senior brother and my righteous son, Shi Pun. With a simple face, he was most respectful to the stone master. These are all the ones the old man has collected over the past few years. Before that, they've all gone to the Furies. You are somewhat talented. Get closer to your senior brothers and sisters in the future. A few days later, late night, in the dark and windy weather, after Song Yen returned to his cave, a pitch-black crow flew out of the shadows and landed on the stone table. Song Yen knew that this bodiless phantom crow had just accompanied himself into the cave. He sat down on one side of the stone table and looked at the raven. The raven made a pale voice. "Don't recognize me?" Song Yen called out affectionately. "Teacher." Raven said coldly, "Redraw a two-headed wolf." Song Yen smiled, took a pen and paper, and stroked the pen, raising a few more points of strength on top of what had been revealed before, and then took a long breath. "I didn't expect to actually be seen by the teacher that day." Raven frowned at it and said, "Redraw." Song Yen rolled his eyes and finished drawing again. This time, he continued to raise it by a few points before saying, "This is the disciple's full strength." Raven eyed him and said, "Draw again." Song Yen thought about it and carefully raised it 1 more point. He looked focused and meticulously finished his drawing, then wiped off his sweat and looked at the crows, then looked at his own drawing with a fiery gaze and said excitedly, "I didn't expect to be able to go overboard in front of my teacher. Is this really something I can draw?" Raven. He always remembered the 2 starting strokes that were stunning and perfect in those many two-headed wolf drawings from 5 years ago. It was also those 2 strokes that allowed him to pass on the mantle. However, at this time, Although Song Yan's paintings were excellent, they could not reach that level. Bird Pupil stared quietly at the drawing, then sighed. The old man has half a foot in the coffin. Can't you make me happy? Song Yan was slightly silent, and put up a hook and a circle. Half of the wolf's eyes jumped on the paper. The cold, like the eyes of the real demonic beasts in the mangled snow forest. Unfortunately, then it was to be a dog's dinner. The dog's tail is now exposed. The raven snapped to the realization of this disciple's intentions and kicked out with a flying claw, kicking the pen out of Song Yan's hand, then stormed out. Don't draw, don't draw. Old me already understands. Song Yan scratched his head innocently. Raven regained his footing and admired the half-eye. At this moment, he has realized, the mantle. There is no mistake. This kid, amazing talent, but also know how to hide, really is the right person to inherit his mantle. The heights he can reach in the future will certainly be above him. Following which, Crow continued to confide. Wen Shu, Jin Yuntian both have backgrounds in the sect. The old man arranged it this way because he also wanted you to have some background so that you wouldn't be bullied in the sect in the future. As for Shi Pang, it sighed softly and said in a complicated tone, he was saved from the dead by me, and his life was given by me. He has talent, but not much. I have taken him as a righteous son for another purpose, and you need not befriend him. Song Yan didn't ask why and directly answered, yes, teacher. Crow looked gentle, kindly looked at the little guy in front of him, said, your cave is also too cold. Tomorrow with a cut version of the Xian-Chi guidance technique to go to the skin-making handyman room to pass the power, and by the way to bring a stove back. Go pick out a new one when that cauldron runs out, and no one else is allowed to pick one until you do so first. Song Yan froze. The wind and water are turning. He's turning into an enhanced version of Zhang. Chapter 49-49. Revisiting. It was an empty cave again. Except that Song Yan had already adapted a few more points than when he first returned. At least the threats that he could see on the surface had temporarily disappeared. And he had also become the South Bamboo Peak's eldest senior brother. But soon, he was a little troubled again, because he already knew that Gu Rufeng's body was still found. Then, he no longer knew what happened. He only vaguely knew that the concubine's wife seemed to be a bit crazy, which was obviously being searched. It seems that Gu Peak master really favored Gu Rufeng, and was able to directly perform a soul search on even the stone master's Dao couple. It didn't end there, but it guided in some direction he couldn't see. What's that? In fact, he had considered killing Gu Rufeng during the recruitment, but then, all the disciples in his entourage would suffer, including him. He also considered destroying Gu Rufeng's body in the Jade Sparrow Forest, but since the last person to contact Gu Rufeng was the recruiting disciple, he would probably still be affected. That's why he chose the location of Gu Rufeng's death to be the place of the Earth's fury. At this moment, Song Yan was lying alone on the cave's stone collapse, looking up at the skylight. Su Jiu muttered out in his heart, we still have to hurry up and get stronger. The next day, sunny, Song Yan had only walked out of the cave when he saw 5 strong disciples surrounding the door. These 5 disciples were the same wave that had stopped him a few days ago. Song Yan Kai frowned slightly, and the disciple in the lead suddenly piled on a smile, nodded his head and ran over, respectfully shouting, Senior brother Song. The other 4 big men also laughed while scratching their heads and shouted, Senior brother. Song Yan said, what is it? That lead disciple rubbed his hands together, snorted, moved closer, and laughed, Senior brother Song. It's like this. A few of the senior brothers thought about it and wanted to formally accompany senior brother. Of course, this is not an empty apology. In the future, we'll turn over 30% of our contribution points from leather making to senior brother. As he spoke, he revealed a look of fleshly pain. Song Yan said, Master Lu Hailu, right? Senior brother knows my name. That head disciple smiled. Song Yan said, just give 10%. Many thanks, senior brother. Lu Hai's group hurriedly opened their mouths to thank them. Originally, they weren't so far gone, but early in the morning they heard that in the future, the daily matters of Nanju Peak's internal affairs would be under the control of this senior brother Song, and they were instantly flustered. And so this is why they ran to offer their courtesy, wanting to get rid of the last time's beam for good. What do you mean by everyday matters? That's pipe distribution. For example, if there's a good pot up there, and your senior brother takes up an extra one for himself, but just won't share it with you, what can you do? Do you run to the peak master's side and cry? Or did you try to convince your brother with your fists? But Song is the one who's been admitted to Shi's school. Who would dare? At this moment, Lu Hai patted his chest and proudly said, Senior brother is so benevolent. To actually charge only 10% is really admirable to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, I'll leave it here today. In the future, I will be one of senior brother's dogs. Whoever messes with senior brother will have to ask me first. Woof, woof. The group of disciples followed with ferocity. Me too. Woof woof woof. Song Yan, He had a slight feeling in his heart. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the waves of the past. Back then, he was just sharing some contribution points to senior brother Zhang. But this group of people were even more rolled up, slipping through the cracks, bullying the soft and fearful of the hard, ganging up, and having no bottom line seems to be considered a devil's sect tradition, unless you have become the puppeteer sect master. If you want to engage in any kind of cleanliness here, that would be self-extermination. That would be looking for death. He swept his eyes over a few people and smiled gently. We are all masters and brothers, so be gentle on weekdays. Really have that energy. Go outside to the outside. Don't mess with your own people. Lu Hai praised. Deeply understandable. Brother Song's words have opened my eyes. Thinking back to the past, I am really ashamed and have no place to go. AI. The group of disciples followed suit, revealing blushing colors. Song Yen. He lost interest in having a good chat, and after a few more casual and brief words with the men, he went to look around the tanning room. In these few years, despite the war, there were quite a few demonic beast skins after all. However, these demonic beast skins were not purchased at the Greenbrook marketplace, but were acquired during the war. It was just a pity that the ones that were intact were low-grade demonic beast skins. As for the intermediate ones, there were some, but most of them were tattered and ragged, and it was clear that the person who struck them had difficulty controlling the score. The effect of making shadows from such tattered skins is to be discounted, and the success rate of invoking spirits is also lower. After making a slight round, Song Yen took the cut-down version of the Xian Qi guidance technique, and then took Wang Susu, Lu Hai, and a disciple named Shang Wanjian, and went to the leather-making room to test it together. Lu Hai, Shang Wanjian are the two big brothers on the South Bamboo Peak in these 5 years. Now that Peak Master Shi has appointed the eldest brother, these two big brothers will naturally not be unwise, and take the initiative to change their self-recognition and land as second brothers. But there is only one Ergo, who is the second brother. Song Yen didn't want to be involved in this kind of trouble. A bowl of water to level the playing field and let the two men fight it out on their own. And he would be responsible for administering justice and acting as a referee. Before crossing the border, he has seen the palace drama, dynasty drama. This little checks and balances small means he still know. Sure enough, on the way to the leather handyman's room, the two ex-big brothers began to fight with each other. Shang Wanjian's face was grim, showing a look of you all owe me 3 million taels of gold, saying things like Lu Hai is a villain, smiling face, but stabbing knives behind his back, big brother be careful and so on. Lu Hai, on the other hand, was full of evil, claiming that Shang Wanjian is ambitious and has long coveted the position of senior brother, but he only wants to cultivate properly. Senior brother Song is so benevolent, he will follow senior brother Song. Wang Susu looked at the former senior brother, now the senior brother, also quickly adjusted their own position, listening to the two former big brother quarrel, from time to time style swaying cheeky smile, to them to fan the flames of the fire, adding fuel to the fire, so that they argued even more ferocious. When Song Yen was alone, he felt that even though he was in the devil's sect, people were actually quite normal, but now being surrounded by 3 serious disciples of the devil's sect and thinking about what he was about to do, he couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. Is he, Mr. Song, out of the muck and into the muck? The tanning utility room hasn't changed much from before. After Song Yen arrived at the hill, Lu Hai moved a boulder for his eldest brother to sit down, then glared at Shang Wanjian and said, "Are you a senior brother? Not doing anything? Why don't you pass on the power?" Shang Wanjian snorted coldly and respectfully said, "Senior brother Song, then I'll go call those handymen." He had only taken 2 steps when Wang Susu was already running away enthusiastically, waving her hand and shouting coyly, "Newcomers, those who haven't been tested twice, all come ah." She styled Choo Choo, in the mountain wind graceful posture, swaying between, there are a few charming, although it is not young, but perhaps cultivation, but also perhaps the stove tripod draw you on very much, compared to Song Yen when I first met, but also young a few points, flirtatious a few points. Quite a few male handymen heard this enthusiastic voice and then looked at that seductive figure. A pair of eyes couldn't wait to fly directly over to stick to this demon girl. Wang Susu was also quickly looking for a new pot. Soon, she stared at a tall and strong boy, so she beckoned. The boy was flattered to come forward, and then the two chatted. Just chat for a while. The two even held hands. The young man was full of excitement. Talking began to gasp. Song Yen then began to test the crowd in imitation of senior brother Zhang several years ago. The past has been revived. It also made him realize once again the sensitivity and vulnerability of the divine soul. People without Shin roots couldn't even withstand the extremely weak spiritual impact of a weakened version of the technique. And if it was directly replaced with a full version, wouldn't he go crazy? Most of the day's work later, the test was over. There were only 4 people who had successfully obtained the cultivation technique. Song Yen went through the rules again step by step. and then he began to pick the furnace. He glanced at former senior sister Wang, who was still pretending to be an innocent little girl talking about love not far away, and then looked at Shangguan Jian and Lu Hai, who were also surveying the surroundings. Obviously, picking the first fresh bite is the prerogative of this group of Nanju Peak Big Brother 2 brothers. But whoever wants to pick someone off needs to ask him, and those three looked at him from time to time, as if they were waiting for him to announce the rules. Song Yen recruited the three and said softly, "You should also know about my past. I'm not a person who likes to waste a furnace pot. No matter who you pick today, remember a rule. After taking it away it needs to be loved and cherished. Remember to use something like solid ginseng dan to help people replenish it. And anyone who is in a hurry to drain them dry or force them to commit suicide should wait for 3 months and then look for a new cauldron." The three devil sect disciples all fell silent when they heard the rules. Shangguan Jian showed a look of difficulty. Lu Hai squeezed out a smile and said, "I told you that senior brother Song is benevolent." Wang Su blinked her big eyes and said, "Senior brother, if people want me to roar and milk him dry, what then?" Shangguan Jian, Lo Hei? Wang Su beckoned to the distance, and the teenager looked fearful, but when he saw Wang Su's pretty face, he summoned up the courage to walk. Wang Su's face showed a miserable color, and she softly said, "Are you willing to break your bones for me and go through fire?" The teenager said, "Yes." Wang Su waved her hand again, and the teenager went away again, but a pair of becks slid dead on Wang Su. Wang Su covered her lips. Goose laughs. "Senior brother, I cannot use the obsession powder yet," Song Yen said helplessly. "Anyway, don't let me see or hear anything bad." The three of them hurriedly said yes respectfully. Song Yen waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys go back first. I'm done searching today. You guys come back tomorrow." The three were not surprised. At Nanju Peak, eldest brother was taking the first sip of soup, while the three of them, obviously, were taking the second sip. It's not bad, so the three of them left first. Song Yen then began the search. His target was simple: new women who were still alive and living alone, or 2 women living together. Then he'd pick and choose from among them the ones that looked good to him. He knows himself, no matter who is chosen by him, he will not die, at least not in the stove tripod thing, and then there is still a chance to return to the earth and reunite with his family. But again, he really didn't know if that was good or bad for the woman. Perhaps it had been unfortunate since he had been taken captive to South Bamboo Peak, or maybe being born in this chaotic world is a source of misfortune. Song Yan's mind wasn't really here, but the stove tripod had to be found, otherwise he couldn't explain the cultivation. He planned to finish this side of the speed, and then try to see where he could get a higher level of demonic beast skin. That was the main problem he was thirsty to solve. If it's not possible, he would like to earn more Xianyu, and then go to the snake corpse market. It is not a good idea to seek distant water to quench a nearby fire. There are too many changes of hands, uncertainty of supply, and too many variables. Song Yan didn't intend to do this until it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 50-50, Master and Servant. Song Yan quickly identified the target. In the evening, he stopped the 2 women on their way home, and before he could say anything, one of them took the initiative to say, "Immortal, no matter what, look for me, and don't hurt our young lady." Song Yan looked, but saw this woman face slightly black. Cheek side has a not too beautiful mole. Mole heart also born a cluster of short hair, and the woman she called Miss but white skin and clean face, even for the handyman, but still sideburns hair coiled, to a wooden hairpin pinned, looks exquisite, choo-choo moving, although no fat chest buttocks, but enough to be called a small family girl. These 2 women were living in the same room, and it was clear that the maiden lady had been captured together, while the maid remained loyal to her master. At this moment, the maid stepped forward and said, "Immortal master, there's something you want to find me." Song Yan raised his hand and put it on that maid's shoulder. According to reason, so annoying, so ugly maid blocking the way, no matter who come to find the pot is certainly a push away. If it is short-tempered not less than to yell a get out of the way. Ugly things. However, Song Yan gently patted the maid's shoulder and said, "All right, you're it, follow me." "Maid? Miss?" The young lady who had been silent before suddenly stepped forward and wailed, "Huaner, you've been with me for many years. I can't let you take my place today. I'll do it myself." The young lady suddenly came around to the maid, looked at Song Yan, and faintly said, "I'll go with you." Song Yan, slightly silent, suddenly smiled, said forget it, and then walked away. The 2 women looked at each other in disbelief, but they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief before quickly returning to the hanging room and pulling up the curtains. Only when the 6 parties dimmed did the woman dressed as a young lady, with a puzzled look on her face, softly say, "That man." The black-faced hairy mole maid made a shoe gesture and then said, "Miss has worked hard all day. Let the slave girl loosen your shoulders." Into the night, the blood-colored baleful aura rose up with the mountain fog, gradually filling the huge space between the cliffs and flooding the overhanging room on top of the cliff. One of them is in the overhanging room. The woman previously dressed as a young lady reversed her daytime demeanor and guarded the top of the stage, her back against the doorway, and said softly, "Your Highness, the King of Wei didn't say that you fled, only that you were bedridden and recuperating in the harem." The King of Wei? He isn't. He's not worthy. Day-maid-dressed woman now wash away the dust on the face, wipe off that hairy mole, but it is delicate. Its temperament fiery like a wild horse, but then sighed out a sigh. He has changed. He was young and talented, stationed on the frontier, counterattacking the great Jin, but he killed Chao Shi-yen in the street and then groveled as a human traitor, deceiving the people of the north and keeping the living in captivity for the demons. I looked away. I hated to kill him. He needed the support of my mother's family's power, so naturally he didn't dare to say I'd run away. I ran originally to warn the family as well, but heaven forbid, I was actually captured here by the puppet sect. It doesn't matter, Your Highness, I've already made inquiries. Because of the war, the entrances and exits of the marketplace under the mountain are not well guarded. If you and I go down to the mountain to pick up the goods during the day, and then quietly run out while it's still night, there's still hope. When the time comes, I'll cover you. You'll be able to escape. In the meantime, I've quietly memorized a map of the outside, so I'll draw it for you to see, and you can take notes. The two women were talking carefully in the dead of night, but they didn't realize that a figure not far away was letting go of its senses and listening silently. The red mist swept by. The ghosts brushed against the figure, but it didn't care about the figure at all. The figure had completely merged into this bleak ghostly fog. This is none other than Song Yin. He listened to the two women's plans and secretly shook his head. Outside of the marketplace, the canyon is long, the road is single, and there is also a deadly atmosphere floating. It is not possible to go at night. There are also hidden sentries on the hills, and there are even troops from the Jin dynasty waiting to be dispatched. The lady is afraid that after 1,000 years of hard work, broke through the market this level, but still cannot survive the back of the barrier. And finally a shovelful of soil-buried red face, only the remaining bleak white bones. As for the identity of this maiden, he had also understood it. Former Jinan Wang's son, after the great general, now the heir wife of the King of Wei, but also the present queen of the Great Wei anomalies Rong. During the day, she pretended to be the ugly maid, while her escort pretended to be the lady, and the two tried to avoid some calamity in this way. Song Yen hung his head and thought. In the past few days, he had also tried to understand the situation in the north, but even Lu Hai, Shangwan Jian do these involved in the battle cannot say a so out, for the multi-tailed fox clan is what, but also Ask 3 do not know. In times of war, all they did was fight against some small demonic beasts. However, the 7 words multi-tailed dragon bow man-eating fox held an inexplicable attraction for Song Yen. He was fearful and wanted to know more, and even wondered if he could strip the fox's skin to make a shadow to add some power to his 100 phases of the devil body. And this, is there anything better than asking the person in question directly? It's still light out. Angelica Shuron put on simple ugly makeup, carefully glued the mole back on, and then with lowered eyebrows and drooped her head, she followed Miss out of the hanging room. She had just left the house when she realized that the lady wasn't going anywhere. Angelica Shuron was just about to inquire, but she suddenly saw the figure of the man who stopped the road yesterday evening. Plain and simple, with hidden treachery. Angelica Shuron gave her assessment in her heart, but she took a deep breath and stepped forward. Immortal. This time, before she could say anything, Song Yen said, "Both of you, follow me." Angelica? Female escort? The two women were about to say more, but Song Yen had already said, "Come along." Angelica's fists clenched quietly, but then unclenched. The female guard took the initiative and said, "Immortal Master, if there's anything, I'll just go with you." Immediately afterward, he said, "Ring, you help me that today's portion of the shadow is also done. Don't miss the main event." "Still not quick to go," Song Yen interrupted. "I said come along." The two women were pale. High above, Wang Susu rested her cheeks and smiled cheekily. Rare, there are still people who don't want to follow, but it's also right. Senior brother Song's face is really flat. If, senior brother Lu, what do you do? On the side, Lu Hai is holding a notebook and recording quickly, on which he wrote Wang Susu said that senior brother Song is ugly. Seeing Wang Susu looking at him, he didn't put away the book and said lightly, "Show some respect to senior brother Song and don't say bad things behind his back." Wang Susu wondered, "Are you really the one who stopped senior brother Song that day?" Lo Hei said, No, the Lumo of that day is dead. The Lumo of now is the newborn Lumo. Goosey. Wang Susu covered her lips and laughed. "Tear up the paper, or else make a scene and see if it's me who's close to elder brother Song, or you." Lu Hai smiled evilly and said, "Come on." Wang Susu narrowed her eyes at him, and when she saw Shangwan Jian appear, She ran over with a smile and said, "Senior brother Shangguan is here too." Shangguan Jian swept his eyes at the two people across the street, and a sinister smile appeared on that dead man's face as he went forward and answered, "Yes, senior sister Wang." Although Song Yen was talking to the two women, but also heard the three people fighting not far away, he had quite a feeling in his heart. It's true that right and wrong are everywhere, but thankfully he doesn't need to get involved in them. On the other side, after some feeble fussing, Fu Shirong and the female guard still helplessly left with Song Yen, and as soon as Song Yen left, the trio that was preparing for their second soup couldn't wait to walk into the leather-making utility room. Golden sunlight from the skylight slanting down the cave, the ghostly pendant illumination, self-expression of a few points of tranquility, Xuanqi dispersed from the stone, calming one's mind. Song Yen said, "I'm offended," and then directly took the obsession powder and gave it to the two women. The two women had extraordinary martial arts skills, especially Fu Shirong, who had reached the level of 4 sparrows of Tianyun City in terms of strength. However, a few breaths later, but still did not escape the clutches of the clutches, was completed drugged. "Dog thief!" Fu Shirong shouted angrily, lifting his hand like a flower, his fingers together like a cutting knife, stabbing towards Song Yan's neck. The female guard also attacked from the other side, but only halfway through her attack, she had already softly retracted her hand, a strange and charming thought crashing through her heart. Song Yen didn't display his martial arts and only used his rough strength to dodge Fu Shirong's attacks. He runs, she chases. It had to be said that the will of this Wei Empress was really something he had only seen in his life. Whether it was the previous Shinnan King's crown princess or the later Hua Linglong who had not been able to hold out against her for such a long period of time. This fight, surprisingly, passed a small half-incense burning time. Fu Shirong finally stopped and looked hatefully at Song Yen, but he had stopped moving. The obsessive powder made by the monk eventually overpowered her will as a mortal. The two of them were wide-eyed, while the female escort on the side was already twisting her long legs and looking at Song Yen with woofy eyes. Song Yen pointed to the stone cave bedroom on the side and said, "In the future, you will sleep there." Angelica Shirong gritted her teeth, forcibly resisted the itch in her heart, and hastily fled into the cave as she yanked over the female guards. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Angelica Young, the female escort, also confessed her identity. Fu Shirong was the Empress of Wei, but she was also an important figure in the Fu clan. The Fu's clan is a big family, which can talk to both black and white, and there are even casual cultivators in the clan. The female guard was named Fu Hongmu. Although she shared the same surname Fu, her status and talent were very different from Fu Shirong. Only then did Song Yen say, "You can't escape from the marketplace if you want to. Outside, the canyon snake path is long. There are fury, there are secret sentries, and then there are Jin dynasty troops outside." Fu Shirong looked at him and stifled a cold voice. "Rather, I'm grateful to Song Lang for saving me." Song Yen said, "I want to understand about the multi-tailed dragon bow's man-eating fox, the northern lands. What is going on?" Angelica was silent. Fu Hongmu, however, said, "Your Highness, Song Lang has actually been very kind to us, so just tell him. She is weak-willed, but also a new service obsessive powder. These days of work, has completely fallen, although it is awake to know should not, but as always cannot help to think in Song Yenhuan good, so at this time, is actually directly help." Chapter 51-51, Grandma Fox. Even though Angelica Cottonwood helped, the Empress refused to reveal half of the information. Evening. "Dog thief. You stop, dog thief." Aha. For a long time, the sudden rain stops. The world all thought that now is still in the imperial capital of the Empress at this time is paralyzed in this room. Pretty face hate, apricot eyes burning fire, but the mattress was a pair of long legs as with that only know only a few days of the man tightly entangled. "Dog thief." The Empress closed her eyes and cursed out hatefully. Song Yen kinda admired her. This was the only one who could still allow her strong will to override the cultivator's power after only serving the obsessed fan. This was a victory of personal will. In his place, he couldn't do it. This is an unruly, fiery rouge horse. No wonder he would not only not go to enjoy the glory and peace after the great general became the king of Wei, but also risked his life to leave the royal capital indignantly, wanting to warn the people of the northern lands, while stirring up the family's enmity towards the king of Wei, and that fox elder ancestor. Those things, that Queen Mother's escort Angelica Cottonwood had told him long ago, but the more secretive things, Angelica Cottonwood didn't know. Song Yen said, "You." In the darkness, the Empress said indignantly, "Dog thief." Song Yen wasn't angry either. He just continued, "Tell me about you. Why did you get caught? If you weren't caught, you wouldn't be in the situation you're in now." The Empress Mother said in a cold voice, "The time is right, the fate is right, and I have nothing to say when it falls into your hands." Song Yen said, "You're in the leather-making utility room. If I don't take you away, do you think you'll survive?" The Queen Mother fell silent. If what this little demonic disciple said was true, then her plan with Cotton Tree was indeed a dead end. The Earth Fiends, the Dark Sentinels, the Cavalry, each of them was enough to kill her. Song Yen said, "If I take you away, does that count as saving your life?" The Empress Mother's phoenix eyes snapped open as she angrily said, "Dog thief." Song Yen calmly said, "I'm breaking reason with you now. We always have to be reasonable, don't we?" After saying that, he added, "The reason you and Cotton Tree are pushing back 100 times instead of rejoicing 100 times like others after being taken away by the official disciples is because of your exalted status in the mortal world. So you know a lot of things, and you also know that there is only one end to being brought here by yourself, and that is to be picked up. But have you ever thought about it in a different way? I brought you here. If I don't pick you up, then how can I cultivate? And if you guys don't ever look weak from taking tonic, then how can I explain to the other disciples? You don't have a choice in the matter. For me, the same is true. I saved your lives, yet I need to do what I have to do. Isn't that the truth?" The Empress Mother was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Then why don't you let go?" Song Yen reminded, "Feel carefully, are you pestering me or am I pestering you?" The Empress froze, and in the darkness she didn't know if her cheeks were fluttering, but she answered with her actions. She jerked her leg, lifted it up, her small foot in Song Yan's chest gently kicked, and she herself was even with this kick to draw wrapped in the quilt flying spinning to the ground, and then put on the shoes to fly quickly to the other side of the stone cave and go. Next day, early, because Song Yan once casually said, "I still miss the taste of rice when I was avoiding trouble in the mortal world." Wang Susu directly led her tall and handsome little milk dog to deliver food. When the stone door opened, Song Yan saw Wang Susu standing at the door while the little puppy was carrying a bag of rice. He couldn't help but say, "Sister Wang, you," Wang Susu sweetly said. Senior sister suddenly missed the aroma of rice in the earthly world. "So yesterday I went to the marketplace under the mountain and picked up 2 bags of pearl rice. Last night I ate it once, and my lips and teeth smelled good, so I remembered my senior brother, and I came here early this morning," she said, coughing softly. The little puppy rushed the rice in, and between walks, her feet were wobbly and she was in a trance. Wang Susu laughed. "Senior brother also tasted it." Song Yen lowered his voice and said, "Senior sister, we don't have to do this." Wang Susu froze, looked deeply at Song Yen, and sighed softly. "You." While speaking, Little Milk Dog had already placed the rice on the stone table in the hall, and then hurriedly retreated and stood behind Wang Susu. Song Yen said, "Thanks to senior sister for the rice." Wang Susu laughed. "It's good that senior brother likes it." Angelica Cottonwood took rice and cooked some porridge. The rice is new and fragrant. The Empress Mother gazed at the rice, but did not come to eat, even if Angelica Cottonwood shouted many times, but also a person sullenly leaned against the stone wall in the cave, looking up at the skylight, do not know what to think. After a long time, she suddenly said, "What I know, your puppet sex patriarch, the Peak Master is bound to know. It would be a waste of effort for you to try to use this information to claim credit." Song Yenchi said, "Who said I was going to take credit?" The Empress Mother frowned. "Then what do you want? Although you're a disciple of the sect, to put it bluntly, you are only the lowest level of this sect, and though I am mortal, I have a heart for the living, and I dance with the wind and clouds. You are stronger than me, and have enslaved me, but my eyes and my heart are not yours to compare." She was holding her white neck high, like a snowy cold plum. Angelica didn't say anything, she just lowered her head and ate the porridge, but in her heart she thought the same thing. Although this little devil disciple called Song Yen could dominate their lives, he was but at the bottom of the sect, and his eyesight and whatnot was bound to be impossible to compare with the Empress. Song Yen couldn't help but laugh. The Empress Mother asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at my phoenix falling in the shallows and being teased by shrimps. Yet I am so uneducated that I cannot see the situation." Song Yen laughed. All right, the Empress is right. What's going on with that multi-tailed dragon burr man-eating fox? What happened in the Northlands? What exactly is the situation now?" The twist is inexplicable, but it is deeply permeated by Song Yan's disinterest in her mockery. The Empress Mother praised, "I take back my previous words, your heart is not that bad, but even though you know the big picture, what can you do?" The praise turned to mockery at the end of the day. She obviously couldn't look at this little devil cub of the demon sect. Song Yen laughed, being able to escape early, hearing such a matter-of-fact answer. The Empress Mother couldn't help but pooh-pooh it, then hummed, "Then you'd better flee now. Flee south, flee far, far away, go incognito, and hide in the wilderness even further south than Nanwu to become a savage." Song Yen said, "Why?" The Empress said, "Because Great-Grandmother Fox has to eat many people, and this blend of Xian Qi's flesh and blood of you cultivators is only a great tonic for it." Song Yen nodded and calmly said, "Why does Great-Grandma Fox need to eat many people? Wouldn't it be better to eat something else? The Empress said, because great-grandmother fox wants to give birth to cubs, and she wants to give birth to many cubs. All human women need to take a month's rest to replenish themselves when they give birth to dolls, let alone great-grandmother fox, who is giving birth to cubs all the time. Giving birth to pups all the time? Song Yen was shocked. How could it be so outrageous? He recalled that, as far as he could remember, the gestation period of a fox was about 2 months. So where did this all the time come from? The Empress said, that's just it. Great-grandmother fox will give birth to a cub every few days. Song Yen, he wondered, then why did great-grandmother fox give birth to so many cubs? The Empress said, I don't know, but I know that those cubs will soon have to eat, and at first they will be just chickens, ducks and geese, pigs, cows and sheep, but slowly they will turn into human beings. People are the best delicacy for them. When a fox cub is able to eat people, it also means that they have awakened the talent in their bloodline. What talent? Illusion. The Empress took a deep breath and said, you've never seen it and can't believe the horror of that bloodline illusion. A tiny fox cub can even use illusion to fool you cultivators. It can disguise itself as a pretty girl and walk through the streets, brushing shoulders with cultivators who can't even detect its demonic aura. Song Yen searched. Perhaps, that's just weak cultivators. The Empress said, that's a great cultivator of my Fu family, who has entered the 8th level of practicing Xian. He had only left in front of us when someone was being eaten behind him. We asked him if he had noticed, and he said that he should have been able to notice if he had looked closely. That's just a fox cub that was born a while ago. What a terrible demon. Song Yen said, that Chao Zhengjing is really quite sensible. Chao Zhengjing is none other than the present king of Wei. The Empress said angrily, he's a scumbag. I was wrong about him. He secretly sent his inner circle and killed the second prince in the street. The second prince's fervent loyalty and generosity to death, intending to use his own death to wake up the northern hooligans, so that they realize that the imperial power has gone. The demons are in the way. But Chao Zhengjing, this shameless villain, even interpreted this incident as a farce staged by a dissatisfied ruler and minister. He killed his beloved with his own hands, avenged the second prince, and then ascended the throne himself. He made a show of kindness by setting up kanji stores and rice halls to discourage people from leaving the city, and declared that it was dangerous to go outside the city, thus blockading the cities. He treats the people of the Northland as pigs and dogs, just for the sake of that great-grandma fox's desire. I'm not the son of a human being. Shameless traitor. Song Yen thought for a moment and asked, what does multi-tail mean? With the words out of her mouth, the Empress said directly, the more tails the more powerful. Great-grandmother fox has 3 tails. Song Yen, she said, up to 9? The queen said, I don't know, because just one great-grandmother fox came, and there was no comparison. Song Yen asked again, what does longbow mean? The Empress said, I vaguely heard that it was a mysterious special bloodline. Song Yen asked, how old is great-grandmother fox? The queen grasped his meaning with precision and said directly, not as big as you. Song Yen became more and more puzzled, because before he crossed the border, the word longbow has an impression. That is a group of mythological giants, 30 feet tall. The number of feet can reach the land of 5 mountains, fishing 6 AO to the mountains sinking into the sea. That's why when he first heard about the multi-tailed longbow man-eating fox, he thought that this kind of demon fox was very, very big. The Empress continued, but I've heard the speculations of my clan's casual cultivator, and he said, the fox demon cubs probably don't have dragon uncle blood, just great-grandmother fox does. So it can be seen that the dragon uncle blood is not an innate inherited blood, but a special kind of acquired bloodline. Song Yen lapsed into silence. The queen's master and servant. He was really not fishing for mistakes. This hidden information made him understand the terror of the mountain and sea demon kingdom. But it is clear that the 3 countries in the eyes of the other side may be a small place. Usually did not pay attention to. That is, the king of Wei death. In order to national hatred, and went to the fox big grandmother, which reminded the other side of there is also a large canteen here. Come to eat Inviting the wolf into the house doesn't even begin to describe Wei Wang's behavior when he went to find great-grandma fox. But, how could the king of Wei know in advance? A little bit of poor information can make a world of difference in the judgment made and lead to very different results. Song Yen lowered his eyes in deep thought. After a long time, he suddenly asked, since there are so many fox cubs and they are extremely good at illusions, do you think, is it possible for them to? Before the words left her mouth, the Empress sneered and gave him a look of contempt. So, you can start running away. Chapter 52-52, Fox Skin. The accident rate of the puppet sex leather Shadow Peak miscellaneous service room was actually not low, but no formal disciple is willing to man the place at night. For one thing, it's dangerous, requiring constant resistance to ghosts, a lot of movement, and a lot of exertion. Secondly, it's not necessary. That's a place where people dislike dogs, and ghost cultivators don't even bother to rob and kill in the middle of the night. The reason was simple: it wasn't dead people that the ghost cultivators wanted, but dead cultivators, especially dead great cultivators, and that requires a peaceful and healthy growing clan. Ghost cultivators hated to protect the puppet sex talent reserve base, so how could they kill? Yet, even so, things still go wrong in the utility room from time to time, with ghostly creatures crashing through the door from time to time. As for why the utility room is located in such a place, the reason is equally simple: it reduces the escape rate and lowers the cost of guarding it. You can't run away at night, and you'll be drained of energy because of the night watch, plus the daytime tanning. You're drained, so how can you think about running away? Everyone has become accustomed to it. Even nearly 10 years ago, Song Yen opened the door in the middle of the night to kill that thing is all over. Let alone now? This mountain range, thousands of miles north and south, 2 Xian vein whirls, one in the Paperman Peak, one in the Fury Land that is as thick as a sea of red jade fury. Since there was a ghost cultivator in the Sea of Fury, a red-haired ghost real person, and a double-faced ghost face, it was inevitable that ghosts would be rampant at night and that occasional accidents would occur. So, no one cared about the dead man in the middle of the night. Song Yen didn't care in the first place. However, after listening to Empress Angelica's message, a strange alarm arose abruptly in his heart. No, not alarm, but an inexplicable excitement and anticipation. It even gave him a heartbeat of impending love, accompanied by an affected nervousness. Since there are so many fox cubs, since those fox cubs' bloodline illusions are extremely terrifying, since cultivators are the best food for those fox cubs, then, the fox cubs of the multi-tailed dragonbow's man-eating fox should be demons that are not of a low grade yet not overly powerful, right? The easy access to longevity gave Song Yin great patience, a very steady style and strong action. He began squatting, making trips to the servants' room every now and then at night, hiding in the shadows of the trees and the fog, and letting go of his senses. But nothing. 10 days, 20 days. The winter was over and he still had nothing. Early spring rains poured out peach red and apricot white, colorful hills. On this day, something suddenly happened in the utility room. This time, the incident was a continuous break-in. In a whole night's work, the handyman's room had surprisingly had 3 overhanging rooms broken into at the same time, and 4 of the 6 people inside had disappeared, while 2 were demented in the house. The red-clad inner disciple from the main peak of Leather Shadow, W Peak, came, and Song Yen naturally went to accompany him as the eldest senior brother of South Bamboo Peak. That inner disciple is no nonsense. Directly grabbed the accident house around the handyman, began to search the soul. To search and finish directly came up with last night is a rare fishy fog peak for many years. There are a few powerful ghosts hit the door is normal. These words instantly solved Song Yan's doubts from years ago. He still remembers that day. During the day, he nervously made the skin, nervously watched as the inner disciples arrived to investigate the Grand Pillar, the cause of Wen Ernia's death, but the results. But nothing happened. Song Yen immediately revealed a look of sudden realization and praised. So that's how it is. Senior brother is brilliant. That inner disciple was satisfied with his dawning realization and looked at him with a smile. I know you. When Shu and Kim Yun Sweet's senior disciple, Shu's registered disciple, and the future great pie master. Song Yen scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Senior brother's knowledge is shallow and despicable. In person he still doesn't recognize senior brother. Shame, shame, shame. After the two briefly exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, that inner disciple wanted to kill a few of the handymen who were demented due to soul searching directly. But another disciple came up next to him and muttered a few words, so he only killed half of them, and then all of them left with him. This time, Song Yen also understood the role of dead bodies and demented servants in the puppeteer sect. If you're born a servant, you'll be demented. They will be sent to the Poison Peak to test drugs, and if you die, you'll be sent to Blood Corpse Peak to make blood puppets for new disciples, which is extremely evil and cruel. Song Yen watched these inner disciples leave and sighed softly, seeing the awe-inspiring gazes and cowering postures of the surrounding handymen. He waved his hand and said, All of you roof the door at night. There is a refreshing powder in the marketplace under the mountain. If you can't do it, just go and buy a bottle. Don't be reluctant to spend contribution points. When people die, there's nothing left. He left slightly annoyed, but he didn't think last night's back-to-back breakthroughs were accidents. Just as he knew that the broken door that day was not a ghost, but him. That night, Song Yen squats. Nothing happened. Day 2, Day 3, still nothing. Day 4, Song Yen still came patiently, not bored and skeptical because of the first few days of nothing, and he used the time others spent sleeping and cultivating their hearths for squatting. He crouched in the long grass of the fishy fog, looking short and distant. At first glance, it's another night. Another small half-month passed in a flash of time. On this day, at midnight, a misty spring rain, mixed with mountain winds and fishy fog, danced wildly in the darkness. One overhanging room had its curtains drawn early, obscuring the view from the outside, with only the occasional crack out clinging to rotting skin and bones, letting in eerie peeps. Shangover-chun was a bloodthirsty male handyman, and also a handyman who had succeeded in drawing on his skills in the Shin-Shi guidance technique more than 2 months ago. Nowadays he was full of anticipation for the future, with a smile on his big face from time to time. Even his eyes hid a self-satisfaction, and he also held his head high from time to time when he was making the skins, with a little bit of disdain. Living with him is a beautiful woman named Flora. Like Chiu Ringyu before her, Hua was hoping to leave this hellish place by becoming a prospective disciple. Previously, she had seen the official disciples come and pick someone, and had tried to dress herself up, but unfortunately, wasn't able to be chosen to be taken away. She had a look of sadness on her face, as well as weakness. It was time for a shift change. Hua walked down the 5 steps while Shangover-chun walked up. As they crossed paths, Shangover-chun's face broke into a grin as he raised his hand and wiped it on Hua's body. Hua didn't resist either. She sat weakly and allowed Shangover-chun to do her bidding. Sit up. Hannah hugged him tightly. The two were face to face. Shang Kaochuan's eyes widened in horror. His mouth opened wide, and goosebumps grew and rose all over his body. The one who sat on him and made love to him was not Hua. It was clearly a fox. The furry, pointy-mouthed fox turned on him, grinning a strange smile and morose melon teeth. Shang Kaochuan's throat rolled. Fear erupted from the bottom of his heart, and a scream rose from his chest, but before it could be uttered, it squeaked out of breath. The fox twisted his head and quickly bit down on his neck. Anum, breaking or snapping. Anum, breaking or snapping. Bone chewing. Gobble, gobble. Hot-blooded binge drinking. The fox demon enjoyed the food, and in a little while, it would go and kick open the doorway of a random house, letting the ghosts rush in and drive the 2 handymen crazy, and then it would return to this house and wait until it was daytime before quietly leaving. After a few days, it would sneakily eat a lone servant, and then come back in the form of a servant. The fox demon ate happily, and burped when he was done, following which he climbed up to the step stairs. His eyes gurgled outward, pushed the door open, and with a leap of his hind limbs he was about to shoot outward electrically, but as soon as it showed its head, it felt a steep tightening of its neck. I don't know where in the darkness the giant hand reached out like a hunting python, instantly biting down on its prey. Anum, breaking or snapping. Without the slightest interruption, the crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The fox's head tilted and he fell limply, his pupils blazing with fear. It hasn't seen anything yet, and the terrible demonic shadow is carrying the fox. 3 or 2 vertical fall went to the woods not far away, followed by a bow whoosh and the body scurried farther away. First raised his hand to search the soul, then grabbed a skinning knife out of the void, began to peel the skin. Tomorrow, it's just another foggy, ghostly thing banging on the door event. No surprise there. In the early hours of the morning, Song Yen returned to the cave, covered in rainwater. The 2 girls did not wake up because Song Yen had thoughtfully let them smell the long sleeping breeze before leaving the house. The less you know, the better you can live. He has never been shy about being kind to those around him. A slight check was made and the 2 women slept soundly. He took the long sleep breeze and gave it to them to smell before pulling out the fox demon skin in the darkness. One tail, the gray fox, the hideous fox had long gone. He took out the cutter, began to make the skin, and then took the drawing, closed his eyes and focused on thinking about the fox demon observed just now. Pen like God, in a moment is a vivid. A few want to jump out of the paper demon fox show up. He raised his hand. Between his 5 fingers Xian Qi was abundant. The steaming blood Qi made his palm resemble an iron, rapidly drying the demon's skin, making it translucent, then skillfully pasted the paper underneath and took the carving knife to start making the skin. Chapter 53. Monstrous Soul. Rustle. The carving knife chisels and pushes, pulling out silk snowflakes on the fox demon's skin. The toughness of this skin was so strong that if Song Yen hadn't used his Xian Qi to penetrate the carving knife, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to carve it. At this time the rustling sound from time to time into a toothache click sound, as if the blade is about to break at any time. Obviously, this fox demon is by no means comparable to the 2-headed wolf kind of low-level demonic beasts, but compared to the bodiless phantom raven, this kind of intermediate-level demonic beasts in the strong, but a little worse. However, Song Yen paused briefly and stroked the skin of this demon. He could feel the skin hadn't grown yet. This is an underdeveloped fox cub. If it's sound, I'm afraid it'll be better than the bodiless phantom crow. From the fox big grandma to visit the north so far, at most 4 or 5 years of work, if it can every few days to give birth to a cub, so many years down the line, has constituted an army of 1 or 2,000 fox cubs, and this fox demon in his hand was just one of them, and it was still the one that hadn't grown. Song Yen slightly closed his eyes, recalling what he had learned from his previous soul search. The memories of this cannibalistic fox demon are simple: being born, dominated by hunger, with a gentle, feminine voice always echoing in her head. Eat, 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 grow up fast, be strong, and come back to your mother. And the owner of that voice then doesn't care about them anymore, whether they live or die. It relies on some of the knowledge it was born with in its bloodline to defraud, cannibalize, grow, and soar with intelligence. Then one day, he and a large group of brothers and sisters broke into the puppeteer sect, swarming up from the dark recesses of the deep forests and going to remote places to eat people. They have keen perception, flexible movements, and are extremely good at changing their self-image type of illusions. Without specialized spells, few people in the same great realm can detect them. This makes them completely devoid of natural predators in the lower realm areas. Song Yen couldn't help but think of a description of the invasion of alien species and the outbreak of ecological disasters. In the pre-travel world, human beings are high above the top of the ecological chain, and do not participate in the natural selection of species. For the crayfish infestation, rabbit infestation and such a thing also hold a kind of joke mood. But in this foreign world, in this other world, it doesn't seem so. If there are no monks, or if the monks can't stop them, the high ecological level foxes will eat all of the native humans, and then this place will become a place full of foxes and demons. Demon Kingdom. In this vast unknown world, human beings are just one of many species, neither inferior nor superior, and have no arrogant privileges. That's all. Skip class of students. Song Yen raised his hand, shaking the maid's shadow. Then his hands made the shape of incense, slowly worshipped to the shadow, then pressed the shadow with one hand, and lifted one hand to the dark void and gently beckoned up. Obviously has long been cooled shadow, steeply have a temperature. The hard skin surface even has a kind of warm and soft touch of the living, and the hand that beckoned the soul turned cold. Wisps of unspeakably piercing ink color flowed from Song Yan's fingertips, stopping again on the surface of the leather shadow and slowly solidifying. This is the invocation and the art of invoking souls, together with the stone master's skin-making experience. There are 3 soul sources for soul invocation. The first and most common, the remnants of the original owner. The original master died, but there are still broken remnants of the soul scattered with the skin. In addition, the soul of the new death will remain on earth for a few days, during which time it will quickly crumble, will imply the cause and effect of this world's broken souls all thrown down, which will leave this world. The so-called body death, cause and effect are gone is such a reason, which also implies the first 7. Mangpatang and other sayings. Song Yen is still very good to understand, and these fragments are the best source of invocation. In layman's terms, you have to make the skin while it's still hot. It's an original. The second place, on the other hand, the lonely souls in the wilderness. The fragments of the souls that contain karma will not be taken to the next life, so they are scattered here, or combined with Xuanqi to form a fury, or form some invisible and unseen. But if you accidentally bumped into it, you will be very sick. Lonely souls and wild ghosts, when they feel the power of flesh and blood coming from the shadow, they will instinctively lean in and be sucked into it, and then, in their ignorance, they will combine with the remnants of the shadow and think that they are the existence engraved by the shadow. They were then confused and joined with the remnants of their souls on the shadow, thinking that they were the existence carved on the shadow. This is the most common. However, because they are not original, the shadows produced are naturally inferior. The third place was the stone master's guess, the remnants of a great power. Sure thought that since the death of the body would leave behind fragments of the divine soul, if a worldly great power died, would it also leave behind such fragments? Recruiting the remnants of the souls of the great powers into the shadow of the skin, then the power exerted would be even more powerful. As the divine soul slowly gathered and solidified, Song Yan's gentle soul recruiting hand steeply became violent, tightly clutching the solidified soul and pressing it into the skin. This step was the painted skin recruitment art after one mutation of the painted skin slave soul art, the art of invoking the soul, which involves letting the soul enter the skin by itself, during which there are dangers, and the skin masters are likely to fail in this step for the sake of safety. This leads to the destruction of the skin and the flight of the recruited soul. Slaving the soul, however, was no problem at all, because whether the soul was willing or not, Song Yen would simply press it in. As the original master's residual soul entered his body, Song Yan's left fingertip shot out a strand of Xianqi to connect to the past, like the strings on a string puppet, holding the fox demon shadow. The fox demon shadow was like being inflated, standing up abruptly on the desktop, and then the legs swung and moved up with a snort. But Song Yan's right hand didn't stop there. The hand continued to beckon in the darkness. If this scene is seen by any leather master, will be scared to shout stop, hurry to stop, you do not want to die, because it's forbidden to invoke the soul. One skin and one soul is already quite dangerous. One skin and many souls is simply forcing the shadow to riot, devouring the master and killing people. Sure enough, another solidified ghost appeared on top of the skin, but the ghost seemed to feel that there was already a soul in the shadow, so it began to be violent. But before it could get cranky, The pitch-black hand clutched it hard again in an even more cranky position than it had been, pressing it forcefully into the fox demon's skin shadow. Two divine souls, the same skin. All of a sudden, the shadow began to emit a sound that was similar to boiling water rolling over water into boiling oil, and the fox demon's shadow, which was already gentle and coquettish, began to become deformed. Although deformed, it was still visible as a fox. Still, the beckoning hand, however, hadn't stopped yet, continuing to beckon lone souls into the air, and then continuing to stuff the coalesced ghosts into the shadow of the skin. This was the first time Song Yan had actually tried to use the second perfect variation of the painted skin aberrant soul technique, which was second only to the 100 phases of demonic body, and was a spell that he had spent more than 3,000 years to comprehend. As the ghosts and the shadows mutated and became deformed, Song Yan felt that the shadows were also becoming stronger, and that they had crossed over from the pre-life stage, climbing step by step towards a higher realm. If that fox demon was just an intermediate-level demonic beast that could not compare to the bodiless illusion crow, then now, it had already surpassed the bodiless illusion crow, and was even. It's close to being a high-level demonic beast, the remnants of a great power's soul into the shadow of the skin. I'm afraid it's nothing more than that. Ha ha. In the darkness, Song Yan let out a low chuckle. Outside the crystal skylight of the cave's dome, the overnight spring rain had ceased, and the golden light fell from the sky, shining from top to bottom on the man's dark ink-like hair, but instead lined his face completely submerged in darkness. He put away the monstrous soul one-tailed fox demon skin shadow, which was of a grade infinitely close to that of a high-level demonic beast, and let out a long sigh of relief. Exhaustion set in, and he molted his clothes, burrowed into the side stone cave, wrapped his arms around Angelica's two daughters, and fell asleep. Several hours later, Song Yan opened his eyes. He slept soundly and his spirit recovered well. Only as soon as he opened his eyes he saw the Empress Mother's beautiful eyes burning with anger. Will you stop that? Song Yan laughed. How? If he didn't have a special hobby, he wouldn't have been able to explain why he gave the two women such a large dose of hypnotic powder. Several times before the squatting, he came back in the middle of the night, did not increase the amount, so it can be explained that the Xuanqi cave is a good place to help sleep, can let a person sleep until dawn. Last night, on the other hand, he added a lot more in order to make the shadow. Angelica Shurong was different from Qiu Renyu. She was a very smart, very perceptive woman. She would have guessed that she had been drugged, and then she would have guessed that Song Yan was going to do something on the sly. So Song Yan might as well let her guess that what she was going to do on the sly was just stealing incense. After all, what else could he do? On the other side, Angelica Hongmu was lying weakly because of Kapataka Yuan. Song Yan got up, placed the solid ginseng dan on the table, and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered the Empress Mother's sexual intensity. So he fished out another martial arts booklet, placed it on the stone table, and said, "It's really boring, practice a little." The cover of this martial arts pamphlet was a set of some old pamphlets, but the content was compiled by himself. His martial arts creation can make the Jiangnan leader or a knife defeat, as God, has long been invincible, and this booklet taught is even more than the four birds' essence. Fu Shirong had a disgusted look on her face and didn't want to touch the pamphlet, but Fu Hongmu flipped through it slightly out of curiosity, and this time she flipped through it. The little guard was instantly stunned. Her dazed look made the Queen Mother curious as well. Angelica Shurong also couldn't help but go over and look twice. That look, you can't take your eyes off it anymore. Song Yan exited the cave. The bright afternoon sun shone on him, but it couldn't make him feel a trace of warmth, because he already knew through his soul search. Many fox demons had already broken into the puppet sect. Among them, there were also many mature bodies, that is, fox demons at the level of high-level demon beasts. He felt that the puppet sect hierarchy should know, but the top brass, why hasn't anything been done in response? A trace of an odd emotion arose from the bottom of Song Yan's heart. Or maybe he's in a lower position and that's why he doesn't know? Just thinking, not far away suddenly a disciple ran to be in front of, respectfully a salute, said, Song's senior brother, the peak master in the peak of the teaching art, so that all reach the practice of Xian one layer of the disciples are to go. What art is being taught? It seems to be the spells after entering the Xian, as well as some general knowledge of cultivation and such. The rest, senior brother doesn't know anymore. Song Yan nodded and answered, coming, before heading to the top of the mountain. Now that's what a clan looks like. He also happens to be catching up on his common sense. Chapter 54:54. The top of the South Bamboo Peak. The puffy clouds are big and the blue sky is clean and deep. The peaks are lined up in a row, each one in the sky, and the air is mixed with the fragrance of flowers in the distance. Today can really be said to be a day of leisure and loveliness in this horrible world of chaos. Shur was sitting on a wheelchair with a smile on his face, and Bai Huai stood behind him. The beautiful woman's face was terrified. Her hands clutched the back of the wheelchair tightly, seemingly not daring to let go. After seeing Song Yen arrive, Sure said, "Take a seat." Song Yen saluted respectfully, then walked towards the front row. Wang Su moved to the side. Lu Hai took his sleeve and wiped the floor, then placed a futon end to end right in the middle when Song Yen arrived. Song Yen sat on his knees. For his part, the stone master narrated the story with a proper accent. There is Xian Qi in heaven and earth, and Xian cultivators emphasize their Xian roots first and foremost, drawing in Xian Qi to nourish themselves. You are all cultivators who have stepped into the first level of Xian training, and are also cultivators who are experiencing the fox demon's revenge. As the peak master, Lao Fu wishes to nurture a new batch of leather masters, and also wishes each of you to live well. Now, does anyone have anything to say about what's most important in cultivating Xian? After saying that, Sure raised his hand and casually pointed at a few people, and with a sweep of his expression, he landed on Song Yen and said, "Little Song, tell me about it." Song Yen was about to get up when Sure pressed, saying, "Sit down and talk." Only then did Song Yen say, "Disciple believes that this focuses on the 3 words, nourishing oneself, practicing Xian, that is, practicing this fleshly mortal body into a heaven and earth Xian body, breaking the shackles of mortals." Sure revealed a look of appreciation and said, "That's a good point. Practicing Xian is to forge the mortal flesh and break the mortal shackles, and once broken, one's lifespan can be doubled to more than 200 years old. 10 veins, skin and bones, blood veins, internal organs, 1 qi transforming into a jiao, riding the wind and thunder to open up the Xian Qi Dantian. Perhaps these are the levels you need to pursue in your lifetime. Your Xian root grade is not high, so if you want to achieve something, you must not be distracted, and you need to fight for every second to cultivate. So, only then will there be a possibility of a breakthrough." When the words fell, there was an uproar, so one by one they asked. The Stone Master also answered all the questions. His teaching philosophy is that the realm behind is also revealed to you, so that you know the direction of your practice and do not get stuck in a dead end. Originally, there were still some disciples who held different opinions, but at this time, when they heard Sure's explanation, they also understood, and Song Yen asked a question. "Teacher, then what realm is after the practice Xian realm?" Sure laughed. "Your question is also too distant. It's just a matter of the old man talking to you. After the practicing Xian realm is the Jiang Palace realm." Jiang Palace realm? A Qi augur transforms into a dragon, breaking the sea and taking off into the sky to enter the hearts of the people. Why into the heart? It is only because the core of this realm of the Vajra Palace is your heart. All kinds of cultivation methods are also centered around the heart. It is said that when you reach this realm, even your divine souls are no longer Qi, but rather a liquid like water, much more solid, and your bodies will also explode with incredible power. Heart? There is no need to ask more. Sure coughed twice. The Jiang Palace realm he himself hadn't reached, so naturally there was nothing to teach. Then after thinking about it, he added, "You only need to keep in mind that the way of Xian cultivation, you mustn't be mesmerized by external objects, thus forgetting the core of cultivation. Know that you are the top priority." Okay, let's talk about external objects now. You in the mortal world although already counted as having a strong body, but in the Xian world is still a toddler. The strongest person sparring even the aftermath of the wave may easily kill you. It's times like these that it's especially important to learn to use external objects, rather than your own fists. Speaking of which, Song Yen also listened carefully. He really didn't know much about it, and he didn't look like someone who was at the 9th level of Xian. Sure said, "First of all, the arcane weapons. The arcane weapons are to us as weapons are to mortals. Only, the metaphysical weapon is more diversified. Even the daily pots and pans, fans and gourds, mirrors and paperweights, etc., can be turned into metaphysical weapons. However, even though there were many Xian weapons, different sect disciples were suitable for different Xian weapons. For example, the Southern Wu sword sect, their Xian weapon was the flying sword, because the ultimate of their Gongfu system was the sword formation, and using the flying sword well was the foundation. Our puppet sect's 5 peaks, on the other hand, are different. My leather shadow peak's suitable arcane weapons are the simplest, being shields and flying daggers, because we don't need to attack and fight others. We just need to shield ourselves with the shield and then maneuver the shadow to attack. And as for the flying dagger, it's kind of a backhand to fill the shadow. I'm sure each of you is already familiar with short-handled knives like flying knives, right? There was a roar of laughter from below. Whether it's a cutter or a carving knife, it's a short-handled knife, and that's what you touch every day. Sure said. As for the remaining 4 peaks, the paperman peaks like heavy armor, only because heavy armor can always exercise them, so that they themselves are strong, so that the paperman is also strong. The blood corpse peak uses streamers only because they can usually roll up a gale between flying sand and rocks, allowing them to hide in them. thus allowing the blood corpse to kill. Organ Peak uses hammers because hammers are what they eat with. They're very familiar with them, and the Xian weapons provided by our clan are usually built by them. In addition to refining pills and poisons, the strange Poison Peak also needs to concurrently train in the escape technique, as well as the related means of drawing talismans. When he said that, he paused briefly. Wang Susu asked, Peak Master, then how does our skin shadow of leather shadow peak compare to paper people and blood corpses? Everyone was quite curious about this answer. Although the puppet sect has 5 peaks, the puppets are of 3 kinds: leather shadows, paper figures, and blood corpses. What's better or worse? Everyone wants to know the answer. Sure seemed to know that they were going to ask and smiled. Take your eldest senior brother as an analogy. This paper man, equivalent to a weakened version of Xiao Song, was far inferior in physical strength, but only slightly half as powerful in spells. Blood corpses, that is, the corpses of young Songs are specially crafted, and they become monsters manipulated by corpse-catching Xianxin cultivators. However, with your eldest senior brother's realm today, even if that blood corpse peak master personally makes a move, I'm afraid that he will only be able to make a purple corpse of the penultimate grade. Of course, this purple corpse's physical strength is definitely stronger than your eldest senior brother's, but it can't use Xian weapons or spells. As for the shadow, in fact, is the imperial beast, if the powerful shadow, even more powerful than that demonic beast in life, and then even will be because of the divine soul, the manipulator's means and derived new spells. So yeah, who's strong and who's weak doesn't depend on the power, but on the person. Master Stone spoke with great interest, seeing that twilight was slowly arriving. It was Sure who quickly grabbed 2 jade slips from his arms and said, Little Song, starting with you, these 2 spells can be learned by all of you who have entered the realm. Once upon a time, we had to wait, but now, the clan has made an exception to allow you to learn in advance, but also because the world is not good nowadays, and if you learn a point earlier, you will have 1 more point of self-protection earlier. As for those what chi arrow techniques under the mountain are all fooling the casual cultivators. These 2 spells are the ones that suit you. When you reach the 4th level of Xian training, learn the skin harnessing technique, and harness 2 skin shadows. Then you will be the true Xian cultivators of my skin shadow peak. Song Yan quickly stepped forward and drew on the spells in the 2 jade sketches. 1. Xuanqi Imperial Shield Technique. 1 Sect, the art of transforming mansions with the Xian blade. And Bai Huai didn't know when he was standing by a small stone table at the exit of the cliff. And on the big stone at the foot of the table was stacked a half-arm-sized metaphysical shield, as well as a palm-length sword. Bai Huai then raised his hand and flung it, apparently taking out an egg-sized bag from the storage space. Sure looked away from Song Yan, who had already finished drawing his spells, and said, From this day onwards, each of you will be given an additional Xiao Xian Yu every 6 months in addition to your original benefits. The role of the Lesser Xian Jade was rather special. It was the 3rd drawing channel for the human Xian root to ascend the realm. In addition to dual cultivation, pills, the little Xian Yu can provide you with the equivalent of half a year's worth of cave cultivation, a power that doesn't even conflict with the Xian stone. The disciples of the main peak's use of it was never-ending. It could drastically increase the speed of cultivation. Because of this property, Xian Yu is also known as Infusion Jade. Song, take a piece. Remember, practice shields and flying daggers to take a share as well. These are the clan's share for you. Song Yan nodded and took the pouch handed over by Bai Huai. Weighing it slightly, it weighed roughly 100 Xian Yu beans, which could be exchanged for 10 lowest-level demonic beast skins in the previous Snake Corpse marketplace. Sure enough, cultivation is really a costly affair, and the puppet sect, in the face of the fox demon invasion, had begun to invest resources to speed up the rate of cultivating disciples. Thank you, mistress. Bai Huai responded nervously before cowering again and handing over the small Xuanyu to the disciple who came behind her, and Song Yan bowed his head, picked out a shield and a flying sword, and headed off into the distance. For these 2 spells, he did not intend to use his longevity to deduce them, and instead planned to cultivate them with his senior brothers and sisters as an ordinary cultivator. A few days later, chuckle, click, 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 Demoness Wang showed her excitement and yelled under her breath, up. In front of her, a practice flyer was rising. She hand-pinched magic trick, flying dagger steeply excited, shot forward, but unfortunately not far away from the snap fell to the ground. Not far away, Lu Hai, Shangguan Jian on the other hand, were half squeaking, because the 2 of them hadn't been able to grasp it until now. As for Big Brother, at first, Lu Hai, Shangguan Jian still thought that eldest senior brother is just a high talent in leather division, but now they took a look and realized that eldest senior brother's talent in spells is also high. As early as 2 days ago, eldest brother had already achieved the same effect that Wang Susu had today, and even that flying dagger shot a little farther away. This makes the 2 finally realize that the eldest brother will always be the eldest brother. This leg is better to hold it. The stone master was also concerned about Song Yan's progress, and the bodiless phantom raven hidden in that branch nodded frequently when it saw Song Yan's progress, and thought, Wang Susu's talent is good, but the Song kid is even more powerful. Although his talent in the art of attacking is not as good as the art of skin making, he is barely considered a genius in the sect. Only, not knowing what he had remembered, a heavy haze steeply piled up in stone seat Wang's heart. He cocked his head to the north. In the entire sect, only a few people truly knew that the great battle with the fox demon was actually lost. Now the fox demon has infiltrated the mountains, but he couldn't say, because the patriarch himself gave him a gag order. Interestingly, for that matter, Gu Tianyang Gu Peak Master, the sovereign's beloved, was unaware of it. He didn't know what Gu Tianyang was going to do, much less what patriarch. What to do? Chapter 55-55. Spring Fling, Observing Chess. The spring breeze is warm, at least during the day. Xuanqi Warm Mountain Range has its own different from the mortal world of exotic flowers and grasses. Even if the cliffside of the road, a little smell, can feel a ray of refreshing the fragrance of the heart. Before the outbreak of the Great War, there were only two ways for South Bamboo Peak disciples to earn contribution points: going out to buy demonic beast skins, and processing demonic beast skins in their cave. And now, after all, it became one, leather making. This is very strange. At least Song Yan originally thought that it should be increased patrol duty, night watch duty and so on. Patrols and vigils were necessary, as evidenced by the fox demon he had killed in the leather handyman's room, and just a simple soul search made him understand the invasion of the fox demon. It was just as well that Lu Hai, Chang Wanjin, and the others didn't know about these things. But didn't the sect know about them? How could you not know? If you know, then why don't you make arrangements? If he was only at the second or third level of the Lianchuan realm, then he would still think that maybe the sect had arranged it. But he didn't know. But he was at the 9th level of the Xianxian realm, the highest level of the Xianxian realm. With a strong perception, he had squatted so many times at night, and he had never seen the sect's arrangement once. In the morning, the sunlight from the cave dome, that irregular crystal skylight down, calmly cast a piece of fuzzy light field. But this light field not only did not bring brightness to the cave, on the contrary, more and more lined with the corners of the darkness of the darkness. Song Yan came to this place to make skins after practicing shield art and flying dagger art in the morning outside. He skillfully drew the drawing, and mentally pondered and analyzed what he had seen and heard since returning to the clan. This hint of perversity made him feel inexplicably slightly uneasy, and just then he felt the sunlight suddenly disappear. Then there was a rustle from the skylight, and a little more damp vapor in the mountain breeze that blew in through the cave door. It's raining. The climate in the mountains is inherently changeable and unpredictable, which is normal. The rain fell on the rocks, mountain paths, flowers, grasses and forests, turning them into many sources of sound, spreading out ripples and interlacing them in one place, so that heaven and earth all had the same sound. Tick, pop. It was the sound of rain falling on the surface of an umbrella coming from the entrance of the cave. A sinfully pure white shadow gathered the small red umbrella, gently stomped her embroidered shoes, then walked in with her legs together lightly, placing the practice shield and flying dagger on the side of the table before arriving in front of Song Yan, and sweetly shouted, "Senior brother Song." Song Yan glanced sideways and saw that it was Wang Susu. Wang Susu changed skin, dressed not only pure and conservative. If you do not know what kind of person this Wang sister, Song Yan will still think she is a virgin. Song Yan is really a bit speechless. The demon girl this is to give themselves on the pure buffet. Which blood of normal teenagers can stand it? Nice style of dress, he praised. Wang Susu seems to know that seducing Song Yan is useless, and does not stir up his nose to tease, but sits across from him like a good family, takes out the animal skin, and begins to make the skin. After doing so for a while, she suddenly said, "Senior brother, it seems like Southern Bamboo Peak is going to be completely turned into a place to cultivate leather masters. But senior sister, yet, I feel that it's quite difficult to make skins." With that, she sighed and said, "Am I stupid?" Song Yan said breathlessly, "Don't use the way you talk to your family's milk dog here." When he finished, he looked up at Wang Susu's drawing and saw the problem at a glance. So, he reached right out, grabbed the drawing, and began a brief instruction. After some so and so and so and so and so, Wang Susu really had a feeling of being enlightened, and she sincerely said, "Thank you, senior brother Song." A few days later, Tannery Handyman's room. Late night, a handsome-looking handyman pushed open the door and probed out. The ghosts clattered and pounced, but the handyman was surrounded by a layer of strange metaphysical chi running away, resisting the ghosts. The handyman was about to quickly scramble out, but was suddenly given a deadly tug and choke by a large black hand. Ka! The protective Xian Qi produced cracks, but surprisingly, it didn't completely shatter. The 5 fingers of the large black hand tightened again, and that entire center of the fist became a darkness. The cohesive fury. Boom! In a slight explosion, the handyman's body protection Xianqi completely shattered. His neck snapped, and his head twisted down. Look again. This is not what the handyman's handsome face. This is clearly a beard stained with blood, teeth stuffed with meat of the strange fox head, and the house still has not been emitted clean smell of blood, like a slaughterhouse. The black shadow skillfully tugged the fox demon to go far away, searched its soul, skinned it, returned to the house, made the skin, made it into a monstrous skin shadow, and then put it into the storage space, and secretly lamented in his heart, this fox demon should have stepped into the level of a high-level demonic beast. He turned on his side and wrapped his arms around who knows which of the two women, and slowly fell into sleep. The next day, the door distributed a batch of small Shenlingdan. As the eldest senior brother, Song Yen went to the top of the cliff to wait for himself, and after the arrival of the skinned airboat, he collected the pills and was ready to go and distribute them to his senior brothers and sisters. The cave of the Peakmaster is located at the top of the cliff, but Song Yen had been carefully instructed, unless the Stone Master sought him out, he was not to come to see him of his own accord. He followed this rule, so at this time, even though he passed by the Stone Master's cave, he did not enter, and many people could see that he all looked like a disciple who made up the numbers. Today, when he went down the mountain, he saw a figure in the distance riding a blood-edged elk shadow from afar, which is certainly the stone division of the righteous son of the Stonepang. Shippen saw him from afar and grinned a toothy grin and hugged from afar again. Song Yen also clasped his fists and returned the salute, then but did not stop and continued down the mountain. To walk a few steps, he turned back slightly, but look at the stone senior brother Spring Wind please knocking Stone Master cave, and then the door uncovered rumble open. Let the Stone Pong walked in. A few days later, spring rain is hazy. Song Yen, Wang Susu and the others were making skins in the cave, when there was suddenly an extra figure in front of that door. Senior brother? Song Yen was the first to look up and get up. The rest of the crowd took a look, but they saw a red-robed inner disciple of Leather Shadowpeak standing in front of the door, with a naive face and a smile. Who else is it if not Shi Pang? Thus, the disciples hurriedly all stood up. Shi Pang laughed and said, "The Pie Master is an important talent for my puppet sect, and all of you from South Bamboo Peak are the future Pie Masters. Recently, I have gained a little, and Master, his old man, asked me to come and see all of you, so if any of you don't understand, feel free to ask." However, no one dared to ask questions. After all, who knew if this inner disciple was just pretending? Although Shi Pang is simple and thick, he also understands everyone's meaning, so he took the initiative to walk down. First came to Song Yan's side, looked at Song Yan's drawing, and touched the demonic beast's skin, and lamented, "Senior brother's talent is indeed high. Senior brother at your age is not as good as you are." He. Song Yan hurriedly said, "Senior brother is overrated." Shippen smiled, "But yeah, you have a little glitch on your side." Song Yan looked over and saw that Shi Pang was pointing at the eyes of the Bloodblade Elk, so he laughed embarrassedly and said, "The Bloodblade Elk is an intermediate-level demonic beast, so senior brother may have been overambitious." Shi Pang said, "This eye is where the divine image of the shadow is located, so painting a demon does not point out the eye. Pointing out the eye to eat people is to praise the powerful Shadow Master. If there is no eye, even the best shadow can't come to life, and can't invoke the soul. Come, you see how senior brother draws." After saying that, Shi Pang actually pointed out Song Yan really seriously. Song Yan was a bit amused, but he could also feel Shi's sincerity, so he seriously learned, and then revealed a dazed look. With Song Yan beginning, the rest of the disciples also understand that Shi Pang is not here for show, so they really began to ask. After all, the leather division is quite good, and you don't need to be on the front line in a battle. Wang Su asked for advice very carefully. Shi Pang does not seem to understand the true nature of this Wang Demonis, actually also taught very seriously, and at the end also said, "Sister look pure, heart when also pure, pure people when it is the easiest to feel the divine phase, but, perhaps more realization of the cruelty of this world, so that you can integrate into the pen, better grasp the divine phase." Wang Susu sweetly said thank you, then blushed slightly and asked, "How can I realize the cruelty of this world?" Shi Pang thought seriously and said, "In a few days, senior brother intends to arrange a hunt in the Chui Bird Forest to observe the demonic beasts up close, but since it's just an attempt, the first batch of people will only bring 2 or 3 people, so senior sister should come along." "Many thanks, senior brother," Wang Susu softly said. Lu Hai immediately ran over and timidly said, "Senior brother, can I go?" Shi Pang frowned, "You're a big man, why are you so effeminate? How can you draw a good divine face?" Lo Hei, Song Yan. Suddenly, he realized that this senior brother Shi's talent might be good. He obviously hadn't been at the bottom. On the other side, Wang Susu had a sure senior brother on her left and a sure senior brother on her right, and actually brought Sure Peng to sit down next to her and carefully teach her. Of course, Sure Peng is not the only one who teaches her, but whenever the neighboring disciples have questions, he will definitely answer them. A few days later, Sure Peng took Song Yin, Wang Susu, Lu Hai, Sheng Guanjian and the others on a trip to the Cuijia forest, during which they also wandered around the edge of the Furyland, but they didn't encounter a single demonic creature, and only ran into some low-level demonic beasts. The three benefited greatly. Since the line in the Cuiju forest, Sure Peng seemed to have become a regular visitor to Nanju Peak. This kind of inner disciple is actually basically in the main peak of the Leather Shadow Peak, which has often come to the South Bamboo Peak. One day, evening, Wang Susu quietly said, I heard that Sure seems to have a copy of the Mantle of the Secret Art, but he chose for a long time who did not still pass it. When she finished, she sighed softly. The reason for the sigh is obvious. Before the Shadow Peak Skin Master Numerous, and Lu Hong, Gu roughing this kind of genius, but unfortunately now the talent withered. Only 2 or 3 kittens left. The real Skin Master has not a few. Sure this is no choice, and the great limit is approaching, so he chose to choose a relative to teach. Song Yin said, I've heard of it as well, but you can't force such things. Wang Susu said also right, the next day more and more to please Sure Peng, but Song Yin felt something strange. When you think of Sure's sentence, I saved him from death, his life is mine, you don't have to befriend him, it's even more strange. He had seen Shippen's character very clearly, for a higher power with ulterior motives. This is not a bad pawn, but if this was Sure's arrangement, what could he say? Kindness is a knife, and if it is destined to be stabbed, then it is bound to see blood, but if it does not reach the one who should stab it, then, there is always one person who will be unlucky. Song Yin didn't want Sure to be unlucky, though he didn't see much of each other and didn't say a word, he still remembered the words. I know your heart, you know what I mean. A confidant is hard to find, and a mentor and friend, and he hopes that Sure will be able to live out his old age in peace. Chapter 56, Accidents that will never come as a surprise. The weather is getting hot. The top of the South Bamboo Peak, green grass, with the wind like a comb neatly fell to the side. The green-clothed beauty pushed her wheelchair to the cliffside and watched the naive disciple leave, her skirt flying. That disciple had sincerely called her master mother a moment before, but the word master stung, pained her, frightened her, and made her feel like a cousin. Huai, the old man cried out softly. Shiro, Bai Huai replied hurriedly and nervously. The old man smiled gently and said, I really don't blame you for that incident with Fonger. I would have told you that if I had my eye on any young boy, I would even be willing to do my best to help him. Shiro, I was wrong. Bai Huai was so scared that she hurriedly knelt down and grabbed the old man's legs again with a death grip. Stone Seed Wing sighed softly and said, Your divine soul is fragile nowadays, but whether you believe it or not, what I said is true, but I really didn't think you were going to poison me with Windy. Had I known that, I might have had a good talk with Fonger. He tilted his face up to look into the distance and muttered, You know, old me came through suffering, and I also value the inheritance extremely highly. Of course old me has to pick carefully. But it's the most precious thing that old me has. It's just a shame. He looked at the figure that had gradually faded, revealing a pained expression. Bai Huai was speechless and did not reply in any way. Stone Seed Wing gently touched her hair and softly said, Old husband and young wife, I would have owed you a lot. You will be fine. Nothing will happen to you. When the old man is dead, your fear should be much better, and then you can start your life again. Not for long. He looked into the distance as if he had seen the end. What he had taught Sure Peng was precisely a portion of the 100-phase divine royalty, 9 parts true and 1 part broken. Before he dies, he will let Shippen leave the clan. Shippen listened to him very well. If he said it, Shippen would do it. Not to mention it was his dying wish. Gu Tianyang is a small-minded person with no big picture. For the death of his grandson, Gu Ruffing would definitely not forget. When the time comes, he'll find himself, but he'll surely die a clean death. Then he will definitely go to Shippen, and Shippen will surely be found by him. The crippled 100-phase divine royalty is also likely to be tortured. After that, Gu Tianyang will search his soul. He searched out Sure Peng's memories, knowing that Sure Peng received his inheritance, and he chose to pass the mantle to his relatives when there was no one else to choose from. Thus, the matter of the mantle is over. Even if Gu Tianyang was crazy, he wouldn't dare to search the souls of all the people close to him one by one. That would be like directly destroying the Skin Shadow lineage. Months later, in the height of summer, dusk, a beauty among the new servants in the leather room attracted a lot of people's attention, and the servants of the male-male cohabitation came forward one after another, wanting to partner with them to improve the accommodation environment. That beauty seems to be a fine sniff. Choose a person, and then sit with some time. The man will take that beauty out to stroll on the pretext of walking outside the leather room. A man and a woman walking in the backcountry. The utility room is located at the edge of the Fury, and the back of the mountain is even more likely to encounter the Fury during the daytime, so no one comes at all. However, the beauty smiled coquettishly and picked her finger. The man was also spooked and trailed behind her ass in a frenzy. The two talked and laughed. Suddenly there was a sudden downpour. Beauty exclaimed. The man hastily took off his clothes and held them high, and the two of them, under the cover of the umbrella of clothes, hurriedly ran to a small cave in the back of the mountain to escape the rain. Oh no, it's getting dark, the man realized with alarm. Instead, Beauty said, what happens when it gets dark? Fishy fog, there will be fishy fog. The man hurriedly wanted to get up and said, we should go. The Beauty pulled him down and softly said, Nujia's clothes are all wet, so you help Nujia untie them. The man looked, and saw that the wet shirt printed snowskin, a thin layer of stickers, as if the green leaves against the red flowers, more and more set off the fragrant bulging futon child. The Beauty calling, jumped into the man's arms, grinning, teeth, was about to bite down, but then steeply heard the man laugh and smile voice. You didn't see it till now, did you? Beauty froze. What? In the next instant, she abruptly felt the man embrace her. It was an embrace that seemed as if it had been caught in a death grip by two large iron gates and was about to be pinched to a pulp. Ka! Boo! The Beauty was instantly flattened by the hug, her whole body bones shattered, and when she landed, she was a dried-up fox demon. The man shook himself. Where was he still a man? It was a strange giant fox with a strange bulge around its body, like a big fox demon that had been soaked in water and died with a giant look. Who? A light spit. Two shadows flew out from the mouth of this monster, showing the appearance of two deformed one-tailed gray fox shadow, and then was casually scratched into the storage space. The monster also immediately changed back to a man with an ordinary appearance. Who is this if not Song Yin? Today is also lucky. He saw a batch of new handyman from afar, and saw a woman in the new handyman because halfway to take a nap, by the fox demon, so he thought he could just try his 100 phases of the devil body. So he swallowed 2 fox demon skins. The power of the shadow lies in its ability to inherit, and even surpass, the power of a demonic beast before it was born. But for the vast majority of leather masters, beyond is a very outrageous statement. To be able to barely equal the strength of the demonic beast in front of the body is already very powerful. But this in no way included Song Yen, who had mastered the painted skin aberrant soul technique. Song Yen, who had swallowed the 2 deformed one-tailed gray fox skin shadows, was equivalent to inheriting part of the power and spells of those 2 fox demons on top of his own. He tried the fox demon's proud illusion technique in front of another fox demon, and the result, that fox demon was actually really fooled. At this point, he was still in a better mood. A familiar way to skin, run and return to the cave. The 2 Angelica daughters were practicing martial arts, and Angelica Cottonwood seemed to have encountered a difficult situation, and was just about to open her mouth when the Empress Mother directly said, "Don't ask him, what can he know?" Song Yen said, "Why are you practicing so seriously?" Angelica Cottonwood said, "Song Lang, the martial arts on this are really powerful and awesome. You don't understand if you don't learn martial arts. This is considered a great chance for us." Song Yen said, "Speak as if you guys can still get out of here." The Empress crossed her arms and said, "It's up to you." Angelica Red Cotton hurriedly pulled this fiery horse-like maiden and softly said, "Song Lang, we all know that you are a good person. Otherwise, how could Nyang Yang and I have been picked up for this long time and still have so much energy to cultivate our martial arts? Not only that, but my lady and I have been progressing very quickly in our martial arts lately." Song Yen said, "You're not allowed to read people." After saying that, he yawned and returned to his cave to lie down, recalling the details of the fox deception and the use of the 100 phases demonic body just now. Rumble. Thunder roared in the mountains, and a serpentine bolt of electricity hung down in the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth in white. On the main peak of Leather's Shadow Peak, Gu Tianyang's face was cloudy, his mind still echoing with the woman's cries. Windy couldn't have died for no reason. Someone must have killed him. You said he's fighting for the mantle, and that thieving old man didn't give him the mantle and didn't properly let the wind kill him. So, Windy's death must have something to do with him. I've heard all about it these days. The old thief has passed the mantle to his righteous son, Shippen. Windy's death must have something to do with Sher Pang. Wait? Why wait? Did they wait when they killed Windy? You're afraid. You have to look at the big picture. So you disregard your only descendant. You're extinct, you know? Gu Tianyang, you coward. A voice echoed in Gu Tianyang's mind until a voice came from outside the door. Peak Master, Sher Pang is here. Only then did Gu Tianyang open his eyes, glancing slightly maniacally into the distance before coldly saying, "Let him in." A few moments later, Shippen, who was already completely demented, fell to the ground, his mouth drooling. Gu Tianyang stood quietly and frowned. How dare he not know about Fonger's death? Does it really have nothing to do with the mantle? Could it be, did the ghost cultivator really kill Windy? Or maybe it's those fox demons who don't know what's good for them to infiltrate quietly. They killed Windy and want to plant the ghost cultivators before stirring up a dispute between us and the ghost cultivators? Could things really be that coincidental? So coincidental that Windy had just tried to harm Stone Seed Wang and he died? Is Shiza Wang? And is Shiza Wang? As long as we search his soul, we can definitely know the truth. Gu Tianyang's expression grew colder and colder. Suddenly he clapped his hands, and the disciples outside the door walked in, and when they took a look at Shi Peng, who had fallen to the ground, they all stared in horror. Shi Peng, but the successor to Master Shi's mantle. This, bring it down. Gu Tianyang coldly uttered a sentence. Then he crossed his arms and sat in place, falling into thought, as if he was making some difficult decision. His eyes were already glowing red. He couldn't let Gu Ruffing die without resting in peace. The rain was torrential, and the mountain passes were like 1,000 springs flowing unchecked. Between the shadows of the green branches and leaves, a dark crow silently looked at the stone poncho that was carried out, and its pupils opened roundly, as if it did not dare to believe it at all. Deception. People. Too much. Deception. South Bamboo Peak. Shi Zhaowang's voice trembled as he angrily got up, and with a move of his leather boat, he broke into the air straight in the direction of Paperman Peak. Chapter 57:57. A flatboat in a sea of fury. Where does it go? Shi Zhaowang knew that he was dying. He was stuck at the 9th level of Xianxian training. He always felt that he was almost able to break through to the Jianggong realm, but in addition to continuing to draw Xuanqi, he also needed to refine the Jianggong Dan with the foreign blood which was suitable for him. In addition to continuing to draw Xianqi, the Jianggong realm also requires the use of foreign blood suitable for oneself as the main medicine to refine the Jianggong Dan. These bloods can be high-level demonic beasts or others. Sure, if it doesn't work for you, you can try it too. It's just that the success rate becomes very low. Shiza Wang tried twice and failed both times. Not only did it fail, but it tossed him almost to his death. The way of cultivation is a matter of traveling against the heavens, and it is common that there are many obstacles along the way. Shiza Wang recognized his fate, and all he wanted for the rest of his life was to find a good successor for his mantle. But, how about a twist in turn? As a very personal thought brought about an unexpected complication, followed by a whole lot of bull **** that couldn't be cleaned up. He's dying. The backhand he had prepared was inexplicably gone. He arrived at the Paperman Peak with an angry voice and begged to see the puppet sect patriarch. However, the puppet sect patriarch seemed to have known that he was coming, holding back the crowd and waiting for him in a not-so-spacious, but eccentric enough Paperman's pavilion. There is a row of red lanterns in front of the pavilion, shining down on the smiling faces of the paper men and women tied up as red men and green women, which is particularly bizarre. Behind the screen, a paper figure sat with an old voice. Coming? Stone Seed Wang was stunned. Coming? The paperman waved his hand and the doors and windows of the pavilion snapped shut. The old voice continued. Gu Tianyang is going crazy. It was me who laid my hands on him. Otherwise, although he is a person who is small-minded and has no big picture, he is not so dim-witted that he dares to lay his hands on your righteous son at this time. And to lay hands on you, Ishizan, the old voice said quietly. I originally trusted him quite a bit, but that year, I had laid out my plans for a long time and managed to stir up the ghost cultivator hidden in the door. But because of him, and lost all my efforts, there are bound to be ghost cultivators still hibernating in the gate today. At this time, he actually has to beg for an elder position for his grandson. Do you think he should die? Sure, Zhao Wang has experienced a lot of things. At this time suddenly understand that there is just a bureau within a bureau. Everything he thought was just someone else sticking to him and letting him see those. Patriarch, what should I do then? The old voice suddenly said. In fact, normally, if you reach the end of your life, it will be irreversible. But now there is still a slight chance. If you cross it, you will be able to enter the Jiang Palace realm. Sure, Zhao Wang froze and looked up abruptly, that dead heart suddenly showing signs of rekindling. The old voice said, this seed won't, but there's an earthbound ghost cultivator old devil deep in the fateful land who will. This seed intends to give you all of the already useless leather Shadow Peak lineage to the ghost cultivator. Shadows are of great use to the Furies, and you have an endless supply of ghosts to recruit in the Furies. Just the perfect match. Ishiza Wang. He thought for a long time and said, I see. The patriarch wishes to ally with the ghost cultivators. The old voice said, I was going to eliminate it, but I just had no choice but to find out that there was actually that old devil in the depths of that fiendish land. And although that old devil couldn't leave the center of the fiendish land, he made the ghost cultivator invincible. What's more, we lost the big battle with the fox demon, and we need allies. Multi-tailed man-eating fox demons are far more powerful than imagined, so we need to establish the fox beheading alliance. Shadow Peak was agreed upon. Sure, Zhao Wang said. Then how will you explain to all the disciples of the sect, patriarch? The old voice said. It was the fox demon. The fox demon killed Gu Tianyang. The fox demon killed everyone. We were too late to support Leather Shadow Peak while the ghost cultivators took the opportunity to save you guys. That's how it happened. Shiza Wang said. No wonder you don't care about the infiltrating fox demon at all. The old voice said. Even though we have to send all the Pai Shadow Peaks over, this seat still needs to leave a seed behind. Tell me, Zhao, to whom did you pass the mantle? This seat will never believe that you just passed it on to Shippen. Sure, Zhao Wang sighed softly and slowly said the name Song Yin. The paper man behind the screen was slightly surprised, but nodded, then beckoned again. Ishizayan approaches. 2 secret words. When the stone seat wang out, his face of the old color actually faded slightly. His skin is still wrinkled. White hair is still pale, but his eyes have a trace of hope and expectation. If you could live again, who would refuse? Snap. Gu Tianyang only felt that his thoughts were extremely unsettled, and an inexplicable annoyance was crashing in his chest. He got up and was about to fly to South Bamboo Peak when he suddenly saw the intersect elders of Paperman Peak come and throw down 3 corpses. Gu Tianyang looked at the corpses, but they were all puppet sect disciples, and while the 3 corpses were still haunted by ghostly aura, the wounds had a few inexplicable familiarity. He looked more closely and snapped to attention. The wounds of these corpses were different, but they were all stabbed from the chest in the fastest and most convenient way, just like his dead grandson, and the ghostly aura around them indicated that they were fished back from the Furies. A change began to develop in his eyes. Suddenly, he looked up, but saw a Paperman Peak intersect elder looking at him, saying, the cause of death has been ascertained. Gu Tianyang snapped. Who? The Paperman Peak intersect elder said. Fox Demon. Fox Demon? The Fox Demon compelled these disciples to commit suicide and die in the Furylands, thus wanting to stir up strife between us and the Furylands so they can fish in troubled waters and sit back and watch the two lose. Damn Fox Demon. Gu Tianyang only felt his anger burning. He had always known that a fox demon had infiltrated, but he had never thought that it was related to his grandson's death. Peak Master Gu. It's tonight, the intersect elder said, handing out another opinion map. The patriarch has already identified where the fox demons are, so we'll raid tonight and make those fox demons pay for their blood. I see. Gu Tianyang nodded. The intersect elder said. A quick battle. The 2 rainbow lights shot off into the distance, and when they reached a certain remote place, Gu Tianyang really saw the figure in the distance. The figure that seemed to be blending into the fury fog, into the darkness. The figure looked back, his one eye showing a gentle smile. Tianyang, it's coming. The fox cubs are over here. Thank you, patriarch. Gu Tianyang only felt that his heart was frenzied, and his reasoning was a little blurred. He swept forward at great speed, only to swipe to the side of the sovereign, but then he abruptly felt a terrifyingly huge force attacking him from an absolutely unexpected angle, as well as from an absolutely unexpected person. Patriarch. Patriarch? In the darkness, the blood-red eyes that took the form of shadows showed a teasing smile. Old Gu, there are actually quite a few things that this seat wants to say to you, but it's better to wait until you're dead before saying them to your corpse. Your body. Ah, this seat. Just laugh it off. Boom. Rumble. Thunder rolled in the sky, exploding at dawn, and the cave shook for a few moments. Song Yen rose from the collapse in one piece, pushed aside the 2 long legs that were resting on his waist, and tilted his head to look at the sky before yawning and lying down again. After another short while, Fu Hongmu got off the couch to cook kanji, and when the aroma of rice filled the cave, Song Yen woke up Empress Dowager again. Angelica Shurong glared at him viciously. Song Yen, however, just loved to see the fiery rouge horse cranky. He smiled and rubbed the Empress' hair. How come you haven't been picking up any lately? Anomaly asked. Song Yen picked her chin and said, thinking about it? Bah! The Empress grumpily revealed a look of disgust and disgust. Not far away, Angelica Cottonwood shouted. Song Lang, just don't intentionally piss off the Nyang Nyang. We all know that you're a good person, and that you'd rather slow down your cultivation speed than hurt us. Song Yen laughed and laughed, then got up the couch, put on his clothes, ate, and then practiced a little bit of shield sword Zuanjutsu in the cave, and then grabbed an oil paper umbrella, and headed for the leather-making cave as he always did every single day. The mountain rain flowed freely down the cracks of the stone steps, drooping into tiny curtains of water in one place. Song Yen heard footsteps not far away, looked sideways, and called out, Senior sister. Wang Susu seemed to be a little distracted, and when she heard the shouts, she looked up, then walked quickly to Song Yan's side, parallel to him. Song Yan asked, What's wrong? It looks sullen. Wang Susu hung her head and said, It's nothing. Song Yan asked, What's going on? Wang Susu said quietly, Sister wants to. Talent chance talent as strong as sure is ultimately also old. The end is approaching. has not been able to break the limit of the life of mortals. Then, can an inferior Xian root such as ours have a chance to walk to the end of the Xian practicing realm and take a look at the scenery on the other side? Said. Also did not wait for Song Yan to answer. She said to herself, even if there is, that opportunity is afraid to be on top of the main peak of the Paperman Peak, the main vein of the Xian vein, Xian Qi, Spirit Dan, everything is abundant. It's just a pity that we can't go. How will we, who were born as odd jobs, have the chance to go to the main vein? Of the 5 peaks of the puppet, only Paperman Peak was on the main vein, while the rest of the peaks were on the branch veins, and this kind of South Bamboo Peak was the remaining veins of the branch veins. Wang Susu said and said no more, changing her everyday smiling face. Her umbrella is red, a small red umbrella, in the rain, like a flatboat on the sea, rocking. The two walked in silence and soon came to the leather-making cave. Arrived. Wang Susu smiled and collected her umbrella. Song Yan looked in and said, your senior brother sure hasn't come today. Wang Susu smiled cheekily. It's our senior brother sure. The two sat opposite each other and made today's shadow. Not long after, a red shadow appeared in front of the door. Wang Susu thought that it was Shi Ping who had arrived, and when she glanced sideways, she froze because it was an unfamiliar inner disciple. This inner disciple swept inward. His eyes landed on Song Yan, and said, senior disciple Song, right? Song Yan got up and said curiously, senior brother seeks me? The inner disciple smiled and said, the sovereign has sought out rare and exotic beasts and wants to invite some potential leather masters to take a look at them. Master Shi has recommended you. Follow me. Song Yan was stunned. This is too sudden. That inner disciple said, the empty boat is at the top of the cliff, and the stone master is also there. Let's go. Wang Susu looked at Song Yan and cast an envious gaze. Song Yan nodded back. Since the teacher is also there, it's not a big problem. Just go and take a look. Thank you, elder brother. You're welcome. Chapter 58. 10,000 ghosts walking at night. Parting of ways. South Bamboo Peak. Cliff top. The old man sat solemnly in his wheelchair until he smiled at the sight of the man slowly peeking out from the stone steps. Yener is here. Song Yan froze, because he always remembered that in front of outsiders, Shi never showed intimacy with him, at most shouted a little song only. Today this name how to change? Teacher. He returned the favor and then was about to ask about the strange beast when he saw the old man beckon. Come here. As Song Yan approached, the old man clutched his hand tightly, his eyes staring at him as he said in a deep voice, this time, strange beasts are rare, and it's not easy for me to secure a place for you, so don't let me down. Song Yan nodded and said, thank you, teacher. Shi Zhaowang let go of his hand, then said, Huai, Yener is now going to the main peak of that Paperman Peak. I'm worried that he doesn't quite know the rules, so you can accompany him. Sure, Lang. Bai Huai clutched her wheelchair nervously. Stone Seed Wing smiled and said, go ahead. After saying that, he looked at Song Yan again and said seriously, your senior's wife has been used by Gu Tianyang to search her soul. Her state is not too good. On this trip, Yener, you should also remember to take care of her. Seeing Song Yan's hesitation, Shi Zhaowang showed a slight huff and said, seeing your master's wife is like seeing me. Song Yan then nodded. Since he had already searched his soul, it seems that his teacher had known that Bai Huai wanted to harm him. Teacher to this woman is really taking good care of Ah, but he didn't understand why the teacher wanted Bai Huai to go with him. Go on. The old man leaned back against the back of his wheelchair chair and waved with a smile. Bai Huai let go of his hand and nervously lowered his head as he followed Song Yan, then followed Song Yan again as he boarded the empty boat. The lone boat is far away, and the blue sky is over. The old man looked into the distance, for a long time, only to get up. A vibration of the long sleeve, hunched body seems to be rejuvenated. His eyes glowing with his hands looking west, murmured, come on, Wei. Song Yan stood on the deck, looking back at Nanju Peak, and as the airboat swept over the crest of a green peak, he moved his sleeve, and a tiny leather shadow fell silently, hiding between the leaves of the forest. This shadow was the strongest one in his hand, the deformed soul one-tailed fox demon whose strength has already reached the level of a high-level demonic beast. Into the night, rainless, the moon is dark and the wind is high. The fishy fog is so thick today. Handyman's leather room, overhanging house with a handyman sprawled out in front of the crevice. He had been here for more than a year, but he had never seen such a thick, fishy fog that was almost seeping through the crystal into the house. The red lanterns were flying around in the gale. The disciple on duty at the main peak of Leather Shadow Peak had already drifted off to sleep, but he woke up abruptly, only because a silhouette had appeared in the darkness not far away. The fishy fog that had never drowned to this point actually came up in step with that silhouette. Who? The disciple on duty, holding the leather shadow, stood up alertly and drank from afar. Strange mingled laughter came from the fishy fog, one laughing with extreme madness, the other as if it were a great sadness. The two voices of sadness and joy mingled in one place. making people only feel incomparably weird and creepy. The disciple on duty, however, had been stunned, and the laughter suddenly stopped. The fog came out a majestic voice. Good disciple, just how long have you not seen, even for the teacher do not recognize? The disciples on duty were dumbfounded, but they saw a double-faced weirdo walking from afar. Who was this if not the former leather shadow peak master who had already fled? And two faces followed by a bulging shadow of a skin. What demonic beasts, all of them. Rumble. On the south bamboo peak, a stone door opened. The disciples in the door were so scared that they hurriedly climbed up from the collapse and looked out, but they saw an old man, a middle-aged man standing at the door. Sure, Peak Master, sure. You, why have you come in the middle of the night? The middle-aged man next to him laughed. Master, sure, these new disciples don't even recognize me. The old man faintly said, get up, the demon foxes are attacking and the ghost cultivators have come to our rescue. Demon fox attack? Ghostbusters to the rescue? That disciple's brain went straight down. Sure didn't explain and directly said, I'll give you 20 breaths of time. If you can't follow me, then die. The disciple looked out of the cave, but saw the ghostly atmosphere. Fishy fog did not know when it filled the south bamboo peak, and a ghost, and strange shadow of the skin in that fog flying around. The whole of a million ghosts walking at night evil scene. He quickly dressed, while the side of the stove tripod, although he did not know what was happening, also hurriedly put on his clothes and pants, and then followed behind the stone master. And that middle-aged man, since it was the former South Bamboo Peak Master Cheng Dan-ching. On the South Bamboo Peak, a stone door was knocked open, and one disciple after another came out. However, there were also some unwise disciples who roared words such as Master Sure, you have been taken over by an evil spirit, or Master Sure, you have betrayed Nanju Peak. However, all of these disciples were directly knocked out by Cheng Dan-ching and then thrown onto the leather giant elephant in the back. As far as throwing it to the bunch of fishy foggy skins, that's a no-no. The reason why skin masters and drakes are a perfect match is because skin masters make skins and the drake's soul rushes right in to occupy the body. Such shadows, however, are chaotic shadows that cannot be manipulated for humans. They are as full of chaos as ghostly creatures. If you throw a living person to them, the next moment, you'll be slaughtered and become a feast on a plate. Just like a mad dog that hasn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights meeting a meat bone. Rumble. Another stone door opens. A rich, lustful odor rushed out of the room, followed by a man's scream. What followed was a long-haired beauty with a bare, snow-white body, stepping down in the candlelight with her head held high, undaunted by the sight of her bumpy, seductive body. She saw Shi Zhaowang and the group of disciples behind him for a split second, and then slightly sidestepped her head to meet the middle-aged man's line of sight again. Cheng Dan-ching looked at her with a smirk. Wang Susu suddenly bowed down and said, Susu still remembers the care of Peak Master Cheng at the beginning, and privately thought of repaying, but just did not have the opportunity. Now that I see you again, I am not very happy. Cheng Dan-ching grinned at the corner of his mouth and laughed out loud as he pointed at Wang Susu from afar. Sure. I told you that the one who knows the most about things here is definitely Susu. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? Ha ha ha. Wang Susu quickly put on her clothes and skirt, and without asking anything, she followed behind Cheng Dan-ching and Sure. The stove tripod over there was still screaming and shouting nervously. Sister Wang, my legs are sore, don't leave me behind. I'll be fine soon. Soon, Wang Susu smiled. This time the road is far. Sister, worried that you are not used to the water and soil, cannot adapt, die halfway, become a burden. You don't want to drag your sister down, right? So, don't go. Good boy. She tiptoed, waved, and then walked out with the crowd without stopping. Just before she left, a group of ghosts swarmed into the cave, drowning the handsome man who was already being squeezed into dryness. The group continued to walk, then slowly stopped in front of a cave. Cheng Dan-ching looked at the cave and said, if I remember correctly, this is that disciple named Song Yen, right? Sure said. Unfortunately, he was recruited away by the patriarch this morning. Cheng Dan-ching sneered and said, that's a real coincidence. Sure said, let's go. Not less than one of him. Wang Susu looked at the stone door of the cave in surprise, and followed the line of people to go far away again. Rise STH. In the fishy fog, a monstrous, grotesque figure was looking down on it all. He saw Cheng Dan-ching at the head of the group, Sure's bashfulness, Wang Susu's leaps of joy, and all the Nanju Peak disciples heading towards the fury. I see. Song Yen sighed softly. He was quick-witted, although not very well informed, but just looked at some micro, even pushed and guessed a general idea. The fox demon infiltrated but did not deal with it in order to feed the anger of the disciples' heart, and then so that he could blame it all on the fox demon. Secretly, it's a hook to sell the shadow peaks. Just because the original peak master of the leather shadow peak is a ghost cultivator, The leather master who has been accumulating inside for many years has long been wiped out. So, it would be better to give the whole of this already useless lineage to the ghost cultivator in exchange for an alliance against that great-grandmother fox. As for why the stone master was willing to take the initiative to go to the breaking ground, he had a rough guess. Perhaps the teacher was seeking a new opportunity. And the reason why Wang Susu was so jumpy was because, in addition to the main peak of Paperman Peak being on top of the main vein of the Xian vein, the center of the breaking ground was also on top of the main vein of the Xian vein. So wouldn't this trip be an entry into a better place for cultivation? This doesn't look like a setup by the teacher, but like that patriarch. Song Yin closed his eyes, looking out at the crowd far away. His heart silently said, "Good journey." Said, steeply, he had a sense of heart. 200 phases of God royalty method to manipulate the deformed demon fox jumped down, straight to the direction of their own cave. Song Yin cave. In the cave, the two women pressed against the stone door, listening to the movements outside, too nervous to even breathe. After Chang Dan Chung, Sure and his party went away, the shadows in the fishy fog outside the door seemed to have received some orders, and steeply began to boom to smash the stone door. Inside the cave, the ground shook. Empress Dowager and Angelica Cottonwood were terrified. And just then, boo! The stone door exploded, and a group of ghosts frantically poured in. The two women knew that they could not be spared and closed their eyes tightly. But the expected pain and death did not come. A strange giant view of the fox is standing outside the door. The ghosts encountered, directly avoided, because the fox also has their breath. However, in the eyes of the two women, this fox was the one who had already used an illusion technique, illuminating into a person with a blurred face. Go! Song Yen hissed. Angelica was already too frightened to speak, but the Empress asked, "Where to?" Song Yen said, "Take you out of here." Chapter 59. Below the South Bamboo Peak. The trail is narrow, 9 turns, fishy fog everywhere, ghosts attached to the blood and bones, rampant and domineering, flying and crashing, even though the South Bamboo Peak disciples along with the ghost cultivators transferred, but that many mountain beasts have not been able to escape. Under the tree, there is an old wolf rolling in pain. On the branch, there is a squirrel with red eyes. In the hole, there is a rabbit with fangs bared. When the fishy fog passed, unless one resisted with Xian Qi, one would be invaded by ghosts. Summer in the mountains is already a lot of water vapor, but also this unprecedented tide of death, but also everywhere children black, everywhere children red and black. It seems to have been not in the red dust on earth, but on the long dark road. 3 figures were walking on the curved underworld road. All 3 of them had swords, which Song Yen, who had attached himself to the deformed fox demon with the method of 100-phase divine royalty, had picked up in passing through the guard room. He took one and threw 2 more to Fu Shirong, Fu Hong Cotton. The 3 of them were silent and walked at a fast pace, quickly leaving the South Bamboo Peak area. Ghosts that did not attack them. Angelica Shirong was stunned to feel the moment. This mysterious man who suddenly appeared seemed to have an invisible air shield around him, which blocked the ghosts. However, the Empress was well informed and had obviously thought of another scenario, but even though she was spirited and fiery, she didn't dare to say that kind of situation at this moment. Fu Shirong suddenly asked, "Does Senior know Song Yen?" Song Yen? Song Yen responded doubtfully, then said, "I'm a ghost cultivator. Song Yen should be the owner of that cave of yours, right?" Anomalies. What she dared not ask was admitted by the man before her himself. After a moment's silence, the Empress answered yes and then asked, "Does Elder really want to take us away?" Song Yen said, "Yes." The Queen Mother asked, "Why?" Song Yen said, "Escape together." After saying that, he steeply seemed to notice something, violently backed up, grabbed the collar of the 2 women, and quickly swept to the shadow of a huge rock. A dangerous, fiery sound swept across the firmament, and while the 2 women couldn't really see it, he could see that it was an oddly leathery figure, and with a little recognition, he recalled having seen it in the Stone Master's notebook. 4-eyed deadly vulture, a group of intermediate-level demonic beasts, a giant wolf pack in the sky. If you're targeted, you'll be skinned if you're not dead. This kind of demonic beast was extremely difficult to hunt, and even if it was hunted, it would be difficult to make a perfect hide due to the fact that the 4-eyed dead vulture itself had less flesh. If the shadow is not perfect, the likelihood of it being reversed at the time of invocation is high. But it seems that the Pie Masters in the Faithful Land don't need to worry about the possibility of being revolted at all, because they only need to symbolically beckon their souls, and then the ghosts will rush into the place by themselves. So, with the addition of the Skin Master in the Faithful Land, the horror of the fog has been upgraded from the original ghosts to the chaotic, shadowy ghosts with skin shadows as their bodies. Ordinary ghosts might not come to seek trouble from Song Yen, but he wasn't sure when he encountered such hordes of 4-eyed dead vultures, so he took the 2 women behind the boulder to hide a little. Only when the sound of the fiery flapping of wings was far away did he retrace his steps and continue on his way. As the sky grew brighter, the three of them had also completely walked out of the southern bamboo peak, and even walked out of the low-grade marketplace at the bottom of that mountain, and it wasn't much farther from the exit. And just then, the sky suddenly went morose. Angelica tilted her head, but she saw two white blossoms ghostly falling down. Seems to be paper. Look again. That paper became white sleeves. The white sleeve gradually completes and becomes a celestial maiden holding a sharp sword. The heavenly maiden came down from the sky with her sword and stopped in front of the three. Immediately afterward, two figures floated down, scrutinizing the three, and one said in amazement, "There's even someone who can run out?" The other man coldly pressed, "How did you escape?" The two Angelica girls clutched their knives nervously. The two Paperman Peak disciples who had been ordered to be here looked at their clenched 5 fingers, smiled contemptuously, and dropped their gazes to Song Yen again. But in their eyes, the Song Yen at this moment was a man with quite a few ugly looks and even scars on his cheeks. Even the fox demon couldn't recognize Song Yan's illusion of a monstrous soul shadow, let alone them. "Say it." A disciple looked at Song Yen. "It seems like you're the leader." He then saw the man nod, followed by a flash of light, only to see a cloud of shadows mingled with a vicious wind coming at him. Before he could react, he experienced a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a huge force that attacked his entire body. His bones were almost shattered, while his body was weightlessly suspended in the air and flew back. The scenery flew far away, and in his eyes, he could only see that the man had not yet finished the momentum of the knife, and then violently turned back, cutting out a half-moon arc of light. Another disciple's head flew up. The man didn't stop, stepping in vertical, quickly coming to him and dropping a knife. This disciple just landed, hands back on the ground, horrified, tilted his head, shouting "Senior life," but the knife did not because of his words and slowed down half a point. In the twinkling of an eye, the disciple's eyes went black. With the death of the two Paperman Peak Secret Sentry disciples, the white-clothed heavenly maiden seemed to have lost some kind of power, and turned back into an ordinary paperman landing in the grass. Song Yen picked it up and looked at the paperman. The paper was so special that it smelled blindingly faintly of blood. He tried to crush it, and failed, until he applied a little more force, and the paper was crushed after a cloud of black smoke had risen. Song Yen narrowed his eyes. This was sort of his first close encounter with paper figures. They looked somewhat similar to leather shadows, but they were also very different. As he thought about it, he quickly threw the two dead disciples into the nearby grass. There are many beasts in the mountains, and after last night, there are many more fury beasts. The smell of blood attracts them and helps to destroy the body. After doing so, he looked ahead again and did not proceed further, but instead observed the surroundings slightly, following which he lifted up the two women and utilized his fox demon agility to dart between the mountain rocks. The terrain here, as the senior brother of South Bamboo Peak, he had long been familiar with it. Take a detour and be able to escape through a remote trail. Snap. At dusk, 3 figures swept down from a high cliff and landed. Song Yen looked around and said, "It should have already escaped." The Empress Mother had a feeling that she was dreaming as she suddenly said, "Then what is Senior's plan?" Song Yen let out a self-deprecating laugh and said, "I'm a ghost cultivator. You're not afraid?" The Empress Mother shook her head and said with bravado, "Senior saved Cotton Tree and I. If I were to be afraid of Senior just because he is a ghost cultivator, then I, Angelica Rong, am really not a thing." "Ha!" Song Yen smiled, then sighed again, said, "I am called Hua Rong, Western Sichuan Tianyun City people. Last fall went out to travel, encountered a demon fox. I was angry and the demon fox killed. I killed the demon fox, but also seriously injured. Afterwards, on the way back, he was accidentally taken captive into the puppet sex handyman's room. I tried to escape but died in the back of the mountain. Then by mistake, I turned into a ghost cultivator to return my soul." He knew Angelica Shurong, Angelica Hongmu extremely well and knew what the two women would believe and what they would not believe. Angelica is a guard and doesn't have a lot of opinions, but Angelica Young is different. On top of that, Angelica Shurong is very fond of straightforward people. His words like this could win the Empress' favor and increase her trust. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Fu Shurong said, "Daughter Fu Shurong, a native of Wei, forced to go south by the demon fox plague, was unintentionally taken captive such as the handyman's room, and afterward was, after a slight pause, she said, being brought into the cave by a devil disciple with a pretty good heart and used as a furnace. It was half a year until last night when I don't know what happened, and then I was rescued by Elderflower." After saying that, she added, "If Senior Flower wants to go back to Western Sichuan, why don't you join me? And when I get to the Fu family, I will definitely arrange for a carriage and horse to send Senior Flower west. If you don't want to go back to Western Sichuan, my Fu family will also welcome you." The Empress revealed a smile and said, "After all, We all hate fox demons, don't we? When she finished speaking, she abruptly saw Song Yen hanging his head and showing a few difficult colors. Elder Flower, what's wrong? If Senior is unwilling to do so, Senior will not be forced to do so, but Senior will keep in mind the kindness of Senior in saving his life and will definitely repay him. Song Yen was silent for some slight moments, letting out a long sigh, then beckoned, saying, Miss Angelica is a generous person. If in the past I would have made you a friend, but now, Fu Shirong laughed. Is Senior still concerned about the body of a ghost cultivator? I can still speak in the Fu family, not to mention that Senior's beheading of the fox demon and killing of the devil disciples would have proved his identity. Do not worry. Song Yen beckoned. Follow me. Angelica nodded her head and followed him into the small forest next to her. Song Yen's figure shifted, revealing the appearance of a grotesquely deformed fox demon skin. Anomalies. Song Yen said, that soul of mine unintentionally entered this thing, and that's how it came to life. Why do I see people again? Angelica Shirong was silent, tilted her head, and said frankly, Senior treats me with sincerity, and I will treat Senior with sincerity. This matter is known to heaven and earth. You know it and I know it. Shirong will never be negative to Senior. Come on, come with me back to Angelica. In the quiet room, Song Yen felt the abundant xian qi surging up from all directions, and even though it was a passing wind, it was also indescribably refreshing. He even felt that if he could inhale a mouthful of this side of the air, the mortals were afraid that they would be able to get sick less often, and if they inhaled a few more mouthfuls, they would be able to die healthy and disease-free. This is Paperman Peak. Because of the unsurprising accident, the strange beast that the sovereign had recruited had a small problem. While he was arranged to wait in one of the houses in the Paperman's Peak, he knew that news of Leather Peak would come quickly, and he, too, would soon face that patriarch. He would never think that he would be spoiled because he was the only child who inherited the mantle of the Stone Master. If he were the patriarch, he would ask himself to hand over the mantle or pass it directly to some cultivators whose realm had reached the 7th level of the Xianxian training in order for these people to quickly become leather masters. Master Stone, can you not be aware of this situation? This time, in fact, he was betrayed by the Stone Master. Was Stone Master thrown into a beautifully ornate cage? Became that chirping, at the mercy of others to deal with the caged sparrow. Now that he's in the spotlight, it's harder and harder to hide his secrets. Not to mention, the death of Gu Rufeng. He couldn't believe that the patriarch wouldn't be skeptical again. Thanks to that, he had dropped the shadow of the skin and tried to protect the Stone Master secretly, but only saw the truth. Fortunately, I saw the truth, so I was able to make a hasty response, to find another way to enter Angelica's house, which was a kind of idle move in a 10-sided ambush that had not yet been closed up and wrapped up in a solid package. Sure. After all, is still a member of the Devil's Sect. South Bamboo Peak was flooded by the enhanced fishy fog. The hanging room would be shattered by the demonic skin shadows, and the handyman would surely not survive. He didn't know what the patriarch had said to Sure, but Sure must have compromised in the end. In the end, Sure had initially chosen him for the mantle, but then for something else, and seemingly gave him a good direction, but in reality, abandoned him. No, shouldn't be called Sure anymore. And the name, Ghost Cultivator Ishiza Wang. It was the patriarch who chose to leave Ishiza Wang's living legacy behind. Not Ishiza Wang chose to send him to a safe place. And that's all. If you can't see the situation and still think that Shi Zhaowang is concerned about him and loves him, then you are being sold and still helping to count the money, which is going to be bad luck. Recalling Shi Zhaowang's gentle yenner before his departure, Song Yen narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 6060. Cold Prison Floating Life Bracelet. The night did not just pass, only because the news of Leather Peak came quickly. The fox demon invaded and actually raided Leather Shadow Peak. Master Gu went out to exterminate the foxes but disappeared. What's going on here? Didn't we not lose the great battle with the fox demons? How come there are so many fox demons invading? Where are the disciples of Leather Shadow Peak? Wouldn't they all be dead? That's not necessarily true, because last night the fishy fog rose up in a tide that was unprecedentedly violent. It's likely that a ghost cultivator has invaded. Ghost cultivators don't mix with demon foxes, do they? The disciples were on tenterhooks. That night, the guard was tight. The patriarch even went out in person. The next day, early, after a day and a night of investigation, the winds of discourse suddenly changed. The ghost cultivator actually saved the disciple of Leather Shadow Peak. However, the ghost cultivation is in great need of the Skin Master, and from now on, I'm afraid that our puppet sect will be without the Skin Shadow Peak, while the ghost cultivation is like a tiger with wings. Song Yen listened silently and looked outside again. Leather Shadow Peak. Not a single disciple was brought back, whether it was Shi Pang, his previously recognized eldest senior brother Wen Shu, or second senior sister Kim Yun Sweet, whether you're related or not. This time, as long as they belonged to Shadow Peak, they were all sent away in a package. Except for him, the living legacy of the Stone Master. Just as he was thinking, a disciple came from outside, saying that the patriarch wanted to see him. Song Yen went with him and walked into a weird paperman's house. The disciple seemed fearful and only said, "Go in yourself." Song Yen carefully stepped over the threshold and walked through an aisle that looked like a spirit hall, which was flanked by a kind of twisted, tall, grotesque paper figures that could be seen everywhere. Paper figures of red men and green women, their faces white, their cheeks rouged, their mouths smiling wryly, all tall enough to reach the ceiling above their heads, but so tall that they had to bend over, their heads bowed, overlooking the people walking in the aisles. There was a chill in the air, and as he walked with mock timidity, he saw a screen as he passed an open door. On the screen, the figure of a beauty seated after it was revealed. "See Patriarch." Song Yen bowed down, then couldn't help but cry. "Benefactor." In teacher he, behind the screen, an unhurried, pale voice came. "Seat Wang is fine, he has a new breakthrough opportunity, he might actually step into the Zheng Palace realm. No need to worry." Song Yen wiped his tears, murmured that's good, then seemed to remember something, smiled bitterly and said, "Now, the shadow peak is gone, disciple has nothing to hide. Shirshi's mantle was actually passed on to my disciple, and it was a method called the 100-phase divine royalty, which I would like to offer to the sect to revitalize my Paishir lineage." Behind the screen and froze for a long time. Song Yen continued, "Just the Stone Master's biography, when encountered outside the South Wu Sword sect pursuit, so left behind. The content of the disciple is remembered, and then by the Stone Master pointing, although the realm did not reach steeply, his words were interrupted. "Come here." Song Yen rose in compliance. "Closer." Song Yen stepped toward the screen. "Closer." One more step. When Song Yen was completely face to face with the screen, a miserable white hand steeply like a snake probed out, a bite tightly on his arm, followed by a ray of cold air entered his body. Before long, the hand retracted again. Song Yen pretended to be shocked and terrified. Behind the screen, a pale voice laughed. "Practicing the 7th level of Xian. The Southern Wu Sword sect has put in a great deal of effort. Gu Ruffing, you kill quite timely." One more step later, and it's not unlikely that my seat's plans will change. "Tell me, this human heart is really dirty, just for the sake of the mantle." Gu Ruffing actually wanted to poison the seat wing. I. Song Yen stepped back in horror. The old voice said, "Are you a member of the Su family? I have carefully checked you. You stayed with that little girl from the Su family and even helped her kill someone. You killed the Jinnan king of Wei." The Su family's little girl was really naive. That is, the life of being taken advantage of. That old bastard Jinnan Wang must have been thinking of reporting it to get out of it. And you found out. You solved the trouble. Song Yen was silent, but said, "I am not a Su family member." The old voice said, "Do you still have unfinished business in the Southern Wu Sword sect?" Song Yen was silent for a moment. The old voice laughed grimly and said, "Since things are like this, why don't you make a mistake and join my puppet sect? The old man wants to take you as a disciple and advertise the world." Seeing that Song Yen didn't move, the pale voice laughed again. "Or is it that you're just like those hypocrites from the Southern Wu Sword sect, who are all about the bones of a man?" Song Yen bowed down. "Apprentice Song Yen, greetings to master." He, ha 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 ha, ha, hey. The laughter of the old woman, the woman, the old man, and the young child all sounded at the same time. It was as if a whole family was laughing hysterically. A flawless jade-like, intricately carved white bone bracelet flew out from behind the screen. "My name is Bone Brilliant Sun. This is my master's famous Xuanqi Cold Prison floating life bracelet before he stepped into the Zheng Palace realm. The Cold Hell floating life bracelet is a treasure to nourish the spirit, and the longer it is worn, the stronger the spirit will be. For my puppet clan, whether it is a line of shadow, a line of paper people, or a line of blood corpses, it is extremely rare. In addition to that, you can also throw this object to attack. Its power is equivalent to a strike from an early-stage Zheng Palace powerhouse, enough for you to defend yourself. This is the gift of worship from your master." Song Yen took the white bone bracelet and respectfully said, "Many thanks, master." The old man behind the screen waved his hand and said, "Go down, cultivation cannot be stopped. In a few days, the resources for this seat will be organized for you. The rest, say more. You should not slack off in refining the leather shadow." "Yes." Song Yen was already in a cold sweat when he stepped out of the strange paperman's house. He vaguely smelled the odor of blood coming from that house, accompanied by the sound of gurgling. He hurried back to his quarters. Seeing the moves today was really dangerous, and the result was far beyond his expectations. He had thought that the patriarch would coerce him into handing over the mantle, and then at the most, he would kill the donkey. So he was prepared to say that the mantle had been lost, and he was the only one who remembered it. But the patriarch suddenly probed his power directly without telling the reason. but the motive for this was clear in his mind. He understood, the patriarch was suspicious that he had killed Gu Rufeng. Therefore, he simply made a trick out of it and displayed the power of the 7th level of practicing Xian. With this power, one could inherit and use the 100-phase divine royalty in its entirety, as well as kill Gu Rufeng. At the same time, he had to demonstrate these powers, because he didn't even know the sovereign's realm, but he knew that he might not be able to hide his strength even though he had the sealing talisman and the condensing fury Xian technique of controlling Xian. So, he had to take the initiative to expose his strength. By this point, things were heading completely out of control. In the end, the puppet clan patriarch, Bon Huangzi, even thought that he was a senior spy of the South Wu Sword sect, and then took him as a disciple, and also gave him this cold prison floating life bracelet. It's kind of a crooked way of acting in the past, sort of just happened to help him live up to that lie. At this time, Song Yan took out the cold prison floating life bracelet and stared at it. Bracelet surface clean, by the unknown white bone as the main material. Its surface pattern complex floating convex. Look closely, but see a lot of naked people in the jagged ice thorns to raise their hands, grimacing, looking up to call for help. Apparently a scene of ice hell sinners struggling. This thing, given by Bone Wonders, must be a trap. As for the early stage of the Jiang Palace realm, Song Yan believed that there was one. However, he also believed that if he attacked Bone Brilliant's son with this item, even a severely injured Bone Brilliant's son would die an extremely miserable death. Yet, he had to wear it again. Slightly closed eyes. The panel tunes out. Name, Song Yan. Longevity, 27/5057. Gift, Fruit of the Way of Longevity. Realm, 9th level of Xian training. During the majority of the half year of his return, his longevity had increased by another 3,000 years. He focused his attention on the cold prison floating life bracelet and began to invest his longevity. You have invested 10 years of your life to nurture your spirit with the cold prison floating life bracelet. The spirit is subtle, but it can also be manifested from external objects. For example, nowadays you can only drive an additional shadow with 100 phases of divine royalty under the condition of maintaining your own activities. But the enhancement of your spirit can make the number of drives can be increased. After 10 years, you've become mentally stronger and can drive the shadow ceiling to 2. Song Yan froze slightly. Surprisingly nothing happened? It seems that this bracelet's prohibition should be more on the side of trackers, bugs, and other functions. As for which one, I can only try again later. But since it's fine and can still warm up the spirit, then, continue to warm up. Maybe the spirit is strong enough to detect what this prohibition is. Chapter 6161. The Little Guide of Paperman Peak. You consume your lifespan and use the cold prison life bracelet to nourish your spirit. You close your eyes and hold the bracelet, and the spiritual enhancement gives you a new discovery. Before, you only feel that as long as you hold this bracelet tightly, the bracelet has its own spirit of a wisp of dispersion, warmth and nourishment in you. But now, you even vaguely feel that the bracelet seems to really hide a cold ice hell. Hell may not be talked about, but that's a pretty big cage at least. The people in the cage were full of fierce eyes, twisted and painful, worse than death, tilting their heads and reaching out, as if calling for help, as if cursing. A wisp of breath seems to be emanating from them, taking off into the air, and then like a trickle of water converging in one place, flowing into your soul, making you spiritually strengthened. In the 30th year, you feel your spirit has risen again, and the maximum number of shadows you can drive has changed to 3. You continue to cultivate, and as the spirit grows stronger again, you see more. You find yourself looking down like a salivating demon of greed, and the wisp of breath that warms the soul, just as you greedily opened your mouth wide and bared your fangs, drawing on the power of the living in that prison. In the 99th year, your spirit has risen once again, and the maximum number of shadows you can drive has changed to 4. The spirit is enhanced so that you see more. You gaze greedily at the strugglers in that frigid cage, drawing on their strength, and once you look up, you suddenly realize that you are surrounded by a gray fog. In the 289th year, you feel that the spirit required for the next qualitative change is increasing, and even if it is 100 years, you will not be able to obtain a sufficient amount of spirit from this bracelet, so you patiently continue to warm it up. Finally, in this year, you received an upgrade, and the maximum number of shadows you could drive became 5. In the 300 years, you continue to warm your spirit, but realize that for the next level of breakthrough, more than 10 years is already a drop in the bucket, and you have not improved much. Now your spirit is strong enough. You also began to realize that the spiritual power seems to be vaguely related to the soul, and you also finally found the cold prison floating life bracelet on the prohibition tracking. Wherever you are, a whiff of breath seems to be attached to you, if at all. You discerned it carefully and found out where that tracking scent was. When you drop your blood into the cold hell floating life bracelet, the scent adheres to your blood, and you only need to sever the connection with the cold hell floating life bracelet to remove the tracking scent. However, in addition to this, you found that there is a tracing scent clinging to your left arm. Even if you cut off the connection with the cold prison life bracelet, that person can also trace you through this scent. The pushback is over for now. Song Yen felt that his spirit has strengthened a lot. Even in the distant Tianyun city, that knife-beak Finch shadow also steeply in the secret box opened his eyes, vaguely heard the familiar voice outside the door. Upon a closer look, it was none other than Fa Linglong's. She seemed to be in the middle of some business deal with someone. On the other side, there is a monstrous one-tailed fox demon shadow. All of its perceptions of rushing along with Fu Shirong and Fu Hongmu were also transmitted. In the past, Song Yen would have felt dizzy after enduring the same at best. But now, the simultaneous perception coming from both sides had been more than enough for him. He could manipulate both sides of the skin at will, yet without interfering with his own thoughts. His actions, good thing, lowered his head and swept his eyes at the cold prison floating life bracelet. Although he deduced it in this way, Song Yen had not yet put it on and had not yet dripped essence blood into it. There's something very odd about this bracelet, but I have no choice. And compared to this bracelet, that trace of aura on my left arm is what's fatal. Before he completely tore his face off with the puppet sect patriarch Bone Brilliant Sun, this scent could not be removed. Song Yen gazed at the bone and jade bracelet, and with a pick of his finger, he squeezed out a drop of essence blood and dropped it. Obviously is the crimson blood in the bracelet's surface, but like ink drops into the pool. Bang, a wash away the black smoke. Inside vaguely came from the mixed screams. These sounds would not have been heard at all had Song Yen not been spiritually enhanced. Song Yen frowned, then, but no longer thought much about the internal conflict. Since Bone Brilliant Sun had taken him as a disciple and given him this item, he should be using him for a while. So naturally, he wouldn't move him. He still had time to observe. As for the Southern Wu Sword sect, the identity that Bone Brilliant Sun made up in his own head, he could only take one step at a time. Song extended a sigh of relief and relaxed as much as possible on the collapse. Paperman Peak is different from Leather Shadow Peak and even South Bamboo Peak, where you can't see the weird red fishy fog even if you stand on the edge of the cliff and look far away. But here, perhaps because of the cave, is very much the reason. So a wind sound will come from the mountains of strange sound, as if many women kneeling in a place, miserable and speak, like laughing, like crying. Although the Xian Qi was fresh, the longer he stayed in this room, the more he could smell the indescribable blood aura. It's late afternoon, sunset twilight. Song Yen still didn't go out. He was lying on the floor, pondering while his eyes moved along with the knife-beaked finch in Tianyun City and the deformed one-tailed fox on Fu Shirong's side. Since Bone Brilliant Sun gave me the bracelet that is capable of delivering a strike at the early stage of the Zheng Palace, his own strength is bound to be more than just the early stage of the Zheng Palace, but it shouldn't be too much to say that it has surpassed the Zheng Palace as a large realm. Nowadays, it's best for me to use the skins outside to seek a way to break through the Zheng Palace realm. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden sound of tiptoeing footsteps outside the door. Song Yan's complexion steeply shifted as he looked warily in the direction of the doorway. There was a knock on the door, accompanied by a timid woman's voice. Song, Master Song, are you there? Song Yan looked out through the window, but he saw a small and delicate young girl standing outside the door. Cloud temples slightly entangled, jade hairpin meticulously inserted, exquisite convex body shape so that her entire look, as if a small goblin between the green mountains and blue water. Under the light-colored skirt wrapped fat buttocks. On the upper part of the robe brocade wrapped around the rich bushes. The little face was gorgeous, but with an unspeakable humility, nervousness, and a hint of numbness. Fox blood? Wei's royal family? Song Yen opened the door. The young girl bowed shallowly and said, Nun Chao Yuzhuan, meet your master. The patriarch sent you? Yes, yes. The young girl named Chao Yuzhuan was careful, then said, I was only 8 years old when I came here, but now I'm 16. Song Yen instantly understood. This girl is also the year was sent to one of the royal family of the state of Wei, at that time because of the young, and therefore was raised as a cultivation reserve, and now it is directly given to their own. From the perspective of appearance and figure, this young girl called Chao Yuzhuan was far beyond the previous Shannan King's Princess Chao Shuelua, and it was no wonder that she was stored up by Bone Brilliant Sun. Chao Yuzhuan suddenly knelt down directly, humbly and incomparably saying, Please, Master, grant Yuzhuan the obsession powder. Jade Makeup grew up in Paperman Peak and has quite a bit of knowledge about the environment of this peak, so I will bring the master to check it out later, and then after that, it will take the master to a new cave. If he was a first-timer, Song Yen would still be a bit hesitant, but at this time, he knew that in this environment, each other have no choice. Then take the powder of infatuation, but only poured some micro, but saw the Jade Makeup girl even kneeling and crawling to him, stretching out the pink little tongue to lick the powder on his fingers. Song Yen was startled and hurriedly reached out to help the young girl up, asking, What are you doing? Chao Yuzhuang stared at him with wide eyes, puzzled, before nervously saying, Nu, did you do something wrong? Her whole body trembled as she looked at Song Yen in fear, her beautiful eyes filled with tears and pity. Song Yen was silent, steeply pulling the young girl's sleeve, but he saw some extremely fine needle holes on his arm vaguely. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then took the demented powder and was about to pour it when he saw the young girl actually stick her little tongue out again. This time, he gently poured some on her tongue and then said, "Master's orders, don't kneel in the future, and don't stick your tongue out for food," Chao Yuzhuang hurriedly said. Slave took note. Slave will definitely not kneel or stick out his tongue to eat. Whatever master says is what he says. When she finished speaking, she stood aside respectfully, her pretty little face looking at her chest, the toes of her 2 small feet pouting uneasily in her embroidered shoes. The potency of the infatuation powder quickly caused her cheeks to fly up in a cloud of haze. Song Yen said, "You can show me around Paperman Peak?" Chao Yuzhuang hurriedly said, "Yes, master." Sovereign explained La, "As long as you don't leave Paperman Peak, you can go anywhere." Song Yen said, "Okay, then show me around." Chao Yuzhuang, as a high-level pot cultivated from childhood, was certainly pitiful, but she knew a lot of things. Obviously, Bone Brilliant Sun has its own atmospheric side. Since in the cold prison floating bracelet and Song Yen body under the tracking ban, will not bother to play tricks in these small places. Chao Yuzhuang said, "Master, the making of paper people is still quite troublesome yet. The heart of the matter lies in the making of the paper. The bark is taken, dried, and then soaked in essence blood, after which the normal steps of paper making, different barks, and different essence blood, make different papers. The higher the rank of the powerhouse, the better the effect of the essence blood. As for the trees, the white snake eucalyptus on Paperman's Peak is usually used." She elaborated. These are not secrets at Paperman's Peak, but it was quite new to Song Yen. He recalled what Shi Zhaowang had said earlier, and suddenly felt that the phrase "the whole body is a treasure" was really true in the puppet sect. Skin, made into a shadow. Flesh, made into a bloody corpse. Blood, soak the Paperman. No wonder the smell of blood is so strong on Paperman Peak. What about the divine soul? Song Yen couldn't help but think. In the case of shadow, the souls used are actually just fragments of the remaining souls, and the souls themselves are not used. This is because most of the time, the soul itself is long gone, and what the soul recruits are all soul fragments. Thinking of this, Song Yen said, "This is the making of paper. What about the Paperman?" Chao Yuzhuang glanced fearfully at the bone jade bracelet that was sheathed on his left hand and said, "Master, your masters and brothers have similar Xian weapons just like you, but they don't have one as delicate as yours, while they are all branded on heavy armor." In this way, while exercising his body with the heavy armor, he drew the divine soul from the heavy armor and warmed it. Then, one can separate a portion of the divine soul to awaken the Paperman. Song Yen understood. So, Paperman is a mecha. Use the essence blood of a strong person to make a mech. Use the divine soul to make a soul-nurturing artifact, and then split out one by one one's own small divine soul to drive a mech. Mechs. It's Paperman Peak. Chapter 62-62, Pavilion Master Song. Song Yen still wants to drive the armor. However, it was obvious that there was no way that the Bone Brilliant Sun old devil would let him open it. Chao Yuzhuan led him on a short tour of the paper-making assembly line and then said she had to return to her cave. And then, the two came to the edge of the cliff. "Where is the cave?" Song Yen asked. Chao Yuzhuang hurriedly said, "Master, someone is coming." Song Yen turned his head sideways, but he saw an inner disciple sweeping in from afar, his odd expression staring and sweeping over him all the time, and then with a jerk from his back, he handed him a box on his back. "The patriarch asked me to hand it over to you." Song Yen took it and said, "Many thanks, senior brother," then laughed again. "What's this?" That inner disciple looked at him with more and more odd eyes, and upon hearing the address, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I don't dare to take the word senior brother. The patriarch has already explained about accepting you as a disciple, and it will be announced in the next few days. In the future, you are my senior uncle." Song Yen narrowed his eyes slightly. The inner disciple continued, "As for the one in this box, it's a masterless flying sword. The original owner was an expert from the Southern Wu Sword sect, who has already fallen." The patriarch said, "You have to use this." Song Yen, the inner disciple, pushed the box into his hands and excused himself. Song Yen tapped the box. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he could actually use a sword, or flying swords. As for the reason, he already understood. The patriarch wanted him to show off his identity as a disciple of the Southern Wu Sword sect in front of everyone in a big way. Again, even though good and evil are not on opposite sides, if there is an attack from a foreign race, should the human race also join forces? But I'm not actually a disciple of the Southern Wu Sword sect. However, if I'm not a disciple of the Southern Wu Sword sect, that would be a big problem. Today, Song Yen felt that he had dreamed too many dreams and encountered too many impossibilities, but at this time, he still had to lament. when he was in the same room with Qi Yao, and after that, he helped Qi Yao to destroy the king of Jinan actually, could help him weave a natural excuse to give him a special identity several years later. It's only temporary though, so he had to find a way to fix this as soon as possible. At this time, Chao Yuzhuang said, Master, the cave is on the hill over there. Nu points the way. You take me there. That hill over there? Song Yan nodded, then looked at the flying sword. This was a flying sword with a cold and heavy light. The sword body flashed a ray of rainbow light under the moonlight that would be in the underworld, and it was obvious that it was not a mortal product. For masterless flying swords, simple manipulation is not complicated. Since Song Yan had revealed his identity as a 7th level Xin practitioner, he would not hide it anymore. A finger was pointed on top of the flying sword, ferrying in Xian Qi to form a connection, followed by lifting the finger, crookedly maneuvering the flying sword and stepping on it. He reached out and pulled Chao Yuzhuang towards the distance. Although it was the first time he had ever used a sword, because his real strength was already at the 9th level of practicing Xian, his abundant strength completely made up for the lack of skill. Under Chao Yuzhuang's guidance, it didn't take him long to arrive at the cave. The elevation in status not only allowed Song Yan to obtain a drastic increase in the quality of the hearth pots, but it also allowed him to raise the level of his cave as well. Once upon a time in the South Bamboo Peak, that is a cave with a simple stone door mechanism. The only lighting facilities inside is the skylight. If the rainy and windy days, the cave is dark. Even and the little lady play like a blind man touching each other in general. And the cave to the door. Up and down there are caves. The whole Xian world of the collective large dormitory. But the cave here turned out to be a mansion on a small hill. The mansion was not 2 entrances and 2 exits, but it was a large, flat-spread house with open light. After entering the interior, there was a bedroom and a study. Outside, there is a courtyard, a spiritual lone flower spectrum, and a viewing corridor built according to the alignment of this mountain. Vermilion lacquer columns, glazed tiles, a step to see the flowers and plants, a step to see the clouds and the sea of smoke. Very much a sense of seclusion outside the world. For most of the disciples of Paperman Peak, they still live in the collective dormitory. As for the paper-making room for handymen, the accommodation for those handymen is not as good as the hanging room of the Shadow Peak, where they live on the ground floor. It's one of those underground houses where no one can get out if the door is closed. The difference in status makes everything different. This kind of independent small mountains around the main peak, for mortals, need to cross the mountains. Extremely troublesome, but for cultivators, but just step on the gas thing. Boom! And the leather, flying swords and all, were already on the other side of the hill. After Song Yan landed, he entered the house, inspected around, found no danger, and went up to the bed. Not long ago, the jade makeup girl came to the front of the collapse, after asking Master Want to give her undressing and received a negative answer, then took the initiative to change the gauze, and then climbed onto the couch like a cat, frowning, and slowly melted together with Song Yan. Crimson plum blossoms, slowly blooming. Night, deep. Little over half a month later, Song Yan's identity was released. He was a disciple of the Southern Wu Sword sect who had come to the puppet sect before, and a disciple taken in by the puppet sect's patriarch. On Paperman Peak, an independent pavilion was emptied out. A large number of demonic beast skins were moved into it, and Song Yan, the junior uncle of most of the puppet sect's disciples, also went in and started to make shadows in it, because he is a 7th level practitioner. Nowadays shadow making is no longer a half-finished product, but a complete set. In the large pavilion, apart from him, there was only the jade makeup girl who was doing odd jobs on the side. As for the ex-mistress by Huai, was simply settled in a cave, usually have a handyman to take care of. Such a pavilion, hanging its own plaque, inscribed, Shadow Small Xian. In the daytime, no Paperman Peak disciple would walk into the Shadow Pavilion, because everyone knew Song Yan's special identity. But soon, the puppet sect's new recruitment made this Shadow Creek enter the newcomers. Song, hello, Pavilion Master Song. My name is Yu Yang Luo, and it's a lower grade Earth Xian root. A large teenager with thick eyebrows and big eyes who called himself Yu Yang Luo nervously introduced himself. Pavilion Master Song. My name is Shin Nongjia. I'm also a lower grade Earth Xian root, and I was assigned by the sect to come to your side to learn about skin shadows. The young girl was clear and articulate, and she bowed deeply to Song Yan. Yang Tower? Shenangjia? Song Yan nodded. With a name like that, it was a good match for him, but just these two? He was slightly puzzled, but soon, he realized, the shadow lineage is not so significant to the whole puppet clan, so there is no need for a production line. Bone brilliant son of the old devil is to choose the talent is still good disciples to let him teach. As for why there are only 2, I'm afraid that these 2 are already the best ones in this batch of newcomers. Lower grade Earth Xian root. Not bad indeed. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are 2 of the best of the bunch. So, he casually pointed to 2 seats and said, sit down. the two respectfully responded, and Shen Nongjia suddenly said, "In the future, can we call you teacher?" Son Yen said, "Since the sect has arranged for you to come and learn the art, you are my disciples. There is no need for much red tape, just address them directly. Teacher." Shen Nongjia made another bow. The thick-browed Yu Yang Luo also hurriedly shouted, "Hello teacher." Then, the two saw Chao Yuzhuang next to them. Earlier, the two had seen that this little lady with a stunning face was incredibly close to her teacher, so they respectfully saluted. Shen Nongjia said without flattery or arrogance, "Senior mother." Yu Yang Luo was also full of vigor as he said, "Good for master mother. Beautiful. MMM. The beautiful master's wife and the powerful master are truly a match made in heaven." Only after saying this did this thick-browed disciple secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The clothes on his back were soaked through. He was an honest man who loved to tell big truths blindly. Son Yen, on the other hand, froze. Chao Yuzhuang even hastily waved her hands and said in a loud voice, "No, I'm just master's slave. Son Yen looked at her stuttering, pitiful, helpless, and panicked appearance, sighed, and said, "Shifunyang is Shifunyang, a title is just that. No need to straighten up. Yuzhuang, stand up straight." He was now a member of the Southern Wu Sword sect. A little bit of decency and a little more compassion is not out of place. After saying that, Son Yen led two more new disciples to sit on one side and began to teach. "My puppet sect has 4 peaks, Paper Man Peak, Blood Corpse Peak, Organ Peak, and Strange Poison Peak. I, on the other hand, have a special existence in this Shadow Shaoxian, and what is passed on is also very different from other places, but there is no mission with me. You need to pour yourselves into learning leather making. This skin making, divided into 8 processes. First, selecting the skin. Second, purifying the skin. Third, drawing." Son Yen taught. For a moment there was a sudden, slight trance. He seemed to have returned to the day when he first came to the puppet sect, and that senior sister Wang Susu Wan was also teaching this in front of him. But times have changed. If Leather Shadow Peak still had a peak master, he would be considered Leather Shadow Peak. Or rather, it's the South Bamboo Peak master, right? Since a disciple had come, it seemed that he was still safe for the time being. Chapter 63, Testimonials on the Shelf. Folks, the book hits the shelves tomorrow at 5 p.m. But after a few creative failures, Peach Blossom Crisp has understood, without that diamond drill, really cannot take porcelain work. How big is the mouth? How big is the meal? Hopeless. Would love to explode every day on top of getting the book written, but I can't do it. If it's forced to be, it's just going to turn out to be barely keeping the book from falling apart on top of the daily bursts and the readability plummeting. What's the point? So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It'll still be a 5 p.m. update after it hits the shelves, and 2 daily updates, totaling about 6,000 words. Not to mention, the quality will be the same as it was before it hit the shelves. Even at 1 million words, 2 million words, the quality will still be the same. And as it unfolds, the story is sure to get even better. That's where Peach Crisp's ambition in creating this book comes in. Thank you all. Chapter 63, Stabbing Fox, 4. 2K words, request for subscription. A few days later, in the fall rain, the white mist on the mountains is suddenly born and extinguished. Suddenly thick and thin, stumbling between the mountains and rivers, like a lonely ghost who is not at ease and does not know where to go. Son Yen held a large dark black umbrella and looked down at a tombstone in front of him. The names engraved on the monument were all the names of the disciples who had attacked the puppet sect and died in battle. At that time, the 4 brothers suddenly returned, and the Great War was forced to end. But even though there was a temporary truce, the Southern Wu Sword sect didn't dare to stay in this enemy's hinterland for much longer. So the bodies of many disciples were cremated nearby and put in the ground. Snap, snap, the rain falls on the umbrella surface, splashing and bouncing, and on the stone monument, flowing horizontally and uncontrollably. Son Yen held his umbrella, his eyes quickly sweeping over the names of the tombstone's inscriptions, and from time to time, he stepped on his sword and flew to the next place with tombstones, continuing his search. He's going to find a boss who's dead, and then he's going to say it's the same thing. Chapter 64. My Sword, 3. 0K words, request for subscription. A few days later, Son Yen obtained a technique and a spell from the Southern Wu Sword sect as he wished. It was more than he had initially imagined. It is true that the righteous way of doing things is still considered to be open and honest. As long as you are recognized, you will be given only as much as you need. Obviously, in this world, at least in the land of the 3 kingdoms, positive is positive, evil is evil. Bone Brilliant, son of the so-called hypocrites of the old devil, is afraid that there are still a few 2-folds of the true bones. The name of the technique was Xianhua Yi Jian Dian. To Son Yan's surprise, this was actually a technique for drawing Xian Qi. Initially, Song Yan also thought that the Xian-Qi guidance technique was the technique used by all Xian-Xian practitioners at the Xian-Xian stage, because the puppet palace really hides a great deal, not letting you know that the full version of the Xian-Qi guidance technique is still mutilated. This is a handicap, and the handicap is in the word contemplation. While directing the Xuanqi to pour over himself, the monk, chapter 66, 65, Rainbow Transformation, 5, 2K words, request for subscription. You start practicing the Xianhua Yi Jian Dian. As with the Xian-Qi guidance technique, the Xianhua Yi Jian Dian is just a method of drawing Xian-Qi. You only need to follow it up to do it, and then you can cultivate normally, without any distinction between a small success and a large success. 10 years later, your Xian-Qi did not improve, but you only felt a hint of sword intent warmed up in your divine soul. The sword intent is so mysterious that you can't see or touch it, but you can feel that your soul is indeed becoming sharper. 100 years later, you and the usual general in view of the heavenly sword. The sword does not see the tip, only see the cloud under the sword body. An unspeakably strong emotion springs up in your heart. The surging sword will, and before you through the cold prison floating life bracelet warming 300 years to warm up, the spirit began to merge, so that many spirits seem to begin to have shape. The tip of the sword is molded by a little bit of your accumulated spirit, and eventually pierces the sky. The clouds disappear, and it becomes a. Chapter 67, 66. Zhangjiang Palace, 2. 0K words, request for subscription. Song Yan's performance did not bring much change to his life. It seemed unusual for a disciple of the sword sect to use a sword sect spell, and everyone knows that Song Yan is a southern Wu Jianmen spy. His days are still 9 to 5. However, Song Yan's information has never been very well informed. Once there was a classmate, Sister Wang, who talked to him about some things, but now he can only learn about it from his own disciples. His identity is special, except for the shadow matter on the people in his contact. Other times, no one will take the initiative to take care of him, for fear that too deep interaction with him will lead to any disaster in the future. But Yu Yang Luo and Shen Nongjiao were different. Anyone with eyesight knows that if there are no accidents, these two, in all likelihood, will be the future pillars of the clan, belonging to their own people. So, these two are still quite popular out there, but the two are different again. Yang Luo is big-headed and quarrelsome, and his mouth often. Chapter 68, 67. First kill, 4. 1K words, request for subscription. The morning of the broken temple was filled with light flurries of snow. Early in the morning, Angelica Shurong had finished practicing a round of sword techniques, then closed her sword and toned down. Su Shenli praised, good sword technique. Angelica Shurong said, rather, it was when I was in the puppet sect, that demon disciple gave me time to kill to practice. Su Shenli said, Brother Hua is also a martial arts expert. What do you think of this sword technique? Song Yan praised, wonderful. Su Shenli curiously said, I don't know what the name of that devil disciple is? Fu Shurong said with a complicated expression. Song Yan? Song Yan? Su Shenli almost jumped at the blast, then asked again, Song Yan? Which Song Yan? Angelica Shurong wondered. The Song Yan who was in the Leather Shadow South Bamboo Peak Cave before. He is still quite highly regarded, and seems to be a disciple of a person named Shur from the Devil Sect. What happened? Su Shenli looked odd and said, he could be me. Chapter 69, 68. Always by my side, 2. 8K words, subscription required. A few days later, early in the morning, the door of the inn was knocked. A eunuch came here, asked the Li Fan name, and then a brief comparison of the appearance of the Song Yan took away. Li Fan, since it was a pseudonym agreed upon earlier with Angelica Shurong. You're the Empress Mother's savior, right? We're telling you to hurry up and leave if you want to order a reward later. Do you hear me? The eunuch shrilled. Song Yan nodded and responded. Understood, understood. In a short while, the two came to the wagon not far away. The curtain lifted and a snow-white catkin peeked out from within, which beckoned. The eunuch frowned. Your Highness, if King Wei knew. A voice from the wagon interrupted. Only talk for a moment. A chill flashed across the eunuch's features as he said, as soon as possible then. Song Yan got into the carriage and lifted the curtain. The eunuch stood by with his arms folded. This day, Chapter 70-69, Treasure Chamber, 3. 1K words, request for subscription. I'm not hiding it from great-grandma, but the late generation is a ghost cultivator. Before Song Yan's words had completely settled, he felt his body lose weight and his feet began to hang in the air, and the queen's figure is like a nightmare only appeared in the ghost. The whole child in the sudden elevation, higher and higher, until that high palace top, which was forced to stop, back slightly hunched, head forward, overlooking its down. Its body even instantly swelled hundreds of times, turning into a horrifying giant. The beautiful features on its face also tore apart, as if its face skin had been propped open due to the unbearable huge force, and its eyes, nose, and lips were tilted to the east and west, horrifyingly incomparable. The originally brightly lit Fong Ning Palace was suddenly dark, the light, all blocked by this giant body. Two sharp fingers carried Song Yen as if he were carrying a small ant, his hideous face showing a wry smile, his voice hoarse and strange. Junior, what you said, I saw it all in the Queen's memory. Chapter 71-70, Getting It, 3. 4 K-words, request for subscription. Paper Man Peak, Shadow Hen, Dao, Brother Dao, have some tea. Watching Song Yen rest down, little Lady Jade Makeup brought him steaming moonlight tea. Mountain temperatures are cold. The snow that fell some time ago has not melted. The wind in the distance from time to time will also be rolled to the silk flakes of snow, with a unique contains the smell of the earth and wood gas cold. Song Yen took the tea and took a sip. The slightly sweet hot tea entered his body and stomach. The subtle shen she contained within lifted his spirits, only to feel that the air he breathed in with his next breath was much fresher. And release Kong Dwener today? Well, it's cold. I read in the spiritual tea chapter that the moonlight grass is a versatile Xian herb that goes with everything, so I put in some ginger, wanting to allow Dao Brother to be able to warm his hands and feet, in order to serve her master better. The Jade Maiden is allowed to read something related to serving tea and water. Chapter 72-71, Getting Rich, 3. 3 K-words, request for subscription. Floating clouds like snow piled up on the tip of the mountain, under the vast clear sky in late winter. A hawk gave a sharp cry and lifted its wings to fly over. The ghostly remnants of the feather fell from the air, whirled around, and landed on the frozen black earth of a barren forest. In the shade of the trees, the bodiless phantom raven glanced one more time in the direction of the imperial capital, then hid its body so that it melted into the shadows as completely as possible, before skimming quickly at low altitude. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, the Fox Kuei Palace, the setting sun was like a remnant of blood, spreading on the ground in a serene manner, making the corpse-strewn ground take on a brutal, bloody, and congealed posture. Blood was flowing, broken flesh was everywhere, and there was a rolling head with eyes wide open, as if it had seen something incomparably horrible before it died. Of course, there were plenty of fox demon corpses. You pile on me, I pile on you. There were fox demon claws thrusting out from behind some cultivator's back, the heart still held in those fluffy, sharp claws, but Chapter 73-72, Last Chance, 3. 8 K-words, request for subscription. It was late winter, and the sky was early and dark. After locking up leather shadow Shaoxian, Song Yen walked on the mountain path of Paperman Peak. The wind was cold. The shadows of the mountains slanted down rapidly with the waning sun in the west. Large shadows accompanied by the bone-chilling air pounded on the face, and from time to time there were scavenging vultures and crows wandering around in the branches of the dead branches, emitting strange cries. Jade Makeup little lady hanging hand behind Song Yen, hand carrying a small packet of incense would shaking. This incense would after burning the smell is very good, can tranquilize the spirit to calm the chi. She is from Song Yen got contribution points. And then in the main peak of the Paper Money Building Exchange. The Paper Money Building, to put it bluntly, is the finance department and basic props exchange office of the Paperman Peak. At this time in front of the Paper Money Building lined up many disciples. The foremost one is showing the identity plate, with the window steward said exchange Xian Yu and other objects thing. Behind the disciples are still urging. What a long line, the little lady exclaimed. Chapter 74-73, Teacher is learned, I am not as good as more. 3. 6 K-words, request subscription. A few days later, Shadow Hen, Guan Wu, the inner disciple who was responsible for coming to fetch the shadow, looked at the box in his hand in shock, and said in surprise, Master Song, how come all the shadows these past few days have been intermediate demonic beasts at the 4th level of practicing Xian? Besides, that's less? Song Yen was about to speak, but first coughed twice, then said, these past few days the hand has not felt good, after some days it should be fine. Guan Wu froze, but remembered that some time ago, Master Song had been revolted by the shadow of the skin, and with a quick estimate in his heart, he realized that this incident might have left a shadow in his heart, so much so that he didn't dare to touch even slightly higher level demonic beast skins. Guan Wu sighed and comforted, Master Song, I've understood about that matter. You were unlucky enough to take a multi-tailed fox demon skin that had already stepped into the level of a high-level demon beast, that's why it backfired. Song Yen just laughed bitterly but didn't reply. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Chapter 75-74, Cold Pool Marketplace, Reunion of the Old Man, 3. 3 K-words, request for subscription. The Cold Pool Valley Marketplace, mixed fish and dragons, but the scale of the large, the number of participants, in the history of the 3 countries is also rare. Song Yen just made a rough estimate in his mind and felt that there must be at least 10,000 people here, but a large portion of the tens of thousands of people are jungle people. The alliance between the Southern Wu Sword sect and the puppet sect is a big event, and the following little brothers will naturally come to support it. The good and evil sects in the Jianghu also need to shake hands and make peace for the time being to fight against foreign enemies. Song Yan walked around, looking for a few unoccupied corners, and then quietly put the fox demon shadow puppet in the shadows. And when he left, the fox demon shadow puppet swelled out of the shadows, changed, and transformed into a mediocre. In the crowd of people at a glance passed the cultivator who could not even notice the appearance. After the fox demon puppet had wandered around a few times, at a certain time when it crossed paths with Song Yan again, Song Yan quietly handed a storage bag to the Chapter 76, 75, Man Outside, Home Gutted, 4, 1K words, request subscription, not a moment's effort. Jade Makeup Little Lady bought drinks back, is 3 copies of the 100 fruits drinks, because of which added some rare fruits, and the use of the Jianghu what famous doctor's secret recipe, soup base boiled a few days and nights or something, so the price is not expensive. She had long noticed Su Yao and assumed that she was a friend of the owner, so she took it upon herself to bring one as well. But Su Yao shook her head. She hadn't drank these sweet things for a long time. How can you swallow sweetness when your heart is bitter? I'll go inform the elders of this sect first. Su Yao got up. Song Yan said, don't forget what you promised me. Su Yao coldly said, guarantee with your life. Song Yan said breathlessly, don't be faithful. Just pay attention to it. Su Yao turned away. Song Yan took the jade pendant from before and slipped it to Chao Yuzhuan, and went over and whispered, her name is Su Yao. She is the 7th miss of the Su family of the Southern Wu Sword sect. You hold this jade pendant. Chapter 77, 76. The Cunning Little Thief. 3. 0K words please subscribe. Puppet Sect. Fateful Ground. Rolls of blood-colored fury crept into the carnelian-like center, but it had lost its previous terror. It was only because a giant fox demonic shadow covered the sky, overlaying on top of that fateful earth's red jade, casting shadows that suppressed the churning of the fateful chi. A fox demon figure scurried out from the gloom, and even though the ghosts were flying about and the skins were running rampant, they were still half a step behind in front of so many intermediate and advanced demons. A pair of morose eyes were staring straight at the giant shadow that covered the sky in the red jade of the fateful earth, and there was actually fear in those eyes. Therefore, the owner of that eye just hibernates, but does not dare to charge up and fight with that multi-tailed dragon bow fox again. 2 people, who have already fought. Zhang Han lost and was seriously injured. Great-Grandma Fox might have been injured as well, but it couldn't be seen, so Zhang Han didn't dare to go back on. After all, he could also see that Great-Grandma Fox's goal was not the fury. Also, Chapter 78, 77. Exchange Meeting. Blood Melting Skill, 4. 1K words, request for subscription. The puppet sect fury was in chaos, but the Cold Pool Valley marketplace was still bustling with activity. There were many cultivators from the 3 countries gathered here, and the several Jiang Palace-level powerhouses who had gotten the news had no intention of disturbing the atmosphere here for the time being, because for both the Puppeteer sect and the Southern Wu Sword sect, the Cold Pool Valley marketplace was not only a sign of alliance between the 2 sides, but it also had a deeper significance than ever before. That's unification. The opportunity to unify all the cultivators of the 3 kingdoms lies above this Cold Pool Valley marketplace. If this marketplace continues for a long period of time, won't the person in control of the marketplace be able to catch all the cultivators in one net and bring them all into the door? The hardest thing in the world is to go from 0 to 1. The Coldwell Valley marketplace is the one. Therefore, Bone Brilliant's son, the Grand Elder, did not want any accidents to happen in the opening of the marketplace this time. Besides, the appearance of Great-Grandmother Fox in the fury, how it looks, is not the same as the Chapter 79, 78. Tearing the face of the Tiger Clan. Devouring King Tiger Clan. 3. 1K words begging for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Song Yan ate and drank well, while also comprehending the blood melting technique, smoothly moving it to the Yi Feats section of the panel. On the other hand, he had also been trying to discover something through the Indo-On die, but had found nothing. This day at lunchtime, Song Yan is sitting in the compartment, but outside the porch as steeply came hurried footsteps. Follow STH. There was a bang, and the doorway was rudely slammed open from the outside. Indian Wu Tai looked annoyed, his bloodshot eyes staring warily at Song Yan while he snapped, "Follow me." Jade Makeup Little Lady was originally making incense at the side, and was directly stunned at the sight of the situation. When Song Yan saw that Elder Brother Ian was in a hurry, he stopped being in a hurry and inquired curiously, "Why is Elder Brother in such a hurry?" Indu Wu Tai said, "Come with me at once." With a slow curtsy, Song Yan said, Chapter 80, 79. Breaking the Realm, Breaking the Cage, 4. 6K words, request for subscription. Coldwell Valley Marketplace, Tavern. Song Yan sat in the middle of the formation, focusing on his enlightenment. In the life projection, The message of death is constantly screened. A few breaths of life can be consumed in the short term, or an hour in the long term. But as the number of successes increased, the essence blood of the Tiger King Devourer clan was also being rapidly absorbed. After consuming a year's worth of lifespan and dying nearly 10,000 times, Song Yen completely absorbed the essence blood of this devouring King Tiger clan. This was still based on his foundation at the 9th level of the Xian training realm. So one could imagine, if an ordinary practitioner of the 9th Xian layer encountered this kind of essence blood, he would be afraid that he would die if he dipped into it. The Jiang Palace pill is also a necessary pill for every regular human cultivator who wants to step into the Jiang Palace realm. Who can die 10,000 times a death like him? After absorbing the essence blood of the Tiger Devourer King clan, you felt that the blood in your whole body was boiling, and you hurriedly operated the remnants of the blood melting technique, drawing blood from the surrounding area while doing so. Chapter 81-80, Backwash, 4. 1K words, request for subscription. Snap. Another body was flung away, spiraling to be torn apart and devoured by the fox demons. Great-Grandma Fox hid under the dense shade of the wildly blowing and shaking trees, her eyes showing an unmistakable color of annoyance and frenzy. Another soul search. Once again worthless. Even though the soul of the Jiang Palace realm is much stronger, multiple consecutive soul searches are still very hurtful. If you keep rubbing other people's memories into your soul, how can you tell which one is you and which one is someone else? Great-Grandma Fox had set her strategy long ago. First, a raid on the Fury while the marketplace in Golden Valley is open. Subsequently, after searching the soul of the stone seed Wang, it quietly left, but allowed the fox cubs to continue destroying it, pretending that it hadn't left. This being the sound of the east striking the west, simply because it knew that Song Yen had gone to the Cold Pool Valley marketplace. It hoped to lure all of the Cold Pool Valley's powerhouses back. Chapter 82-81. Final encounter, 3. 3K words, request for subscription. The Cold Pool Valley marketplace has been turned into a battlefield. Potholes everywhere. The head of the mountain was cut. The mountainside was bombed. Broken rocks and broken wood. Everywhere. The air is also mixed with a wisp of pungent fishy smell. Both the cultivators and the fox demons died and were heavily injured. Great-Grandma Fox's demonic shadow had disappeared, and in its place was a hunched and panting three-tailed white fox. This white fox was no more than half a man's height, and at that moment the man stood upright, on top of a lonely cliff in the dusk. Phew. Fox Big Grandma gaze harsh and unwilling to look at the distance. After this backwater battle, its fox cubs have lost 70% to 80%. Want to cultivate a new batch but do not know how long it will take. The multi-tailed fox clan was originally known for their illusions, and the most suitable tactics to use against the enemy were to slowly sneak in, sow discord, and cut flesh with a blunt knife. And this slugging does. Chapter 83-82. Please go to your death. 3. 5K words. Please subscribe. Song Yen, hand over what you stole. Great-Grandma Fox didn't pounce the first time, but instead said, give it back to me, and this matter will end. You and I don't have any deep grudges. It spread its hands, and casually spit away the chewing fingers in the mouth, transformed into a pitiful beauty appearance, lifting the sleeve to cover the face. Miserable said, you also see the appearance of the people now, have fallen into such a pitiful, even if I want to deal with you again, but also have the heart is not able to do so. Besides, if you can do so many things, your strength must not be weak. People are only concerned about escaping now, and they still want to save their strength, so how would they risk dealing with you again? After saying that, that beautiful human head changed sharply and drastically again, changing back to a vicious fox head. The fox head looked hideously at Song Yen, and said viciously, but if you are stubborn and don't give it back to me, then I will drag you down to hell with me even if I have to put my life on the line. The fierce gaze was dead on Song Yen. Song Yen said, that east. Chapter 84-83. Slave. Terrified. 4. 0K words, request for subscription. The Tiger Clan of the Devourer King is completely the overlord of the Divine Soul World. Fox Big Grandma, even if it is the existence of the middle level of the Jiang Palace, even if it is a momentary hegemony in the 3 countries, but after it fell headlong into the big mouth of the devouring King Tiger, it also became a turtle in a jar. Though it was hanging upside down, it curled up like a cat with its tail tugged, and frantically tore at the black spot that was wrapped around it. But the black spots are getting worse. Soon it was tied up in 5 pieces. It continued to struggle frantically, but as the whole fox was wrapped up like a dumpling, there was only a left and right bulge on the surface of the black spot, as if the powerless little lady carrying a beanbag-sized fist was resisting in vain. The last scene was the hateful look of Great-Grandma Fox coming out of the gap of that black spot, but immediately after that, another black spot completely obscured even that hatred. Song Yen is also secretly alarmed, since the elimination of the Chapter 85-84, Chao Carp County, Master Li, 2. 5K words request for subscription. A few months later, into the fall, Song Yen also began to wander around the perimeter of the deep mountains, occasionally relying on the conversations of some of the villagers in the small villages while learning about the situation outside. Regarding the Jiang Palace realm, he also knew quite a bit about it through great-grandmother Fox. It is primarily a source of blood. Killing someone, even if they killed a cultivator of the Jiang Palace realm, they could not get the essence blood in their body. The only thing that great-grandmother Fox provided for him was the multi-tailed fox essence blood of her own race. However, Song Yen had no intention of placing the multi-tailed fox essence blood in the left and right palaces for the time being. For one thing, he knew the importance of the combination of essence and blood through great-grandmother Fox, and a good combination could give himself a crushing advantage in the same realm of the fight. Secondly, once the multi-tailed fox essence blood is placed in the left and right palaces, the power it can exert will only be 60% or 70% of the original, and the three-tailed will become the two-tailed. I am afraid. 3. Fox Tits. Chapter 86-85. Can't enjoy yourself yet. 3. 5K words request for subscription. Asahi. At daybreak, Mr. Lee of the Peachwood meat shop was dragging a black pig that was squealing outside. That black pig is said to be 200 or 300 pounds. For Big Hoof's crazy plowed back, fat buttocks, Pyrrha looked to sit down. Shaking his head, his dead refused to move forward. It's not a small amount of energy to twist together. However, Mr. Lee used a rough posture to drag the black pig to the front of the butcher store, and then slightly let go. The black pig was relieved, turned to run. Master Lee screamed, "Run, what run?" Then 2 hands, an arm and a load. The black pig to straight to the plate. 1 hand pressure. 1 hand knife down. The tip of the knife stabbed in. Blood flowed. The black pig hissed and struggled non-stop, but Master Lee pressed on alone until the pig's hooves no longer stomped. Then he put down his hand, glared at the side of the fellows, said, "What are you still waiting for?" Dude is being weirded out by Master Lee's. Chapter 87-86. Escape from the border city. Unexpected visitor. 3. 5K words request for subscription. In Chow Carp County, people come and go. People starve and die of disease, and no one cares that a chivalrous man with few followers is missing. Lin Xianxiang also quietly breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that the chivalrous man had disappeared, thinking that the other party had gone far away since he knew that there was no hope. Before you know it, another month or so has passed. The backyard of the Lee residence. The doorway was locked. Song Yen grabbed the pig's skin, took the cutter carving knife, and did his old job. Although it was a mundane place where Xianqi was barren, once this butcher store business was on track, Song Yan's lifespan would also increase by several years every day, or every 2 days. Other people might be worried about time passing easily and have a headache. There is no Xianqi in this room, delaying cultivation time. But Song Yen didn't care, because his longevity will only increase the longer he lives. It made him not in a hurry and had an extraordinarily large amount of terrible patience. Brush up. Chapter 88-87. Abnormalities abound. Secret Candle Land. 4. 1K words request for subscription. Since the scattered cultivators to come, Song Yen also has nothing to say. Immediately ran Peach Garden Restaurant notification. Let some elegant dishes. And then he himself began to concoct spicy pork skin and roasted pig neck meat. He then started to cook spicy pork skin and roasted pork neck. The spicy pork rinds were cold and were made first instead. The pork neck is served in an airtight wooden box with herbs and a sprinkling of caramelized sugar, and then waited for in the residual heat. Both dishes were secret, so he opened the courtyard door only after he was done. When he looked out, he saw his 2 beautiful concubines looking at him with bated breath. Seeing him come out, one asked, "Master, is there a fairy coming?" "I have not seen a fairy yet." And another said, "Master, let me and my sister serve the food later, to take a look at the style of the fairy." Where Song Yen did not understand what these 2 women were thinking, he directly said, "Are you guys begging for some kind of elixir?" Lin Xianqing joyfully said, "Master is." Chapter 89-88. An alternative reunion. 3. 4K words request for subscription. 3 days later, at the hour of, Song Yen also didn't expect that the first time he entered the secret realm, he would actually enter under such circumstances. Undoubtedly, this secret realm known as Candleland should be a rather ordinary secret realm, at least not as good as the Demon Swamp or the giant elephant plains that he had heard about in the Cold Pool Valley marketplace before. The entrance to the secret realm was a transparent film of light that faintly emitted Xianqi. The place where this entrance was located had been explored by Song Yen before, but he hadn't discovered it then. Now, Protector Du was in the front and Song Yen was in the back. Protector Du looked back, smiling bitterly at Master Lee behind him. Master Lee also returned a helpless smile to him. Protector Du clenched his teeth and charged forward. The film of light rippled, and Protector Du had already disappeared. Song Yen, on the other hand, awakened great-grandmother Fox, and together they looked at the light membrane in front of them until the latter nodded. And only then did he take a step in. Muskrat. Chapter 90, 89. Tide of soul-eating insects. 4. 2K words, request for subscription. The one called Mute spoke up, and those who can speak normally are mute. Song Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't say anything. In his mind, thoughts flashed like lightning, and several key pieces of information flew together. Keeping cultivators to feed the demonic beasts in the secret realm. Mysterious cultivators. Tian Yunchang had told Hua Linglong to go to the Snake Corpse marketplace to search for Xian roots when he left, etc., etc. An inexplicable idea floats up. This mysterious female cultivator is not afraid of, is not raised at Snake Corpse marketplace for decades. Used to feed that magic swamp secret realm of the hidden old devil, and this time to come here. But another purpose? This is just, and he met, and then sprouted other attempts. Just as he was thinking, Great-Grandma Fox's voice had already come. Master, beware of traps. In order to increase the margin of error, Song Yan had already turned on Grandma Fox's external perception before the fight. So when he was communicating with others, it was actually him and Grandma Fox who were fighting. Chapter 91-90. Secret Bug Cultivation. Mysterious Thoughts. 3. 8K words, request subscription. The mute female cultivator, having been exposed by Hua Linglong as a fighter, no longer disguised herself, and her figure flew quite a bit higher, and then raised her hand and pressed heavily, and the dark tide of insects fell like a water column towards Song Yan's head. Song Yan hurriedly dodged while manipulating the leather shadow with his 10 fingers. Shadow like a walking lantern around him rotating up, on the Xuanqi open, and that black column collision together, issued a continuous snorting sound, just like the water mill crazy, and like the black waterfalls down the pool. Wherever Song Yan swept, the tide of insects followed. These bugs itself is not strong physical quality. In the collision with Song Yan manipulation of the 10 shadow of the collision, a lot of fall away from the direct bang bang exploded open, thrown in all directions. But Song Yan soon noticed that those who were blown to pieces should be dead bugs actually quickly flapped their wings again, even if the whole bug is in a deformed state, but it does not prevent it from continuing to attack, as for those who were blown to pieces, but under a strange force. Chapter 92, Lady Spirit, Twin-Headed Vishnu Cannibalistic Pride Insect. 3. 1K words, subscription required. Moments later, Candlelands, the secret world. Hua Linglong sat cross-legged, and the little bit of golden light fell into her abdomen like a firefly, and its brilliance glittered, lining Hua Linglong's torso as if it were a human skin lampshade. The glow continued upwards, slowly spreading towards the heart area, but no more than an inch before it completely lost its golden glow. Or at least Song Yan was no longer visible from the outside. This indicated that the mysterious relic left behind by that insect cultivator had been successfully digested by Hua Linglong. And right at this moment, Song Yan magically noticed that the night candle soul insects that were still constantly attacking him had all stopped. Above the dome of the sky, the insect swarm that was like a tidal wave also began to slowly recede. And it was obvious that Hua Linglong had great control over this place. The tide of insects faded, and the light of the bright moon finally shone down on this place, spilling over the two. Song Yan glanced at Hua Linglong, who was closing her eyes in a manner that she was still digesting. Thereupon he, Chapter 93-92, Brand New Cave. 4. 3K words, request for subscription. After an incense stick time, Candyland, gobble 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 gobble. That blood-colored small pool, but the diameter of a foot or so, its depth is only half an arm. Inside the floating granular blood crystals only a few grains. Song Yan nonchalantly filled all of those blood crystals into the self-provided bottle before proceeding to fill it up again. Lady Spirit kept her promise and brought him to the blood pool in the deepest part of the secret Candlelands. This is a shadow from the outside, wrapped inside and out by countless night candle soul worms. Song Yan filled the night candle soul bug with insect blood. This blood pool was really small, and he didn't know how many years it had accumulated before there was so much bug blood, but now he had taken the very core of it. However, this part is too small. Song Yan estimates that it can only be used as the blood of the left and right palaces. When he was done loading, Song Yan put away the bug blood bottle, then looked at Lady Spirit. Chapter 94-93, Yin and Yang Cultivation Together. People leave and shadows remain. 4. 1K words, request for subscription. The ghost of the devourer crashes into the soul and commits suicide by taking over the body. This alternative divine soul attack was also the first time Song Yan had performed it. When he had finished casting it, he grabbed the 2 boars that were still dazed and fluttered away, walking through the forest that wasn't quite a mountain path, his feet stepping on the dead leaves and old vines that had accumulated over the last winter. The crisp sound of clack 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 relaxed him, and at the same time, he began to think about the power he had today. In fact, there are 3 kinds of spell system. Corresponding to the means of attack there are also 3 kinds. Spells constructed on the basis of shadow. This was a pie master technique based on the puppet art, the 100-phase divine royalty, and the 100-phase demonic body that he himself had comprehended. So it could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. But to put it bluntly, this is a summoning type spell with a long casting lead time. He had to activate the shadow of the skin before he could execute the 100-phase demon body, and the 100 phases of the devil's body. Chapter 95-94. Secret Realm Construction. 2 Identities. 3. 1K words. Request for subscription. A few days later. Ow, ow, ow. Harrowing hog squeals resounded from the cliff tops, but the voice quickly faded and then disappeared. Song Yan nimbly stabbed and killed, and carried a bucket followed by fresh pig's blood, and then skillfully skinned and cut the meat. And after hanging the pig's skin aside, he began to handle the meat. Coincidentally, a few days ago, since they were robbed by the thieves, they went by the way to the top of the mountain and actually touched the nest of thieves, so they pretended to be Jianghu people ransacked the thieves' mountain. That said, this den of thieves was quite rich, so, the pigs got it, the sheep got it, the pots and pans got it, and they raked in a lot of booze along the way. These wines are not as good as city wines, but they are mostly home brewed in the village mountains, mostly fruit wines, and have a different flavor. Song Yan built a pig pen and sheep pen, and left enough pigs and sheep for the males and females to live separately, and then pull them together to mate and give birth every other day. And today, he, on the other hand, first took a pig. Chapter 96-95. The good times are over. 4. 3K words. Request for subscription. The Panchur Mountain Road, located in the midst of the 100,000 Great Mountains, was a trail connecting the southernmost barren lands of southern Wu with the southeastern corner of western Shu, and it was almost the farthest road Song Yan had ever traveled. Come to think of it, he was considered to have traveled all over the 3 kingdoms with his own pair of feet. The Puppet Sect, Sky Cloud City, the imperial capital, southern Wu, and now like a small ant slowly moving forward at the edge of these 3 kingdoms' boundaries. The area where the Panchur Mountain Road is located is quite elevated, and even though it was summer, it still experienced extreme snowy weather on one night. This long road made Song Yan unable to help but recall his walk on the South Bamboo Peak Trail when he first came to this realm. He didn't know what the future held for him, and he was terrified. At this point, however, it's not too far off. Fortunately, the accommodations have gotten better. From the hanging room of the leather-making handyman, to the gloomy little cave at South Bamboo Peak, to the independent little hill at Paperman Peak, to the empty secret realm of today, and the days are easy. Chapter 97-96. Sword Sect Status Quo. The blind box that no one dares to open. 2. 6K words. Request for subscription. The identity of a sword cultivator of the South Wu Sword Sect was a good cover. Song Yan's great-grandmother Fox Shadow more than half a year. This identity entered a full 3 secret realms, met a lot of loose cultivators, but did not find suitable for Song Yan's blood. But it is not all discoveries, at least in some daily interactions. Song Yan heard some things about the ancient transmission array. A monk told him that a long time ago, the north and south of this continent were connected, and the so-called Wushu Wei 3 countries, but this continent south of a small country split out. In the past, the north and south seems to have a teleportation array can be straight through, but now a long time ago, everything is not available. This piece of information is considered to be roughly for Song Yan provides an ancient transmission array possibility direction north. He didn't know where the north was, but in all likelihood, it had crossed the mountain and sea demon kingdom. Chapter 98-97. Can you still walk out? 4. 1K words. Please subscribe. Song Yan followed his memories and returned to the cave on Red Leaf Island. Compared to the cave-like cave of the Puppet Sect, the cave of the sword cultivators was mostly a bamboo house by the water. At dusk, the bamboo house will be reflected in the misty sea, along with the dawn sunset, with the ripples of the slight waves, become wrinkled, but if the wind rests a little bit, but it is back to clear. This kind of architectural layout was set by the first generation of the sword sect's headmaster, that the master is intended to tell every sword cultivator, the idea if up, no need to panic, no need to rush, because it will eventually pass, back to the heart as still water, just like this daily see the waves of the reflection. As for the ethereal sea, it was the name of this rather large inland lake where the southern Wu sword sect was located. The name of the sea, not the lake, was also set by the first sect. That palmist said, a flower can hide the world, and a lake is also a sea. This sword held by the sword cultivator may seem ordinary, but how do you know that this sword does not harbor a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar? Wind, frost and purple electricity? Chapter 99-98. Wind and thunder rise, trapped Jiao into the sea. 3. 3K words. Request for subscription. A few days later. Immortal Master Bai. In the future, you will stay in this house for the time being. If you have any needs, please order with the subordinates. Your master and brothers live in the small courtyard next door. The head of the southern Wu Wang family personally led Song Yan and arranged for him to land and stay. This Wang family, Song Yan was not a complete stranger. Previously, Mr. Su San's side, Elder Wang, was the person with the highest martial arts skill in this Wang family, with the same position as Old Master. But in the Battle of Stabbing Fox, the Su family lost their old ancestor, and the Wang family lost their old master. However, the Wang family was still the titan of the South Wu Jianghu, and this time, they were also taken extra care of by the evil people of the Northland. The Jianghu, to a certain extent, is the periphery of the clan, the other side. It's also the hardest bone embedded in the dynasty. Song Yan stayed. It didn't take long for the brothers and sisters to meet next door. The crowd exchanged a few pleasantries, but suddenly a straight-faced female disciple stepped forward and, Chapter 199, Don't ask for secret techniques. Techniques come naturally. 4. 7K words, request for subscription. A few days later. Small snow days, gloomy sky dome condensed with bleak and sad clouds. South Wu Sword Sect misty sea air. There is a rainbow light crossing. That rainbow light straight down on the Red Leaf Island. Stopped in front of a bamboo house, and then in front of the door quietly fell. In the courtyard, the rattan chairs have not been collected, but the medicine shelf is empty, and the exotic flowers and plants have all been covered with white. Song Yan raised his hand, arched it, and raised his voice. The disciple has come again. A response quickly came from behind the courtyard. Kid, quickly, 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 the topmost bamboo plaque on the right side of the entrance to my house. Help me get a sun-dried purple crowgrass. Song Yan quickly walked in and complied with his words, fetching the herbs, and when he arrived at the backyard, he saw that Swordmaster Kuki was still hovering over the medicinal cauldron with his imperial sword, busily putting in herbs. With words under his breath and his brows furrowed, he raised his sleeve and flicked it. The long wind sent the grass to fall into the hands of the Dead Leaf Swordmaster. Withered Leaf Swordmaster was busy again, which closed the lid of the tripod, and then landed on the ground, dusting the Chapter 101, 100, Mang Papa, Xian Sword Scripture, 2. 9K words, request for subscription. The Southern Wu Sword Sect had two collections, one in the Su family in the western part of the Misty Sea and one in the Sun family, because the Grand Elder was a member of the Sun family, and the Su family's oldest ancestor died in the Battle of the Stabbing Fox, so, all the important books in the Su family's library were moved to the Sun family's side. The name of the island where the Sun family is located is Copper Bird. On Copper Bird Island, a sword rainbow hung down, and after Song Yan showed his identity token as well as the token given by Swordmaster Withered Leaf, he smoothly walked into the island. He looked left and right, but see here pavilions and pavilions, such as the forest towering, located in the water and fog. It is really beautiful as a fairyland. Guanmu Island is the first island of the South Wu Sword Sect entrance, while the Red Leaf Island and other scattered 7 or 8 large islands are the middle barrier. This rear island is only 3, the Sun family's Copper Sparrow Island, the Su family's Goldfish Island, and the Sunset Bamboo Island. In terms of size, these 3 islands are not as big as the previous islands, but their importance and the experts in them are far better than other islands. So, Sun Yun is gone. Chapter 102, 101, Settling in, Swordfiend Dual Phase all follows the heart. 3. 2K words, request for subscription. Red Leaf Island. After Song Yan returned, he silently grabbed his flying sword and went to the Xin Tian of the valley to remove the weeds and drive away the birds and beasts. Swordmaster Withered Leaf was also studying books in the front yard and trying out pills in the backyard as usual. As for what happened in the book depository, this old and young 2 men, hard not to mention, a willful omission, the other held back from asking, just dead weight. Afternoon, in front of the compound, 3 silver-robed sword cultivators came in a group, outside the door of the Withered Leaf Swordmaster, and bowed their heads. My disciple, Zhu Shengji, has come to bid farewell to his teacher, as he needs to inspect the Northern Fall River on this trip. My disciple, Chu Huayan, has come to bid farewell to his teacher, as he needs to inspect the Northern Fall River on this trip. My disciple, Sun Rufu, has come to say goodbye to his teacher, and needs to inspect the Northern Fall River on this trip. The North Fall River, a large river quite similar to the Puppeteer sect, is close to the Erlon Mountain. Chapter 103, 102, also good and evil. News of the Formation Path. 3. 9K words, requesting subscription. In the first year, you operated the Xian Sword Scripture and transformed 300 strands of Xian Qi into Sword Qi. In the 30th year, you converted your entire body's Xian Qi into Sword Qi. Song Yan sensed it. It was discovered that all of his ordinary Xian Qi from the practicing Xian realm had turned into Sword Qi. He continued to cultivate. In the 130th year, you converted all the energy in the blood of the Tiger into Sword energy. The Sword Qi interacts with the Tiger essence blood, and you have realized a special Sword Qi, Soul Prisoner Sword Qi. Wherever the sword energy goes, the opponent will feel uncomfortable from the level of the soul for a period of time, thinking slowly and moving sluggishly. In the 230th year, you converted all the Xian Qi from the blood of the Night Candle Soulworm wrapped in the middle left palace into Sword Qi. The Sword Qi interacts with the Night Candle Soulworm, and you have realized a special Sword Qi, Soul-Stabbing Sword Qi. Kendo, Chapter 104, 103. Coming. 3. 0 Keywords, request for subscription. On the day of hibernation, snakes and insects come out together and the earth revives. The day is getting closer and closer, and there were fewer and fewer disciples on Red Leaf Island. Song Yan's experience in alchemy grew richer and richer under the guidance of Swordmaster Withered Leaf and Granny Meng, and he became more and more familiar with the treatment of some basic cultivators' conditions. The treatment of these diseases is nothing more than using some tonics to regulate the qi and clear the heart, dispel poison and detoxification, and clean up the wounds and so on. Swordmaster Withered Leaf again tried to introduce the disciple to the Taoist couple. After all, solitary yin will not grow, solitary yang will not be born. Dual cultivation can only be long-lasting is basically the consensus of the cultivators. Unless you are really like the demon sex side of the non-stop use of the stove tripod. Otherwise a like-minded long-term Tao mate is very necessary. But Song Yan always refused. He was always ready to run. And a dog would be a pure liability. If he really wanted it, even a stroll to the land of fireworks would be better than finding a Taoist couple. Unless, this couple comes with food and lodging. Chapter 105, 104. I am Song Yan. 4. 0 Keywords, request for subscription. There are still a few days to go before the hibernation. The experts of the Sword Sect's Jiang Palace level had already begun to fast in order to meet the demons of the Empyrean Mountain in the best possible condition. Scouts, since they are indispensable, this is only evident from Song Yan's busyness. When I first arrived, no one might come for days, but these days the wounded are welcomed almost every day. Spring rain continues. The road outside the bamboo house is wet and dry and wet. Many footprints have been briefly frozen here. Some of them are still alive. Some may have died after going to war again. On this day, Song Yan returned from Shentian and placed a few new herbs on the bamboo plaque of the medicine shelf. Seeing that it was about to rain, he quickly moved them to the house. Several wounded men hurriedly came from afar, and Song Yan was again busy. When it was over, it was time to sit in a rocking chair under the eaves of the house and rest a little in the creaking and swaying sound, watching the gray haze of the sky. For the past few days, he had been thinking. Chapter 106, 105. Try again tomorrow. 4. 3 Keywords subscription. The Copper Bird Island's bookstore was clean and open, and while there might have been quite a lot of people over here in the past, there were very few at this time. The inheritance of the Southern Wu Sword sect was the same as the heart of its disciples. None of them hid too much, except for some special secret techniques, personal inheritance, and supreme mastery. All other spells could be found here. Only, whatever spells you need must be in order and taken to the building keeper to be registered before you can read in depth. It's an ironclad rule of the book depository. Anyone who violates this iron law is considered to be taking the law into his own hands, and will be punished by an investigation, or expelled from the Sword Sect with the abolition of their spells. After the departure of Mona, naturally a new building keeper came. This building guard's brocade robes and jade belt, kind eyebrows, face with a smile, actually still Song Yan's old acquaintance. This is the same person who had a mercenary face in the Cold Pool Valley and tried to take the 100 royalties of the divine phase from him through moral kidnapping and empty gloves. Chapter 107, 106. Sword Fiend Demon Dragon. Battle begins. 3. 7 Keywords, request subscription. Song Yan's sword art attainments were already extremely high nowadays, and after studying it for a long time, he quickly moved the early threshold of the Jiang Palace's sword spell, Qian Kuan in the sleeve, onto the panel. With 31 years of life invested, the sleeve is complete, putting in another 150 years of lifespan. The first mutation of Dry Heaven upon your sleeve reaped the spell Open Heavenly Gates. This technique is extremely convergent sword qi, can only be used after reaching the extreme, just like the Qiankuan in the sleeve of the Heavenly Gate opens, the divine sword flying out, a certain magnitude of power. But the consumption of sword qi also increased, continuing to invest 3015 years of lifespan. Qiankuan on the sleeve was perfectly mutated twice, and the spell Sword Fury Demon Dragon was harvested. This art is based on the Sword Fury dual phase art and the formation of the horror of the spell, with the ultimate convergence of the Fury devouring, with the sharpness of the sword qi when the full release, mixed with a big sleeve waved out, fury for the inside, the sword for the surface, as if the blood-eyed demonic dragons, rushing across the world, looking out of the vault of the sky. Chapter 108, 107. Long time no see. 3. 8 Keywords, request for subscription. The twisted fury accompanied the rising sun, and together they exploded violently on the distant horizon. The sunlight fades and blood runs rampant. The air was filled with a treacherous mingling of shrill voices, rumbling horrifyingly loud, wanting to shatter one's eardrums and churn one's brain. South Wu Sword Sect array of large cover has been opened. Demons and ghosts fall like a rain. That transparent cover ripples heavy and heavy. Interlocking energy wave marks make the Sword Sect Islands are like sinking to the bottom of the sea. When you look up, you can't see the sky. The delicate woman slightly tilted her head, looking at that chaotic scene in the distance, her brows slightly knitted, but she continued to sit still, sitting on the fallen bamboo island deep in the netherworld sea, not shaking. This woman unusual to can no longer be unusual. Vermilion brocade dress, face absolutely beautiful as a dream, body posture plump full, the color but clear cold like snow. Any as long as the man is still a man, and the moment you see her, are bound to be attracted by her flawless body. A young man in love will be obsessed. Chapter 109-108. You are already a qualified puppet sect patriarch. 4. 6K words, request for subscription. Sunset Bamboo Island. The black armored giant floated in midair, his gaze fixed on Song Yen in the distance, and his fingers covered in Xian armor moved slightly, so more than 30 beauty paper people circled around, forming a circular formation. Song Yen 10 fingers also move. 10 kinds of skin shadow because of the existence of aberrant soul, this kind of special skills. The strength of the whole is equivalent to the senior demonic beasts. It was clearly just 2 people, but it was like 2 armies facing each other. Seeing Bone Brilliant Sun's gaze fall on these skins, Song Yen smiled and uttered a sentence that could exasperate a person to death. Thanks to teacher's blessing, all of them were made at skin shadow Shaoxian. Otherwise, relying on the disciple himself alone, he wouldn't have been able to find so many intact demonic beast skins. As the words fell, he steeply charged forward. 10 shadows followed behind him, unpredictable, and the illusions emanating from the monstrous souls caused a twisted and strange vision to form around Song Yen, making people dizzy and dazzled by the sight of it. Bone Brilliant Sun raised his hand and pressed. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 110-109. Receiving the legacy, entering the formation in a flash. 4. 0K words, request for subscription. The starry fragments of the divine soul were like late-night fireworks, gradually dimming. Song Yen, however, squinted his eyes dead center and stared at these divine souls, fearing that Bone Brilliant Sun would play another trick. Facing this kind of old thing with hard eyes all over his body, if he was slightly unprepared, he would be overturned and fall into a place of no return. In that short fight just now, he and Bone Brilliant Sun were actually in danger. Almost in a kind of one moment is a great victory, but the next moment may be a great defeat in the repeated limit of the tug-of-war. He took Bone Brilliant Sun by surprise, using the 100 phases devil body, together with his martial arts attainments, and clasped Bone Brilliant Sun's forehead at a close distance, and then used the soul-stabbing sword chi. In this situation, Bone Wonders must die? However, Bone Brilliant Sun's essence was not an essence, but only a bloody corpse. The blood corpse simply did not have a divine soul, and his strike was all but hitting cotton, thus opening up the empty doors around his body and revealing a crack. Chapter 111-110. Unexpected pleasure, nightmare blood. 3. 3K words, request for subscription. Sunset Bamboo Island. Information. Song Yen lifted his sleeve and moved it to take out an obscure broken sword, grasping and holding it up in front of Yu Xianwei before saying, I've already been to the ancient teleportation array, and there was some damage to that array, which should have been caused by this sword. After saying that, he recalled slightly and said, the degree of damage should be a scratch as thick as a human arm, as if the array pattern on its surface had been wiped away by a thread. Yu Xianwei quietly looked at the broken sword and asked, can senior lend me a look? Song Yen throws it away. Yu Xianwei took it, her tender onion-like fingers rising together, gently brushing over the body of the broken sword, then lifting it up, examining the broken sword's wounds in silence for a long time, then glancing up at Song Yen again, not knowing what she was thinking. Song Yen said, I know you don't trust me, even though I had helped the Su family to stab foxes Huarong, yet you would still think that I was using the Su family, taking advantage of their bloodbath with great-grandmother Fox to reach my. Chapter 112-111. Peak Master as a Slave. Breakthrough in the middle stage. 4. 4K words, request for subscription. On Sunset Bamboo Island, Yu Xianwei watched Song Yen vacate the air and leave. She took out the array disc with her left hand and slightly flicked it, and the exit, which was like a city gate opening up a line, swung closed and closed tightly once again. What she had gone through today was also very informative for her, and she needed to take the time to sort it out. And the first and foremost thing was this, since both Bone Brilliant Sun and Song Yen were fleeing, it meant that things were already serious, and since the location of the ancient teleportation formation had been obtained, she naturally had to follow the map and go forward to repair that teleportation formation. However, repairing an ancient formation is not a matter of overnight. What materials are needed during this period cannot be said to be deployed from various places, but also from other places to find ways to obtain. She had to act now to avoid delay. However, this sunset bamboo island but also want to at least can maintain the operation of the array disguised as her. One is to continue to pull the water uncle sword emperor tiger skin, secondly is to cover people's ears. Do not let people know that she has left. May. Chapter 113, 112. Devil Heart's Cunning, Withered Leaf Shock, 3. 8K words, request subscription. Even though the quality of great-grandmother Fox's essence blood was only three-tailed, Song Yen quickly possessed the multi-tailed Fox clan's own talent of illusions after drawing on it. He possessed illusions due to the 100-phase demon body swallowing great-grandmother Fox as well as a demon Fox skin shadow, plus the illusions he had cast himself. Under the overlay of the illusion, he already had a stronger confidence. Even in the face of the Grand Elder's scrutiny, his illusion would not be dismantled. It reassured him. The reason why the multi-tailed Fox clan essence blood was chosen as the important second Jiang Palace blood is because it still has the possibility of purification, while the Nightmare Beast such a unique share is not. The Nightmare Beast is a one-of-a-kind, but not. At this point, he had finished digesting this battle and even the last one, the Nightmare Beast blood, Cold Ice Hell Bracelet, and the multi-tailed Fox clan blood from before, made his personal strength rise a lot. In addition this, Chapter 114, 113, Song Yen and Xiajiu, 4. 6K words, request for subscription. For Song Yen, today was another whole day of endless busyness, and the Withered Leaf Sword Master left suddenly in the late afternoon. Before leaving, his face was full of seriousness, and his pupils flickered with a few moments of uncontrollable nervousness. This kind of tension had never been revealed even before when he went to the Battle of Stinging. Song Yen immediately realized that the supervisor of the Fox and Wolf clan had arrived. It's time for the stone he threw out to ask for directions to fall. As for what kind of result would be produced after the fall, he didn't have to deliberately seek it out, because that result would naturally come to him. Early to get information, early to react, may not be a good thing, because your early step may have been in some people's calculations. They for this early step and laid a dragnet to wait for you to drill. So, sometimes, one step behind is the real one step ahead. At this time, Song Yen is actually interested in Song. Chapter 115, 114, Countering the Guest, 3. 0K words, request for subscription. Falling Bamboo Island. Under the moonlight, the waves of the lake surged and lapped against the shore rocks, while a bamboo house that was originally intended for Yu Xianwei to reside in was gathering many of the top brass of the Southern Wu Sword sect. The Grand Elder was there, and even the Withered Leaf Swordmaster, and the Monarch were there. The candlelight shifted slightly, illuminating both the somber seriousness in the cheeks of the top brass and a list of elite seeds on the table. This list was originally prepared after the failure of the hibernation battle, led by Yu Xianwei to evacuate the elite of the younger generation of the sect. These people, too, were where the hope for the recovery of the Southern Wu Sword sect lay. The Grand Elder looked solemnly at Yu Xianwei and asked, "Did you really see Song Yen destroy Bone Brilliant Sun with your own eyes?" Yu Xianwei nodded, then tried to describe the scene, but she quickly found it extremely difficult, because Song Yen and Bone Brilliant Sun's encounter was completely over in a very short period of time. The process, the heart-pulling, she did not see it through. Everyone. Chapter 116, 115. Dao Couple, 4. 7K words, request for subscription. In the early hours of the morning, although the wolves howling and foxes laughing outside had stopped, Song Yen was always still thinking. The ants never thought that if there was a being who could easily pick up a mountain of food, then there would be no need for diligence. No need to use one's brain and mind to think about how to cooperate in moving the food. But the fact is just the opposite. A human being can easily pick up food that the ants cannot move. But a human being's mind is countless times more complex than that of an ant. But what about man himself? Some people will always think that a powerful being can throw away the brain. After all, can easily pick up a mountain of food. What need for brain, with the power can be. But, yet they may miss the point that, Chapter 117, 116, I think he's the old fox, 3. 2K words, request for subscription. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. A conversation was going on in a shadowy palace. Disappeared? How come we can't find him anywhere? Don't be in a hurry. It has already allowed many little fox cubs to infiltrate the major powers of the 3 kingdoms. The chambers of commerce, the gangs, the government, including the city, everywhere. As for the wild mountains, haven't we teamed up and tried it many times? So if we look again, there will always be traces left behind. This kid is so patient. I thought he was going to come and sneak up on us and purposely left him a good chance. But it turned out to be all for the blind. What patience? Is this cunning? If he wasn't cunning, could he have let that Hu Jinjin search through the sky for so long without finding him? That Hu Jinjin really deserved to die. The last tiger of the Devourer King was actually stolen by her. She doesn't even understand how important that tiger is. Damn it, really damn it. By the way, his most. Chapter 118, 117, A Different Winter, 4K words, request for subscription. Moments later, elder brother, Icewheel Vine, try a penny first, not more. Sword-carrying senior sister Shaoli flew over the medicinal cauldron to observe the situation in the cauldron. Rustling, Song Yen precisely lifted his hand and sliced off a portion of this white withered vine that had already dried in the sun. Then with a flick of his sleeve, he sent it into the medicinal cauldron. Junior sister Shaoli said, "Senior brother might as well weigh it. I get nervous every time you don't." Her small face looked not angry. That's because the object is Song Yen. For another person she would have already cracked her mouth. She hates people who don't take themselves seriously. Song Yen was confident in his sword skills, but since his senior sister had requested it, he still answered. Senior sister Shaoli continued to lie on her back and observe the medicine cauldron, then called out again. Senior sister Sun Essence Chrysanthemum, prepare 2 coins, then give one first. Song Yen quickly took a cluster of golden dried flowers, plucked a few leaves, weighed them slightly, and then lifted the. Chapter 119, 118. Devil Song is coming, 0K words subscription. Winter turned to spring, and another 3 months or so passed. In the dark hall, the 2 demonic shadows gathered once again. The end of the lonely smoke wilderness is the mountain and sea demon kingdom, and that wilderness is endless. There is no undulating terrain, there is no possibility of hiding, and the mountain and sea demon kingdom, which I have also gone to inquire about, has not seen any humans. Then he didn't go north. In addition to this, traces of human habitation were found deep in the mountains. That means Song Yen lives in the deep mountains? The giant wolf asked in a jarring voice. Its quivering, needle-like fur rustling back and forth, and a few strands of fishy saliva were seeping out from between its fangs at the corners of its lips, which showed that it was already very impatient. It may or may not be. The red-robed fox humanely poked out its sharp claws and rubbed its brow, saying, "There must be other chances on this human. Otherwise I can't figure out how he digested the tiger blood of the devouring king. Catch him." 1. Chapter 120, 119. Finger of the Deer. Sword Heartbroken, 4K words, request for subscription. Outside the door, the sound of killing shook the sky, and a rainbow light shot far away. Song Yen narrowed his eyes slightly as he was about to open the door and look out for a better look, but then he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the bed behind him. Senior sister only rushed down wearing only her profane clothes and pulled his hand, saying, "Don't go, Song Yen." Senior sister only said, "Master once told me that I am a Dan master, and that my duty is to live and refine better pills for the clan. If a big war breaks out outside, then hiding in a safe place, not being discovered by the enemy and not having anything happen to me is what I should do. Otherwise, if I get caught and the clan has to send another person to rescue me, it would be adding to the chaos instead. Elder brother, the same goes for you. No impulsiveness." After saying that, the other small hand of the senior sister wrapped around his waist from behind again, fearing that he wouldn't be able to hold back and rush out to fight with that Song Yen devil. Chapter 121, 120. 2 elders between 1 Dan. Alchemy failure, 2. 9K words, request for subscription. In an instant, another half a month had passed. Song Yen lay comfortably in the futon. The only senior sister in his arms was as soft as a pillow. Whether it was pressed, clamped, or cradled, each had its own wonderful benefits. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she often dealt with Xianhua spiritual herbs. There was still some natural floral scent floating on her senior sister's long, uncombed hair. Song Yen was in a relaxed and soothing mood as he smelled such flowers. During this time, he took the time to look at the treasures he had captured that day at Flower Box Mountain. Is a pair of boots. Style changes with the heart, driven by Xian Qi. Just consume more. Not practicing Xian cultivator with consume up, obviously belongs to the category of Xian treasure. As for the effect, it is a violent burst, which increases the speed in a short period of time. Song Yen named these boots Great Blast Boots arbitrarily, because wearing these boots was like putting on an enhanced version of the Gale Charm. However, Song Yen can't think of any big Gale boots for the time being. Chapter 122, 121. Conflict intensifies, 1K words, request for subscription. Paintbrush. The water flowed down from the sky, repeatedly washing over the ridge of the tambourine roof, drooping down from the edges like a thick curtain of water, so dark and gloomy that even the scene in the courtyard was blurred. Den, like falling to the bottom of a lake. Anri sat down dejectedly, her sword robe softly spreading into a silver-white circle. Her eyes were dull, and she repeatedly muttered failed under her breath. She hadn't slept in 2 days and 2 nights, and this sudden defeat was killing her. This was the Jianggong Dan that Uncle Luo used to raise his realm, and if she failed to do it, how would she face Uncle Luo? Song Yen swept his eyes at the ruined Dan at the bottom of the furnace, lifted his hand to ingest it and put it into a bottle, then leaned down to protect junior sister Lee, who had been completely dumbfounded. Looking at his sister's appearance, he secretly laughed in his heart. He still remembered his sister's excitement as she cursed, "Demon Song looks powerful, but his heart is actually the most fragile." But in the blink of an eye, she collapsed on her own. If he had the same mentality as his senior sister, he would have been able to say that he had a weak heart. Chapter 123, 122, The Puppet Sect Attacks. 3. 0K words. Please subscribe. A few days later, as expected, Song Yen, Water Abyss Jiao's Jianggong Dan Dan formula magically appeared in a marketplace, and it was discovered by the Sword Sect disciples who went out to buy, because those who went to pick up the goods were the Sun family and the Su family, so no one could hide it. The formula for the Water Abyss Jiao Jiang Palace Dan seemed like a huge stone thrown into the Sword Sect spawned, startling endless waves of water. The conflict between the two Sun Su families began to slowly intensify. To the Water Abyss Jiao Jianggong Dan all the required medicinal materials, the two sides even who are not willing to each other's Dan master to alchemy. That is, the joint refining is also not allowed. Have to be discussed with the pills belong to who is only okay. As for the Water Abyss Jiao essence blood is locked up, sealed in a secret room, by the Sun Su two masters joint surveillance. No one is allowed to take it. Luo Wangsun said that his ghost shark Jiang Palace Dan was destroyed because of this Water Abyssal Jiao, and he was quite suitable with this Water Abyssal Jiao, so the Water Abyssal Jiao needed to go to him. Oldest. Chapter 124 123, Seeing the Master, Inviting the King to Enter the Jar. 4. 3K words. Please subscribe. Late at night, a red light fills the sky and obscures the moon. A giant red octopus seemed to emerge from the horizon, probing a long red tentacle into deep space. In the distance, rumbling sounds were endless. A sword rainbow broke through the air, but not all of them were rushing to the front line, while others were hurriedly retreating to the back. Those who rushed to the front line were naturally sword cultivators with quite some strength, while those who returned to the rear were newly initiated disciples, sword cultivators with insufficient realms, as well as some important cultivators such as Dan Masters and Talisman Masters. The Su family did not have such an old ancestor as Luo Wangsun to guard. Even the main island is no longer safe, so the Su family is now in charge of the oldest Su Ingren, then ordered some of the family cultivators to withdraw to the Sunset Bamboo Island. The others don't know, but Su Ingren knows that the Chu Xianwei is now on the Sunset Bamboo Island. In this case, it was highly likely that the latter had already stepped out of the Great Hall and started setting up more formations. 1-to-1 overlap. Chapter 125, 124. I'm hungry, too. 8K words. Request for subscription. Outside the den, there was a lot of turmoil and killing. In the Dan room, although the Dan furnace was also dumped and the medicine shelf was messy, it showed a strange quietness. And its corner, brush up, Wind Xian Crane Essence Blood, Ghost Shark Scrap Dan, and Water Abyssal Jiao Half-Formed Scrap Dan were all displayed on the ground. Choose 2 out of 3 to build the left and right palaces in the middle of the Chujiang period. As for abilities, Song Yen also had a somewhat more detailed understanding of all of them after collecting them either intentionally or unintentionally during this period of time. At this point, with a big battle on the horizon, he needed to do one last sorting out to confirm his final choice. Wind Xian Crane can make him faster and more agile, is quite suitable for sword cultivators of a kind of blood, but its first emphasis is on dexterity, rather than speed. In addition, its speed can only be effective in ordinary environments. That is to say, if it comes to the special environment of the underwater, the enhancement will be very limited. Not to mention the mysterious. Chapter 126, 125. Seconds. 4. 0K words. Request for subscription. The devil's shadow was monstrous, and the wolf howled and the fox laughed. A wild, unrestrained, and unabashed I'm hungry came from afar and pressed down heavily on Copperbird Island. Copperbird Island, and even all the surrounding sword sect cultivators who were still resisting were pale, and even though the Sunset Bamboo Island was quite some distance away, he could feel the demonic sound coming from here. In the formation, quite a few sword cultivators had been scared out of their wits, while many others looked different, either smiling helplessly and bitterly, or squeezing their fists in indignation and impotent rage. Everyone had the feeling of being completely dumbfounded and had not yet been able to accept reality. How many years has the Southern Wu Sword Sect stood in the Nether Sea? That's ruined? But the puppet sect broke the formation and entered, and even more fox wolves to attack, even though hiding in this Sunset Bamboo Island but also to survive. No one dares to think about tomorrow. No one dares to think about this array cover cannot withstand the external enemy. The small, compact female practitioner was running around looking. Chapter 127, 126. The King's Visit to the Ethereal Sea. 3. 5K words. Request for subscription. Ravenous. The islands are dead silent. Even General Gu, Who was fighting in the Jiexian formation? Froze. The red grandmother that was wrapped in blood from midair and was falling fast showed its prototype long ago. And the three tails that were supposed to be the source of extra storage of mana were powerless to move with the wind. Its body was sucked in the darkness between the mysterious silhouette that broke the water and raised his hand, and then firmly grasped between his 5 fingers. The ruby-red essence blood was quickly drawn out and fell into the palm of that silhouette. The still undispersed soul of the Jiang Palace was bound by a number of devouring tiger spots, and the corpse disappeared in a whirlwind, apparently deposited in a storage bag. The wind and sand suddenly stopped, and the white-haired blood corpse that was hiding in this demonic wind and wanted to sneak up on Grandma Red showed its appearance. With a rickety back and a low head, the blood-clipped sun quickly swept to the mysterious silhouette in the darkness, Deepa flashing through his old eyes before he respectfully bowed down and raised his voice. Greetings to the Patriarch. Chapter 128, 127. Breakthrough at the late stage. Old man is prisoner. 4 keywords, request for subscription. Ethereal Sea. The Sun family's Copper Bird Island is bleeding to death. On top of that, the flying carriage gauze lifted up and fell down again, and Song Yan's figure was hidden in it. Here all sides, more and more dead silence, only the sound of the wind and water sound, quite a kind of silent feeling in the throne room. Song Yan looked calm, but he was actually quite nervous in his heart. He had just seemingly killed General Gu in seconds with this hand, but in reality, he had curried favor. One must know that General Gu had fought with Copperbeard in the Jiexian formation for a long time, and then took advantage of the Jiexian formation's opening to storm out. At that time, its attention was fixed on Bloodcliff. Although Bloodcliff was inferior to it, it was still a powerful opponent, and it had to spend energy to deal with it. Therefore, it struck out, instantly breaking through Bloodcliff's blockade, but it didn't expect him, Song Yan, to take advantage of the opportunity to strike, and the moment it struck out, it was 12 special sword chi that directly attacked the divine soul. Stuck in a daze. Chapter 129, 128. Demonic name. 1 keywords, request for subscription. Song Yan's divine sense swept again, but he saw that Su Yanqing, who didn't look at the white embroidered tiger, was also there during the previous listening to the Rain Island Sword Sect Elite Disciple Exchange. However, he didn't pick the woman. No friendship, no interest. When Gong Li Bai came to ask in a respectful voice, he directly named Miss Su Chi and Little Miss Jade Makeup, while at the same time telling Gong Li Bai to call the cultivator who captured the 2 women. The 2 iron cages quickly floated into the air, and a black-robed female cultivator with a rotting face followed, worshipping from afar, respectfully saying, Blood Corpse Peak, LV Xingyan, pay homage to Patriarch. Song Yan glanced at the blood granny who was sweeping in the distance and said, this female cultivator is not bad, cultivate her well. Granny Blood hurriedly answered yes. The Devil Sect female cultivator named LV Xingyan was also overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly before retreating again. Capturing the Su family's 7th young miss was certainly a great achievement, but at this moment, the new patriarch's words were already the best reward. Song Yan beckoned, and the iron cage. Chapter 130, 129. Piecing together the East and the West, practicing the technique by mistake. 5 keywords, request for subscription. The light of the lake, through the thick crystal wall shining in a small room under the island, with the waves and ripples of volume of cloud-like light. The night of killing has passed and the sky rises in the morning. Today, Sunny, Tada. The 3 of them picked up the steps to the small chamber. Right here. Su Yao spoke. What you're looking for is right here. This is a house that only the heads of the Sun and Su families would know about. My second brother was afraid that he would die in battle, so in case of accidents, he told me this secret as well. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have been able to bring you here. Song Yan swept his eyes at some boxes of books stacked on a distant shelf and wondered, why are they stored so secretly? Su Yao said, it's not a secret deposit, but a rule set by our ancestors. Chapter 131, 130. Accident. 8 keywords, request for subscription. After a few attempts, the sword sect's Xuanqing technique and heavenly sword viewing diagram were labeled as outrageous by Song Yan. Yet, he didn't dismiss it all. Although it was pieced together, the soul-opening eyes and the sea of bitterness, as well as the phrase the Xian Xian cultivates bitterly and does not always leave, and the divine soul is at first united with heaven and earth are true. All of this information was something about the Violet Mansion realm that Fish Luo Mountain primordial sect leader had tangibly obtained. Only, Fish Luo Mountain only had these things, so it was sewn together in a raw way, and then given a name through brainstorming, and then added the entire sword sect's 1,000 years of supplemental subsidy stickers to make it look like this. Song Yan once again discovered one of the benefits of the fruit of longevity, that is, providing important information. He didn't even know that gray line was the sea of bitterness, but in his deduction, he understood it directly. Even earlier, he did not know that the nameless blood he had absorbed. Chapter 132, 131. Patriarch's Return. Faithful Earth's Weirdness, 7. 4K words, 2 in 1. Request for subscription. Great joy, great joy. The Wu army stationed along the river was defeated. General Jiao went around and copied the rear, first occupying the heavy cities in the rear, then encircling them in one fell swoop. The Wu army's morale is all gone, and they surrendered without resisting for a few moments. Joy, what joy! General Jia is acting without authorization. Is he still going to attack and destroy Wu in one fell swoop and make himself king? Two men in the robes of Jin's heavy ministers argued, and next to him, a short-bearded red-robed man with beady eyes and smiling lips was listening. However, no matter how noisy these two people were, the red-robed, short-bearded man was always calm, until a fat martial artist with a ferocious face and iron armor came up behind him to report on the gathering, and the red-robed, short-bearded man had a change in expression. He hastened out of this tent, but saw stacked not far from it an iron cage, which, Chapter 133-132, Song Yen visits, please come out, 4. 6K words, request for subscription. Song Yen never believed in coincidences, so, since Granny Red and General Gu were defeated and digested by him, he felt a new wave of abnormality, an abnormality from the fury. He wouldn't be careless, especially not with the unknown he was facing, so he analyzed it. There are 3 anomalies that clearly constitute a coincidence. First, after he defeats Grandma Red and General Gu, the core of the Fury lands but suddenly riots. Grandma Red and General Ancient were defeated after the core of the Fury land riot. Normally can be attributed to the Fox and Wolf, 2 demons left behind. Belong to the kind of once I did not come back, detonate the other party's old home behavior. But Grandma Red and General Ancient have both become his ghosts, and these two have never done such a thing. Secondly, Wang Su Su, who was able to provide him with the core information of the breaking ground, disappeared. However, it wasn't just Wang Su Su who disappeared together, but also his previous junior disciple. Chapter 134-133, Puppet Inheritance, Comprehensive Enhancement, 2. 2K words, request for subscription. Deadly empty mountains, the chaotic and noisy vortex of baleful gas, the secret of baleful liquid hidden in the core. Not only did it not add half a bit of lively, but on the contrary, it made the dead silence a few points more dense. In the courtyard, the snow drifted on and off, while the 3 princesses grabbed brooms from time to time with their frozen, purple hands to remove the snow, in order to keep the courtyard's bricks and tiles clean. Song Yen had also risen and allowed little Miss Yu Zhuang to straighten out his clothes, and when he was done, he allowed Yu Zhuang to practice some swordplay and give him some pointers. At the end, Jade Makeup asked softly, the 3 girls outside the door, what does Brother Dao plan to do with them? Song Yen looked at the grown-up little Miss Yu Zhuang with a slight feeling of emotion. Once upon a time, the young lady would not ask anything, but now she had begun to worry about others. Moreover, the timing of the young lady's question was also quite good, taking advantage of the fact that she had served him and seemed to be in a good mood when he got up from the couch to ask the question. It's definitely growth. Chapter 135-134, Paper Cut Heavenly Palace, Counteracting the Spy, 4. 9K words, request for subscription. Although Song Yen had many spells in front of him, he wasn't annoyed. For the matter of cultivation, he only felt like an old farmer planting a field. It may seem monotonous to work hard and sweat, but it makes you happy to see the crops in the field grow up one by one. Now, since he was the puppet sect sovereign, he must take advantage of the benefits of being in this position, and get all the benefits that he could get from this position, and raise all the strength that he could raise. He can't say that he came here in vain, like a headless fly bumping around, causing trouble everywhere, but not burying his head to take the real benefits, the things that Bone Brilliant Sun would know, the things that the remaining 3 peak masters would know. He would choose the best of them and was bound to master them all. The thought flashed. He continued to enunciate out spells. The art of harnessing paper, threshold, 4th level of practicing Shen, 5 years to deduce perfection, 27 years to deduce a variation of the spell paper thunder art. Normal practice. Chapter 136-135. Don't worry, this seat is behind the pressure. 3. 0K words, request for subscription. A few days later, the scavenging continues. At dusk, Song Yen sat in the cultivation room. A new hide hangs on the wall to his side. Hide making has been a lifelong hobby, and since he has a little free time, he has to do it. And in front of him, bottles and jars were laid out. This was filled with all sorts of demonic beast essence blood, yet there were not many that could be looked upon by Song Yen. Therefore, he just selected 2 bottles from them and threw the remaining ones aside in order to let the Paperman Peak steward who would arrive tomorrow take them back. He selected 2 bottles. A bottle is a kind of senior demonic beast named Silver Armor Elephant Blood. This demonic beast from the Secret Realm Giant Elephant Original Depths. It is the Skin Shadow Peak Original Master Two-Faced Face of the Blood of the Palace, and the skin is made of 2 shadows. The good was left by the two-faced face, the poor to the Cheng Dan Cheng. There is no denying that the silver armor elephant is a great enhancement to the strength of the body. Chapter 137, 136. Xian Xin True Intent. Being pitted. 4. 8K words. Request for subscription. The Puppet Sect. The core of the fury. The 16 elders plus the ancient General Pai Shadow had almost gathered the strongest forces of the puppet sect. Although the elders felt that this place was strange, but not to the point of fear, coupled with the patriarch's pressure behind to ensure that no one will not contribute. No one will stab in the back, so one by one to get ready, and then enter it. The rustling sound came steeply, the bane liquid like a strange multi-headed blood snake, but also like a dense hidden red spider web began to spread in the core area of the space, and then madly pounced on the people who entered. But the elders weren't vegetarians either, and gathered in a circular formation, each displaying their own tactics. The 17 Jiang Palace powerhouses rotated like a circus to respond to the enemy, and rolled like wheels toward the depths of the fury ground. Although the baneful liquid was terrifying, the elders resisted the pressure and started probing. With Song Yen watching, no one dared not contribute, and each and every one of these treacherous fiends. Chapter 138, 137. Unprecedented Menace. 3. 0K words. Beginning of the month requesting monthly tickets. A scene of memories flew back in Song Yan's mind. The sudden disappearance of the 2 fox and wolf demons. The sudden riots in the Furyland. The sudden disappearance of Wang Susu. The torn pages of the important book in the inheritance chamber of the puppeteer sect. The 800 years of soul drowning grass that has not yet reached the millennium but is still available for a try. The illusion that the ghost cultivators in the Furyland are all extinct. The second destruction of the ancient teleportation array, and even the tightness of the door that is brought about by the human traders in the door who have been in contact with the demons. All the seemingly scattered beads were all cohered together while becoming a whole. A bureau that has active setups, that goes with the flow, and that takes advantage of the situation. This bureau was designed to bring him to the core of this fury. Obviously, the Purple Mansion realm, or at least the early Purple Mansion realm, is very important to the domination of the Xian Xin, so Zhang Han would rather spend a lot of effort to lay out the layout and wait for him, but also not willing to move his butt. As to why he can be so patient. Chapter 139, 138. The strongest battle of the 3 kingdoms. Ultra Extreme Counter Kill. 8. 5K words. 2 in 1 big chapter. The Xuanqing cultivates with painstaking effort and does not always leave, and the divine soul is at first united with heaven and earth. This Xuanqing, with the huge land of the 3 kingdoms, there is surprisingly only one of them. This is the only place where the Xian roots can be cleansed and the purple mansion can be formed. If it's an ordinary Xian heart, it's fine, but if you encounter a ghost Xian heart from the 3 kingdoms side, then you'll have to turn yourself into a ghost Xian root before you can come here to make a breakthrough. This Xuanqing's position is precious and abnormal. I'm afraid that if you want to continuously improve other than the legendary heavenly Xian root, you must sit on the Xian root and cultivate it for 100 years of hard work. It's really just a carrot. This place in the 3 kingdoms, it's impossible to raise a second purple mansion realm. On top of that, listening to Zhang Han's tone, sitting on the Xuanqing can also cause the strength of the purple mansion realm to rise greatly, which is why he's completely emboldened to sit by me here without being afraid of me escaping at all. For a while, Song Yanjin was somewhat helpless. When he was at the 3rd level of practicing Xian, he didn't have the skin peeling cream, and that was fine. After all, peeling the skin. Chapter 140, 139. Realm into the Purple Mansion. Hidden in the Deep Sea. 8. 0K words. Big Chapter 2 in 1. Request for subscription. The vault of the sky was quiet with snow falling. Snow white. Snow covered the long divided but now largely unified land. The people of the mortal world seemed to be in the darkness, finally waited for the dawn. They watched the little snow in the field of soil on the fine smear salt cream. Snow is a sign of a good year, and no matter how cold the past may have been, spring will always come. They cried and laughed, with mixed looks, but with joy, looking forward to this new year. The puppeteer sect, which is regarded by the people or as a land of fairies and demons, is similarly jubilant. No, it wasn't the puppeteer clan that rejoiced, it was the 3 men who rejoiced. In the secret room, Gong Li Bai, who used to be the most ruthless and cruel in the past, was wearing an uncontrollable ecstasy on his face at this time, and he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Last time, it was when he was accepted as a disciple by Bone Brilliant Sun. At this time, Gong Li Bai was pacing repeatedly in the secret room as if he had ADD. Chapter 141, 140. Purple Mansion looking for Qi. Chudu Medical Center. 7. 2K words. Large chapter requesting subscription. A thought of time is but a moment, and when it is born, it is extinguished. So how can it last? But the thoughts that entered his mind with the remnants of Zhang Han's soul have not only hidden past his search, but also continue to this day? The words late Purple Mansion immediately surfaced from Song Yan's heart, through the ghost infant true scripture and the information left behind in Zhang Han's residual soul. Song Yen still had some knowledge of the late stage of the Violet Mansion. Yin is the characteristic of the late stage of the Purple Mansion. This was an extremely special kind of thought, from which the so-called bilocation in the late Purple Mansion stage was derived. As soon as the thought entered the mortal's body, it forcefully suppressed that person's divine soul and then dominated, as if taking over the body. But this kind of one thought to seize the body method, but can only be used on the practice of Xian and its existence, and if you have not been seated in the Xian heart, the consumption will also be quite large, and is still a continuous consumption. As for being detached from the individual, wandering off alone, immortalized for millennia, and containing information while still. Chapter 142-141, Can't hide it so well? Stupid. 8. 3K words, big chapter begging for subscription. Snow falls quietly in this long ago far away from the Jin's other country. Song Yen cried and laughed at the broken into Changchun Hall plaque. You're going to say you're angry, right? Not really. In the wind and clouds in the tide, in the life and death of the road, in the fairy clan as a patriarch, have seen the mortal dynasty prince kneeling in front of the foot with his face to white boots, have seen a whole clan of people are worshipped as you hold the ancestor, can be a look on the decision of any person's life and death, can raise their hands and raise their feet on the seemingly mighty imperial city of Chu such as block toys to the toppled. Where's the anger coming from? It's really not raw at all. Toys are easy to destroy but hard to build, and the mortal imperial city is a great place to be. At this point, the afflictions that plagued mortals were actually even a bit of a novelty to him. Joy and sorrow, rich and poor, the city's red dust, sadness and happiness, all have a wonderful interest. No wonder there are quite a few of the old monsters who like to pretend to be mortals and vanish into the red earth. Chapter 143-142, Lonely Sky and Distant Shadow, True Solution to the Tao of Formation. 8. 1K words, 2-in-1 request for subscription. Brush up. The golden armored boy was carried in mid-air, and after a brief moment of stagnation, he finally reacted. He struggled a little and realized that he had lost all his strength. Then he recalled the phrase "you stupid thing" that he had just heard, and suddenly his body was jolted, and subconsciously he looked sideways at the old ancestor of the demon race who had suddenly arrived. Song Yen wiped at his face, and the plain, uninteresting face of Dr. Li instantly disappeared, replaced by the face of a sword wound strewn across his face. At this time, he was Zhang Han, who did not know the fox demon illusion, so he had only utilized some common sense and pharmacology to slightly repair the face. As it were, senpai, hey. The golden armored boy actually directly smiled playfully and asked, "Where did you come from? How did this suddenly appear?" Rather, it's a brat who can stomp on his nose. Song Yen also counted on knowing how this brat could hide for so long, not to mention that the transformed golden armored godman. Chapter 144-143, Can you afford to carry this karma? 8. 1K words, big chapter begging for subscription. Thousand Crane Sect, a secret place. Donovan panted heavily. The pressure from the old Zifu monster named Zhang Han was too great. The escape just now was obviously very short, and there was no killing, but he only felt that it was a dangerous situation that he had never seen before in his life, and it was many times more dangerous than the fox and wolf encirclement before, but thankfully he succeeded. At this point, after he calmed down, he tried to get the rope that was wrapped around him. His fingertips were running Xian Qi, but he couldn't climb any further when he reached the 9th level of practicing Xian. Damn it, what is this strange thing? I can't even use one of the 6 Tao bloods in my Jiang Palace. However, without using the Jiang Palace power, could it be that I can't untie this rope? Drive me! His eyes were sharp, his fingertips were like swords, and he cut through the rope with a giggle. But, there's not even a white mark on the rope. Chapter 145-144, The So-Called Fate, Ghost Fiend Old Ancestor. 8. 0K words, large chapter requests subscription. A city of people, obviously did not do anything wrong, but the cultivators surrounded the city, cut off food, forcing people to eat each other, forcing all sorts of human nature collapse, as if it were a real hell on earth. But at this moment, the originator of the Sikong Indian but also extremely bad, his complacent look has long been put away, the rest is just impatient and terrified, a face in the rolling black smoke twisting and turning, eyes gurgling, obviously thinking about how to do. The 2 early Jiang Palace patriarchs of the Blood Corpse sect and the Ghost Fiend sect also finally reacted. The 2 of them looked at Sikong Yin. One said, "What level?" The other one said, "Even if he is in the late stage of the Jiang Palace, but this is our territory, we can consume him to death. What does brother Sikong have to fear?" But the one who rebelled together from the Thousand Crane sect was not only Sikong Yin, but also a young elder named Bai Chuan Fei. This elder usually disliked the idea of the Thousand Crane sect sheltering the Chu kingdom, feeling that he was above it all and deserved to do what he was. Chapter 146-145, Heavenly Tao Texts, Seizing Opportunities. 7. 8K words, large chapter requesting subscription. You have invested 75 years of your life for enlightenment and memorized 921 formation patterns. It is absolutely difficult to make mistakes when writing at any time. You have comprehended the Tao of formation, 10,000 soul streamer sacrificial formation to its fullest extent, and you are able to skillfully use the formation and make formation boards and flags. After you have realized the formation to perfection, you have a strange feeling in your heart. In the complicated formation pattern, you see something more detailed through the surface. That is a main trunk running through tens of thousands of branches of the formation pattern, as if it were an old tree, and the formation pattern's performance outside is just a branch born from this old tree. Not only that, you also saw some similarities with the 5 elements gathering Xian formation on this old tree, and there seems to be a kind of mysterious overlap between the two, and you think that this overlap may be the key to taking the formation further. But when you try to understand the overlap, you find that you not only can't understand it, but you can't even memorize it. And this, Chapter 147, 146, Ancient Ancestor Without Phases, A Wedding Banquet, 8, 1K words, large chapter requesting subscriptions. At the top of the snowy mountain, Song Yan held the phaseless mask in his hand. Even though his divine sense had already probed clearly, he still didn't dare to wear this kind of mask-type treasure easily, so he spent some more time and headed to the edge of the baneful land, wanting to look for a suitable person to help him try on the mask. Anything that can be done to minimize risk through time, he will always go out of his way to do. This day, the first clearing of the snow, the distance is actually vaguely visible some mortal village. Snow-covered autumn wheat straw has been short only 1 person high, situated in the golden warm sunshine, showing a warm color. There were little children chasing and playing around the haystacks, red-faced, throwing snowballs, giggling far and wide. This scene made Song Yan abruptly quiet. His heart gave birth to a kind of inexplicable ease, and the corners of his mouth brought on a cheerful smile. But then he couldn't help but wonder how there could be a mortal village here. After a moment's thought, he suddenly realized that since the Chapter 148, 147, Leaving Great Chu, Devouring the Outer Regions, 8, 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Late night, in the tent, Song Yan and the 2 demonesses were having fun, like 2 phoenixes and a dragon chasing each other in the waves, and it took a long time for them to calm down. He casually wrapped his arms around a demoness and took a short rest before walking off the bed and towards the cultivation chamber. At this time, Tang Fan should be in his cave, in the midst of drunkenness giving birth to a descendant. Tang Fan had no choice, neither did he. At times like this, Windy City Z was naturally shielded from external visible permissions. Song Yan opened the stone door and sat cross-legged on the central stone platform of the chamber's cultivation. It was a stone platform carved by a skeleton, which was on top of a nice location in the Xian vein of this place. Just now, he had already spent 580 years of his life to cultivate the star fingers and heaven shaking hands to perfection, and spent a full 1045 years of his life picking and choosing from the previous spells of the Zheng Palace, searching for 15 spells that he found useful for cultivation. Chapter 149, 148, Sea of Bitterness Buddha Kingdom, 3 States of the Tumor Realm, 8, 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Guillotine Ridge. After Tang Fan was woken up by the slap, he also quickly realized that he was caught in an illusion. He didn't have half a sense of elation to break free from the illusion, only because in that illusion he not only saw his father and mother, saw the good life with Menger Shinger, but also saw himself strolling hand in hand with Wire in the famous mountains and swamps. Everything there was what his heart craved. Life is but 100 years in a hurry, and only 200 after the Zheng Palace. How to live is not to live. Since it's all about experience, why can't we choose the better one to experience? Does it matter if it's true or not? Living is nothing more than a big dream, and a nightmare at that, and if it can be replaced with a sweeter dream, why not? However, the dream has been awakened, and the road ahead has become yellow sand like rain, falling from the sky. Song Yan squinted his eyes at the road ahead, while communicating quickly with Feng Qingzi in the phaseless mask. Chapter 150-149, Beheading Ancient Skeleton, Grudge Ended, 8, 0K words, big chapter begging for subscription. Song Yan stood in the middle of this old house that had lasted for an unknown number of years, the dark surface of the ground lovingly covered with pieces of tables and chairs, as well as the crushed skeleton debris that had lost its fury. Song Yan was able to vaguely recognize that this monster was human in 9 out of 10 cases. The appearance of demonic beasts in the secret realm is not surprising, because keeping demonic beasts in the secret realm may be a high-level conventional means, at least in the past. But the appearance of a mansion, the appearance of a person, is a bit strange. He subconsciously raised his head and released his divine sense to sweep around the perimeter, but the divine sense was quickly shielded only as soon as it left the house, and at this time the wildly falling rain streams that filled the sky had completely obscured the exploration of the divine sense. However, he could vaguely make out the outlines of some other mansions in the distance. Not a lot, but by no means a lot, considering that what he could see by sight was but a corner of the secret realm. There were even more of these houses that were obviously meant for human habitation. An ancient community of secret dwellers? Chapter 151-150. What if all the streamers are devils? 8. 6K words, request for subscription. Song Yen felt incredibly weak, as if he had been lying on a collapse with a high fever in his previous life. The power of that strange tower had not dissipated and was still invading his body, forcing him to transport his energy to fight against it, while his wounds continued to crack and bleed in the meantime. He soon became a bloody man. Even the ridge of the house where he lay became a pool of blood. Blood dripped down the slope, dripping into the flood that was flowing at the moment, and the rich blood aura escaped into the surrounding area. Pei Shuihan finally reacted. She looked at the old purple mansion monster in the distance. Although she was scared, she also knew that the old monster was her last straw. It was even from the Hearing Rain Sword sect as well. Therefore, her figure swept, quickly fell to the ridge of the house where Song Yen was, and touched out a green smoke jade box from her bosom. Her eyes showed the color of heartache, but she still quickly stepped forward, opened the box, and handed the elixir therein to Song Yen in front of her, and said, "Elder, this is 1,000 years of Xian milk refinement of the elixir, and you eat it." Chapter 152-151. Giant Soul Swallowing Leader. Devourer has knowledge? 8. 3K words, big chapter requesting subscription. For the first time in 5 years, Song Yen had used his original power back, but the process of transforming over 200,000 evil souls into devourers wasn't that swift. Initially, he could digest 5,000 or 6,000 devils a day, but slowly, the powerful consumption then slowed down the transformation. But Song Yen was full of patience. The exploration of the higher realms could not have been accomplished in a day or two. Months and years were the norm. On this trip, his goal had become to kill the ancient tooth or even the infant cries as much as he could, and to extract the fierce treasure and then escape. But, for one thing, he never thought that the fateful treasure was that easy to pick. For another, he hadn't forgotten about the danger of the soul threshold of the king of devourers itself. If he hadn't been patient, he would have already died in the secret realm before he could reach them with the ancient teeth. It is imperative that we stay in a safe place for the time being and deal with the crisis that is about to unfold in front of us. After spending 3 months, Chapter 153-152. Fury Solid Refining Sword Hidden Soul Streamer. It's hard to stop before the wolf and after the tiger. 8. 5K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Clean and direct killings, soul searching, and ghosting, with skillful techniques. If it was in the past, Pei Shuihan might have cowered in fear, but though her person had broken free of the illusion, her heart had sunk. If a different person were to do this, she would inevitably still be afraid. But if that person turned out to be Song Yen, she would not be afraid. Only, when she was young and wandering the world, she was originally a straight chivalrous woman, and later on in the clan, she was also always cynical and sympathetic to the weak. But at this time, she still couldn't help but slightly sidestep her head, and couldn't bear to look at it. And at that moment, an explanation came from beside him. In this kind of dangerous place, anything is in great danger, so when you meet anyone, the first time is to go on guard. If the other party has strength, has goodwill, and can still communicate a little, then try to communicate first. And this man, all frozen in the snow and staring at us with creepy eyes. I can't go and take my time getting to know him if I don't kill him, can I? Chapter 154-153. End of the Soul Threshold. Picking the Fatal Treasure. 8. 6K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Rustle of skirts. A rainbow of light wrapped in black smoke swept over the tundra. The flying snow in this area was terrifying, but it could only freeze, strip, and land a very small number of evil souls on the periphery of the black smoke. Inside, the Xian-robed man and the silver-robed female cultivator were unharmed. To explore, Pei Shuihan would need to use her sea-splitting technique to fly slowly. But since she wanted to cross this place quickly, she couldn't use the former method slowly. Hold on tight, Song Yen softly spoke. Immediately, he felt a pair of vegan hands carefully wrap around his waist, and the delicate body pressed up against his back. This emotion is not rootless, but is cultivated by traveling together for 100 years in that illusionary realm. It could be said that Pei Shuihan had already surpassed any woman's time with him, but it was clear that the two hadn't known each other for long. The strong sense of strangeness and contradiction in it was accompanied by a wave of tenderness that made it more and more indulgent, and at the same time rose. Chapter 155-154. The Land of 10 Deaths and No Survival. Open a path. 8. 1K words, big chapter begging for subscription. Bitter sea breath, raging from the other side of space, a gray wind raging outward, and here hanging high up by the Devourer King Tiger clan, all devils, demon monks and shamans, and all kinds of accidents mixed like a gray sun-like embroidered ball is still rotating quietly in midair. A fragile balance was struck between the three, and what was clearly the most intense and brutal to the end of the fight took on a strange serenity. The devil monk was frantically absorbing the many purple mansion cultivators in his mouth who had already fallen off the realm, in order to be able to gain the upper hand in the fight with the Tiger Emperor, and thus completely occupy these 9 grains of fury treasure. However, not to mention the Insect King and the 7-tailed Demon Fox, even the Infant Crowing Superior and the Ancient Tooth are not easy to deal with. Both sides were frantically jockeying for position, but their eyes stopped on the only man who had broken out of the siege and was raising his hand to press on the fury treasure. If eyes could kill, Song Yen would have been killed by the 7-tailed Demon Fox long ago. Chapter 156, 155. Soul like a furnace, sea of bitterness takes over. 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Purple Mansion Realm. Borrowing the heart of a country's Xian vein in order to integrate itself into the heavens and earth, thus warming the divine soul, making the divine soul initially merge with the heavens and earth, thus making the thoughts powerful. This shows the importance of the body. It is not a falsehood to say that the body is dead, but, at this moment, Song Yan's body was destroyed. He was supposed to be a ghost, too, but it turned out, it was the opposite. His divine soul was protected by the 4 fracking treasures, and in this extremely special environment of the Bitter Sea coast, it actually began to produce a marvelous reaction. These 4 false treasure beads are not a complete false treasure, they are only a part of a complete false treasure, but it is because of this defect that this change of I don't know whether it is unprecedented or not has been brought about. In the 4 precious beads, there are 4/9 of the souls of the Tiger clan of the King of Devils, and also 4/9 of the soul power drawn from the soul threshold of the King of Devils. These forces were originally spinning. Chapter 157, 156. Race for time. Coincidentally meeting an old friend. 8. 2K words, big chapter seeking subscription. Abandoned Wu Land. Now the front line of the confrontation with the Shanghai Demon Kingdom. Bandit cottages. Song Yan looked around and found a horse for the beautiful woman to ride, then asked, "Sister-in-law, what are your future plans?" The beautiful woman swept her gaze over the bloodstained bandit camp and the surrounding area. The great revenge had been avenged, but she was a little confused in her mind. She couldn't help but look down at her brother and ask, "Chill, I don't know," Song Yan said. The hearts of people in the Xian realm are unpredictable, and it's not as transcendent a place as sister-in-law would like to think. And if I bring sister-in-law to the Ink Sword sect, a bad move would be dragging sister-in-law down to her doom. The beautiful woman nodded gently. After this incident, she naturally understood the ruthlessness of cultivators. If she went to the Ink Sword sect, not only would her own life be difficult to protect, she might also become a burden to Xiaohan. Song Yan suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, I'll make the arrangements." The beautiful woman froze, looking at the young man he had brought up. Chapter 158, 157. Against the guest. I'm invincible under the Purple Mansion. 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Brush. Apricot finally sought out the figure of that one among the crowds of cultivators in this small outer region sect. Her heart was beating wildly. Countless fears came crashing down. Since the repair of that teleportation array in Gujin, the Phaseless clan had been able to come from the northern lands again, and then went around searching for the missing clansmen. It was only by chance that she and her own son were found and then brought back to the clan. It is said that 1,000 years ago, this ancient teleportation array was intact, and after that it was destroyed for some reason, which led to a number of ancient clansmen not being able to retreat at that time, and the Wuxian clansmen lost several people since, one of which was naturally Tang Fan's father. One must know that all ancient clans are passed down from one lineage to another, and their numbers will never increase, so even a scattered bloodline of their own clan will be given a great deal of importance. Apricot, which was taken back to the ancient clan with her son, and then the mother became the Apricot Fairy Mother by virtue of her son's nobility, and relied on the abundant. Chapter 159, 158. Today I realize that I am me, and I have returned home. 8. 2K words, big chapter for subscription. The total number of Xian practitioner disciples who passed the dragon diving meeting and were favored by the Phaseless ancient clan was 12, while there was only one elder of the Jiang Palace who passed the test of the divine jade slip. As for the rest of the ones that were looked at, they left with the other ancient clans. The empty boat landed on the ancient teleportation array along with the ancient race's flying carriage. The Purple Mansion cultivator stationed here actually came in person and saluted towards the flying carriage. He is not a member of the ancient clan, but a Purple Mansion cultivator of the ancient kingdom. So even if the one in the flying carriage is a junior of the Jiang Palace, he needs to come and salute, even if the latter does not listen to him, which is normal. However, at this time, the curtain of this flying carriage lifted, and a handsome and tall figure swept out. Seeing that Purple Mansion cultivator, he gave another respectful salute and smiled. "Greetings, Mr. Wang." The Purple Mansion cultivator known as Mr. Wang smiled and returned the greeting. "Prince Tang Yi." The handsome figure laughed. I wouldn't dare to be a gentleman. I'm just a junior in front of Mr. Persuade. Chapter 160, 159. Good day. Here it comes. 8. 0k words, big chapter begging for subscription. Phaseless ancient clan. Ancestral vein secret realm. Entrance. Tang Yi and fairy mother Amon were still waiting, but a long time had passed, so long that the teenager who had entered should have come out. Suddenly, Tang Yi let out a light sigh and said, Mother, there's no need to wait any longer. I'm afraid Brother Cold won't come out. He closed his eyes in pain, but when he opened them he was back to his original positive, sunny, and approachable look. The apricot fairy mother looked stunned and was about to open her mouth to inquire, but she was interrupted by Tang Yi. Tang Yi said softly, if Brother Cold was just an ordinary phaseless clan member, he wouldn't be like this yet, but that golden light just now is already enough to prove that he has a terrifying talent. He is a true heavenly pride of my clan. After saying that, he laughed. I, Tang Yi, am deeply honored to be able to retrieve this kind of heavenly pride for my clan. The almond fairy mother understood at once, and she was somewhat silent, but subconsciously felt that whatever happened to that old monster. Chapter 161, 160. Humanoid fierce beast. Dude code, 8. 1k words, big chapter for subscription. Phaseless ancient clan. Ancestral vein secret realm. Outside the round greasepaper window, the trees are heavily shadowed. The sound of the flower branches rustling and swaying in the wind was haunting. In the small fasting, Tang Xiaokong crossed his legs, brewed a pot of tea, and poured 2 cups, and when he saw Song Yen, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and laughed. I forgot to forget. Old man, I like to drink tea, so I brewed a cup for you too. However, I still have wine here, and spirit liquid. You can drink whatever you want. Saying that, he raised his hand and displayed it, and a single exquisite and incomparable jade bottle was separated on the ancient wooden table several times. Tang Xiaokong leisurely shook his legs, grabbed a cup of tea, narrowed his eyes and slurped down, then sighed comfortably, tilted his head back and looked at the sky, seemingly pondering something. Song Yen took the tea and sipped it. The tea is very light. There's no special function either. It's likely that it's the same tea that mortals drink. Water. Plain water. 2. Small collation of Song Yen power. A little bit of organization at the request of a book lover. I guess. Pick the points that are still important to say and leave out the bits and pieces. Song Yen. 1. Purple soul composition. Core, Song Yen divine soul. Periphery, causal fragments. And then the periphery, 4/9 of the Ghost King's Fury bead, 10,000 souls and the 10,000 soul streamer into it, and forged fusion of a place. In fact, the Ghost King's Fury bead of souls then in the 10,000 soul streamer is only a little bit more than that. Fury solid sword. The 9 palace of the essence of the blood is also forged fusion of a place. 2 of the sea of suffering devourers of the sea. Some of the sea of suffering obsessions. No phase souls. The no phase masks. P.S. The principle of forging and melting is that the Sword of Fury and the 10,000 soul streamer are essentially karmic fragments and remnants of souls, which is why they are compatible. As for the 9 palace essence blood, the worldview will be added later to complete this part of the logic. It was also these strange changes that caused Song Yan's divine soul to undergo a powerful mutation. 2. 9 palace Xian sword sutra. Above left, Win Xuanha melting wind sword chi. Above center, ghoul eating wolf magic sound sword chi. Above right, white bone demon bone eroding sword chi. Center left, Nightmare Beast, Soul-Stirring Sword Chi. Center middle, Devouring King Tiger, Soul-Imprisoning Sword Chi. Center right, Night Candle Soulworm, Water-Stabbing Sword Chi. Below left, Ghost Shark, Xianyu Sword Chi. Below center, Multi-Tailed Fox, Split Sword Chi. Below right, Shuiyuan Jiao, Split River Sword Chi. 3. Soul Spells. Giant Soul Swallowing Technique, a mutation of Feng Qingzi's secret soul treasure technique. The art of painted skin and soul, from the second mutation of the first generation of the art of painted skin and soul. Ghost Fury Soul Restoration Technique, second perfect mutation of Soul Searching Technique. The 100 phases of God's royalty. God swallows the 100 phases of the devil's body. The art of paper making, the art of paper locking and thunder, the paper cutting heavenly palace. 4. Xuanqi spells, heavenly hands, star fingers, obtained from the mask of the unseen. Sword Fury Demon Dragon, Southern Wu Sword Sec second variation of dry sleeve. Black and white twins, second variation of white snake sword technique. Fury Tide Technique, second perfection of Key Explosion Technique. 5. Hidden Spells, the undeclared broken little immortal ancestors. Sword Fury Dual Phase Technique, second variation of Hidden Sword Technique by the Southern Wu Sword Sect. Concentration of Fury and Control of Xian Technique, second mutation of the Puppeteer Sect's Concentration of Qi Technique. 6. Transportation. Nim Tao Transportation, Can Water Transportation, Lay Fire Transportation, Burgundy Earth Transportation, E-Wood Transportation, Golden Light Transportation, Xian Feng Transportation. 7. Formation. Little Heavenly Tao Texts Citation Little Heavenly Tao Gathering and Leading Formation, Remnant, 9. 213 Tao, 10,000 Souls Sacrifice Formation. All 5 elements are included. 8. Kung Fu. Ghost Baby Sutra, Purple Mansion, obtained from Zhang Han. Xian Sword Scripture, obtained by Jiang Palace, South Wu Sword Gate. Blood Melting Technique, Remnants, obtained from the Cold Pool Marketplace. Xian Qi Guiding Technique, obtained by the Puppeteer Sect. Xianhua Yi Jian Dian, Xian Jian Jing Preliminary. Chapter 162-161. Dragon Elephant 9 Blood. Fire Worshipping Demon Sect, 8. 7K Words. Thank you to Midnight Lands for being an ally. Next to Jianmen, South Wu. The flying carriage is in the air. One man in a carriage. Waiting and waiting. The young man in the carriage leisurely stretched his body, allowing every part of his body to feel relaxed and happy. And from time to time, he grabbed the jug of fine wine on his side and squinted at it twice. Wine pot body made of jade. Inside the wine is often scattered with a faint cold fog. Smell cold. Into the throat ice. To the abdomen is turned into a flip-twisted viscera and bowels of the strong knife. Righteous father is right. He drinks a cup of ordinary tea. That tea is not ordinary, but I drank it, and it was just plain. So, a person of my realm can only drink this fine and precious wine in order to savor its flavor. Song Yen drank while chatting with Auntie Shi outside the carriage. Auntie He grinned. There are still miles of good wine. Find a chance. Let's go and grab it. Song Yen froze and said, Why Rob? Are we that kind of people? Chapter 163-162. Recognizing only. Demonic Infant Sacrifice, 9. 1K Words. Large chapter requesting subscription. Snow Country. Fire Worshipping Demon Sect. Zhangyang Peak. Song Yen took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and took a step to the palace where the sword cultivators of the Southern Wu Sword Sect landed. The Hearing Snow Palace. The young cultivator joyfully adorned the Hearing Snow Palace, and when he saw him coming, he mouthed my lord, then led him directly to Yu Xianwei. Yu Xianwei was making a formation disc. This place was full of Xin Qi, and it was much better than the bitter cold place where the original clan had landed. But despite this, she still had trouble maintaining the pseudo-Fu realm, and had to think about selling some more things in exchange for Xianyu. What she sells is, naturally, formation. Over the years, since she entered the false mansion realm, she has also been selling formations for a living. Hearing the footsteps and seeing the person coming, Yu Xianwei stopped the action of carving the array and gently breathed a sigh of relief, then changed her serious look and went forward to meet her. Master, she cried out respectfully. Song Yen swept a glance at her array. Chapter 164-163. Perverted Version of the Phaseless Talent, 8. 1K Words. Large chapter seeking subscription. Fire Worshipping Demon Sect. Underground Mysteries. In the wilderness, Mu Split Yang's normally kind and gracious face was bright and uncertain, one side in the darkness, and the other illuminated blazingly by the tragic red flames. The high bridge of his nose was pulled out of the side by the firelight, reflecting on the corners of his mouth, showing a kind of weirdness and hideousness. Those eyes gazed eerily at the flames that were burning the skeleton, and after a short while, he sat down on his knees and began to operate the Ghost Infant True Scripture. He suddenly seemed to remember something happy, and the corners of his mouth hooked slightly, but they subsided. It's nothing to be happy about. It was he who had cheated quite a few ancient clan contribution points from that phaseless ancient clan's second ancestor last year by virtue of the crippled Ghost Infant Truth Sutra. Then he had used some of those contribution points along with his own originally accumulated ones, thus exchanging them for some important and rare materials and reinforcing the formation in front of him. The off-fire gathering of life formation, with the sacrifice of a powerful monk as the core. The entire clan and even the people of a certain area will be drawn into the life of the clan. Chapter 165-164. Talent Crushing, Twin Devils Meeting, 8. 2K Words. Large chapter requesting subscription. The long wind pushed the grass no one knee. The teenager took off the crown he usually wore and threw it away casually, letting his black hair dance wildly, facing the four gazes that steeply coalesced on him. His hands closed together, and he respectfully bowed and said, Fourth uncle, the next law. It's easy to be arrogant and sparse, but it's hard not to lose your manners, and you can still cite one, which is really superior. Good, Tang Jiaoping praised, then looked at him deeply before saying amiably, Little Han, even if the latter two tests don't pass, you don't need to blame yourself. The name of Yin Yang Xian Long Tenbreaths is true to its name. In time, you will be a pillar of my phaseless ancient clan. His words permeated with sheep love and care. Is a heart defense for the young man in front of him, so as not to hurt his heart after the two tests. However, Tang Jiaoping couldn't help but look at Tang Xiaokong and praised. Third brother, you've recognized a good son. Tang Xiaokong laughed out loud. Tang Jiaoping turned back and said, Xiao Han, the second method. Watch it. Chapter 166, 165. Gathering and Scattering, Unprecedented realm breakthrough. 8. 6K words, big chapter begging for subscription. The phaseless ancient clan. An ancient secret realm. Mountains erode and rivers wither. And everything rots. A gust of air swirled grey dust and sand in vain and lovingly. In the sand, fourth Uncle Tang Xiaoping was standing. In front of him was a broken stone tablet. The stone monument was extremely sturdy, as if it was sheltered and hidden by some kind of weird power, and even he would not have been able to discover it at all if he hadn't walked in front of this stone monument. In addition to this monument is actually unable to topography, also unable to write, but can only look at the monument cultivation. At this moment, he was staring obsessively at the ancient writing on the stone tablet. The sinking burgundy connecting mountains, it turns out, can also be used in reverse, intersecting with the heavens, thus making itself melt not only into the earth, but also into the wind? So it's still possible? Tang Xiaoping muttered to himself intermittently, but he was getting more and more excited. Since that day's test with that kid, he seemed to be inspired as well. Chapter 167, 166. Red dust refining thoughts, both old and new Jiang Palace entering the body. 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. The phaseless ancient clan, a place with abundant Xian Qi. 3 Xian cultivation geniuses who had been selected by the thousands arrived here, all of them at the 9th level of Xian cultivation. They were all filled with excitement about being chosen, and although they didn't know what it was about, it couldn't be a bad thing. Not far away, rainbow light flew down, revealing the figure of a white-haired old man. The old man stroked his beard and looked at the 3 of them, saying kindly, "Old man Tang Xiaoping, middle stage of Purple Mansion." The 3 geniuses hurriedly bowed down. Tang Xiaoping said, "From today onwards, I will teach you 2 spells, and if you are able to succeed, you may be able to reach an unprecedented level. This first door is called the 9 Stacks of Xian Mountain, and this second door is the Sinking Burgundy Lian Mountain method. The cultivation of these 2 techniques are all for the 3rd spell. Do you all have confidence?" Anticipation and excitement flickered in the eyes of the 3 geniuses. Not only were they geniuses, but they were also geniuses with a family background. They grew up with a family background. Chapter 168, 167. Enlightenment of the True Demon. Underhandedness. 8. 3K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Cold Smoke Town. Year after year, neighbors around Song Yan's butcher store changed again and again, and his reputation as a timely rain is quite loud, plus being called the righteous father by the Red Flame Princess, which makes both the good and evil. The Jianghu Ranger and the officials of the imperial court run to his side from time to time, and every year, no matter how busy she was, the Red Flame Sheriff would always find time to accompany him for a few days. During this period, County Lord Qi Yan also tried to find a companion for her righteous father, but failed. She tried to arrange some beautiful maidservants for her righteous father again, and still failed. However, this county princess had truly taken her righteous father's words to heart, and she stopped worshipping the fire and arranging for her men to practice with fire. When the fire stopped, she felt weak, uncomfortable, ill, but it recovered after a few months. With this recovery, she felt the hostility and irritation in her heart fading away. A sense of weakness, of fear rose with it. So, the Red Flame Sheriff again rapped. Chapter 169, 168. Breaking through the middle stage, partnering with an old ancestor. 7. 6K words, big chapter requesting subscription. Gushu Mountain. Zhuoxuanxin. A few days in a jiffy. Princess Xu will be Song Yan need 5 elements. The bane of the soul. Cause an effect white hole crystal jade all take, and then left again. Her late purple house also comprehend almost. There are still a few battles. This is the need to go to certain sects to fight some, in order to increase the enlightenment. A few more days. Song Yan frowned even though he was on his knees. Although the dual Shen roots he carried were 1 inferior and 1 lower grade, his own divine soul and body were already strong. As such, he had thought that the breakthrough would be a snap, but he hadn't expected to find that it wouldn't quite work after simulation through his intelligence. The reason was simple, the Shen root was not qualified enough. Xian fundamental quality is the efficiency of drawing Xian Qi. The difference in Xian root qualifications is not so fatal in places where Xian Qi is average or thin, but the core of the Xian domain is the place where Xian Qi is the thickest, and practicing here is just the right thing to do. Chapter 170, 169. Falling without regret. Demon Mother Vishnu. 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Old ancestor Ning Xin felt the naturally embracing hand on his shoulder and faintly said, "What I said just now, you already know and have promised, so why don't you let go?" Song Yan swept his eyes over the gardens below the secret realm, where many clansmen of the phaseless ancient clan were arriving one after another, with their skills. Watching Song Yan and old ancestor Ning Xion's intimate behavior from afar was almost as if they were right in front of their eyes. He asked, "Is it polite?" Old ancestor Ning Xion raised his hand and gently dusted Song Yan's fingertips. Song Yan let go, Elder ancestor Ning Xin said indifferently. Of course it's the rights and laws. What I say is known only to you, me, and the patriarch in the clan. And the juniors don't know about it. If you are so close to me, how will the juniors look at it? It's against ethics, and the clan will not be a clan. This will not benefit the phaseless ancient clan in any way. So, in the future, you must not be reckless in front of outsiders. Song Yan got up and said understood, then was about to leave when the old ancestor's indifferent voice came from behind him. Chapter 171, 170. The curtain rises, 8. 6K words, big chapter seeking subscription. The border of the snow country. Little snowy silence. Song Yan plopped down on a quiet cliff, letting the falling snow hang in the sky, mesmerizing the human eyes. A black streamer, on the other hand, danced fiercely behind it. As a result of the divine soul, it was impossible to turn the hundreds of thousands of living souls in the 10,000 soul streamer into ghosts and still be able to survive in the streamer as before. His divine soul was now a melting pot of flowing gray light. He was able to fuse hundreds of thousands of living souls in the appearance of his divine soul, but he was unable to make them leave again. The increase in quantity would not produce a qualitative change, but would only make his divine soul bloated. Perhaps in some cases it would work wonders, but it was definitely not a state that he should be in on a daily basis. But it didn't matter, because Song Yan had already discovered a superior solution after making deductions through his intelligence. The mutation of the ghost Xian root, the deduction of the earth Xian root. After spending a total of 48,520 years together, he had mastered a whole set of spell trees. Chapter 172, 171. The war begins. 8. 3K words, big chapter begging for subscription. Snow country. Above the fire-worshipping demon sect, the fury solid explosion crossed realms, crushing the ghostly infant statue that had almost shown signs of life with just one strike. Wood-splitting sun, on the other hand, wailed mournfully and burned in midair. In this instant, the entire fire-worshipping demon sect was as if it had been stabbed, and a rainbow light soared up and surrounded Song Yan's perimeter. The matter of the sacrifice was still a hidden secret, and Mu Krakyang's current state was naturally blamed on Song Yan's outburst. Sovereign! Sovereign! At once, some cultivators approached Wood-splitting Yang. The nearest one was caught by Wood-splitting Yang, and even bathed the whole thing in the sacrificial fire, while the other one was so scared that he hurriedly left. Looking at Song Yan, a stern look grew in his eyes. Obviously, this was Mu Xi Yang's absolute close friend. When something went wrong, he wouldn't feel that it was the patriarch who had a problem, but would only feel that this ancient clan member had hit too hard. His lips moved, and Song Yan's hand moved, conjuring from the 10,000 soul streamer a number of. Chapter 173, 172. One step in the sky to destroy divine infant, brazen as a crazy demon. 8. 3K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Ice mirror wasteland. The fierce battle on the cultivator's battlefield. Nearly a day's worth of time. The dead had long since been uncounted, silenced in their corpses, to be completely retreated and dispersed from their karma after 7 days. But at this moment, the many souls were steeply pulled by a powerful force, rustling out of the body, after a simple pull whoosh flying air, to the direction of the cultivator in the military airboat. The 10,000 soul streamer's purple mansion yuan explosion technique wasn't unlimited in use simply because it was extremely consuming to try to refine the fury solid. If it was an ordinary human divine soul, it would simply destroy a large chunk of it once it was used. Previously, Song Yan had also used it to kill Wood-splitting Yang in seconds just to show off his soul explosion aspect of power, and in order to prevent the birth of variables. However, the purple mansion yuan explosion technique was definitely not an ordinary attack, but rather, it consumed so much that it could be called a forbidden technique. In a real cultivator's battlefield, if someone has laid this kind of soul-borrowing formation in advance. Chapter 174-173. Fusion Demon Monk knows the original story. Soul Threshold conspires to wait for the visitors. 8. 1K words, big chapter requests subscription. Ice Mirror Soul Threshold. The first level of the tumor realm. A muddy fog filled the area. Song Yan had never imagined that his second trip into the Soul Threshold would be even more exciting than the first. Yaoer, my heart for you, heaven and earth can tell. In the future, you and I will be inseparable. If anyone wants to touch you, then they will have to step over my corpse first. I'd like to walk with you over 1,000 hills and see 1,000 places. By the way, I can do all the sacrificial work so that you will come down and come to me soon. Look at this day. TSK, 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 TSK. Song Yan was babbling vigorously, but his tone was sincere, and his eyes were still faintly glowing, as if a young man who confessed to his first love was now looking forward to a bright future. The slower he spoke, the more powerful and sincere his voice became. When he reached the end, he trembled and reached out his hand, saying, Yaoer, come with me, okay? Chapter 175-174. Among the heavenly demons, you are considered cunning. 8. 0K words, big chapter for subscription. Ice Mirror Soul Threshold. The end. The cold icy wind seemed like a mass of dark blue ghosts, centering on the place where the sea of bitterness was broken and leaking, dragging the long wind tail around endlessly, emitting strange sounds like ghosts crying and wailing and weeping in the opera. In the center of the broken leak was embedded a black heart. The heart in midair powerful thumping beating, issued irregular loud sound. That is inside the Hellcorp sprite's back and forth struggle caused by the impact. Back then, when Song Yen went to the end of the Devourer King's soul threshold, he needed to use the 10,000 souls Devourer streamer in order to barely support it, and he was still able to do so when the demon monk was distracted from dealing with someone else. A demonic monk who performs at full strength can use the sound of heavenly demon confusing heart to penetrate through the redundant karmic defenses, thus reaching the body, and then plunging people into an illusionary state, which can only be resisted by a fury treasure. Now, the devil monk, however, had been glued to the devouring king's furnace waiting to be refined by him, and the 4 devouring monks had completely obeyed his orders. Go! Song Yen, 936-1012, Northern Song Dynasty Poet, Chapter 176, 175, Heavenly Demon Self-Containment, Escape from Life, 8. 7K words, large chapter requesting subscription. In the second year, you begin to summarize your powers, only to find that they are fragmentary. You can either annex the shadow of the skin with the 100-phase demon body, or devour the vitality with the power of the demon monk, with the former being more rapid, and the latter not being bound to the shadow of the skin. You can bind a demon baby that belongs to you through the ghost mother's lock, so that it completely obeys your orders. You can control the life and death of a person through the blood slave ancient symbol, but you can't control his or her will, and may even be subject to a reversal of the will in the future. You can constrain the soul of a tiger through the tiger's power so that it can turn into a devourer, but you can't do it again if it is saturated with souls. However, the devourer's furnace, the devourer's rosary, solves this problem for you. The king of devourer's furnace melts and forges all souls, and the king of devourer's rosary beads devour all souls, all without fear of backlash. Why? Because they were forged over thousands of years by a tribe of beings who are all soul masters. You are beginning to realize the importance of treasures, and that the secret art of nativity exists precisely for the purpose of refining. Chapter 177, 176. Looking back once in 200 years, the hardest thing is to see for the first time. 8. 3K words, large chapter requesting subscription. The demon race retreated, the ancient race pursued and killed, and although not many cultivators really came to the entrance of the Ice Mirror soul threshold again, they were all strong. At that moment a gaze also fell on the body of the man who stepped out. Appearance is ordinary, but black hair shoulders, exudes a subdued elegance. It is easy to let the heart close, but the blood stains on the clothes but added a few points of hideous and wretched. Tang Han, Tang Xiaoxian immediately fell to the side of Song Yen, left and right surveyed him, pupils deep through the hidden vigilance. Walking between the road has been sealed all the way to escape. The tone of surprise and surprise, you're okay? Are you okay? These words asked the question in the minds of almost everyone here. No one could have imagined what a monstrosity of weird hearts this place had been half a month ago, but the man had survived. Easily. No one here feels they can do it. Not only do you have to face the threshold of the soul. Chapter 178, 177. Late Purple Mansion. Perfect 100 years, 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. For the vast majority of people in the Xianxian world, words like soul threshold and fatal treasure were extremely unfamiliar, and perhaps only those who had reached the realm of the Jiang Palace, the level of the elders of ordinary small clans, were barely qualified to hear such words. But everyone who hears about the soul threshold will subconsciously feel its mystery and horror. This was especially true for the clans around the soul threshold. Ice Mirror soul threshold has existed for more than 200 years, during which time it has been opened and closed. Countless people have entered to explore, even including ancient clansmen, but the mortality rate is extremely high, which was left unattended over there. Until this year. It was only this year that the demon ancestor of the mountain and sea demon clan came and took off one of the baneful treasures. Why? Is it that there are no strong people among the ancient clans who can go ahead and pick it? This secret, even the Purple Mansion knew very little about. However, the divine infants, especially those with family backgrounds, were all clear about the cause. Rationale. Chapter 179-178. Creating momentum to the top. Ancient God Heavenly Father, 8. 0K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Ancient clan ancestral veins. Song Yen read up. Painted immortal hidden clouds and mist. The fourth hand to support the pile of life and death. Followed by the hole drilled into that pile. Through the sky. Stirring up the clouds and haze overturned. The haze was hidden and the thunder plasma converged. But just converging, hoarding, but not falling. It was obviously only dusk, but it was already dark. However, as the thunder plasma accumulated for a longer period of time, old ancestor Ning Xian's surprise began to fade away, and was replaced by shock. In these thousands of years, she had seen many small heavenly tribulations, and during that time she had also seen cases where the thunder plasma accumulated but did not fall immediately. Generally encountered this small heavenly tribulation cultivators are their own cultivation is strong, and afterwards also prove that those cultivators have a good future. Although not all the cultivators who encountered the accumulation of thunder plasma can cultivate into the divine infant, but all the cultivators who have entered the divine infant have encountered this situation when crossing the small heavenly tribulation. There are quite a few people of the ancient clan of the undivided phase who have crossed the threshold, and in hindsight, Chapter 180, 179, A Secret Journey, Ancient Tomb Storm Clouds, 8, 5K words, thanks to which Xingjia in the World Silver Alliance, Phaseless Ancient Clan, Ancestral Vein Secret Realm. Outside the oil paper window, the tree shadows swayed wildly in the early summer rain, while inside the window a long-lasting oil lamp of a demonic beast emitted a soft light, casting long or short black shadows on the big and small utensils in the house. Song Yan was sitting in front of an oil lamp, and he was contemplating three things in his mind. Opinion. The state of Lu, strictly speaking, was not considered to be within the territory of the phaseless ancient race, and the closest to the phaseless 15 states was the Western Jedi ancient state. There is only a mountainous corridor between Lu and the Western Jie ancient kingdom, which is only tens of miles long. However, because there is no Xuanqi in Lu, it has almost never been regarded as a frontier by the Western Jie ancient kingdom, and even if the emperor of the ancient kingdom collects offerings, he will not pay any attention to Lu, not to mention the sects of the Western Jie ancient kingdom. The state of Lu is more commonly regarded as one of the several small states in the Wushuan barbaric wasteland. This is a barren land of Wushuan, with the 15 countries of Wuxiang in the west and the Night King in the east. Chapter 181, 180, Ancient Suspense, High-Level Match, 8, 2K words, Big Chapter requests subscription. The entrance of the regular troops of the Xuanjia Divine Army had caused the fate of the scattered cultivators to have changed. The voices of the cultivators soon came from above Meridian Village as well. This place has been taken over by the Divine Tiger King, so you and the other casual cultivators should do your best to excavate the ancient tomb. If you can dig up the treasure, you will be rewarded. If you run away, you're hiding the treasure and running away, so you should be killed. When the phaseless Heavenly Father arrives, you and I may not have any other opportunities. With one word, the rules are set. The name Phaseless Heavenly Father was also spreading rapidly. Listening to these words and feeling this atmosphere, Song Yan himself looked into the distance of the dark night and felt that there was a golden god sitting in a luxurious flying carriage by the clouds of the sky, as if he were a majestic heavenly emperor inspecting from afar. The heavenly dignitary had not yet arrived, but the powerful sense of oppression had already flooded the place like a tidal wave. The Phaseless Heavenly Father is a god created by the Phaseless Ancient Clan, and the name of this god is applied to him. Chapter 182, 181, Wonderful Use of the Benevolent Fate Diagram. Opening of the Dark Age of Heavenly Tribulation, 8. 3K words, request for subscription. The statue of the heavenly dignitary looked down, and the bloody mouth of the heavenly demon teenager was caged over the sacrifice formation. This sacrificial formation was set up by borrowing the broken, dead black chi of the party, and even Long Yinghai was actually unable to get out of the trap. The heavenly demon teenager glared at Song Yan and transmitted a thought. You want to save? Or rob? Song Yan shook his head and read back. Neither saving nor robbing. As the saying goes, people die for money, birds die for food. But is it possible that people don't seek wealth and birds don't forage for food? Of course not. This is just to tell you, if you want, there will be risks. You need to be responsible for their own. If you cannot bear the risk of dying in the middle of the road, cannot blame anyone. The black light glittered, emitting an aura of death and destruction, and the wind rolled slightly, lifting up Song Yan's black hair, as well as the face that was bright and uncertain. The heavenly demon junior asked again, then what are you doing here? Could it be, is it to beg for these ancient true spirit remnants of jade? The side of, chapter 183, 182, rejoining the true devil, means turned upside down, 8. 3K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Little Annalise thought about darkness, but did not expect such darkness, especially when Song Yan whispered in her ear, dissecting the whole thing, the inner complexity to her. She was even more chilled at the bottom of her heart. She had summoned up her greatest courage to accept Song Yan, even as she struggled to regain her vitality, wrapping herself around Song Yan's side in a bird-like manner as she had in the past, imagining him to be a high mountain, a great tree. But even though she had imagined Song Yan to be scary enough, she was still far from it. She thought that Song Yen would unite with the rest of the ancient clansmen to destroy the heavenly demons before competing for the ownership of the true spirit remnant jade. However, she didn't expect Song Yen to actually tell her. He actually had a portion of the heavenly demon's power, and he had used it to swallow the heavenly demon, swallow those beings, and lay a trap. And how the purpose of the trap was how. Song Yen spoke to her again one by one. She struggled to digest it, struggled to accept it. Acceptable. Chapter 184, 183. Mysterious Underworld Tree. Xian Xian's Body, 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Above the ruins of the ancient tomb. The purple mansion cultivator of the four clans escaped death and saluted Song Yen slightly before standing on his side, and the remaining younger generation of the four clans naturally adjusted their positions. Song Yen overlooked the Dragon Tomb ancient clan's divine infant expert who had been suppressed by his 100 phases birth and destruction pile and said, "I'm Tang Han of the phaseless ancient clan. How do you address yourself?" The lower cultivator resisted while saying in a deep voice, "Long Gong Feng." Song Yen said, "I'll stop, but you two need not fight again, okay?" Long Gong Mong said, "Good." Song Yen raised his hand steeply and withdrew his power. 100 phases of life and death pile immediately dissipated. The dragon Gongmeng also put away the flute, tilted his head to look at the figure on the height, the heart of the emotion. He knows that originally this family is intended to suppress or even solve this junior. One is to consolidate the prestige of their own family. The second is to forage for that devourer king of the furious treasure. But at this time the result is the polar opposite. But 100 years. This, chapter 185, 184. 10,000 tilts forbidden domain. One lonely island, 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. On the land of the ancient race, the biggest news is about the divine infant realm, among which the strongest race of the ancient race, the Dragon Tomb ancient race, is the most important. The matter of the new generation of the phaseless ancient clan's heavenly pride suppressing the Dragon Duke melting with only his hands naturally spread throughout the ancient clan's higher echelons. That heavenly pride not only lightly suppressed the dragon public fusion, but also as much as possible to resolve the grudges, and true spirit residual jade this piece of cake fair distribution, to achieve the satisfaction of each family praised the point. No one would have bought the name of the phaseless heavenly father who was so domineering to the extreme and was thinking of taking over the folk beliefs. However, when this matter came out, it was considered a good start, and at least several families stopped talking. The Night King ancient clan even directly acknowledged the existence of the phaseless heavenly father in order to hold on to the thighs of this old neighbor. The saying, "the benevolent are invincible," has always been true, but it doesn't mean that if you are benevolent you are invincible. But if you can be invincible and yet still uphold the benevolent demeanor, then you can be powerful, and only then you can be invincible. Chapter 186, 185, Husband. It's fate to meet in 1,000 miles, 8. 0K words, thanks to 8 precepts doesn't love books. A wisp of hellish chi rises up from the mountains in the forbidden zone of the living, like a cone of black wolf smoke rising from a dead city. Song Yen obviously felt the sky stood still for a moment, and the earth also steeply peaceful for a moment. The next moment is as if it is stressed like flying sand and stones, and to half an incense burner time, the distance is resounding more and more high-pitched ferocious beasts running sound. The ground is shaking, the mountains are trembling. Song Yen rose into the air and floated above the array cover. Array although stacked hundreds of channels, but are not what special array. Block ordinary cultivators easy, but purple cultivators have been unable to block. Each burst can only withstand the purple cultivator several hits, but this cannot be helped, because the array pattern of this thing is not deduction can be deduced. You can lay out what array completely lies in what you have array disk, or learned what array. In the epic painting of heaven and earth, all the dust is like an angry tide of earth and yellow, a thick mud wall, from far away, flapping and pouring. Song Yen Wan, 1902 to 1989, Song Dynasty writer and poet. Chapter 187, 186, Hell's Corpse Sprites, Out-of-Body Incarnations, 8. 2K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Ancient forest, hazy with light and fog. In the cave, Song Yen felt the pitch-black roots that climbed into his hand, and that grim touch was exuding undisguised goodwill. Is this born with its own spirit? Song Yen narrowed his eyes slightly, then reached out and touched his fingers to the roots, gently stroking them over and saying, "I'm fine." The roots jumped up and down cheerfully, but then they retracted back into the soil with a flash of lightning, and then a little tip of the whisker quietly emerged, as if looking out. Its roots were extremely long and growing longer and splitting as it drew on life energy, due to the fact that it had been refined. Song Yen could even feel that the sapling's roots underneath it had reached more than 10 jang and were still getting longer, with each bit of root absorbing energy from the soil. The netherworld sacrifice formation could sacrifice all sorts of beings, but it stayed in it unharmed. What a scourge! Song Yen couldn't help but feel. Chapter 188, 187, Divine Phase to Restore the Soul. strong enemies arrive. 8. 0 keywords large chapter requesting subscription. The cave has been separated by Song Yen. Inside is Brahmaputra, Infu sacrifice array and is refining the Hell Corpse sprites. Outside is an open fairy cave. Inside and outside by the illusion of the array cover separation. So even if someone mistakenly entered the world only to say that it is the world outside the high people in this hermitage, tears still lingered on the white-clothed female cultivator's cheeks, while on her shirt was a trail of blood marks that had been left on her body when her master had been penetrated by the earth beast. Song Yen saw with his own eyes how hysterical this female cultivator was, how mournful she was, but when he used the power of the lascivious demon monk, all the intense feelings of this female cultivator were suppressed, and replaced by a heartbeat that was hard to describe. The white-clothed female cultivator looked at the teenager in front of her, wanting to jump into his arms and cry bitterly. "Will be the heart?" Difficult with it slowly said, because she always felt that the teenager in front of her is the most perfect man in the world. As long as there is this man in, all her wounds can be healed. May. Chapter 189-188. Hiding the undercard. Entering the void. 7. 4 keywords large chapter requesting subscription. More than a month's time. Song Yen frantically fleeing, but also thanks to his originally good at recluse, or else it would have been surrounded and intercepted by the people chasing behind. At the same time, he directly contacted old man Ningxin and released the invasion of Vishnu, Emperor Dixie Elephant Emperor, and 9 sons of the Devil Mother in the name of the phaseless Heavenly Father, and called on the ancient races to unite to catch these demons and heavenly devils in a jar. Once upon a time, the phaseless ancient clan did not have such great power. But after these 20 years of conscientious reputation management, its power of speech has long been different from the past. This time, the Vishnu, Emperor Sheshue, and 9 sons of the Devil Mother that he mentioned either had a blood feud with the ancient race, or were extremely dangerous, and all of a sudden, ancient races were mobilized. Along the trajectory map given by Song Yen began to quickly close in and surrounded. Snap! Several figures manifested in a deserted suburb. Vishnu frowned. According to my clan. Chapter 190-189. Extreme Pull. Hidden in Soldier. 7. 8 keywords large chapter requesting subscription. Gather with a crowd or explore on your own? Song Yen had originally had an answer in mind that he couldn't choose, and that was to explore on his own. Devil Mother Su Yaoyao must have come here as well, and together with her, there are in all probability 2 other heavenly devils. When Devil Mother Su Yao was able to track him down in the vast savage land, then naturally she could now. Sacrifice could make the heavenly devil complete. And naturally, it could also heal wounds, and Devil Mother Su Yao's 9th yoke that he had cut off had likely been restored. In other words, she was able to quickly control 9 cultivators, regardless of whether the cultivator was at the late Purple House stage or the early Divine Infant stage. If he concentrated towards the exit, Demon Mother Su Yao would inevitably chase after him as well, and at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the total annihilation of the phaseless ancient clanscomers would be completely predictable. Song Yan's mind flashed through the righteous father Tang Xiaokong, Auntie Shi, Tang Xiaoxian and other people's appearance. No matter how bad he is, he can't use his acquaintances as a shield. Chapter 191-190. Breaking through Divine Infant. Jumping out of the cage. 8. 0 keywords big chapter for subscription. The light of the void came from the depths of this space, shining like a wave of warm water lovingly caressing over this edge of the ruins. While in the mortal world visible sun Taiyin does not exist here at all. Obviously the construction of this greater heaven and earth is far beyond the knowledge of the small Xianxian domain practitioners, but also breaks the original idea of Song Yen. The Xianxian realm is not a planet. The void, not beyond the planet. You jump into the void, and there is no sun or moon in the void. Song Yen before has been in a hurry to run away, tired to deal with the Devil Mother Su Yao, and at this moment after calming down, only to have the mood to feel the vastness of this other world, the magnificent. At the same time, he also deeply understand his own knowledge of the world for fear is not as crossing the ancient people are still in the geocentric, have not yet seen the heliocentric theory, the Big Bang said the stage. The Divine Wind Void Sutra was a technique from the Fengqingzi lineage, and within it, it detailed the breakthrough method of the Divine Infant realm. Chapter 192-191. First entering Star Luo. Meeting old people. 8. 5 keywords large chapter requesting subscription. Puppet sect. More than 200 years ago. Early Purple Mansion Blood Corpse. These words stacked together immediately caused Song Yen to make an association. This is an island above the East China Sea, and the Star Luo domain is actually in the East China Sea to put it bluntly. Could it be that back then, which puppet sect elder didn't go to the ancient clan, but instead came to the East Sea seashore and inadvertently discovered my hidden Zhanghan blood corpse, and then controlled it through the corpse controlling technique, and then went out to the sea to create the East Sea puppet sect? Song Yen looked at the locations marked on the opinion map with interest and made a slight estimation in his mind. The location isn't too far away and can be reached within a month or so if you hurry. Dragons have dragon paths, and rats have rat paths. The god infant cultivators out here are also quite convenient. Whatever they want, they can just spend money to buy it. As Song Yin thought, the tide had risen, and the sunset light that dipped into the water quickly became dark. This is considered to be the interior of the sea, although there is an invasion of hellish energy. Chapter 193, 192. Untainted by Karma, Traces of Damaging Heavenly Dan, 8. 0K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Song Yen didn't go far, only stopping on a deserted island near Sweet Lil Island. Before he left, he quietly planted a tracking mark on the body of the cold-blooded old devil Hongqing funeral, in order to wait for him to leave the sweet island, and then ask him to ask whether there is a high-level marketplace in the Star Luo domain. The question of whether or not there is a high-level marketplace in the Star Luo domain. Devils have always been rather wild in their ways, and he felt that this famous old devil of this world should not let him down. Deserted Island, Boulder Beach. Song Yen raised his hand and beckoned out the pitch-black coffin, opened the lid and looked at the blood corpse Jade makeup inside. Past scene after scene flashed back in his mind. There was Jade makeup's timidity when he first met him at Paperman Peak. There was Jade makeup's ice coldness when he saw him again at the Ethereal Sea, and later, when the Southern Wu Sword sect had been exterminated, and Su Yao had cursed him, but Jade makeup didn't curse him. And after that, there were the stories he heard about Jade makeup. This female cultivator was born into the royal family of Wei in the mortal world, abused as a furnace that was too frightened to resist all day long, and then cynical enough to Chapter 194, 193. No self and otherwise, Brahma's bearded Jade makeup, 8. 2K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Autumn rain falls outside the cave, like fingers playing Kongho. Song Yen is making tea at the entrance of the cave. He added some moonwort and looked out of breath. When the tea was ready, he poured 2 cups and placed one of them in front of Han Kaier. Han Kaier temporarily put aside her pen and took the cup, covering it with both hands and showing a happy face. On such a rainy day, how can you not be happy to be able to share a room with your beloved and sip tea together? It was a pity that this sweetheart was too decent. She had hinted to that extent several times. How could this sweetheart still be indifferent? Han Kaier lowered her head, glanced sideways at the already meditative sky, and gently pursed her tea, saying shyly, "Does Senior know about the dual cultivation law?" Song Yen asked. "What's wrong?" Han Kaier said in a shy voice. "Senior, I've never practiced dual cultivation before, and I'm afraid I'm not very good at it, so I wonder if Senior can teach Kaier hand in hand?" Kaier, I'll definitely learn it carefully. Chapter 195-194. New Family, Forgetting the Red Dust, 8. 1K words, big chapter for subscription. Grunt, grunt. One of the eyes of the Brahmastra's Jade makeup rotated clockwise, while the other rotated counterclockwise, and the frequency of rotation of the 2 eyes was surprisingly different, and the whole thing was permeated with a sense of eccentricity. Song Yen stared dumbfounded at the ceramic doll-like miserable face, and the face looked at him earnestly. But, it's never a fond gaze, it's learning, imitating. In a short while of work, the 2 eyeballs of Brahmsu Yujuan quieted down and landed firmly in the center, then met Song Yan's eyes in all directions. Song Yan smiled. He knew that he had severed a certain small piece of karma, and he also knew that he had severed that karma because he felt that it was over, and that the interruption would be beneficial to either side at this point. However, he no longer had the slightest recollection of what kind of karma that was. Perhaps, at one time, he had been with one of the women in these caves. Chapter 196, 195. Terrifying Otherization. 10 years have come, 8. 3K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Summer passes quickly. In front of this cave residence of Song Yen, there were no more people patronizing it, thus becoming cold and quiet. He himself didn't know why, but expected that it must have something to do with cutting off karma twice. In the fall, a large number of difficult cultivators who lost their homes to the natural disaster beasts came in from outside and wanted to move into the Immortal-Seeking Valley. However, the Immortal-Seeking Valley cave is limited, and there are still a limited number of difficult cultivators who still have money, so they only took in a group of people, and there are more difficult cultivators who left. During this time, Song Yen saw Fong Tianshang, the ring fairy's figure again. The divine couple seemed to be sympathetic to what difficult Xiao was going through, and were doing their best to coordinate the turnaround. The warm expression and snow-white skirts added a bit of warmth to this fairy-seeking valley. However, the area around the Immortal-Seeking Valley had started to become dangerous. Under the end times, morality will definitely collapse. This line of reasoning also applies to the cultivator world. Chapter 197, 196. A new way to get what you want by trickery, 6. 4K words subscription required. Dusty Light Sect. When the second elder returned from outside, she caught a glimpse of Han Kaier waiting in the palace. The second elder looked at this disciple suspiciously. In her mind, this disciple should have still been sitting in Xuanxin at this time, and should not be here. Her complexion was slightly cold, and she said seriously, "The clan is also very busy these days, so I'm sure you've heard about it as well. Good and evil have united as never before because of the common fight against the natural disaster demonic beasts, but certainly most of the people in the demonic cultivators are thinking of cooperation. But ultimately there are a very small number of people who have malicious intentions, for the teacher in recent days is in the running for this matter. You don't seize the time to consolidate your cultivation, but you leave Xuanxin without authorization. Do you really think that an important resource like Xuanxin can be wasted at will?" However, Han Kaier instantly knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. The second elder froze and asked, "What exactly is the matter?" Han Kaier said, "Master, please help me see." Chapter 198, 197. Visiting the Demon Kingdom, Mixing with the Fox and Wolf, 8. 9K words, big chapter requesting subscription. 5 years later, the winter, deep sea. Somewhere deep within a deserted island, Song Yen was sitting cross-legged, carefully sensing the meaning. After completing the tests of selflessness and otherness, he had settled down for a long time, and now his understanding of his own intention had become clearer and clearer. During this time, he did 4 things. 1. Observe the Black Lotus Old Man's 4 petals Black Lotus fire, in order to clarify their own in the end to take away, and how to take away. But the more he looked at the more he felt that the fire is evil. The Black Lotus Old Man because of the fire and cannot break through the divine infant. 1,000 years of life is hard to be tossed into the more than 300 years, and now look at the appearance. There are not a few years left to go through the end of the life. In this case, Song Yen would like to wait for the Black Lotus Old Man died, to see how the fire will be, and then make plans. The power of the Black Lotus fire is far superior to the heavenly thunder fire derived from the heaven and earth purple thunder, and it seems that on top of the 4-petaled lotus there is an 8-petaled lotus, so there is no doubt that there are more. This kind of chance, he could not easily give up. Chapter 199, 198. Early withdrawal, defeating the demon mother, 8. 3K words, begging for monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. The Vishnu bugs are all similar in appearance, with red robes and silver faces, and black, snowflake-like bug bodies, while many of them are surnamed Ang. The previous Purple Mansion ancestor and the Divine Infant ancestor at this time were clearly not the same person, but the demons could only use the realm to differentiate between the two and call them ancestor with the same title. But Song Yen believed that if Vishnu appeared, he would be able to recognize it. And today this Angjo is not Vishnu. He and Huyu and the other demons re-entered the underground labyrinth and stood at a new fork in the road. Divine Infant ancestor said in an earned voice, "Today's fork is even more complicated. Each node connects at least 4 paths, and there are 36 nodes here. Ancient Chingy, and all of you Wolf Clan minions, I need you to be able to precisely follow the route I give you to awaken the hellish corpse sprites at the designated points. If you want to awaken the corpse sprites of hell, you must reach a certain level of sonic power before you can do so. This requires that you must not disperse your power." Chapter 200, 199. Heavenly Exalted Mysterious Realm, Killing to Kill, 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. In the middle of a dense forest, the air was a little quiet. Song Yen silently looked at this deceased person whom he had met at the beginning of his travels, and suddenly with a thought, he laughed. "Mother, just don't pretend." Su Yao hung her head and said with a listening attitude, "I'm already a prisoner. You can do whatever you want, so don't try anything." Song Yen said, "The 9 Sons Demon Mother is a heavenly demon above the Divine Infant. I have to be vigilant." After saying that, he looked at Su Yao's cold look and laughed. "Since you know that I'm Song Yen, how come you don't treat me as a deceased person, but instead you're so outgoing? Could it be that you were affected during the heavenly demon possession?" Su Yao closed her eyes and said, "Come on, let me become your slave girl, and save me from thinking nonsense. Anyway, in these hundreds of years, I've gotten used to not being myself, and I also hate the heavenly demons and evil demons to the core." Song Yen, she said, "Don't recognize me?" Su Yao said, "It's just to recognize." Chapter 201-200. The Mirage Mist Toad calls for 3-footed sutra. Bijou Yellow Spring shall not come out, 8. 1K words, big chapter requesting subscription. As the last piece of information surfaced, Song Yen Several was instantly shocked out of a cold sweat. A creepy feeling instantly and densely crept over him. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. If it wasn't for the fruit of the way of the remaining life, he would have been completely lost this time. This kind of trap can really be described as silent. He quietly raised his hand, wiped his sweat, raised his eyes and swept the outside of the stone room. Seeing that the corpse sprite Song Yen, Su Yao were all there, his heart settled down a little, but in another instant, he saw Long Mu Yun not far away. In the bottom of his heart, the role played by Long Mu Yun is roughly understood. This Dragon Tomb ancient clan's ancestor was definitely not an immortal, but a god. A long time ago he learned the truth about immortals from the mouth of the 9 sons of the Devil Mother. And over the years he has learned from many sources, and basically understands that the immortal position is a choice to be independent, and is not limited by heaven and earth, although the potential is. Today's update is just after 6 o'clock I think. Didn't get lazy, just couldn't finish in time. The single notice update is delayed, I think, for fear that some bookworms will be too annoyed. I don't want to give notice, but I'm afraid that some bookworms will think that I won't be working today. Thought I'd say a word. Nowadays, it's not late in the book, or early, but the writing has really picked up a lot of difficulty, and it takes a lot more time and effort. Next time, if I don't update at 5 o'clock, I'm sure it's not that I won't, but I'll do it a little later, so I'll give you all a hard time. Chapter 202, 201. A wonderful way to break the situation. Tit for tat, 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. The secret realm of heavenly dignity. The secret room. The pitch-black sword-robed female cultivator sat on the True Spirit Jade platform for a long time, slowly opened her eyes, and looked at Song Yen. There's no problem with this lotus platform, but she didn't wait for a response. That pretty brow couldn't help but frown. Then a look of disquiet showed in his eyes, and just then, Song Yen Kai said, "Oh." Suyao gathered her long legs and changed her knees to sit, then her 10 fingers gently pressed the cold True Spirit Jade under her buttocks. Her eyes revealed a few points of reluctance, because in the small amount of time she had just sat, she had actually practiced for several days, which was really outrageous. If she could sit there all the time, she felt that she might even break through the divine infant realm in a small number of decades. But, this lotus table belonged to Song Yen. She was just a poison tester. She still understood this point. Suyao slowly left the lotus stage and curled up alone in the corner. But when she looked at Song Yen, Chapter 203, 202. Ancient mysteries raising 3 corpses. Peaks and turns breaking out of the realm, 8. 5K words, large chapter seeking subscription. Heaven's dignity secret realm. In the secret room, Brahma's jade makeup had been rooted in the deep soil, and the length of her thousands of fine tentacles had far exceeded the length of her human form on the ground. Her feet had been completely connected to the earth, and her pants, which were supposed to hide her small feet, were covered with roots. The porcelain-white doll-like red-clothed little lady presented a thrilling, yet fantastically bizarre beauty at the moment. She obviously knew her mission, so at this moment, she was also desperately trying to speed up the extraction of the energy of this side of the secret realm, in the hope that the chi of hell would break through this place as soon as possible. Suyao crossed her knees on the True Spirit Jade couch and drew Xianhuang matter quickly in order to complete her divine infant realm. Divine infants were difficult to break through. Even with the Xianhuang substance, it was calculated in thousands of years. Even though the previous demon mother had some true spirit remnants of jade, it was impossible for her to break through in a short period of time. However, the effect of the True Spirit Jade couch in enhancing enlightenment was far above that of the True Spirit Remnant Jade, and at this point Suyao was far from completing the Chapter 204, 203. Red dust nourishes the god and breaks the realm again. Body, God, and soul melting mysterious writings revealed, 8. 3K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Within the territory of the ancient kingdom of no phases, the kingdom of Yu, the Golden Jade capital, a residence. On the door hangs a plaque of Golden Jade King's house. The stone lions at the door are majestic. The guards on duty hold their heads high, and around the back of the door with the shadow wall and the parlor, there is an extraordinarily grand hall of incense. On both sides of the incense hall, there are couplets. The first one is Jinyu Mantang Chung Zudi, and the second one is Guan Gai Jingwa Yang Shengen. Inside the incense hall on the Vermilion Shrine is enshrined in the beautiful jade statue, the statue of a hand holding a sword, a hand grasping the streamer, the body of the purple electricity entanglement, feet on the black and white dragons, the end of the mighty and infinite. The old lady of the Wang family is now happily leaning on her crutches, watching a teenager in front of the statue of incense singing, and look pious 3 worship 9 Kaodao. On the other side, the robust Song Yen, or the 4th uncle of the Wang family, who was holding a walking stick with his left leg slightly shrunken, was sitting with a dignified woman, also smiling amiably at the teenager. Deal with. Chapter 205, 204. Tathagata Zen Sword Lodge. Laying into the 2nd grade Xianxian land, 8. 1K words, large chapter seeking subscription. Barren mountains. Song Yen stretched his body, feeling how powerful it was. That a rote emergence of the fragmented mysterious heavenly Tao text let him vaguely feel that his power level should have reached the level of the void holding a sword mandrill level, the god baby or something. It's all just a slash, and the next step, either slay the dragon or wait for it to die? Otherwise the first step of this law of burying dragons can't even be carried out. Song Yen pondered, then continued to look at the subsequent contents of the burial dragon law. Step 1, the rotting dragon spits around the sky. Step 2, essence blood to copy the dragon tomb inscription. The third step, 1,000 coffins with life, will be divided into soul deposit dragon tomb burial bronze coffins, a coffin a life. No matter how outside the killing how the body of the death of the road to eliminate. Only one coffin has not been destroyed. You cannot die and not extinguish. Step 4, Monumental Eating Syndrome, which is the Gong method's path to above the transformation spirit. To be honest, the first step was not completed and the subsequent. Chapter 206, 205. Heart Demon Sword Prison. Jumping to the outside of the bureau, 80K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Into the night. Song Yen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao, who was half wrapped in a white plum silk bib in his arms, ruffled her messy hair with his fingers, looked at her tightly closed eyes, and teasingly pinched her nose. Ling Xiaoxiao instantly twisted her tiny torso and rolled like a ball of flame in the futon. Song Yen fixed her firmly. Only then did she open her eyes, shy her flushed cheeks, pampering herself and gently hitting Song Yen. Then spring water dripped from her crescent moon-like smiling eyes, reflecting the teenager in front of her. And this, it was also the most ferocious action she could do to Song Yen. In the past, she who had to bow her head and avoid seeing the higher realms. How could she dare to hit her senior brother of the Purple Mansion realm? And she did so because the combination of the two gave her a feeling that the man in front of her belonged to her. So she hit him gently to make herself realize that it was not a dream, and to prove that this man really belonged to her. Otherwise, Chapter 207, 206, Mysterious Bell Camel Journey, News of the Faceless Ancient Clan, 80K words, large chapter requesting subscription, Bitter Sea of Corrupted Thoughts Lair, Sword Country, Heart Demon Sword Prison, Gate. Everything in this place is reflected morosely. Song Yan's head to the threshold of that gate, while the feet are suspended in mid-air, rushing out of the Bitter Sea swordsman. The first thing you see is also its hurriedly running feet, overlooking in order to see its head. Everything seemed to remind Song Yan that he didn't belong here. The universe is so ingenious that it can cut out steep and long mountain ranges, and it can also draw miles and miles of beautiful rivers and mountains. And when Song Yan was still living a 9-to-5 life, he would often be shocked by these. Now, in front of the strange building that was born from the materialization of this obsession, the mountains and rivers, none of them are worth mentioning. Song Yan sensed the state of his presence here. The body is on earth, the soul is in the sea of suffering. This place, only the soul, only the mind. And just then, the black ancient doorway began to sweep out again. Chapter 208, 207. A former deceased person as bait. Hidden secrets in the depths of the Sword Country, 82K words, big chapter requesting subscription. Bell Camel Tribe. In the tent. Thirsty. After waking up with a start, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly felt her mouth dry. She got up, rustled on her shoes, and went to the corner of the fetch water. Song Yen turned sideways to look at the petite, shapely ark, and with that got up and embraced her from behind. The quiet fire of the dark night of the prairie burned again in this little tent, until this fire re-burned to the bedding. Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to probe her hand, but was grabbed back by Song Yen. Senior, it's so hot it's melting. Senior, Ling Xiaoxiao scolded, but then, in a whirlwind, she obediently moved a little closer to Song Yen. The earth shaking of the party has now subsided. The breath of the flames with a few fishy flavor. The two melted in one place, listening to the sound of the wind whistling outside, the sound of water gurgling in the distance, and feeling the coldness of that bleak wind and lonely night. Ling Xiaoxiao said, "That's called Sheep Corner Lake." Chapter 209, 208. Sword Prison Mystery, Fish Baits Game, 82K words, big chapter requests subscription. The Vishnu granny has been staring at the thief boy. If there is any news, it will surely be able to know about it. I made an appointment with it, explaining that the Devourer King's fury treasure belongs to it, but the body of the thief boy belongs to us. That thieving boy is cunning and cautious to the extreme, having escaped twice from Vishnu's hands, and Vishnu is not fully sure that she can catch him. Together with some of the conditions I have taken it upon myself to give, it will also inform my clan if it has any news, and we will round it up together at that time. The green-clothed goddess wore a thoughtful expression before slowly shaking her head again and saying, "I don't believe he's dead." The faceless patriarch asked, "State your judgment." The green-clothed goddess said, "The timing of his death was too coincidental, and he didn't use the bracelet I gave him. On top of that, I'm a woman and he's a man, and he's fallen under my stone skirt before, and I've been intimate with him before. So, for him, I have intuition." Tang Ningxin tilted her face slightly, her pretty face. Chapter 210, 209. Waiting for assimilation god. Ready to go, 3K words, request for subscription. Good Corp Song Yen was filled with excitement as he felt himself becoming stronger. Brush. The sword stained with rotting rusty peach blossoms chopped down again. The female cultivator on the opposite side, whose evil aura flowed around her, woodenly drew her internal sword to meet her. Her sword intent might not be weak, but she herself was far worse than the good corpse Song Yen. Song Yan's sword was like a steel bar falling from the hanging sky, chopping down with a thatch. Thumbs up. Boo. Female cultivator's sword broken. Body into two halves, but lotus root broken. The two sides of the split cheek suddenly, as if free from the struggle, issued a painful plea for help. Save. Help. It can't be saved, so you'd better go to hell in peace. Song Yan returned, and then the rusty sword crossed, dismantling the monster female cultivator, following which he felt the sword intent that entered his body, secretly exercising his Tong Tian wisdom in order to speed up the absorption. After absorbing this, he knew the name of the monster in the courtyard was Rusty Sword Slave. Taking a day off and resuming 5 p.m. updates starting tomorrow. Leave of absence is really no choice. Just this section of the world before the end of the day. Too many details, too many trade-offs. The direction, the big link, the climax is already thought out, but inside how to arrange can only be described as racking my brain. Exhausted. Not that there is content can write, really need to be detailed and strategic, but also the author to find their own feelings as well as touched. Pen people are not touched by how it is possible to write an emotional text. At the same time, I guess, it's important to avoid the style of writing going astray, as well as the cool points sucking, etc., etc. The author really doesn't want to muddle through and make sure to get this side of the story right. I really can't believe it. So and allow me to percolate a bit more. Sorry. Next update will be tomorrow at 5 p.m. sharp. Thanks. Chapter 211, 210. True or False Patriarch. Stealing the Sky and Changing the Sun, 8. 4K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Dawn at Soga Peak is a fire poison-filled red, but even this lonely place where mortals cannot live, it presents a strange and magnificent beauty that is hard to glimpse. Song Yan sat on the edge of this cave in the fire-shin cliff wall, his legs hanging in the air, quietly looking at the sun slowly rising between the canyons, looking at the heavens and earth going from dead gray to spreading light and becoming vibrant. He stretched his arms happily and yawned. He cherishes the beauty of the present because he knows that not every day can be this kind of time. Take a look more at this time, and later on, if you are unfortunate enough to sink into hell and never recover, then at least you will have some good memories and not regret it. The immortal in the self-existent heavenly demon diagram had long since become one with him, and as he mingled amongst the demonic beasts, he simply gave himself and Ling Xiao a demonic beast breath that was stronger than all of the demonic beasts in this place. And then, it was then accepted by the demonic beasts. There are many different kinds of demonic beasts who, Chapter 212, 211, New Path of Shadow, versus Killing the Patriarch, 7. 2K words, large chapter requesting subscription. For Song Yan, who has mastered the talent of othering and possesses a hexagonal warrior that is completely comparable to the realm of the transformation spirit, and has perfected the development of body, soul, and mind, as long as he doesn't other under the eyes of the transformation spirit elder, he can do it without any trace of the complex causes and consequences in the great expanse of the sky and earth. For Song Yan, as long as he doesn't otherize under the eyes of the god of transformation elder, he will be able to do so without any traces of the greatness of the heavens and the greatness of the earth, and the complexity of causes and effects. He was like a complete ghostly shadow that no one could detect even if he went back and forth 10 times in the most horrible situations. Now this battlefield, the Sword Alliance, the bandits, and even the ancient clan of the No-Phase is already fighting constantly. He wants to be transformed as simply a little rummage through the corpses on the ground can be found. After finding the otherization, he had actually met with Su, and then waited until the spontaneous internal conflict of the phaseless ancient clan, and then took the sheep by the hand, in the middle of the road. Intercepted. The shadow taking marriage? I never thought that senior sister could actually be so amazingly talented. This is also considered to be a way to make my Nanju peak skin. Chapter 213, 212. Ning Xin endures humiliation. Shenlong leather shadow, 7. 3K words, large chapter requests subscription. Listen to the Pinecliff's soul threshold entrance. Song Yan's gaze went cold. Is it done when you say it's done? Knock. He took a step out, piercing the entrance to the soul threshold with a rumble, and chased after him. The phaseless patriarch fled like mad. That flesh and blood body had already risen up a heavy blood mist. This was the spontaneous combustion of essence blood. It's only to be able to escape the pursuit of the people behind him. And one after another precious treasures are thrown back without any money. The overwhelming energy crashed over in various ways. Song Yan's speed didn't decrease, and with a flick of his palm to the left and a flick of his palm to the right, he staggered those many treasures and bombarded them into the tumor realm secret realm next to him, setting off a huge wave. These waves are mixed with karma attacks, Xian Qi riots. If it is the Purple Mansion Juniors here, it is only like the ants involved in the tsunami. But every time these forces touched Song Yan's body, the small heavenly Tao characters that automatically floated on the surface of his body would. Chapter 214, 213. Goodbye Tang Ningxin, Bailu Kunjianwang, 7. 4K words, large chapter requesting subscription. A few days later, Song Yen went to the ancestral Vane Shadow Lodge, and at this time, order had already been restored to the Shadow Lodge, and a man with a mature face and elegant temperament was at the front giving a brief command and encouragement. I have no phase. Ancient clan is thousands of years big clan. During the big storm I do not know how many experience. At this time, even if a person mutiny, bless her, this Shadow Jai is not turn not. Tang Yi stood with his arms folded, looking at the Shadow Lodge's ancient clan disciples, raising his voice, my clan is honored with one honor, and humiliated with another. I still hope that all of you will quickly take over the Shadow Lodge, so that I, the phaseless ancient clan, can regain my observation of the periphery. After saying that, he began to make his rounds in the Shadow Lodge again, and when he saw Song Yen walking in from the outside, he quickly stepped forward and said gently, Xiao Chang, I've heard about you. Those Sword Alliance disciples are so bitter. One day they will surely retaliate with an eye for an eye, so you should recuperate from your injuries. After saying that, Tang Yi patted Song Yen's shoulder again, giving the young man an encouraging smile. Song Yendao, Chapter 214, Raising the Clan to Flee, Pursuing Souls for 10,000 Miles, 7. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. The waves of the sea of bitterness were still, and a wisp of obsession lingered lovingly over the huge dragon body, but was unable to plunge into it for half a minute, simply because the dragon body was composed of even more powerful divine thoughts. The weak, even the most ingrained thoughts of a lifetime, seemed so fragile and weak in front of the strong, phaseless patriarch sat under the black heart. He had already gotten the news that Song Yen had agreed to end the karma and handed over the phaseless mask, choosing to leave, and he also believed that Tang Changsheng couldn't possibly have lied to him, because he and he were two sides of the same coin, but he was still hesitant, so he had clearly made it to the entrance of the soul threshold, yet he turned back to this place and paced back and forth, wanting to spend more time pondering. In fact, if he had unlimited time, he would have continued to wait rather than take the risk. If we wait a few hundred years, where's the danger? Available at time is not on my side. Wanting to sit at a post-apocalyptic table, gracefully grabbing a knife and fork and sharing a meal. Chapter 215, Meeting Wan Air again. Traces, 7. 5K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Song Yen collected his breath, swept through the sea, and came back to the earth, and what he saw was devastation. About 200 years had already passed since the dark age of the apocalypse descended, and the resistance in people's hearts had slowly turned into numbness and helplessness. This was an era that was even more tumultuous than the end of the imperial dynasty, and even more ordered to collapse. He had spent 3 years touring the region of the former phaseless ancient kingdom with a view to discovering traces of that phaseless patriarch. But helplessly, the other side hides extremely deep. This caused Song Yen to recall the days when he was being hunted. The prey is certainly emboldened by the change of venue, and the hunter is not so easy to be. The role of the Qi Wanju can only be played in the realm of the Purple Mansion. Once into the God Baby, the soul of God and heaven and earth together, where can be seen gas, not to mention that above the God Baby of the phaseless ancestor, the bitter Sea Dragon clan. On this day he came to a ruined town, intending to pass straight through as usual, but half a cone away from. Chapter 216, Slaughtering the Dragon. New Ancestor, 7. 4K words, big chapter requesting subscription. Shark Demon saw the sword rainbow swept to. Ice Crystal Giant axe immediately swung down to block. Boom! A crash. The Shark Demon froze, and the teasing color in his eyes disappeared. Being at the same early divine infant stage, even though the two were only tentatively exchanging blows with each other, they already understood each other's strength. The Shark Demon waved his hand, and the giant shadow of the siren under the ship lurked into the sea again, and the Shark Demon looked at the person rising from the opposite side of the ship and asked, "Who is your excellency?" Song Yen received the flying sword and held it behind his back with a one-handed grip before tossing out, Star Luo Domain, Shi Huang. When the Shark Demon saw that he had put away his sword, he already had a few things in mind. At this time, he searched for a moment and said, Shi Huang, why haven't I heard your name before? Anger appeared in Song Yan's eyes, but vaguely, the red lips with a wry smile opened and a devilish voice penetrated his ears. Your excellency is so rude. Shark Demon suddenly felt a trance. The heart suddenly gave birth to the other side of the feeling of sincerity. I think it cannot be fake. Chapter 217, Jedi Counterattack. Dragon Bone Forged Sword, 6. 5K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Grade 2 Xianxian Land. Wangsheng Cliff. One of the entrances to the Sea of Bitterness in this part of heaven and earth. There is a sea beyond the cliffs, and the sea is raging with angry tides. A current rippled across the abrupt sword reef and shattered into snowy white foam. On the beach, the white immortal took off the devourer of the king's fury treasure, which whirled and turned into a furnace and a rosary bead. However, the two could not be separated at this moment, simply because they were stuck by a terrifying black and white demonic dragon. the dragon's head was strangled by the rosary beads, and the dragon's tail was branded by the high temperature of the furnace. And at a closer look, each bonding point was a countless number of small white hands grasping the black and white magic dragon. The ghost Tang Changsheng stood at Song Yan's side at this time, and along with the latter's gaze, he looked at the devouring king's fiend treasure and the Yin Yang Xin dragon floating in midair, and said, "Master, you should understand the origin of the devouring king's fiend treasure, which is a relic of the ancient heavenly father. Only, you should not yet understand the source of the construction of this treasure." Chapter 219-218. Sword as a flatboat swimming in the sea of bitterness, not expecting karma to arrive at the old time. 6. 5k words, big chapter requesting subscription. It's made by the King of Devils, 9 dragons, Yin and Yang dragons, and ancestor of the undiscovered, using the thunder and fire method. The flying sword is full of evil, even though the outside is coated with the metal of a real flying sword, and the inside looks plain and ordinary after converging all the evils. It is after all an evil sword that captures the soul and takes away the spirit. Song Yan scrutinized the sword, and for a moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Swinging devil, pure sun and other names, not to deceive themselves and others. Yin and Yang in the name is not true, only because this Yin and Yang Shenlong in the end is just a black and white dragon. As for the Changshang, killed Tang Changshang, but also to its name sword name, there is a kind of killing people but also continue to humiliate the feeling of the corpse. Unnecessary. It's better to see what this sword does first. Song Yan flexed his fingers and moved his sword slightly, sensing the power within. At this perception, he immediately revealed a few moments of dismay, and then he burst into tears and laughter a bit, just because of this sword. Chapter 220-219. Left devil dragon, right devil mother, planting the Bodhi tree between the hearts. 6. 5k words, large chapter requesting subscription. Although the divine idea is strong, if you want to recover or go further, the only way is life energy. In the past in the Ice Realm's soul threshold, although the 9 sons of the devil mother was Song Yan chopped off a son, but after that he used the sacrifice will soon be that a son restored. But then, in front of the heavenly father's secret realm, the 9 sons' demon mother was chopped off by Song Yan and fled back to the sea of bitterness, but she never had the chance to go out again, let alone offer sacrifices and recover. Song Yan stepped on the boat-shaped break weapon with his feet, his fingers slightly merged, intending to imperialize the Xian longsword to sneak attack. Here, he and the demon mother could no longer be reconciled. So, therefore, there is no need to make false pretenses. Only, this was the sea of bitterness, the opponent's home turf, while he was unfamiliar with the battlefield illusions here, so he should be careful and cautious. But the demon mother was unexpectedly patient, and the 5 shackles it held were slowly submerged in the sea of bitterness, like an aristocratic lady walking her dog. Chapter 221-220. All the heavenly demons have fallen, only I am free. 6. 5k words, large chapter requesting subscription. After an unknown amount of time, Song Yan opened his eyes in the dimly lit Zen courtyard. The Bodhi tree in his heart had been consolidated, and the 18 demonic monks had become his slaves, at his disposal. He swept his eyes to the side of the niche, which had a red silk bib to cover the dust, and beneath it rumbled a statue of a Buddha with a blurred face. The scripture shelf is empty, and then on the side is a loose and luxurious soft collapse, and beside the couch there is also a bewitching incense that confuses the mind. 18 devil monks whispering. Some said abbot cannot have no beautiful companion. Some said even wine and fat meat are not really blasphemy, my Buddha. Some shouted kill kill kill. Kill a few people to abbot to help the fun. This room, even this house, even a person's head urinal are not really shabby, which is worthy of the abbot. Shut up. The cacophonous whispers that buzzed like flies came to an abrupt end. In the Zen room, silence returned. Song Yan scanned the panel. In the wake of Chapter 222-221. Hatchetting the Magpie's Nest. Old Ancestor returns. 6. 0k words, request for subscription. Deep in the sea of bitterness, the nameless island, between Song Yan's body swept, he had already reached the depths of the island. A crystalline humanoid skeleton was sitting on its knees, empty and nothing in front of it. Song Yan is not surprised. There is never a sweet plum beside the road. Such a chance born under the eyes of the Lord of heaven and earth. How can it be the turn of the later? If it really is his turn, he will have to be vigilant again. That mysterious breeze rippled once again. Song Yan looked, but saw that it was the obsession in the air here that touched this crystalline skeleton, and naturally turned into a clear wind after being purified. This skeleton still retains its fragrance even after death, sitting in the center of the sea of bitterness, with an air of wanting to ferry the obsessive heavenly devils of the world. Inexplicable respect grew from the bottom of his heart, recalling the previous performance of the mysterious old man Ningdaojin from the Tianqi Sword Palace in the void. Song Yan vaguely realized that the white stone that he had unintentionally dipped belonged to the skeleton. or at least was related to the skeleton, and that the white stone was a part of the skeleton. Chapter 223, 222. First meeting the Lord of Heaven and Earth, walking alone in the sword country of the bitter sea. 5. For K-words seeking subscription, Black Lotus Soul Threshold. No one can imagine that kind of spontaneity. Crystalline pure white silhouettes traveled through the battlefield, all transparent, and the swords that came out were all one-hit kills. In the past, it is a clan chief need to be like a great enemy of the Hellcorpse sprites. In front of him, no different from weeds, and that can be almost enough to destroy the ancient race of the corpse elf is not much worse. Just like a gust of wind rolls through, it passes without a sound, but afterward it is a field of corpses. Song Yen cleared the battlefield slightly, then stood in front of the 12-petaled black lotus fire that was proudly blooming on the snowy ground. This fire, this environment, he had the impression that it was the very place where the Black Lotus Elder had died tragically in the past after being backfired by the Black Lotus Flame. Not having thought that the Lord of Heaven and Earth had taken the ancient clan of the undifferentiated to fill up this pit, Song Yen has no doubt that the Lord of Heaven and Earth has control over his own heaven and earth, although he can't do it omnisciently, but it's not bad at all. Otherwise why would he be the Lord of Heaven and Earth? Classifier for birds and certain animals, one of a pair, some utensils, vessels etc. Chapter 224, 223. Encountering the Heavenly Dignitary, stirring up the wind and rain. 5. For K-words request for subscription, the Bitter Sea Sword Country. The Heart Demon Sword Prison is divided into threefold stages: entering the door, ascending the hall, and entering the room. The door, hall and room naturally represent different levels of danger. The secret of eternal life that Ling Han Lantern once said should be in the back of the room, where the Heart Demon Sword Prison and the River of Sword Dao meet. That is the third level of the Sea of Bitterness under the Obsession level and the Corruption level. Song Yen used the sword moth in the hall as his body and came to the end of the hall. The door at the back of the hall, which hadn't been open for a long time, was casually pushed open by him, and a claustrophobic and narrow path like a sheep's intestine appeared in front of his eyes. The path is made of old masonry, and the sides are quite dark, except for the center, which is illuminated by a light from a half-closed door. Song Yen stepped onto the path and walked forward with faith, while keeping an eye on both sides. The sides are dark, but if, Chapter 225, 224, Heavenly Demon Yendu, terrifying means. 5. 6 K-words request for subscription. Song Yen had thought that trying to find the Heavenly Demon Dragon would be difficult. At the very least, the Heavenly Demon Dragon should be hiding its head and scurrying around towards the end of the day. After all, the Masters of Heaven and Earth were clearly keeping an eye on it. But, he's wrong, because Heavenly Demon actually built a city. A mortal metropolis in a low-level Shin Shenland was transformed into a heavenly demon city. Song Yen does not even need to ask too much, just let go of his divine sense to listen a little. He can know the name of this city: Big Goose Stew, the Big Wild Goose. In fact, called Big Feast All, just do not know is the sound of fallacy, or people fear feast the meaning of the word represents, so it is called the Big Wild Goose All. There are common people in the Big Goose capital. The people have nowhere to go but to live in precarious conditions. The word feast in Great Feast do indicates the idea of the heavenly devil of the doomsday gluttony, using the living as a feast for revelry. Hair, Chapter 226, 225, tearing down the skin, dark flowers. 5. 8 K-words requesting for monthly tickets. Sea of bitterness, layers of rotting thoughts. At the end of the sword country was a place of convergence. On the left side was the already empty Heart Demon Sword Prison, and on the right side was the long river of the Sword Dao that had already dried up. The darkness here is a fusion of the Mother of a Thousand-Throated Sword and the Karayasha. It is constantly attracting powerful sword cultivators to come here, to use a well-tested, or arrogant and domineering, or cold-blooded and merciless, or vastly righteous, or red dust and sentimental sword heart to turn into its nutrients. When Song Yen came here again, Hua Linglong, or Heavenly Father, had already disappeared. She naturally had her plans and was off doing who knows what at the moment. Song Yen raised his hand to disperse the black mist and looked towards the long metal pillar branded with many human faces. The human face is still struggling, and even after thousands of years and tens of thousands of years, it is still not extinguished. Song Yen sighed in his heart. In this Shou Xian world, it is really a number of thousands of ancient wind flow characters, all into my enough. It's not a case of taking over the body. Chapter 227, 226, Jade Makeup Graffiti, Heavenly Alien. 5. 7 K-words request subscription. Obviously just autumn, but the earth has been snow more than winter, and the night is long and the day is short. A single fight between Song Yen and the Lord of Heaven and Earth had permanently changed the ecology of this heaven and earth. Outside the phaseless ancient clan's secret realm, the snow had passed the knee early, and many of the ordinary beasts in the forest had frozen to death, and this was only the beginning. Song Yen has been out a few times, and the devastation is all about the end times. In addition to the mortal kingdom turning into a snowy country, he could also clearly feel the Xian Qi in quite a few places begin to decay. When the true spirit light became extinct, the Xian Qi also began its extinction. When Xian Qi is extremely rare, no cultivator will be born in this heaven and earth. Only, Song Yan saw more information. Along the way, as the realm changed, so did the power and cultivation resources. At the profound Xian realm, all that was needed was pure Xian Qi, and the power was spells. Jiang Palace Realm, the need is to be. Chapter 228-227, Ancient Boat Journey, 10,000 Star Melting Furnace, 5. For K-Words, request subscription. The black immortal crane pulled the bronze ancient boat slowly up into the air. The invisible shackles that held this realm in place were also gradually tightening and crumbling. Song Yan stood in front of the cabin of the ancient boat as it rained outside. Heavy rain. The storm flowed across the river, several times like a drop in the ocean. In the world of short days and long nights, the prosperity of thousands of years ago has been annihilated, leaving only the survivors of today without tomorrow's breath. The four sides of the practitioners tirelessly and painstakingly seek the method of transcendence, but do not know, everything is in vain. Song Yan grabbed at his storage bag but realized that he hadn't brought any wine with him and smiled to himself for a moment. At this moment, sinking into drunkenness may not be a bad choice. The immortal ascension order gifted by that old man made it unlikely that anything would happen to him, at least on this bronze ancient boat. He murmured softly, "The vast sea is crossed by floating rafts, and the black hole swallows the flowing light. Fearing the cold winds of the sky, I wear a cloud as my garment. I've forgotten all about my old hometown, where the sword's breath is across the fall. The stars in buckets of wine are falling." Chapter 229-228, Star Raft Bazaar, Rubbing Shoulders, 6. 2K Words, request subscription. Ning Yunmiao and Lei Che got off the ship, and Song Yan stood in front of the window formed by the crystal light shield, silently observing the distance. It was at the edge of the bazaar, and the entire bazaar, the whole bazaar has completely exceeded his understanding of bazaar. Dense flashes of black material with gold miscellaneous stones constitute a broken raft. Rafts great. Each one is close to a city of the mortal world, but fortunately to come to this cultivator range of divine sense are very wide. Otherwise into the purpose is not a downtown, but a piece of empty, few people walking ghost street. Floating in the air in the downtown area are red lanterns, which are like small suns, emitting a soft light, making this place obviously empty, but full of light, as if it were noon on earth. And in the spaces between the rafts grew fine moss that swallowed the light, thus making the ground pitch black. Song Yan couldn't tell how the moss could be born in the void, but he could recognize the golden miscellany. Chapter 230-229, Forbidden Ancient Talisman, Arrival at the Sword Palace, 5. 3K Words, request for subscription. In the ancient boat, silence, the void crosswind impact on the boat body, let a person in the ocean tide loud, and 9 cranes to 3, and make the ancient boat sailing is no longer smooth. Over the bumps, Song Yan gazed at the fading Star Raft Bazaar. His mind momentarily flashed through the ghost gate opening wide with white bones tugging at people, and momentarily flashed through the horrifying beast swallowing the sky and devouring the city. All kinds of horrific scenes were suddenly hidden and visible, coming and going even faster, and he was completely unable to see exactly how it all happened. Song Yan looked out the window out of his mind. Further away, the 6 black cranes were obviously stimulated and fled in fear, while the 3 severed chains danced wildly backward in the crosswinds of the void, from time to time hitting the solid wall on the side of the boat and making a snap sound. It was a loud noise that set off the cabin's quiet, dead silence, and creepiness more and more. In Song Yan's eyes, this distant darkness was no longer empty, but became crowded and creepy. Chapter 231-230, Qingzhu Fate Lamp, Ominous Omen, 5. For K-Words, request for subscription. On the ancient boat, Hua Linglong was immersed in thought. Song Yan then waited slowly. The light of day slanted down, taking on a quiet softness. Hua Linglong suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Many thanks to Brother Song for bringing me here, and I also know that my own heart really doesn't meet the requirements of such a large sect as the Heavenly Chi Sword Palace, so I would like to go and have a look on this vast sea." Song Yan said, "If you go to my secret realm, you only need to abide by the rules of the Sword Palace. It will be much safer." Hua Linglong laughed. "I'm starting to believe that Brother Song is really a good person, but..." Her eyes were slightly downcast as she softly said, "Brother Song should also know me very well, and this time that 9 netherworld blood lotus soup has even helped me to see the path ahead of me. This path, I think it no longer overlaps with Brother Song. If I stay, it's like tying my own hands, and it's also like laying a hidden danger for Brother Song, which is not a good choice for you and me. Only, Brother Song's friendship, I bear in mind." Chapter 232-231, Amazing Qualification, 6 Paths Together, 6. 0K Words, request subscription. On the two extreme sword stage, the old man was dressed in a purple cloud haze robe. His beard and hair were all spread out, and at this moment, he was frowning as he stared at the dragon skeleton. Lei Che touched his bald head and swept in bumblingly, shortened himself to look at the dragon skeleton, and suddenly raised his hand and hooked it, drawing a text in the void, and then said, "Enlighten Elder Dan." This text is called the Law of Burying Dragons, and it was offered by one of the brats who came along with him this time. The purple cloud haze-robed old man known as Elder Dan's old eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the words floating out of the void, then looked at the dragon skeleton again, and coldly grunted, "Corrosive dragon spitting out its breath, essence blood on the monument, thousands of coffins living with it, and the evil disease of monument eating. It seems that when someone eats the monument, they even nod on this dragon." Lei Che said, "The two boys who came to my sword palace, the late generation has been added to the verification. The cause and effect are all pure and good, and there are no traces of evil." Elder Dan said, "Have you not forgotten about the reincarnation of split souls? If there is a reincarnation of a split soul, what that split soul does will not involve the main soul?" Chapter 233, 232. Just because he can't read? 6.0 keywords. Please subscribe. At the two-poles sword stage, the six paths reincarnation pillar fell with 6 flashes of light, and this test of qualification showed that this sun, all 6 paths are ready. Song Yen, who stood in the 6 flashes of light, felt it most deeply, and the moment the 6 flashes of light rose, he felt that all parts of the two extreme sword stage had a strange attraction for him. The tie-in sword stage on the left of the sword platform corresponded to his Asura qualification. The sun sword stage on the right of the sword platform corresponded to his heavenly qualification, and the long bridge of chains in the center of the sword platform corresponded to his earthly qualification, while the molten demon world below the sword platform corresponded to the remaining hungry ghost path, hell path and animal path. The long bridge of chains in the center of the sword platform corresponded to the earthly Tao qualification, and the molten demon world below the sword platform corresponded to the remaining hungry ghost Tao, hell Tao, and animal Tao, and he was right to think for himself. In the 6 paths, the character Zizai is characterized as the hungry ghost path. The reason, he could largely guess. If you are free, you can deprive others of your personal thoughts and make them part of you, which is similar to the devouring of hungry ghosts. Chapter 234, 233. The first teacher, defeated. 6.3 keywords. Request for subscription. Clear Bamboo Mountain, with its deep, quiet pools. The wind blows, the pool moves, the road ripples like old skin wrinkles. Inadvertently cast a glance or can see the bizarre human face floating in the water above. The fishing pole was stuck in the wet soil. Song Yen stretched out and leaned back against the old tree with his hands resting on his head, his gaze casting quietly into the distance, a hint of self-deprecation, if any, hanging at the corners of his mouth. He had come to realize that he was caught up in the star scourge. Senior sister, as well as that Reacher senior brother are all as afraid of this star scourge as a tiger, so it can be seen that it is treacherous and overbearing. Whether it was the wide-open ghost gate, the giant beast that gnawed on the star raft, none of it was something he could take on nowadays, let alone the originator of it all. Ha ha. Song Yen couldn't help but laugh, but after laughing, he sighed softly, and then tilted his head upwards, looking at the rustling green leaves shaking down the light and shadow of the copper coin shining on his face. The light and shadows are uncertain. His face is also uncertain, like the moment of. Chapter 235, 234. Corpse Buddha's Body. Breakthrough to Xian Huang. 6.2 keywords. Request subscription. Clear Bamboo Mountain was deserted, and Song Yen just happened to return alone. After its departure, the people in the temple were not dispersed and the conversation continued. Elder Dan said, "Yu Quan has already spoken to me. This son's talent is truly demonic, and the speed of his cultivation is rare in the world." A cultivator said, "Even if it's faster, it's impossible to instantly enter the transformation god, right? We've all heard about it." Elder Dan said, "For the sun, Shenqi is born as a result, and for the Tai-in, enlightenment is born as a result, a piece of heaven and earth. If the sun's inflammation faded, the cultivator will only become less and less. If the yin inflammation less, the true spirit of the light will be the first to extinction. So that even if the cultivator can cultivate, the need to pay for 100 times 1,000 times or even 10,000 times the original. If there are more people in the world, if the time is long, there will always be 1 or 2 demons. Song Yen this kind of. If the old man estimate is good, it is considered to be the innate Tai-in qualification. The last person to have this qualification, you all know. Chapter 236, 235. Terror descends. Encountering the mountain wilderness. 7.0 keywords. Request for subscription. The secret realm transformed into heaven and earth. Everything happened naturally. Song Yen did not purposely control it. Like planting a seed in the soil, the seed will germinate, blossom, and bear fruit. You planted the seed, but you didn't cause it to grow that way. The golden fire came from the sky and visited this world. Song Yan divided the fire into two parts, one of which turned into the sun and the other into the moon. The sun exudes a mysterious light. The earth is visible to the naked eye, rises up the metaphysical energy. Everything seems so thriving. The moon casts down bright light. A wisp of mist like a dense shimmer ripples up, which hides the power to enhance enlightenment. That is, the light of the true spirit. Song Yan looked at the light of the true spirit. This kind of light covered the cage if someone is there. That person's enlightenment is afraid not to be able to enhance hundreds or thousands of times. The later generations of people who practice hard for thousands of years than at this moment of a year. He suddenly understood why he would be considered first. Chapter 237, 236. The Days of Living in Seclusion with Elder Sister, 5. 7K words, request for subscription. It was raining, and the rain beat against the straw raincoat with a sound pleasant to the ear. The straw shoes stepped through the muddy mountain loam, and at a certain point suddenly picked up speed to come to Song Yan's side. Another senior brother sounded in Song Yan's ears. Song Yan followed the sound of the side head, but found that the body, the soul, the idea of God are all stiff, such as infected with a heavy cold for many years of people lying on the couch. The power of the Manhwa sage was too terrifying, and the unexpected attack made him powerless to resist, even though he only saw the initial words of that line, Extreme North Pivot, Hidden Star Power, Suffering Man. His body, which came from a mighty lord of heaven and earth and possessed the talismanic word silence, flew into ashes, and was now replaced by a mortal body, except that any body that came to him now would change with his soul and become his own. Thanks to this, he was now able to equal that power. Close your eyes, lock your mind, plug your ears, meditate, collect your breath, and only. Chapter 238, 237. Selfishness, born with a demon seed, 6. 0K words, request for subscription. Seeing Zhao Shuishi misunderstand her relationship with Song Yan, Ning Yunmiao's heart was anxious, and some of the panic distractions she had accumulated earlier showed signs of erupting as soon as they were ignited by this fuse. But the rush made her suddenly wake up, and then she couldn't help but lose a secret smile. What she practiced was the way of the world, and at this time she suddenly realized that she was actually flustered between such childish feelings. So how could she not lose her smile? Sister-in-law? Zhao Shuwei color shouted again. Ning Yunmiao smiled on her face and blandly said, there was no quarrel, but rather you guys recovered quite quickly. Yes, thanks to the kayak bunny. Zhao Shuwei color actually cordially ran forward and laughed. Myriad Cloud's sister-in-law. Don't worry, this matter of searching for strange treasures, when the time comes, it will first be distributed according to the contribution, and then adjusted according to the needs of the negotiation, and it won't let you guys lose out de. Besides, you and Big Brother's realm is higher than ours. It will be fine. Song Yan smiled, whether it was him or Ning Yunmiao. The Divine Thoughts. Chapter 239, 238. A dancer friend of mine, 6. 0K words, request for subscription. The first break in the Great War. In the void, a wisp of yellowish substance powder is diffusing from the wound of heaven and earth. The catastrophe in the eyes of mortals and the eyes of cultivators of Tianchi Sword Palace is nothing but the ashes raised by the wildfire burning wheat stalks in late autumn. Ning Yunmiao's gaze pierced through the boundary membrane and bore down on the earth. The ground is quite a lot of tombstones, gray paper money by the gust of wind, burning in mid-air, showing a kind of destruction after the bleak crimson, and then annihilated in the wind. But death, and can someone collect the body? But is already a luxury. That mass burial on the sands of the enemy has long been indistinguishable, not to mention the sea of bitterness in the soul of those who are extinguished. Ning Yunmiao hung her head. She had a guilty conscience. On her side stood Elder Dan. Elder Dan's face was ironic as he only said, even the heavenly demon palace knows that Kid Song is really a Nuwa man vessel. He triggered the Nuwa man and killed Zhao Xingxue with ease, so he can't be doing nothing on his own. Can he? Ning Yunmiao said. Chapter 240, 239. Rusty Sword Blood Abyss. Dukan Song Yan, 6. 0K words, request subscription. Rusty Sword State, in fact, is only a wishful name for the 10,000 Sword Starfield, and in the eyes of the cultivators of the Magic Mountain Starfield, this place has another name, Blood Abyss. The abyss can be entered but not returned. As for the blood, it was largely the first impression of this uninhabited and abandoned place. The righteous way calls it Rusty Sword State, the devil's way calls it Blood Abyss, and the natives of this masterless land prefer to say it as Rusty Sword Blood Abyss. Blood is falling from a great height, above the world pieced together by more than 10 heavens and earths. There were uncountable huge rusty ancient swords suspended, surrounded by a heavy broken boundary membrane, and from the bottom to the top, one could only feel that the space here was like a beehive, and the tips of these huge swords were dripping with blood for eternity. It was said that many unimaginably great battles had erupted here, and that each rusty ancient sword had once been a large secret realm or battlefield, and then even a heaven and earth that had shrunk. The former prosperous civilization is long gone. Chapter 241, 240, Dragon Battlefield, Terrifying Burial Character, 7. 3K words, request subscription. Han Zhou, Yin Jiu Hairpin, Infant No Pity, and Wu Shang. These four were all Xin Huangyi realm existences. This in the Tianqi Sword Palace only belongs to the entry-level disciple realm. In this abandoned and unowned land but still quite valuable. The Xian realm is not like the mortal world. The bitterly cold lands of the mortal world might even raise tough folk and pugnacious warriors. However, in the Xian realm, without resources, without merit, without heritage, that meant there were no strong people. Song Yan walked out of the Tianqi Sword Palace, and only then did he deeply understand how many people aspired to the two-pole sword platform of the Tianqi Sword Palace as a holy place of cultivation. This Hanzhou is the abandoned land of a certain area of the local snake-like existence. Even their own heaven and earth are abandoned. There are no living souls. If it is not controlled refining heaven and earth as a treasure method, Hanzhou has long ago this abandoned life heaven and earth refining as a treasure. His cave is a secret realm, and this secret realm is different from the other three. Chapter 242, 241, Attempt Again, Crane Spirit Xian Clan, 6. 0K words, request subscription. Snap, snap, snap. Cold rain lapped at the barren, muddy ground here and there in the darkness of the night, as well as at the teenager who was sitting with his head hanging down, until the teenager's throat issued a howl after. The room only a little bit of life. Song Yan completed a thorough examination and also learned that roughly 10 years of time had passed from a simple hourglass magic treasure that had been stored ahead of time in the coffin. Outside of everything being normal, he found that one and only unusual thing. His crystalline, flawless divine soul was tainted with flawed. The blemish was a bit of inky blackness that reeked of grimness. That blackness, right at the very center of his divine soul, and with careful perception and observation, one could still feel a tendency to expand to the periphery, like tiny drops of ink on clean rice paper. Endless burrs were born like trailing tentacles, but it's more like something has found an anchor from the other side of the unknown. Chapter 243, 242, Demon Heart's Desire, Fisherman's Prophet, 8. 5K words, large chapter requesting subscription. Han Lingzi was stunned as she looked at the crushed body on the ground. She couldn't recognize who this person was, but the faces of several cultivators who had pursued her so hard had flashed through her mind. A look of fear suddenly appeared on her stubborn and pretty face. At that moment, the white-robed elder in her eyes suddenly looked up and smiled at her, saying in a joking tone, "It wouldn't be you who ordered it, little Belle, would it?" Han Weizi frowned and snapped, "Han Lingzi, Crane Spirit Sect's door rules. What should I do if I violate my superiors below?" Han Lingzi immediately shivered and waved his hands. "I didn't. I really didn't. I didn't. She took one step back. "All right," Song Yan said promptly, "today's farce ends here." He swept his eyes around and added, "I was pretending to be an unusual aborigine, but after all this, I can't pretend anymore. Let's go. It's time to change places." Immediately, he lifted. Chapter 244, 243, We Are Good Friends. 8. 2K words, big chapter asking for subscription. Small yard. The black-skirted woman was full of anger as she looked at the plump beauty who was weighing incense on one side and said, "You helped the man you fancy take over my Xian beautiful body, but now he hasn't recovered yet, so it seems that the injuries he sustained were heavier than you thought." Han Weizi weighing incense, and rested on the side of the gold mill and the squeak 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 crushed up. She adjusted the incense not only can make Langjun in the pleasure of greater pleasure, but also can adjust the Langjun body. As long as there existed spices, ancient methods, and secret techniques in the world that boosted her power, her potential, she would go out of her way to get them. As long as Lang could be good and strong, she would be happy. "Little Belle, Langjun is not as you think," Han Weizi said slowly. "You said before that he's had many women, so he just thinks I'm of use thus playing with me and selling me off sooner or later. But what about this time? He didn't lend me to Lu Jiayun, even though I'd already volunteered to do so." Chapter 245, 244, The Terrifying Great Self-Realm, 8. 1K words, large chapter requesting subscription. There were quite a few messages hidden in Lu Jiayun's numinous jade slip. Because of the wear and tear caused by the fight with the 10,000 Sword Star region, one of the Demon Mountain Star region's half-saints was asking for manpower from various forces, and this target had already been assigned to the Crane Spirit Sect. Song Yan slightly closed his eyes, and the sound of the image in Lu Jiayun's thoughts came to his mind. The mission apportioned over is 1 Xian Huang Second Realm and 2 Xian Huang First Realms. Who do we send? The First Realm is a good choice. Just pick 2 marginalized cultivators from days gone by. On the contrary, the Second Realm, this is all at the level of the elders. If you want to pick, you can only pick among the elders. Sovereign, if you are really in a difficult situation, let me go. This was the Grand Elder of the Crane Spirit Sect, Xin Yuanzi. Xian Huang Second Realm. Knowing your loyalty, you would not be sent to anyone. This was the Crane Spirit Sect Patriarch, Crane Wuya. Half-step Xian Huang San Realm. Xin Yuan Zi frowned. Chapter 246, 245. My people are everywhere. 6. 7K words, request for subscription. Han Weizi's presence made Song Yan feel that his own cultivation time could be shortened by at least double. At the same time, he felt that Lu Jieyun's Xianhuang Second Realm incarnation provided a lot more self-contained chi than his Xianhuang First Realm incarnation. He already had a concept in his mind about the cultivation of the realm. During this process, he called this wisp of his breath the chi of otherness, and at the same time, he took out a blank jade slip, put in his divine thoughts, and called his cultivation method the technique of otherness, and then began to record some of the details of his cultivation into the blank jade slip. Creating feats is supposed to be about leading by example, filling in what's missing, and then eventually rounding it up. Song Yan thought for a moment and recorded, he transforms himself. If there is a suitable Taoist couple, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise, we should look for secret medicines and nourish them day by day to stabilize the divine soul. Apart from the simple record, Song Yan practiced diligently, learning day by day from that which he had learned from his incarnation. Chapter 247, 246. Smooth Return, Tyrant's Ambition. 6. 3K words, request for subscription. After a burst of fiery cultivation, Xiao Weier's soft carcass slowly calmed down, quietly lying in Lang Jun's embrace, gazing at the air with a worried expression, saying quietly, Lang Jun, the old master's side has not yet returned the information. The empty boat should be arriving in the next couple of days. We need to make preparations as early as possible. Concubine is willing to do anything for Lang Jun. Song Yanqi said, what are you going to do? Xiao Weier narrowed her eyes. A deep shade of shadowy color flashed in her almond eyes, then said, Concubine can help Lang Jun to pull Lu Jieyun together. Before he really helps Lang Jun through this crisis, Concubine will never let him touch. Before the words left her mouth, she let out a gasp. The mattress wave turned over like a river and lifted up. The belly showed fish white, toes like jellyfish, the nails stained with flower juices like a path of colorful and gorgeous coral. Song Yan didn't let her finish her sentence. After half a lifetime of drifting, he had no trouble finding someone to keep him in the take a day off and say a few words. I'll take my first vacation of the month, I guess. An update normally tomorrow at 5 p.m. with about 8,000 words. Right to now. Look quite easy. In fact, it is very difficult. The brain fried. The thousands of plot but still lack of thought. Think when easy to implement difficult. The core issue that needs to be addressed now is how to elevate the sense of compulsion of the characters as well as the sense of establishment of the new persona while maintaining a grounded plot and dramatic conflict. Here's where it comes into play. Peach Blossom Crisp's initial thought process was, the village chief you see is so prestigious can't be so wise when he goes to the United Nations. Jack Ma wouldn't be Jack Ma if he went to a meeting of three body people, songwriters, or even a larger civilization. But this angle of thinking should be too tangential, fitting in with some of the ancient, early, little white texts, so it's less acceptable. Another way to think of it is this book has no female protagonist, it has a woman. But this angle of thinking may be fine initially, but as the text plot lengthened, in fact, a can play more role of the heroine is needed. The Peach Blossom Crisp did not intentionally to create this heroine, so now in passive. Perhaps it would take an extreme amount of stringing, of ambling, of imagining, and then ringing it into one place to reveal a simple plot rhythm to bring today's situation to life. It's not a good idea. It's really not a good idea. Take a day off. I'll think about it more and try to find a way to live again. Sorry, update tomorrow. Chapter 248, 247. The Old Ancestors Orphan Waves Born. Ushering in and out with ease. 8. 1K words. Large chapter requesting subscription. The Snow Pound's majestic sky. The former send off the traveler, now ushered in the returnee. It was just a shame that the returnee wasn't just a returnee, so he had a different kind of apprehension. He was Li Xianchan, but in the end, he was Song Yan, a murderer who had killed the real Li Xianchan and taken away everything from him. A murderer who would surely pour out his best efforts to exterminate the Li clan's ancestor if he realized it. There were 7 realms of Xian Huang, 1 realm and 1 heaven. The 3 Xian Huang realms were already ceilings in this 5th level Xian cultivation land. Therefore, Song Yan did not have the certainty that he would not be seen through by that old ancestor. However, if he encountered something he wasn't sure of, he would definitely make arrangements earlier. And strictly speaking, the reason why the Li clan's old ancestor had gone up against the Long Night Emperor wasn't even without him being a smooth operator behind this. All he wanted was for Elder Li to pass away steadily and then he would return. Now, although Master Li is not dead, from the news he has received and the behavior of this old slave who harnessed the crane, Master Li. Chapter 249, 248. The Great Tao Chessboard. 1 difficulty in guarding the spirit. 6. 1K words, request for subscription. Han Lingzi took a long, hasty step through the corridors and through the heavy restrictions. Han Weizi looked quite a bit odd and a bit distracted as she passively followed. As the two wives of the strongest and future head of the Li family, no one would stop them at this time. The Li family guards let them go all the way, and the high-altitude ice abyss Phoenix opened the forbidden system straight away, allowing the two women to easily come to the entrance of the forbidden land, and plunging headlong into the land of wind and snow that could slow down their injuries. Han Lingzi looked at the long bridge linking to the lower realm in the distance, and then at the chic wooden house on this side of the long bridge, and with a cold snort, she boldly and hotly continued to venture in, wanting to kick the door open and then question the teenager lying therein if he had been treating her like a play. She had not been kind to Li Xianchan, and had even once thought that she would rather be taken as a concubine by the Long Night Emperor, and that she would rather bind the Long Night Emperor, but she would also definitely go against Li Xianchan, because she truly detested Li Xuanchan's hypocrisy. But now, she realized that Li Xianchan actually didn't. Chapter 250, 249, Controlling the Li Family, Befriending the Ice Phoenix, 7. 0K words, request for subscription. The Li family is made up of 7 hanging earths. In the center was the Li family residence, and on the periphery were 6 guarded lands, each of which had a Xianhuang First Realm existence stationed year-round as a means of defending the Li family. After the previous battle, the Li family's Xianhuang First Realm powerhouses had suffered quite a bit of damage, and now there were 14 left, and that was counting Han Weizi. Of course, now that there is a second lady, the number is 15. As for those who act as guards in the Li family, they are mostly the god-realizing cultivators brought by Xianhuang cultivators from their own god list. As Song Yan walked along, he saw those high and mighty harmonized spirit realm cultivators in the eyes of the lower realms bowing respectfully to him and Han Weizi at his side, chanting Master of the House and First Lady. For a while, he had a few feelings in his heart. Back then, when he watched Journey to the West, he looked at the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals who didn't even have a name and thought about how weak and minionish they were. Chapter 251, 250, Old Ancestor Goes West, Ghost Cultivator Behind the Scenes, 5. 0K words, request for subscription. Li family lower world. A total of 31 pieces of heaven and earth constitute the upper world of people, even if the lifespan in heaven and earth the same, but especially maybe because of all kinds of serious injuries and perish. People perish while the heavens and earth survive. But, if the Li family were to perish and this lower realm were to be overrun by another power, then it is highly likely that these heavens and earths would be transformed into slave lands, or even the entirety of them would be refined. As for the old man's serious injuries, Song Yan pulled out that memory from Li Xuanchan's impression, the one where he had traveled to the 6th level Xianxin cultivation land with Elder Li. The memory of the old master's injury with him was obtained in the fog. Elder Li dealt with that attack completely head-on, and he was only slightly grazed. Is it a sneak attack? An aftershock? Or something else? He didn't know that. He only remembered the fog of that day and the snow of today, both generally cold. Li Shanhai sat hunched across from Song Yan, snow covering the sparse hair, as he sat in a chair leading to the Chapter 252, 251, Spirit Hall Fiasco, a single net, 4. 6K words, request for subscription. One after another, the Li clan members returned from the outside, bowed down to see off the old ancestor in the coffin, and then sat on the side with their brows hiding their sorrows. In the spiritual hall, the candlelight wavered and flickered, seemingly symbolizing the future of the Li family. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly the report came from outside. Patriarch Crane, Elder Shin Yuanzi, Elder Huang has arrived. The Li family's crowd that was wan and sleepy suddenly lifted their spirits. Not waiting for Song Yan to get up, there were disciples who took the lead and stood up, but there were also disciples who sat motionless while looking at those disciples who got up in a hurry with a look of disdain. A disciple sneered coldly, "The family master hasn't even risen yet, and you and the others are hastily standing up to greet him. Interesting and funny." That rising disciple froze and shot back. "What are you talking about? The family head is originally an elder of the Crane Spirit sect. He was meant to get up. You. One by one." He pointed past those disciples who were sitting upright in their seats. At this time, UMO, Chapter 253, 252, Eating and Wailing, Insidious Layout, 5. 4K words, request for subscription. You can always trust Vivian. If once upon a time, Song Yan would have licked his wounds silently like a lone wolf after suffering a serious injury, then now, instead, all he had to do was immerse himself in Han Weizi's tenderness. The effect of the light was to make him recover quickly, both physically and mentally, while his worries were completely drowned out, being tossed about by the waves. Song Yan didn't hold the equally exhausted Xiao Wei until he had released all of his fatigue and repression, gently ruffling her wet-inked hair while looking down at her cheeks that were like the evening sun. The air seemed to be scented with the floral scent of fresh rain on a distant mountain. "Vivian is just fragrant. She makes you happy, even if her sense of smell won't let you go through half the unpleasantness. The evening sun fades like a dream, presenting a satisfying peace. Vivian felt the gaze, and she couldn't help but raise her head to meet his. But after seeing Lang, Chapter 254, 253, All Into My Ceremony, The Lord's True Colors, 5. 4 K-Words, Request for Subscription. 3 years later, The Fall. During these 3 years, most of the Lee family gradually became disappointed with the new family head. What did Song Yen do? 1. Enjoyment. He caught the Han sisters hanging out all day long, and both male and female nuns knew that Han Weizi's magical power could bring great pleasure, and that pleasure was enough to make people addicted, and the head of the family was addicted. Secondly, without cultivation, he refused a realm-level, Hell Road visualization map provided by the Green Destiny Chamber of Commerce, which is an indispensable thing for Hell Road practitioners to understand their own realm law. How could it be simple to view a diagram to understand the Tao, especially a diagram that could allow a cultivator to realize a secret art? So, where's the chart? This figure is naturally not drawn, but from the void turbulence, is a mysterious extremely dense and extremely hard black stone plate above the pattern, which is suitable for the realm of cultivation is the white visualization map. That is, the picture on the stone plate is white. Chapter 255, 254, Lee family destroyed. Black and Song Yen, 5. 9 K-Words, Request for Subscription. The Lee family. The 6 overhanging places of Chisha Forest, Bailu Valley, Hanging Sword Cliff, Mystic Cloud Ridge, Xinyue Peak, and Hidden Lin Abyss were rotating around the Lee family's main house in silence. Each of the 6 lands formed a formation and intersected to form an overall formation that sheltered the Lee family. This kind of family array is enough to support several hours under the attack of the Xian Huang 3 realms, coupled with the Ice Abyss Phoenix on the heights. It is even more into the attack and retreat. In the western underworld domain of the 5-level Xian land is considered to be a truly majestic fortress. At this time, a shadow wrapped in a tight beige immortal robe is walking in this majestic pass of the Lost Cloud Ridge place. From time to time and the guards of the disciples chat. Some disciples are flattered. Some disciples are face show hidden contempt. Some disciples in the shadow turn around will be unscrupulous staring at her fat buttocks to see, until the shadow to go far before they will put away the hot gaze. For some reason, these disciples were far bolder in their gaze today than in the past. It's a natural figure. Request for monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. There are many flaws in this book, mainly in the power settings, but the strengths are there as well. The plot pushes on without hesitation, and it definitely doesn't abandon the original characters or dig a hole and not fill it. As for the protagonist, he is not a villain, not a chivalrous man, not a hypocrite, not a saint, not a righteous man, not a devil. He is just an ordinary man who has had many epiphanies and many experiences. He walks on the edge of the knife. A breath of air is a luxury. The people he wanted to save did not save. The people he wanted to be did not become. In the beginning was unwilling to be in the devil's way, now sinking into the devil's way. What can be done? Those who slay dragons end up as evil dragons. Song Yen is constantly becoming the person he hates, becoming a stronger and more terrifying evil dragon. After the opening of the new volume, the word count has become less, but Peach Blossom Crisp has not been perfunctory, and is still very carefully conceptualizing each one, trying to use his limited ability to try his best to write the story of such a giant of a magic door. It's the beginning of the month, so I'm begging for a monthly pass, and thank you to those who have been reading. Chapter 256, 255, 10,000 Phase Demonic Body, Secret Envoy of the Sword Palace, 5. 3 K-Words seeking monthly tickets. Months later, Flower Fragrant Bone changed into a serious clothes, for their own that giant view fat small cheeks to paint more rouge, and then perform illusion magic to become an ordinary female cultivator's appearance to the Green Underworld Chamber of Commerce. And then a little bit of Xian Huang 2 Realm of Power will see the Green Underworld Chamber of Commerce manager. Seeing through another person's illusion was a provocation, and unless one was really extremely combative, even though someone could see that Flower Fragrant Bone had used an illusion, they would not be uncovered. This slightly obese steward will see through, but see through not say break. He smiled. What do you want? Flower Fragrant Bone threw out a small piece of Yin Chi crystallization and held her voice. Is there any? That steward weighed the Yin Chi crystals and after a little observation, his eyes narrowed insidiously. Flower Scented Bone said, you recognize it. The steward saluted. I am Wang Tonggu of the Qingdian Chamber of Commerce. After saying that, he added, Your Excellency, follow me and take a step to talk. Chapter 257, 256, Witch Binding, Steady Breakthrough, 6. 1 K-Words, Request for Subscription. There was no road in the rugged deep mountains, but the more people who sought immortality, the more they trod the path. On the road there are 5 or 6 Confucian students dressed up as rangers leaning on mountaineering poles, facing the wind and snow in a hurry. Some said this cannot stop. If the avalanche we are not alive, some said what avalanche is not an avalanche. The immortals cannot help but look at you and me. How can we be afraid of such small things? Some said what avalanche or not avalanche. Some said immortals are probably watching your heart and mine. How can we be afraid of such trivial things? Some recited a poem in a bold manner. A mysterious crane is carrying chi, granting me a jade pot of ice, and some laughed and said, Brother Lee, wake up. Where is the mysterious crane? Where is the jade pot? Ha 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 ha. Their forms were just a few imperceptible black dots from high above. Song Yen looked at these black dots and allowed the white snow that filled the sky to coat his body, making him covered in white. Here, it's just his cave. The Confucian scholars who sought immortality under them were mortals who simply did not have half a bit of Xian root and could not possibly step into the Xian cultivation realm. Their destiny is to live for dozens of years in this secret little world. Chapter 258, 257. Hidden Intermediary Hiding Form. Old Successful Strategizer. 5. 8K words. Request for subscription. Crane Spirit Sect. Deep. An extremely secluded gravel secret. Honeycomb-like black mountains were towering over them, and from a distance they looked like countless stacked giant skulls. These skeleton holes are placed in the yin coffin. Empty and full. Full is filled with Xian Huang level cultivators. Elder Ding, Elder Zhao, and even the corpse of that sixth elder will be in it. As for the large, jagged cave below, it held the transformation spirit cultivators in unusual coffins. In order to put together a sense of Dao couple with Lang Jun, Little Bell deliberately changed into a moon-white crane cloak made of the same material, with long sleeves slightly hanging down, walking around floating like floating clouds. Tada! Song Yen did not hide his movements as he walked through this eerie cave, the dark tones adding a bit more eeriness to him as well. In the cave, there was suddenly a strange sound of pushing coffins. A cackle was followed by a succession of similar ear-piercing noises. Chapter 259, 258. Meditation and Deep Hiding. Unification of the Western Mediterranean. 5. 7K words. Request for subscription. Green Underworld Chamber of Commerce. The interstellar cargo ship was slowly landing on a huge platform. The cabin door opened. An elegant scholar-like ink and green-robed man stepped out from it. He wore a green jade trigger finger on his right hand index finger, and his left hand was rotating habitually. This trigger finger is a treasure. The role is to block the yin chi, so that people cannot detect his true identity. Behind the man, followed by a waist-hanging scented bag of white dress cold-face female cultivator. The scented bag with the female cultivator step back and forth swaying, which exudes a refreshing flavor of medicine. But if someone carefully to identify, can be found that the smell of medicine hidden in a wisp of hidden yin chi. In other words, the scent of the scent bag was similarly meant to conceal the yin chi. These two people are precisely the two ghost cultivators who came from the headquarters of the Green Underworld Chamber of Commerce. Emotion. Bai Yu. In terms of order of precedence, Emotion's status was clearly a little higher than Bai Yu's. However, Wang Tonggu, the steward of the Qingdian Chamber of Commerce in the Western Underworld, was the first to comment on the fragrance. Chapter 260, 259. His past life. You can't peek into it. 5. 3K words. Request for subscription. The east wind is blowing the willows in different shades of green, and the butterflies are late in blooming on the street. I met new friends with wine, and laughed about the world and drunkenness in spring. The fragrant grass and clouds in the sky are companions, and the moon in the clear stream is a poem. We must gather together when we are happy in life. Don't forget the golden bottle and the jade goblet. Brother Song, good poem. When it comes to floating a great white, ha 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 ah, he. Miss Ching also drank it. It seems that Miss Ching also appreciates Brother Song's talent. 3 spring days. The green willow becomes smoke. Among the gauzy clouds in the mountains, there are 4 Confucians, a young lady and a maid sitting at the side of the sweet spring. Chu Shui Lu goblet. The receiver of the poem cannot be made. Then drink, maid and bystanders convinced. Then the bystanders drink. A time here is full of teenagers laughing in happy voice. The 5th Jade Shi Huangzi died at home a few days after mourning the poetry Jade Li Zayano. So now Song Yen has changed his name to Song Xiuhu and has found a way to find a place to live again. Chapter 261, 260. I get benefits. You and others die for me. 5. 1K words. Request for subscription. It was the center of the storm, the entrance to the abyss, a place without light, and the past life that Lu Xun was peering into was in the depths of that center. But unfortunately, he only saw the entrance, and before he could look deeper in, his divine sense was shattered and his eyes bled. Blood ran down his hands, soaking his linen clothes. The Yun Lin Zi on the side. He Ruyan saw this scene and only felt their scalps tingling, and a creepy emotion was born in their hearts. The air was quiet to the extreme, with only a few muffled grunts born from Lu Xun's intense pain remaining. Come on. Lu Xun squeezed out 2 words. Yun Lindsay said blankly, Your Holiness. Where to? Lu Xun trembled. Leave the Western Underworld domain. Immediately. saying that he seemed to have thought of something and snapped, "Pass on the weekly heavenly robbery grand technique to the long night emperor before you leave." His status and position was obviously not bad. Yoon Linzi, Hei Ruyan immediately complied with his words and rushed into action. Chapter 262, 261, Nhwa Shang's Shield. The Old Man's Search, 6.0K words subscription requested. In the secret realm, dozens of figures shot in from all directions and coalesced around Song Yen, his figure becoming deformed, his divine soul becoming bloated, and his divine thoughts layered on top of each other. He stood on the cliff, his 5 fingers gripped slightly, smoothing out his body, divine thoughts, and divine soul layer by layer quickly, turning them into a normal human form, and then with a second perception, he only felt that his power was a lot stronger than before. This is the demonic body of all phases, all incarnations, all transforming me. Then, he was going to slowly and carefully test the power of the lesser heavenly Tao technique, substitute death. Vivian felt the commotion and ran out of the house to see him, eyes rounded right up in shock. Last time, when Song Yen only sees divine thoughts, she was still only surprised, but now this situation where all 3 of her body, soul, and thoughts were seized was enough to make her fearful. She could feel the familiar scent of a ghost cultivator on her own man. She recalled that these ghost cultivators were not the crane spirit sect cultivators lying in the coffin. Chapter 263, 262, Breaking Through the Third Realm of Xin Huang, 6.5K words seeking subscription. The following winter, there were bitter cultivators in hemp clothes and straw shoes stepping down from the lower realm of Tianqi Sword Palace. Is practicing Wang Susu. Tang Ningxin snapped his eyes open, rainbow, and went to pay his respects, respectfully chanting Yun Miao Seniors, and then Tang Yi couple disappeared, as well as the results of the investigation for nearly 100 years, said in detail once again. After a brief moment of thought, Ning Yun Miao headed directly to Elder Crane's place to inquire. As a person who guarded the lower realm, Crane Old Man had an impression of the people who came in and out at a certain period of time, and there was a hidden treasure called the Discerning Image Treasure Mirror around the perimeter that could record the information of all the people who came in and out. This identification, like a precious mirror, is subordinate to a senior member of the Tianqi Sword Palace, not owned by the Crane Old Man, which also avoids the situation of one hand covering the sky. Ning Yunmiao came to the old man in front of the crane. The old man is still dusty and elegant, a bright crane robe, eyebrows slightly drooped like drowsy, only to be approached by someone who opened his eyes, said, "It is Yunmiao friend Ah." Chapter 264, 263, In Your Next Life, Keep Your Eyes Open, 6.1K words request for subscription. Along with the tiger-shaped silhouette walking, the snow-colored light haze gradually filled in, and the closer that light got, the more it intensified, appearing particularly spectacular and grandiose in the chaotic space debris. Several people watched intently and stood on guard. Xiao Hanshan took out his sword, Hua Shangbiao grabbed out his sword, and Xiao Wei or Little Bell shrank behind Song Yen. If it was a normal breakthrough, then there was no need to be like this at all at this point. But today's situation was full of unknowns and strangeness. "What's going on, Lang?" Little Bell asked. Xiao Hanshan also smiled bitterly and said, "Old Li, it's not that I'm saying, how did you provoke such a terrifying existence? To be honest, even if I were to think my head off and do my best, I wouldn't want to appear in front of the eyes of such a terrifying existence, let alone provoke it." Song Yen pressed his hands together and told the crowd to put their weapons down. He had a worst premonition in his heart. The divine soul of his realm spirit was actually still halfway blocked, able to do this kind of thing. Today's update has been delayed until 10 p.m. Incidentally, there are quite a few failings in this book, plot-wise and more setting-wise, and there are quite a few instances of losing sight of the bigger picture, but overall it actually manages to be logical, right? And the plot is not bad, right? The character's intelligence is generally okay, right? The climax is interesting, right? However, there are more shortcomings, but in any case, no matter how much failure, how much disadvantage, how many book lovers, because the author is really inadequate to stop at a certain place, and to the author has the fate of goodbye, or to advise the author why not open a new book. The author has not therefore perfunctory. This book is only about lack of ability, lack of health, but definitely not lack of attitude. Trying to build a skyscraper, only to have a piece broken this way and a hole leaking that way between knocks. But, then what? Even if it's a broken building, the author wants to maintain the enthusiasm of writing the first word of the first chapter of a book, to do his best to write it well, even if the last chapter was written in an ugly way, but the next chapter will be written with all the enthusiasm. There are potholes and ups and downs, there are bad parts and boring parts, but there are definitely rising parts and interesting parts as well. I just hope to code words that are good enough for me and good enough for my readers. There are more points to note in today's text. 5 points won't do. Although there was a fine outline, it was only when I wrote it that I realized I hadn't covered it well enough and had gotten it a bit wrong. and then there's still cooking to do. 10 points. I'll be sure to update out at 10 p.m. Chapter 265, 264, Countering the Guest. Seeing elder sister again, 7. 0 words, request for subscription. 30 years later. A bronze ancient boat towed by 3 cranes made a brief stop in the rusty sword blood abyss before setting sail in a hurry, heading for the nearby western underworld domain. When the boat was far away, Hei Ruyan slightly looked back again, the corner of her eyes slightly raised, sweeping the rusty swords that covered the sky, and then retracted her eyes, and began to think about some issues. It was better to do things sooner rather than later, so she accelerated regardless of the exertion. Otherwise she would still be 15 years into the night before she reached this place. She had to come earlier than that old and young of the Ning family, and then arrange many things in advance. Ning Daojian's strength was unfathomable. As for Ning Yunmiao, she was also exceptionally gifted, and if she wasn't wrong, she should be one small realm higher than her, reaching the lake realm spirit realm. Song Yen. She uttered these 2 words word by word, then murmured, "This son must have secrets on him, and his life is really interesting. Now that I've returned to the western underworld, the little long night should have just begun." Chapter 266, 265. Master, you're just too righteous. 5. 1 words. Please subscribe. She was gazing at him. So did he. A short breath of staring time is stretched long by memories, so long that the reality of the moment seems like a mirage. Hei Ruyan understood the relationship between the two from this calmness, so she took the lead and spoke in fear. Fellow Daoist Yun Miao, he has Nuwa Sage power. He's being influenced by Nuwa Sage. You run away and go tell Elder Ning. Little Belle crossed her arms and said, "You're such a shameless woman. The West Underworld domain should have a share of your credit for becoming like this." Hei Ruyan was still being strangled, but at this moment, she hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Yun Miao, run away." Little Belle hummed adorably and held her mouth, looking angrily across the room at the woman whose throat was held by Lang Jun as well as the woman who was pointing her sword at Lang Jun, and said, "Tianqi Sword Palace, hypocritical to the core, there's not a single good thing in it." Ning Yunmiao frowned slightly. Song Yen raised his hand and grabbed it, taking out a blood-colored forbidden stake and tossing it down on the. Chapter 267, 266, The Way Back, 5. 6 words, request for subscription. A few days later, an empty boat re-entered the stars. There were 4 other travelers on the boat besides Ning Yunmiao, Song Yen, Han Weizi, Han Lingzi, and Xiao Bing. Xiao Hanshan, Flower Fragrance Bone did not follow. They are ghost practitioners. A ghost cultivator going to the Tianqi Sword Palace was tantamount to asking for trouble. Therefore, they stayed in the western underworld domain and waited for the arrival of the White family of the Green Underworld Chamber of Commerce. The White House, that's where they belong. At this moment, Han Weizi and Han Lingzi leaned on Song Yan's side one by one, looking at him curiously, both with a strong desire to know written on their faces. And now that it had come to this, they naturally wanted to know who their own man really was very urgently. Song Yan didn't say anything, but instead, Ning Yunmiao stepped in and directly pointed out, "He's Song Yan." As the 2 words fell, the Han sisters both showed incomparable consternation. Even though they were in the remote area, they had heard of the Tianqi Sword Palace's heavenly. Chapter 268, 267. You should call Brother Desolate Cold a master. 5. 1 words. Please subscribe. The old man was none other than Ning Daojian, the person that Song Yan had seen in the void in the past, and it was this old man who had gifted Song Yan with the Immortal Ascension Order that allowed Song Yan to successfully escape from Emperor Xuanxin's world before it was about to completely collapse. At this moment, his beard and hair fluttered, his eyes were indifferent, his cloth shoes stepped smoothly on top of the darkness of the starry sky, and the moment he pointed out a finger, the starry sky gave a feeling of sudden solidification. Ning Yunmiao has long been aware of the master's tactics. Whirling back down to the empty boat, the thousands of white cranes are no longer entangled with the rusty sword, but return to its body, one by one into its natal realm. The rusty sword lost its opponent, but it continued to stab at the empty boat without relenting. But they suddenly hovered. Thousands of secret realms, the heavens and the earth stopped. Some mysterious strange force tugged hard on this much of heaven and earth for a moment. The writhing beads of blood on the sword stayed twisted like frozen tadpoles. Master, Master. Chapter 269, 268. Hometown, 5. 4 request for subscription. The Sea of Stars is far more monotonous and lonely than the ocean. The dark background, deep and cold, could not be seen at a glance. Song Yen was on the deck, and through his air mask, he saw that the 9 black immortal cranes in front of him had turned into 2 huge fat finches, one black and one white, which was quite festive. Tianqi Sword Palace's boat-pulling beasts are black cranes. Black and white fat birds belong to the individual chance to obtain the spiritual beasts. Outsiders will not be associated with the Tianqi Sword Palace even if they see it. As for the foremost 9 sword ship's head statue was being unloaded by Ning Yunmiao. Xiao Bing squatted on Han Weizi's shoulder, looking at the two fat finches and drooling. Han Lingzi, on the other hand, looked at the busy Ning Yunmiao at the very front with some displeasure, always feeling in her heart that something was bound to happen between this woman and her own groom. It was already aggravating enough for her and her sister to share her Langjun, but if another woman was added to the mix, she would be very unhappy, even though this woman was stronger than her, had a higher status than her, and didn't show any signs of wanting to get along with Langjun right now. Chapter 270-269. Good friend, I must see you. 5K words please subscribe. Any luck? Ning Yunmiao transmitted her thoughts. Song Yen swept the perimeter and said, you turn on the concealment array that comes with the airboat completely, and I'll go take a look at the perimeter. As the words fell, the empty boat floating silently in midair suddenly faded away. The two had long discussed many plans, and a natural tacit understanding existed. Song Yen says so then he has not found it and needs to travel farther and do a short exploration. He was very suitable for this job. Great self-realm and 10,000 phases demonic body allowed him to put layer after layer on the outside of his body and mind like a nesting doll. Plus words follow the law that was even more efficient. It's even more efficient. As long as he didn't trigger the vigilance of a great power, he could blend into an environment with unparalleled ease, which would not be possible in Ning Yunmiao's place. A few days later, Song Yen walks in this land of eternal night. Withering earth, bitter hurricane winds cut through the tundra, blowing up along. Chapter 271-270. Deceased person, 1K words, request for subscription. In the 9-dragon pagoda, 9 fire demon dragons wrapped around Emperor Tsuanjin one after another, torturing him endlessly. The fire demon dragons could be said to be the strongest existences under the Realm Core realm, and they couldn't kill Emperor Tsuanjin, who was at the early stage of the Realm Core realm, but they were more than suitable for torturing him. The fire demon dragon doesn't just wrap around his body surface, it shrinks to the size of a loach, burrowing through his nostrils and exploding fiery flames between his lung lobes, through his ears, rubbing against his eardrums and bringing about a boil in his brain, through his eyes, squeezing his eyeballs to shreds, and through his mouth, wrapping itself around his heart and causing karmic fire to flow with the blood all around his body. The recovery ability of the early stage of the Realm Core was very strong, and even though they endured all sorts of pain, their bodies could still recover. Tsuanjin was sometimes awake, sometimes dazed, and sometimes screaming in pain. He has suffered this torment for over 100 years. He, however, never let go. Loosened up, he was certainly able to get it over with, but he wasn't happy about it. Take a day off. 8,000 words tomorrow. This is the 4th vacation from the book, I think. The first time was January 30th, the second was February 13th, the third was March 23rd, and today is the 4th. Sort of clearing a vacation once a month. I'm really stuck today, so I'll let Peach Blossom Crisp think about it. Chapter 272-271. Blossoms on the other side. Devil's name far and wide. 1K words, request for subscription. Perhaps others would go to ambush such a 5 elements heaven swiping boat's helmsman. An existence at the late Xian Huang Third Realm would be full of accidents, twists and turns, and thrills, but for Song Yen, there were none at all. Without encountering any accidents, he smoothly took down Ling Qianni, making him his new out-of-body incarnation. Following that, everything went as smoothly as a sharp blade cutting through tofu. He smoothly seized the 5 elements heaven swiping boat and transformed the 3-5 spirit heavenly demon palace 5 elements clansmen into extracorporeal incarnations, following which he allowed these 3 extracorporeal incarnations to carry out their original activities in order to cover his ears. After completing the reception of the 5 elements heaven swiping arc, Song Yen was the first to plant the seed that Ning Daojin had gifted him in one of the Dragon Corpse's secret realms. A tiny seed can reach the 9 heavens. What was in the 9 heavens? Song Yen didn't know, but he could tell that that place was bound to be chaotic. Chapter 273-272. Not exiting the sea of bitterness. Falling into the great 1,007. 4K words, request for subscription. The sea of bitterness turned into a whirlpool, with many hideous faces shouting and roaring in the strands of grey liquid, which was a mixture of demented anger, madness, love, hate, grudge, and hatred. The owner of that past memories had actually died long ago, but these obsessions still refused to let go of them, and they felt the great gravitational pull under the blossoming red flowers of the tree on the other side of the river, instinctively trying to escape but being forcefully tugged back in, thus creating a beautiful bright grey arc. Song Yan's speed of applying a substitute death was limited, which gave the grey sea of bitterness arc light time to form. He sat in the center of the arc of light, looking at the various scenes that emerged in the 5th layer of the sea of bitterness in shadow, and suddenly had a few moments of clarity. Whether it was the city in the great Dao chessboard, or the stone slab of the visualization map was hidden in the 9 heavens, the sea of bitterness of a mere 4th level Xian land wasn't originally enough to be the cost of his ascension, But the obsession of the 5th level was much stronger. This is from the first day of the 9 heavens. Chapter 274, 273. 5 spirits unite. Mysterious talismanic characters, 5. 6K words, request subscription. In just over 100 years, the Han sisters had managed to step into the Xianhuang second realm, forming their own native realm, Lamp World, recover others on a large scale from injuries, depletion, and even moods and states. This is about to expand into an area where the power that was originally only able to work on one person and required a touch to form. Song Yen teased, Xiao Wei'er can become a goddess of light. Although Han Weizi does not understand what is so great about the goddess of light, she also understands roughly what Lang Jun means, which is to call a group of believers by healing the pain and suffering of the world and giving light to the world. There really is no one better than her. Clad in a holy golden veil, the piercing eyes of the people cannot look directly, but can only bow down. But because of the beauty and healing they feel, there is no darkness in their hearts. All they have is gratitude, salvation, and a willingness to spend the rest of their lives and all their devotions in faith. Chapter 275, 274. Gate of Hell. Saint's Secret Struggle, 6. 4K words, request for subscription. Phew. Song Yen breathed a light sigh of relief. He then looked down at the formation embryo, which should have been scratched by him with many strokes, but it was empty. Father? Bashe Yuzheng looked at him worriedly. Song Yen said, was I just dazed? Brahmasu Tamashii nodded. Song Yen handed out the blank formation embryo and said, Yuzhuang, there's something wrong with this talismanic character. Father can't draw it. Brahmacharya said, I'll do it then. After saying that, she carved and drew on the formation embryo with a single stroke. Song Yen then used this time to scan the panel once again. The column of the panel, Realm Spirit, was still a question mark, as well as 3 lines of information, the second of which was, this Realm Spirit is indeed your Realm Spirit. He swept one more glance at the little white tiger sleeping in the Origin Realm, remembering the scene of the little white tiger reaching out its claws to help him avoid the calamity just now. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that.